The apocalypse descends, and humanity is reduced to mere animals. The order of the world has completely collapsed, where the law of the jungle reigns supreme. When desire is unshackled and morality is unbound. In this hellish existence, should one wish to survive, one must embrace the darkness. The slaughter begins to engulf the entire world. Chapter 1. I wish to be your girlfriend. On the weekend, the Walmart supermarket bustles with shoppers. Du Xiaofeng, clad in a vest emblazoned with the supermarket's logo, stands at one of the checkout counters, extending his thermos towards the cashier. I have no ties with you anymore. Cease your incessant pursuit. The beautiful cashier scoffs, rolling her eyes. Xiaomi, please don't be like this. Du Xiaofeng feels a wave of embarrassment. Oof. You wouldn't even agree to a dowry of 200,000 to marry me. Have you looked at yourself? With such looks, it is already a tremendous favor that I would consider marrying you. And yet you complain about the dowry being too much? Su Xiaomi retorts, clearly displeased. Glancing around at the other customers, Du Xiaofeng quietly tugs at Su Xiaomi's sleeve and whispers, Xiaomi, let's discuss this privately. Su Xiaomi is stunning and has a figure to match. Many pursue her in the supermarket. Yet, she suddenly expresses interest in the warehouse worker, Du Xiaofeng. Having spent less than a month together, they had not even held hands, yet she wishes to marry him. Initially, she demanded a dowry of 100,000. Du Xiaofeng comes from a modest background, with a younger sister to support and a mother bedridden, making it impossible for him to meet such a demand. He reflects on how fortunate he is that such a beautiful woman would consider him, despite his shortcomings, and thus he sought a loan of 100,000 from a loan shark, ending to marry her. His astonishment. After having provided 100,000, his future mother-in-law abruptly demanded 200,000, claiming that her son was also getting married and lacked the funds for a bride price. Du Xiaofeng found himself unable to produce such a sum, but was unwilling to relinquish this hard-won first love. Leave. Don't disrupt my work. Su Xiaomi snapped, her face cold and unyielding. After waiting for her to finish settling accounts with a customer, Du Xiaofeng nervously fidgeted with the hem of his shirt and awkwardly suggested, could you possibly return my brie? The price? I borrowed it from a loan shark. It's not my money, so go find my mother. Su Xiaomi replied, her impatience palpable. But his words were abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of gasps from the crowd, who pointed towards the glass door. A blood-red moon loomed ominously in broad daylight, shrouded by a sky filled with cawing crows. The chilling, harrowing cries sent shivers down spines. The onlookers eagerly recorded this rare phenomenon, intending to share it online. Feeling unnerved, Du Xiaofeng had no desire to remain and be a nuisance to Su Xiaomi. He retreated to the monitoring room to find solace in a cigarette and share his frustrations with a good friend. Upon arriving in the monitoring room, he found it empty and muttered to himself, where is everyone? Surely they haven't gone off to sneak a nap in the restroom again? Disregarding his friend's whereabouts, he lit a cigarette and kept an eye on the surveillance footage. Suddenly, the vehicles on the street lost control, careening wildly in all directions. In an instant, the once orderly thoroughfare became a scene of chaos as car accidents erupted everywhere. One vehicle after another began to smoke and ignite, and amidst the turmoil, explosions ensued. Before my eyes, the entire scene was enveloped in a garish crimson hue that blood moon dared not compete with the brilliance of the sun. The cacophony of anguished cries, screams, and desperate pleas for help, akin to a haunting echo in Du Xiaofeng's ears, startled him, causing his hand to tremble as he clutched his cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he reached for his phone, intending to call for emergency assistance, when an extraordinary sight caught his attention. A peculiar figure staggered down the street, its gait disjointed, eyes sunken, mouth agape, crimson blood streaming forth as it sprinted towards an injured individual sprawled on Tish. He ground. Ignoring the desperate pleas, it lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the person's head, as if indulging in a culinary delight from the mortal realm. Shortly thereafter, a dozen more of these grotesque beings emerged, some bursting forth from the wreckage of exploded vehicles, their clothing ablaze, faces charred beyond recognition. Others had lost their lower limbs, yet stubbornly crawled along with their hands. They rushed towards the fallen victim, tearing at flesh with a frenzy reminiscent of the undead in cinematic portrayals. All around, Anguished cries filled the air as the living were savagely mauled by these monsters. The chilling wails resonated like a macabre symphony of death, utterly soul-stirring. Those who should have succumbed to death staggered to their feet, their bodies a grotesque amalgam of blood and sinew, howling as they charged towards the untainted. A hell on earth! An unending wave of terror assaulted the crowd gathered at the supermarket entrance, shrieks rising in a tumultuous crescendo, with some succumbing to fright and fainting outright. Attracted by the commotion, the zombies' heads jerked mechanically towards the supermarket, their soulless eyes fixating on the prey. Yoa! The horde of zombies surged towards the supermarket. An uncontrollable car careened into them, only to rise again, seemingly impervious to pain, its severed limbs dragging it forward. Drooling as it lunged toward the supermarket. There was no time to call for an ambulance. He hurriedly dialed the police. Yet, the line remained perpetually busy, utterly unreachable. With little regard for the circumstances, he stumbled out of the surveillance room, hastening towards the supermarket's warehouse, the only sanctuary capable of withstanding the odds. Laughed of these terrifying zombies. As he traversed the supermarket toward the warehouse, he cast a glance at the cash register, hoping to glimpse Su Xiaomi, but she was nowhere to be found. The supermarket had nearly succumbed. The recently deceased, having been torn apart by zombies, now rose again to join in the gruesome feast upon the living. "Young man, help me." An elderly man lay prostrate on the ground, extending a trembling hand toward Du Xiaofeng, his voice laced with terror. Du Xiaofeng yearned to assist, yet the sight of the approaching zombie made him falter. He was no saint. Amidst the chilling cries and agonized screams, Du Xiaofeng finally reached the warehouse, hastily shutting the door behind him. He leaned against it, gasping for breath, his heart racing wildly, his clothes drenched in sweat. Bang! 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 The sudden rapping on the door startled him, and he trembled as he shouted, "Who is it?" He feared that the knocker was not human, but a zombie. "It's me, Lan Mingyao." A frantic voice called from outside. Lan Mingyao was the supermarket's accountant, possessing a more alluring figure and a more enchanting visage than Su Xiaoyu, revered as the goddess among all the men in the supermarket. However, her frosty demeanor deterred any suitors. Imagining her anxious and helpless figure outside, Du Xiaofeng longed to let her in, but he feared for his own life. "Please, open the door." The heart-wrenching sobs softened Du Xiaofeng's resolve, yet he remained unmoved. Understanding his own strengths and allure, he had no time for further contemplation. He pounded on the door while shouting, "I implore you to open the door. If you save me, I will be your girlfriend, devoted to you for a lifetime." Du Xiaofeng's heart trembled slightly. It was not solely the words "devoted to you for a lifetime" from Lan Mingyao that compelled him to unlock the door. Upon opening it, he was met with Lan Mingyao's pallid, frightened face, tears streaming down like rain-soaked petals. He grasped her delicate hand and swiftly pulled her into the warehouse. Just as he was about to shut the door, a zombie, 2 meters away, charged toward them, its mouth smeared with flesh, emitting garbled cries. Bang! Du Xiaofeng could not withstand the force of the impact. The door was flung open, and he was thrown against a nearby shelf, wincing in pain. Lan Mingyao gasped, falling to the ground, her beautiful eyes reflecting the horrifying visage of the approaching monster. Blood dripped from her lips onto her cheek, sending a shudder through her slender frame. Lan Mingyao scrambled backward, desperate to distance herself from the zombie, yet she could only watch in horror as it opened its mouth wide, lunging towards her. Observing the zombies at such close range, Du Xiaofeng instinctively recoiled, pressing himself against the wall. His trembling hand found the doorknob, and with a desperate force, he pressed down, yearning to escape. Yet, the haunting thought of countless zombies lurking beyond the warehouse halted him in his tracks. "Help me." Lan Mingyao pleaded pitifully. Outside lay a dead, and should she perish, he too would be doomed. Du Xiaofeng clenched his fists, taking several deep breaths to steady himself. Then, seizing a baseball bat from the shelf, he bellowed to bolster his courage, mounting the back of the zombie. Lan Mingyao could distinctly sense the rancid odor emanating from the creature's gaping maw, its mouth mere centimeters from her head. In despair, she shut her beautiful eyes. Was this how it would end? She did not wish to become one of those horrifying zombies, grotesque and driven to consume the living. She had yet to experience a passionate romance, nor had she ever even touched a man. As time passed, without feeling her head being bitten, she cautiously opened her eyes, only to discover a baseball bat constraining the zombie's neck. Run. Du Xiaofeng tugged fiercely on the bat, but the zombie's strength was overwhelming, and it swiftly knocked him away, sending him crashing into a nearby shelf. Ouch, that hurts! His body felt as though it were on the verge of collapse. Had he known, he would have refrained from intervening. Perhaps he too would not survive. Yet, upon witnessing the zombie lunge once more at Lan Mengyao, Du Xiaofeng grasped the bat anew and charged forward, delivering a fierce blow. He creature's head. The zombie staggered and fell, its suit suddenly tearing open at the back, revealing an elderly man's head emerging from within. Viscous green liquid dripped incessantly from the head, its face marred by deep crevices, and its pure white eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson light. Toothless, its smile was particularly chilling. "Young man, save me. Ha ha ha, I am so hungry." The voice grated like claws scraping against the blackboard. Du Xiaofeng was utterly astonished. What in the world was happening? Two heads? Could zombies evolve? In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, the zombie lunged at him, knocking him to the ground, both heads simultaneously biting toward him. Instinctively, Du Xiaofeng shut his eyes and thrust the baseball bat towards one of the heads, shattering all of the zombie's teeth. Ugh! Yet, the old man managed to sink his teeth into Du Xiaofeng's head. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Lan Mingyao's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears as she cried out no. She then sprang to her feet, seizing a nearby basin and frantically smashing it against the old man's head. Dazed, Du Xiaofeng was utterly bewildered. He had indeed been bitten, alas. A beauty brings misfortune. But then he sensed something was amiss. Why was there no pain in his head? Was he about to transform into a zombie? Bang! Bang! Lan Mengyao continued to strike, tears streaming down her face, mingling with the zombie's green blood, staining Du Xiaofeng's entire head. Finally, the zombie old man released his grip, his mouth filled with a clump of hair as he cried out, "I am hungry." Seeing that he had no teeth, Du Xiaofeng frantically felt his own head, discovering there was not a single wound. "Damn it!" Du Xiaofeng shouted furiously, forcefully thrusting upward to send the zombie that had been pinning him flying. He relentlessly struck the heads of the zombies with a baseball bat until they were utterly pulverized, only ceasing when silence fell. Exhausted, the two collapsed beside the warehouse door, gasping for breath. Du Xiaofeng remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the lifeless forms of the zombies, fearful that they might not be entirely dead. He discerned a faint glimmer emanating from the shattered remains of one head, and, intrigued, approached it. Crouching before the corpse, he began to sift through the colorful fragments of flesh. At last, he found it. What is this? Staring intently at the luminous core of the corpse, Du Xiaofeng's expression gradually became vacant and dazed as an unsettling thought crept into his mind. Consume it, devour it. This notion grew increasingly insistent, spiraling beyond his control. In a frenzied loss of sanity, Du Xiaofeng placed the core into his mouth. It crunched like a chocolate bean, albeit with a rather repulsive taste. Thump, thump. His heart raced. Blood felt as though it were igniting within him, and his muscles screamed in protest as if they might burst. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through him, and even the world around him became vividly clear. Was he about to transform into a zombie? Chapter 2. Oh, woman. Behind him, Lan Mengyao gently tapped his shoulder. Hey, what is the matter with you? Nothing, really. Du Xiaofeng, regaining his composure, felt a lingering fear. He had been tempted by the radiance of the corpse core, and the thought of consuming it and turning into a zombie haunted him. He dared not disclose to Lan Mengyao that he had ingested the corpse core. Thank you for saving me just now. I am Lan Mengyao, and you are? Du Xiaofeng. It is my duty to rescue a damsel in distress. By the way, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Du Xiaofeng held Lan Mengyao's delicate hand, expressing his concern. I'm fine, she stammered, suddenly feeling bashful. Hastily, she covered her chest and noticed his trousers were also torn. Indignantly, she exclaimed, "What are you looking at?" Du Xiaofeng swallowed hard, his throat dry. To alleviate the awkward and frightening atmosphere, he jested, "You've already promised to be my woman. So what is there to hide? After all, how shall we raise children in the future?" Lan Mengyao was momentarily speechless, casting him an irritated glance. Even her glare was imbued with charm. How wonderful it would be if she were truly his woman. Du Xiaofeng understood that this was merely a temporary arrangement born of crisis, and she did not mean it seriously. Nevertheless, he could still indulge his eyes. Keep looking, and I shall gouge out your eyes. Lan Mingyao, flustered and furious, let her tone turn icy. Oh, woman, you had just declared your intention to be mine, and now, once the danger has passed, you wish to withdraw. Although I am not a paragon of virtue, I would never take advantage of someone else's misfortune, especially since I already have a girlfriend. Du Xiaofeng spoke as he dialed home, hoping to urge his family to seek safety. A glance at the tearful Lan Mingyao behind him assured him that the distress he perceived during his perilous encounter was merely an illusion. After half an hour of futile attempts, the line remained busy. The image of his mother and younger sister facing the terrifying zombies filled his mind, amplifying his sense of helplessness. Tears began to flow, and he sniffled as he persistently redialed, until the phone finally ran out of battery, yet the line was still engaged. Frustrated, he pounded on the warehouse door. Bang! The sound attracted the attention of the zombies in the supermarket, who began to swarm towards them, clawing and banging on the door, unaware of how to gain entry. The cacophony of knocks reverberated, sending a chill down their spines, prompting the two to cover their mouths in fear. As the noise subsided, Lan Mingyao gently grasped Du Xiaofeng's hand, whispering with concern, "What is troubling you?" No physical pain could compare to the anguish in his heart. Du Xiaofeng sank to the ground, overwhelmed by despair. Seeing him bury his face in his chest, crying and tugging at his hair, Lan Mingyao felt a surge of compassion, wishing to embrace him and offer solace, fearing he might crack under the weight of his torment. Your mother and sister will surely be protected by fate. Our task now is to survive, and then we shall seek them out. She comforted him through her own tears. Uncertain of her family's fate, she was right. They must endure and find them. Wiping away his tears, Du Xiaofeng rose to his feet, surveying the warehouse. Observing his expeditious composure, admiration sparkled within Lan Mingyao's beautiful eyes. The warehouse was replete with an assortment of items, yet scant in essential survival provisions. The available sausages, instant noodles, and beverages would only sustain them for approximately 20 days. A resupply was scheduled for today, but given the circumstances, if the food is depleted before rescue arrives. Du Xiaofeng lamented, plunging them into a mutual silence, devoid of external communication and ignorant of the world's condition. Their fate seemed sealed upon the exhaustion of these provisions. Regaining composure, they deliberated on escaping the supermarket. I defer to your judgment entirely, Lan Mingyao stated calmly. But before venturing out, we ought to procure additional imperishable supplies. Her composed suggestion, coupled with her submissive demeanor, stirred Du Xiaofeng's desires. Beyond the warehouse doors, an inexhaustible horde of zombies undoubtedly congregated. The windows offered no egress either. Were they destined to perish within these confines? Du Xiaofeng paced anxiously, contemplating their escape. A faint sound emanated from above, prompting him to gaze upward. A ventilation shaft, just large enough for a person to squeeze through, led directly to the underground parking's ventilation system. Reaching the parking area would mean deliverance from this ghastly place. There's a sound inside. We can depart from the warehouse through there, Du Xiaofeng exclaimed, pointing to the ceiling. What sound? Lan Mingyao inquired. Having heard nothing, Du Xiaofeng was perplexed. Could she truly not perceive it? Recalling a prior sensation, he surreptitiously picked up a strength bar, bending it considerably with a forceful flex. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. Previously, exerting himself yielded no discernible effect, yet now his strength seemed augmented. Could the consumption of zombie nuclei be the cause? He glanced back at Lan Mingyao, contemplating whether to divulge the matter of the zombie nuclei to her. Uncover your garment. Allow me to examine your back. The impact from the shelf must have been quite painful. I shall administer a massage. Lan Mingyao held the procured safflower oil in her hand. If only she were his woman, he mused. Du Xiaofeng lifted his shirt, revealing contusions across his chest, abdomen, and back. Lan Mingyao tenderly applied the safflower oil, her cool, delicate hands eliciting a shiver from Du Xiaofeng upon initial contact with his skin. He emitted a moan, a blend of pain and pleasure, causing a blush to grace Lan Mingyao's fair countenance. Thump, thump, thump. A percussive sound emanated from the vent. Unsure whether the occupants were human or undead, Du Xiaofeng ceased his reverie and hastily sought a ladder. Ascending, he wedged the baseball bat into the vent, instructing Lan Mingyao to find an object to obstruct it. Do not block it. Please, aid us. Hearing the frantic cries for help, Du Xiaofeng recognized Su Xiaomi's voice. He swiftly removed the bat, embracing her with compassion upon witnessing her terror, and extracted her from the vent. Subsequently, several disheveled individuals emerged: Wang Chong, the supermarket proprietor, the head of security, and two younger men. One of the younger men, seemingly an attendant, assisted the bespectacled one, repeatedly inquiring, "Young Master Feng, are you unharmed?" As soon as she descended from the ventilation shaft, Su Xiaomi commanded, "Quickly seal off the ventilation shaft. There's a large spider inside." Du Xiaofeng complied, but the expressions on the faces of the others were rather peculiar. Observing his head adorned with a sickly shade of green, and glancing at the zombies on the ground, they quietly distanced themselves from both the ventilation shaft and him, rummaging through the warehouse for suitable weapons, their gazes warily fixed upon him. Noticing that Lan Mengyao and Du Xiaofeng were disheveled, and catching sight of the blush on her face, it was evident what a solitary man and woman might engage in together. With a sardonic tone, she remarked, "No wonder you refused to offer 20,000 to marry me. It turns out you've been secretly flirting with the beautiful Lan. Humph. You two dogs truly make me nauseous. Hiding in a warehouse during daylight to engage in such sordid activities. How shameless." With her words, the other men began to scrutinize Lan Mingyao's tattered dress, their throats parched. Captivated by the sight of such a bashful beauty, how unfortunate to be so blind as to have an affair with such a man. "That is not true," Lan Mingyao protested, one hand clutching her chest, the other tugging at her dress to shield her modesty. "Lan Mingyao, I never imagined that beneath your lofty facade, you would stoop to seducing another woman's man. How utterly disgraceful." Su Xiaomi spat disdainfully. "Xiaomi, you've misunderstood. I have nothing to do with Accountant Lan. It was merely an accident during the fight with the zombies that tore my dress," Du Xiaofeng explained, stepping forward to grasp Su Xiaomi's hand, only to have her evade him. "I want to listen. Don't touch me. With that appearance, it's obvious you've been bitten by one of those ghastly creatures. Who knows if you might transform into one of those ghastly creatures. It would behoove you to maintain a distance from me," Su Xiaomi exclaimed, flinging herself into Wang Chang's embrace, trembling. Wang Chang, in turn, embraced her waist. Witnessing their ease, Du Xiaofeng felt a pang of anguish, desperately clarifying, "I was not bitten. The blood on me belongs to that very zombie." His words met with disbelief, gazes filled with derision. Perceiving him as a mere buffoon attempting to feign bravery before a woman, Su Xiaomi said with a forced smile, "Oh, really? You? A coward who didn't dare to rescue me at the first sign of trouble. What ability do you possess to slay such a revolting creature? Such an exaggeration. What are you pretending to be? Take a look at your physique, capable of single-handedly battling this zombie? A jest indeed. Little do, isn't it? Given the circumstances. There's no need for such boasting. If you've sustained injuries, simply state it. We possess some knowledge of first aid," Wang Chong said sanctimoniously, subtly exchanging glances with the others. Reaching a consensus. Should Du Xiaofeng exhibit any abnormality, they would strike without mercy, for nothing held greater importance than their own survival. Prior to entering the ventilation duct, they had encountered zombies, and even with their combined efforts, they had narrowly avoided being bitten before slaying one. Moreover, the security supervisor was a retired reconnaissance soldier. How could they believe that the frail Du Xiaofeng, while protecting a woman, could manage to eliminate a zombie? Du Xiaofeng was bewildered, questioning why they disbelieved him. "A pack of ungrateful wretches. I can attest to the veracity of his statements." Lan Mingyao's chest heaved with indignation. The onlookers chuckled softly, assuming she was merely concealing the clandestine activities shared between the two in the warehouse. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from the ventilation shaft once more. It was the voice of the portly man, accompanied by a chilling scream. Du Xiaofeng attempted to open the vent, but was swiftly obstructed. "Do not open it. There is a terrifying giant spider inside. Letting him in will spell disaster for us," Su Xiaomi exclaimed in alarm. "Better him than us," others chimed in, collectively preventing Du Xiaofeng from opening the vent. Previously, Du Xiaofeng had hesitated to admit Lan Mingyao for fear of being implicated. But now he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, as if he were enveloped in flames, and he found himself losing control. He forcefully pushed aside Su Xiaomi, whom he had held in high regard, and pride opened the vent. A large, round face suddenly appeared, the portly man eager to escape. Yet he became stuck at the opening. Du Xiaofeng grasped his hand and yanked with all his might, bringing down a piece of the ceiling along with him. As soon as they landed, the portly man shouted, "Hurry down. It's dangerous." No sooner had the words left his lips than a dark, spiny leg, half a meter long, emerged from the vent, perilously close to slicing Du Xiaofeng's throat, startling him into a fall. Subsequently, a grotesque, enormous eyeball supplanted the entire head of a spider, its body nearly a meter in length, with the longest legs stretching almost 2 meters. Its maw, capable of swallowing a human head whole. Bristled with serrated teeth and dripped with saliva. It descended from the vent, which had been damaged by the corpulent man, its barbed legs aimed directly at Du Xiaofeng's head. A collective gasp of horror resonated through the crowd as they recoiled in disarray, each prioritizing their own survival over extending assistance to him. Du Xiaofeng executed a swift roll, narrowly evading the fatal strike. The zombie spider's massive forelegs pierced the ground, causing the floor tiles to shatter and fragments to scatter in all directions. Su Xiaomi instinctively sought refuge in Wang Chang's embrace, only to be thrust forward, serving as a potential shield in the event of danger, affording him a chance to escape. Madman! Du Xiaofeng! The corpulent man and Lan Mingyao exclaimed, attempting to assist, but he gestured for them to remain back, indicating that he was unharmed. Contrary to expectations, the spider veered away from Du Xiaofeng and lunged ferociously into the throng of people. Its forelegs, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, slashed towards the youth addressed as Young Feng. In a moment of desperate self-preservation, he seized his companion, positioning him as a human shield. Young Feng's cohort stared at him in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with shock, as the spider severed his entire right hand, causing blood to spurt forth. Aya! The agonizing scream reverberated through the crowd, striking their hearts like a heavy hammer. The severed hand landed in Young Feng's arms, only to be discarded with disdain. The arachnid devoured the hand in a single gulp, then emitted a piercing shriek, extending its foreleg towards Su Xiaomi. Just as Wang Chang was about to thrust her forward, Du Xiaofeng selflessly interposed himself between them. He yearned to demonstrate to those who scorned him that he was not a mere buffoon. The slender figure wielding the baseball bat stood as an imposing mountain. Casting a fleeting glance at Su Xiaomi, he charged towards the zombified spider. Chapter 3. The Vanguard. Du Xiaofeng's obsidian eyes shimmered with a faint crimson glow, his skin gradually flushed a deeper red. Brandishing the baseball bat, he roared as he advanced, swinging with all his might at the spider's foreleg, determined to shield Su Xiaomi behind him. The petrified onlookers gasped, seemingly envisioning Du Xiaofeng being torn to shreds by the spider. Yet, not a single one offered assistance. The baseball bat sliced through the air, creating a rustling sound. Clang! The baseball bat impacted, as if striking solid steel. The force reverberated through Du Xiaofeng's hand, causing it to tingle. The spider remained unscathed. Du Xiaofeng instantly realized something was amiss. When he had slain the previous zombie, he hadn't possessed such immense power, yet he had managed to vanquish it. Why was this different? Glancing at the shattered zombie head, he discerned the truth. Once more, he swung the baseball bat, this time aiming directly for the spider's head. Du Xiaofeng's velocity was remarkable, and the spider's reaction was equally swift. It desperately evaded the fatal blow, but the baseball bat still struck it squarely. Thud! Instantaneous demise. The air congealed abruptly. Those who had been on the verge of mocking Du Xiaofeng's futile attempt were dumbfounded. What in the world was transpiring? Could someone explain this? He had genuinely annihilated such a fearsome spider with a single blow? Could it truly be that he single-handedly vanquished that zombie earlier? Is he some kind of superhuman? The crowd was utterly dumbfounded, scarcely daring to breathe, questioning whether their eyes had deceived them or if the spider had been unusually feeble and inept. In an instant, the remaining half of the spider's head rebounded with vigor, its mandibles agape, lunging towards Du Xiaofeng's cranium, poised to engulf him whole. Thwack! Like a water balloon bursting upon impact, the verdant ichor within the spider's skull cascaded down upon Du Xiaofeng, drenching him in an emerald downpour. The onlookers, witnessing this ghastly spectacle for the first time, emitted piercing screams of terror. Oblivious to the crowd's reaction, Du Xiaofeng hastily rummaged through the shattered remains of the spider's head, seeking the zombie core, the very essence that could augment his strength, enabling him to endure in this nightmarish realm and command the respect, adulation, and servility of those who had once scorned him. Despite a thorough search of the spider's carcass, he could not locate the elusive core. Could he have been mistaken? Did not every zombie harbor such a core? Du Xiaofeng pondered with a furrowed brow. His garments, tattered from the skirmish, revealed patches of skin that glowed as if forged in a furnace, a sight that did not escape the notice of the onlookers. A lone sentinel holding the line against a multitude. In that moment, a sense of security washed over the crowd, emanating from the slender figure of Du Xiaofeng. Yet, not a single word of gratitude was uttered. Madman, are you unharmed? Du Xiaofeng, are you injured? Observing Su Xiaomi clinging to Wang Chang, Du Xiaofeng, after assuring Fatty and Lan Mingyao of his well-being, furrowed his brow, poised to approach. However, before he could, the lackey whom Young Feng had propelled towards the spider regained his footing, staggering. His vacant eyes, as if cognizant of young Feng's betrayal, fixated upon him. With a mournful wail, he lunged, attempting to bite him. Before young Feng could utter a cry, a baseball bat struck the lackey's head with such force that it became dislodged. The severed head landed squarely in Su Xiaomi's arms, its empty sockets fixed upon her. Its jaws agape, gnashing with a macabre fervor. Du Xiaofeng felt a pang of anguish, regretting that the head had been propelled into her embrace. Moved with tenderness, he stepped forward, intending to enfold her in his arms. However, Su Xiaomi, recoiling at the sight of Du Xiaofeng drenched in verdant blood, burrowed deeper into Wang Chang's embrace. Exclaiming in terror, "Stay away. Don't come near me." Du Xiaofeng frowned, observing the two. "Get away, you idiot. You're scaring me." Su Xiaomi persisted relentlessly, only to be pushed away by Wang Chang, who chuckled, "Little Du, don't read too much into it. She's just in a state of panic." "Wang Chang." Su Xiaomi bristled, her eyes widening as she addressed him by his given name. Wang Chang swiftly signaled her, and Su Xiaomi, visibly displeased, crossed her arms and huffed, ignoring everyone. Realizing that the two were concealing something from him, Du Xiaofeng refrained from pressing the matter, showing consideration for Su Xiaomi's feelings. He instead resecured the ventilation shaft and barricaded the warehouse door with heavy objects, mindful of the potential influx of more arachnids. A task that required the assistance of Fatty and Lan Mingyao. He surreptitiously examined his zombie minion's head once more, confirming the continued absence of a corpse crystal. Having secured their immediate safety, the group endeavored to contact the outside world and their loved ones, only to find their efforts thwarted by a complete communication blackout. Despondency washed over them as they realized their predicament, trapped within, with countless zombies lurking outside, and no means of escape or external contact. An atmosphere of apocalyptic dread permeated the air. At that inopportune moment, Su Xiaomi's stomach rumbled audibly, exacerbating the prevailing sense of unease. "Xiaomi, you must be hungry. Here, have some bread and a drink." Su Xiaomi, however, spurned Du Xiaofeng's offering, tossing it aside without a second glance. "Get away from me. I don't want anything from you," she exclaimed. "Enough," Fatty interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. "You ungrateful woman. Take it or leave it. My brother is being genuinely sincere with you, and you treat him like this? Say no more," Du Xiaofeng cautioned Fatty with a look. "Why shouldn't I speak my mind? She's taking advantage of her looks to mistreat you. And what about you? Are you blind? Can't you see there's something going on between them?" Fatty lamented, his voice tinged with anguish. Du Xiaofeng seized Fatty's collar, his voice laced with anger. "I said enough. I told you to stop. I'm only telling you this because I consider you my brother. And yet, you remain willfully ignorant." Fatty retorted, his eyes reddening. "Enough. Stop the commotion, or we risk attracting the zombies outside to besiege the warehouse." Wang Chang stepped in as a mediator, addressing the rotund man. "Hey, you there. I assure you that Su Xiaomi and I are innocent, so refrain from making baseless accusations. Kindly prepare a bowl of noodles for me, with extra chili and 2 sausages. Once we finish eating, you and the security supervisor will guard the ventilation shaft while the others secure the warehouse." The hefty man, seething with frustration, retorted, "Get lost. If you want food, go get it yourself." "What kind of attitude is that?" Wang Chang, equally incensed, responded, "And who do you think you are to command everyone?" The security supervisor chimed in. "He's right. Who are you to issue orders? He is the owner of this supermarket." Su Xiaomi interjected, "Oh, and what does that matter at a time like this?" The supervisor scoffed, "What do you mean? Are you disregarding the owner's commands?" Seeing Su Xiaomi support Wang Chang infuriated the hefty man to the brink of explosion. Spitting in rage, he exclaimed, "I haven't even settled scores with you yet. I was right there inside. Why would you let a lunatic block the ventilation shaft? Damn it, you dare speak? If it weren't for you, how would that spider have gotten into the warehouse? You nearly got me killed, you fool." Su Xiaomi retorted coldly. Lan Mingyao could not stand by any longer. "Do you possess no humanity? We must unite if we are to survive." "Huh, you, a shameless woman who steals men, should keep your mouth shut." Slap. Su Xiaomi was taken aback, unable to believe that Lan Mingyao had the audacity to strike her. Yelling, she prepared to retaliate, and the two women became entangled in a fierce struggle. "Enough." Forcibly separating the two, Du Xiaofeng's menacing gaze was tinged with a faint crimson, causing Su Xiaomi to collapse to the ground, wailing, "Zombie. He's turning into a zombie." Upon hearing this, everyone except Fatty and Lan Mingyao distanced themselves from him. Seized by paranoia. "Get lost. You're the zombie. He's my brother." Fatty retorted. "Look at his eyes. What else could he be?" Su Xiaomi exclaimed in terror. The faint crimson glow instilled panic in everyone, breeding fear. If he, with his formidable strength, truly transformed into a zombie, what chance would they have of survival? I don't care, he's still my brother, Fatty declared, at a loss for words. Lan Mingyao remained silent. Xiao Du, although you saved us all earlier, if you've become a zombie, we hope you can understand. Wang Chang's smile seemed utterly insincere. So, what do you intend to do? Du Xiaofeng inquired. The individuals he had rescued huddled together, deliberating before casting chilling glances in his direction. We've made our decision. For the sake of everyone's survival, you must die? Chapter 4, Betrayal. You must die. Wang Chang's smug expression, as if he were in complete control, infuriated Fatty. He lunged forward, grabbing Wang Chang by the collar, and spitting in his face. You son of a bitch. Do you have any humanity? My brother saved you, and you want him dead? If not for the numerical advantage of Wang Chang's supporters, Fatty would have already landed a punch on his face. Beasts. Even a dog would wag its tail at its savior. You're worse than dogs. Blue Mingyao gritted her teeth. Du Xiaofeng's gaze was solely fixed upon Su Xiaomi, his eyes burning intently as he calmly inquired, is this also your sentiment? Now that you are on the verge of transforming into a zombie, would you rather perish than remain and devour us all? Su Xiaomi did not believe she was at fault in any way. Du Xiaofeng's lips slightly twitched, his heart aching beyond measure, realizing that the very person he sought to safeguard desired his demise. We are not entirely devoid of humanity. After all, you did rescue us. Since you are about to become a zombie, quickly impart your final words. Then, take your own life. This is the ultimate leniency we can extend to you. Wang Chang's words represented the collective sentiment, each person regarding Du Xiaofeng as a zombie who would lead them to their doom. Such was the fickleness of human nature. Especially in this moment of life and death, Du Xiaofeng erupted in laughter, doubling over, utterly unrestrained, as if he had heard the most amusing jest in the world. Tears streamed down his face as he coughed, clutching his abdomen. Wang Chang's face flushed crimson as he scowled, pointing and declaring, "What are you laughing at? Allowing you to end your own life is the greatest act of mercy we can bestow." Du Xiaofeng slowly raised his head, the tears in the corners of his eyes yet to dry, his pupils faintly tinged with scarlet. He fixed his gaze upon Wang Chang, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips as he slowly approached. The rhythmic cadence of his leather shoes striking the ground seemed to resonate within the hearts of all present. What do you intend to do? Wang Chang stammered, retreating backward. Du Xiaofeng swiftly lunged forward, seizing his throat, constricting his breath, causing his face to turn a deep crimson. His hands frantically beat against the vice-like grip, as if striking against unyielding steel. What do I wish to do? The malevolence in Du Xiaofeng's eyes intensified. At this moment, he could hardly contain his emotions. Since you all desire my demise and wish to hear my last words, then listen closely. My final proclamation is that you shall accompany me to the grave. The cold glint in his gaze was no jest. The temperature within the warehouse suddenly plummeted. Tick-tock. Wang Chang, a man in his 40s, was so unnerved by that gaze that he lost control of himself, staining his white trousers with a conspicuous, unsightly mark. The onlookers turned their heads in disgust, pinching their noses. Let me go? Wang Chang's voice trembled as he shouted desperately to those behind him, hurry and save me. Otherwise, if I perish, you shall not survive either. The security supervisor acknowledged the gravity of his words and exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Xiao. Together, they brandished their baseball bats and stepped forward. Release him at once. You may have the power to kill him, but can you protect the two behind you? Feng Xiao's small eyes, obscured by golden-rimmed glasses, seemed to perceive everything. He surmised that Du Xiaofeng was acting to shield Fatty and Lan Mingyao. This realization brought a flicker of rationality back to Du Xiaofeng, yet he still did not relent. Seeing this, Su Xiaomi bit down hard on his hand, leaving deep marks that oozed with crimson blood. He released his grip, not from the pain in his hand, but from the anguish in his heart. Wang Chang fell to the ground in disarray, clutching his throat and coughing incessantly. After a brief respite, he rose with the baseball bat, joined by 3 others, all of whom fixed their steely gazes on Du Xiaofeng. The atmosphere grew somber and tense. In a moment of trepidation, Lan Mingyao felt a jolt of disbelief. Unable to fathom that Du Xiaofeng could confront 4 adversaries alone and approach her with open arms, vowing to protect her. Please, spare him. He is not a zombie. He is truly human. Lan Mingyao's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears as she choked on her words. No, we cannot take this risk. Just because he hasn't transformed into a zombie yet does not guarantee he won't soon. If he changes, we will all perish. Su Xiaomi was the first to voice her opposition. Her words struck like daggers, piercing the softest corners of Du Xiaofeng's heart. The plump fellow and Lan Mingyao found themselves at a loss for words to counter her argument. Su Xiaomi continued, he can choose not to take his own life. But he must not remain with us. He should go to the cold storage on his own. What difference does that make from killing him? What sane individual could endure the confines of a cold storage? If you two continue to obstruct us, do not blame us for taking you down as well. Du Xiaofeng could scarcely believe that such words were uttered by Su Xiaomi. He pulled Lan Mingyao behind him and, with a bitter smile, declared, very well. I shall enter the cold storage myself. But do not make things difficult for them. With that, he lightly tread toward the cold storage in the corner of the warehouse. You cannot go. If you do, it will be a path to certain death. Lan Mingyao pleaded, gripping Du Xiaofeng's hand in a desperate argument. His hand felt like a scalding furnace, yet she stubbornly refused to let go. Is he confessing his feelings? How utterly unexpected, especially in front of so many witnesses. Du Xiaofeng, wake up, please. Lan Mingyao shook him, calling out. He understood that he was nearing his limits, and thus, in a bid to secure his own survival, did he intend to enter the cold storage and await his fate alone? Glistening teardrops cascaded down her exquisite face, landing upon Du Xiaofeng's chapped lips, moistening them with a taste that was at once salty, bitter, and astringent. Observing this, the corpulent man surged forward, intending to assess Du Xiaofeng's condition, only to be intercepted by Lan Mingyao. Casting a disdainful glance at the callous crowd, she declared with chilling resolve, rather than eke out a miserable existence alongside these inhuman fiends, I would sooner embrace death with you, finding solace in companionship on the journey to the afterlife. Lan Mingyao, steeling herself against the searing heat emanating from Du Xiaofeng's skin, supported him as she opened the freezer and resolutely entered. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. As the corpulent man's fist was about to strike, the security supervisor swiftly subdued him with a decisive maneuver. Despite this, he continued to hurl imprecations. Su Xiaomi, who had harbored a deep-seated aversion towards the corpulent man from the start, with his obesity, indolence, and unsightly appearance, pressed her stiletto heel against his face, proclaiming haughtily, You believe you're exempt? Having descended last, you were undoubtedly wounded by that spider. You are also a zombie. Did you not express a desire to share life and death with your zombified brother? You are welcome to await your demise within the freezer as well. Sensing the malevolence in their gazes, the corpulent man recoiled in fear. He valued survival above all else. He immediately asserted that he was unharmed. Given that even their benefactor had been driven into the freezer, it was improbable that they would accept his unilateral declaration. In a desperate bid to preserve his life, the corpulent man divested himself of his garments, allowing them to ascertain the absence of any wounds upon his person. Still, they remained unconvinced. Ultimately, he was forced to endure the humiliation of removing his final article of clothing, submitting to a thorough examination by the security supervisor before they finally believed him. Now that we're among rational individuals, the absence of two souls will afford us a more protracted sustenance. Thus, we must deliberate on our subsequent course of action. Wang Chong stepped forward assertively. Wu Gang, I am the proprietor of this supermarket. Henceforth, you shall heed my directives. Su Xiaomi remained taciturn but undoubtedly supportive of Wang Chong, while the corpulent man harbored no desire to partake in these affairs. I am a retired reconnaissance soldier. Were it not for my guidance, would you have been able to slay the zombie outside and locate the warehouse to survive? The security supervisor genuinely desired to experience the sensation of commanding Wang Chong. Wu Gang, your wages are dispersed by me. Wang Chong retorted furiously, questioning how a mere employee dared to aspire to usurp his position. Feng Xiao, who seldom spoke, interjected, I believe we presently require someone like Director Wu Gang, an individual with the aptitude to lead us to survival. What we require now is a leader, a decision-maker, so that we may endure, rather than a mindless security guard. Wang Chong contended, Are you implying that I am mindless? Wu Gang inquired, rolling up his sleeves. With neither caring about the fate of Lan Mingyao and Du Xiaofeng, they argued incessantly over authority. With the numbers deadlocked at 2 versus 2, the corpulent man, harboring animosity towards Su Xiaomi, lent his support to Wu Gang, thereby concluding this farcical contention. Now that I am the one in charge, my word shall be heeded, and my commands shall be executed. Whoever disobeys my orders shall be penalized with a day's deprivation of sustenance. Wu Gang proclaimed, Corpulent man, you are responsible for damaging the ventilation shaft. You shall guard it tonight. Feng Xiao and Feng Jun shall be responsible for the warehouse door. It is already fortified with heavy objects. Should any disturbance occur, Simply provide notification. Wang Chong. Upon hearing his name called directly, Wang Chong was on the verge of anger. However, he noticed that Wu Gang's grip on the baseball bat had relaxed. You shall keep watch by the window tonight. Su Xiaomi had initially been assigned to monitor and rotate with them, yet she tugged down her collar, pouting playfully, unwilling to switch and desiring rest. Consequently, she and Wu Gang procured 2 sleeping bags, settling down before the cold storage. Achu. As soon as she entered the cold storage, Lan Mingyao sneezed. It was unbearably frigid inside. Supporting Du Xiaofeng to a corner, she noticed his upper garments had been stripped away. She rummaged through the cold storage for plastic bags to cushion him, hoping to prevent frostbite. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Lan Mingyao's head grew increasingly foggy. The cold seeped deeper into her bones, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Even her eyelashes were frosted. Having been overly startled at noon and feeling utterly drained, she realized that if this continued, it would not be long before she succumbed to the freezing temperatures. It's so hot, unbearably hot. In her daze, she heard Du Xiaofeng murmuring in his sleep. Trembling, Lan Mingyao reached to touch his forehead, startled by the heat radiating from him. How can he be so warm in a cold storage? She gasped. If this fever persisted, it could prove fatal. She contemplated calling for help from the outside, but the thought of their cold indifference dissuaded her. With tenderness, Lan Mingyao smoothed Du Xiaofeng's furrowed brow, her gentle gaze studying his unremarkable features and frail form. She recalled his fierce bravery when he fought against the zombies to save her, stirring a pang of admiration within her. Jealousy blossomed as she envied Su Xiaomi for having such a devoted boyfriend, lamenting his poor judgment in choosing a woman as heartless as Su Xiaomi. And yet he remained so infatuated. A sense of disappointment washed over her. Why was it that she could not encounter such a man herself? There are many who pursue their own men, yet they only value their appearance and physique. The thought of sacrificing their lives for another is utterly inconceivable. Du Xiaofeng was already in a state of distress, blood streaming from his nose, and soon his ears, eyes, and mouth followed suit, rendering him perilously close to death. Lan Mingyao, with both hands, attempted to wipe away the blood, but her efforts were futile against the relentless flow. It was once you saved me, now it is my turn to save you. Lan Mingyao made a momentous decision, shedding her garments, and then lay beside him, holding him tightly. Utilizing the chill of the ice chamber and her own cold aura, she endeavored to help him endure this crisis, disregarding the possibility of him turning into a zombie. It felt as though she were clutching a searing iron, her skin nearly melting away. Lan Mingyao fainted from the heat, yet her arms remained steadfastly around him. Chapter 5. Complaints. The piercing sound of tires screeching against the pavement echoed through the air. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as a vehicle collided with the front of the Hummer. The Hummer sustained minimal damage, while the rear of the Mercedes was dislodged. However, this incident alleviated some of the mounting tension. Seizing the opportunity, Du Xiaofeng hurriedly tossed Su Xiaomi into the Mercedes and turned to Wang Chong, urging, quickly take Xiaomi away. The city bureau is assembling. Feng Jun rushed to rescue Wu Gang. The Hummer roared like a furious beast, trampling the zombies as it charged towards Wu Gang. Du Xiaofeng bravely attracted the zombies' attention, acutely aware that they could not catch him. As Wu Gang clumsily scrambled into the vehicle, Feng Jun shouted to Du Xiaofeng, "Get in the car." Just as Du Xiaofeng was about to leap aboard, a zombie seized his pant leg, pulling him down, prompting him to swiftly sever the creature's hand with a knife. Having forfeited the opportunity, he was compelled to leap onto the rear of the Hummer, clutching the spare tire, and vehemently rapping on the glass, signaling Feng Jun to hasten their departure. Upon ascertaining his boarding, the assembly collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Virum, the Hummer roared, hurtling out of the parking area. The occupants exchanged triumphant high-fives, celebrating their narrow escape. However, as the sanguinary radiance illuminated the world before them, they realized their jubilation was premature. The entire thoroughfare resembled a veritable inferno. The eerie crimson moon persisted in its celestial perch, casting a lurid, scarlet hue upon all visible objects. The streets teemed with an inexhaustible multitude of zombies, densely packed. Du Xiaofeng was aghast. Doomsday. Fortunately, the Hummer possessed sufficient fortitude, rendering it improbable for the zombies to overtake them, despite their pursuit. At long last, they arrived at the municipal bureau's entrance. Yet, the spectacle that unfolded before them engendered an ominous premonition within the group. It was excessively tranquil. In the wake of such a cataclysmic event, there was not a soul in sight. The gate's barrier lay in ruins, emitting faint flames, and Du Xiaofeng espied Wang Chang's silver Mercedes parked within. He tapped on the window, indicating to Feng Jun to proceed inside. Upon entering the municipal bureau, police vehicles were strewn about haphazardly, having sustained collisions, while others had been obliterated, emitting billowing plumes of black smoke. The blare of sirens served as a stark reminder to expedite their departure. Mercifully, no zombies were encountered. Upon reaching the Mercedes, the once silver vehicle had metamorphosed into a verdant hue. Its windshield shattered, and its front end caved in, rendering the car manifestly inoperable. The doors were ajar, and Wang Chang and Su Xiaomi were nowhere to be found. Russell, I'm in the... The effective range of the walkie-talkie was limited to a mere kilometer, and the signal was tenuous, rendering it difficult to discern Su Xiaomi's precise location. Du Xiaofeng was seized with panic. He gestured for everyone to disembark and join him in the search for Su Xiaomi and Wang Chang. I have no desire to seek them out, nor do I wish to accompany you to certain doom. If it were not for your misguided leadership, we would not have plummeted from one perilous situation into another, Wu Gang exclaimed, gripping Du Xiaofeng's collar in anger. Releasing his grip, Wu Gang asserted, at this juncture, unity is our only means of survival. The madness around us is beyond comprehension. The stout man argued fervently. I stand resolutely behind any decision made by Du Xiaofeng. Were it not for him, I would have long succumbed to the fate of a zombie. Lan Mingyao nodded in agreement. I apologize. It was my grave misjudgment of the circumstances that led us here. Let's set aside other matters for now and focus on locating the two of them, Du Xiaofeng declared. In the midst of their conversation, a horde of zombies came rushing from the distance. Outside the municipal building, a dense throng of zombies surged forward with alarming ferocity. Wu Gang unleashed his crossbow, dispatching the zombies that obstructed their path. With no avenue for retreat, they had no choice but to charge into the municipal building. Du Xiaofeng caught sight of the zombies behind them, astonishingly feasting upon the corpses of their fallen kin. This was not the first instance he had witnessed such behavior. He had encountered the same gruesome sight while escaping from the supermarket. A wave of perplexity washed over him. Why would they consume their own kind? Upon entering the lobby, Du Xiaofeng anxiously called out over the intercom, finally discerning that Su Xiaomi and Wang Chang were trapped in a restroom on the third floor, surrounded by zombies. Unable to escape, despite their grievances, Wu Gang followed the group as they surged toward the third floor. Initially believing there would be few zombies on the upper level, Du Xiaofeng's heart raced upon seeing nearly 100 zombies awaiting them. It was reckless to charge in blindly. If they did not reach the restroom swiftly, they would likely become the next victims in this horrifying scenario. They are left with no choice but to ascend to the second floor. The first floor is infested with zombies, and many of those temporarily detained have also succumbed to the undead. After vanquishing 3 of these creatures, they sought refuge in an office. Wang Chang struck the wall with considerable force, producing a dull thud. Cursed be it. He cast a resentful glance at Du Xiaofeng. Had it not been for him, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Over the intercom, Su Xiaomi's voice erupted in a furious complaint. Du Xiaofeng, are you even there? Hurry up. We can barely hold on. Du Xiaofeng was at a loss for what to do and struck himself sharply across the face, realizing that his reckless behavior had placed Su Xiaomi in grave danger. Do not blame yourself any longer, Lan Mingyao said empathetically. Since we have decided that you are our leader, we shall bear the burden together. It is not just your fault. Feng Jun added. Enough, madman. Let us brainstorm some solutions together. The stout fellow also consoled. What to do? What on earth can we do? We cannot descend to the first floor. The third floor is overrun with zombies, and we cannot ascend either. How can I possibly save Xiaomi? Should I sprout wings and fly up? Suddenly, Du Xiaofeng snapped his fingers. Of course, wings. Oh, for heaven's sake, madman, you nearly gave me a heart attack, the stout one exclaimed. I know how to reach them, Du Xiaofeng declared as he approached the window. To his relief, a nearby drainpipe was visible. Without it, he would have had to seek alternative means. He retrieved a nylon rope from the stout fellow's backpack, which had been discarded in the parking lot while carrying Su Xiaoyu. He fashioned a climbing knot around his waist and secured the other end to the stout's waist. You intend to climb up? I shall rescue them momentarily and have them descend via the rope, averred the corpulent fellow. As he articulated these words, Du Xiaofeng had already ventured out the window. The second story was a dizzying 6 meters above ground. His inherent acrophobia caused his legs to tremble. Below, a multitude of ravenous zombies awaited, making a fall a fatal prospect. Fortunately, he ascended to the third floor without incident. As with the floor below, it was an office. Through the window, Du Xiaofeng discerned a solitary, stout zombie. Deftly prying open the window, he leaped inside. Before the zombie could react, he decapitated it with a swift strike. Disdaining the search for a corpse nucleus, he surmised there was none to be found. Cautiously opening the door, he peered towards the left corner. The restrooms were situated there on the second floor, and logically, the third-floor restrooms would be in the same location. Indeed, a throng of zombies had congregated there, relentlessly pounding on the door, threatening to breach it at any moment. Du Xiaofeng estimated there were hundreds amassed there, a number he could not possibly overcome alone. He needed to devise a stratagem to divert the zombies' attention so he could rescue the besieged individuals. Untying the rope, he fastened it around the waist of the deceased obese zombie. Recalling that zombies were inclined to cannibalism, he resolved to test this predilection. Reopening the door, he brandished the severed zombie head and hurled it in the opposite direction. The sound attracted the zombies besieging the restroom. Upon sighting the sustenance, they surged forward, ravenously devouring it. The ruse proved effective. Du Xiaofeng seized the opportunity to dash towards the restroom, whispering, "Xiaomi, I'm here to rescue you. Emerge quickly." The restroom door opened a crack, and an eye peered out, filled with trepidation. Upon recognizing Du Xiaofeng, the occupant hesitated to open the door fully, first needing to ascertain that he had not transformed into one of the undead. In an instant, the zombies devoured their kin's brains and surged once more towards the restroom. "Come out quickly." Time was of the essence. Du Xiaofeng pushed open the door, gripping Su Xiaomi's hand as they dashed towards the office. Wang Chong lagged behind, and as he entered, a zombie seized him. "Wang Chong!" Su Xiaomi cried out. "Ah, don't scream." Du Xiaofeng yanked him by the hair into the office and immediately braced the door with his body. Upon noticing a zombie inside, Su Xiaomi let out a terrified shriek. "Xiaomi, hurry and crawl down along the rope," Du Xiaofeng shouted. "I am scared. I can't crawl." Su Xiaomi sobbed. "Hurry. I can barely hold on." Du Xiaofeng was anxious, knowing the door could give way at any moment. Su Xiaomi closed her eyes, refusing to look at the zombie. Trembling as she clutched the rope and climbed out the window, with Wang Chong closely following. "Fatty, they're coming down. Be ready to catch us." "Okay." Bang. Simultaneously, the door could no longer withstand the onslaught and was breached by the zombies. Chapter 6. Doubt Bang. The door buckled under the pressure and was shattered by the zombies. With a wail, they poured in. Du Xiaofeng was struck by the fallen door on his leg, enduring the pain as he rushed towards the rope. One misstep could leave him behind. Gripping the rope, he leaped out the window without hesitation. A throng of zombies crowded at the window, and several tumbled from the third floor. "Hurry, you madman." Fatty awaited Du Xiaofeng at the second-floor window. Just as Du Xiaofeng's hand reached for Fatty's, the rope suddenly lost its tension. With his head facing downward, he plummeted rapidly. In extremis, the rotund fellow seized Du Xiaofeng's ankle, yet the immense force of the fall still caused him to collide violently with the wall. The resounding crash alerted the zombies below, who craned their necks in anticipation of sustenance. "Madman, I've got you. Hold on." The corpulent man bellowed, lacking the strength to hoist Du Xiaofeng back up. Fortunately, Lan Mingyao intervened promptly, grasping his other leg, and Feng Jun lent a hand as well. The group was once more reunited and scathed. Before Du Xiaofeng could utter a word, Su Xiaomi hobbled over, poised to deliver a slap, but the stout man intercepted her wrist. "Release me," Su Xiaomi shrieked. "You wretched woman, I've long held you in disdain. Were you not my brother's paramour, I would make you regret this." The stout man glowered. "Enough." Du Xiaofeng lowered his voice, imploring them to cease their quarrel, lest they attract the attention of more zombies, diminishing their chances of escape. "If not for your ineptitude and misguided directives, I would not have been besieged by those zombies. Do you realize you nearly caused our demise?" Su Xiaomi persisted. Despite the fact that she and Wang Chong had been trapped in the third-floor restroom due to her own haste and lack of observation upon arriving at the municipal bureau, now she was turning on him. Indeed, what ability does a mere warehouse keeper possess to lead us to survival? Wu Gang sneered. "Enough, you too, especially you, Su Xiaomi. You are utterly ungrateful. In the parking lot, you were on the verge of death, and had Madden not discarded his backpack and risked his life to carry you. Do you believe you would still be alive? You are a thankless wretch." The portly man was exceedingly irate. "Everyone, cease your bickering. We must unite." At that moment, it was established that he would lead us, and we should place our trust in him and support him. It was clear to me that he indeed possessed the capability to guide us. However, the circumstances we find ourselves in were unforeseen by anyone. Feng Jun spoke a fair truth. We must work together if we are to survive, rather than descend into infighting. Our current situation is far from optimistic. His words took Du Xiaofeng by surprise. Had he not witnessed Feng Jun previously thrusting a companion before the zombie spider? Du Xiaofeng might still have regarded him as a good person. Yet, in these chaotic times, are there truly any good souls left? The air grew heavy with silence as they gazed out at the blood moon, an ominous premonition rising within their hearts. Could it be that the end of the world was upon them? When Su Xiaomi descended, her hand was bloodied from the rope, and she leaned against Wang Chang's shoulder, sobbing, "Fatty, please lend me the gauze and alcohol from your backpack." Du Xiaofeng, limping towards Su Xiaomi, gently offered, "Xiaomi, allow me to bandage your wounds. Infections would be troublesome. I do not want your help. Go away." Su Xiaomi, still fuming, snatched the gauze and alcohol from his hands and handed them to Wang Chang. "You bandage it. How would I know how to do that?" Wang Chang refused to take them. "Will you do it or not?" Su Xiaomi glared, leaving Wang Chang with no choice but to clumsily assist her, even attempting to massage her injured foot. "What a mess." Fatty remarked disdainfully, "You're such a fool. She clearly does not fancy you, yet you still pursue her with fervor." The corpulent fellow, despite his verbal protestations, drew Du Xiaofeng closer, gingerly rolling up the pant leg, which was congealed with blood, revealing a laceration of nearly 10 centimeters on his calf, a gruesome sight of exposed flesh. "You reckless fool," he exclaimed, "to be so concerned for others when you yourself are so grievously wounded." He fumbled with the bandage, unsure how to proceed, admitting, "I've never learned bandaging. Allow me." Du Xiaofeng offered, taking the bandage, though finding it awkward to apply. Lan Mingyao gently stilled his hand, offering a tender smile as she took the bandage, instructing the stout man, "Alcohol." The stinging sensation of the alcohol nearly jolted Du Xiaofeng's senses. The portly man quipped with envy, "Be grateful, you. The fair Lan Mingyao herself is tending to your wound. I, too, would relish such an injury." 7:00 p.m. After a brief respite, a new quandary beset them. How were they to escape this place? The ground floor teemed with a dense throng of zombies, and the entire municipal bureau building was infested. How could they possibly flee? Everyone was agitated and on edge. My initial suggestion to seek refuge in the municipal bureau was predicated on the assumption that the police would possess weaponry, Du Xiaofeng explained. Given that I observed many zombies without weapons, it stands to reason that their armaments are likely stored in the armory. I propose we locate the armory to bolster our arsenal. No one contested his proposal, as it had been agreed upon beforehand that his word was law. "Do you suspect I would attempt a furtive departure?" he inquired. "I have no intention of abandoning you. Furthermore, these doors are insufficient to ensure our safety overnight. Therefore, I suggest we replicate our previous strategy. I shall ascend to the rooftop to ascertain whether it is infested with zombies. If it proves secure, I shall notify you via the walkie-talkie." The corpulent individual dismissed his proposal, leaving him wounded. When one encounters difficulties outside, it becomes arduous for others to provide assistance. Thus, he urged Wu Gang to accompany him in ascending. Although Wu Gang wished to decline, he was unable to resist the collective insistence and begrudgingly took the lead in the climb. Those familiar with climbing understand that an injured person must remain below, otherwise, their presence at the forefront could jeopardize the safety of those behind them. Upon reaching the rooftop, they discovered a rare refuge, devoid of zombies. After securing the rope, they utilized the walkie-talkie to signal those below to ascend promptly. Having surveyed the surroundings, he noted that only the main entrance was accessible. No other routes were viable unless the zombies possessed the ability to climb as well. The main entrance had been barricaded, ensuring their safety, allowing them a night of respite. Du Xiaofeng hastily organized the group to pitch tents and arranged their backpacks to form an SOS distress signal, hoping that anyone nearby or a helicopter might spot them, thus offering a glimmer of hope for survival. Once everything was settled, Du Xiaofeng resolved to descend from the rooftop in search of an armory and to scout potential escape routes. Wu Gang allocated his meager food supplies to him, acknowledging that the loss of a backpack had significantly diminished their provisions, necessitating a reduction in rations. After Du Xiaofeng descended, Wu Gang began distributing food among the group. "Hey, Wu Gang, what do you mean by this?" the corpulent man queried, holding up a single piece of bread, which was hardly sufficient to satisfy his hunger. "Why do they each receive a whole loaf, a substantial compressed biscuit, and a bottle of mineral water?" he pressed, unable to refute the situation. Feeling frustrated as he vented his discontent on the bread, Wu Gang discreetly slipped an additional piece of compressed biscuit to Lan Mingyao. gently grasping her delicate hand as he whispered, "Quickly hide it. Do not let him see." Once the coast was clear, he would return it to the portly fellow and urged him to keep quiet and refrain from causing a commotion. Du Xiaofeng descended from the rooftop, opting for the highest floor. In his mind, the uppermost level should be less populated. Even if there were indeed zombies, he believed he could withstand the threat. And if all else failed, he could surely outrun them. Peering out the window for a minute, he confirmed his assumptions. There was not a single zombie in sight. Stealthily entering the 7th floor, he untied the ropes binding him and secured them to the window. The long corridor lay ahead, with each office door firmly shut, leaving him uncertain of his next destination. Du Xiaofeng took a deep breath and walked down the corridor, where at the end hung a map depicting the locations of various offices, restrooms, and more across the floors. Am I on the 7th floor? Is this the alarm center? Oddly, there is no indication of a weapons cache. Could I have misjudged? Chapter 7. The Bet. Du Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, pondering whether the municipal bureau indeed possessed a weapons cache. As he scrutinized the floor plan again, he suddenly noticed a peculiar detail on the 1st floor. While the other floors featured a substantial area designated as a conference room for departmental meetings, the 1st floor lacked any indication of what lay to the left. The absence of such a significant area, coupled with the lack of a label, surely indicated something amiss. He mentally noted the location. To his left were the restrooms, stairwell, and elevator, while the far end to his right appeared ominously dark. From the signage, he discerned that this was the alarm center. He was uncertain of the situation within, but it seemed to be the point through which he could connect with the outside world. Although the corridor was devoid of zombies, Du Xiaofeng treaded lightly, pressing his ear against the door to discern any sounds within. It was eerily quiet, not a whisper to be heard. Just as he was about to push the door open, his walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life, startling him as he quickly covered the speaker. It was the rotund man. Expressing concern for his safety, Du Xiaofeng cautiously scanned his surroundings, reassuring the man that all was well, before turning his attention back to the alarm center. Satisfied that there was no threat, he assumed a retreat posture and gently twisted the doorknob. Click. In the stillness of the environment, even the slightest sound was jarring. Peering through the crack, he noted nothing amiss, and thus proceeded to push the door open. The alarm center was lined with rows of monitors, exceeding 60 in total. Each screen displayed 9 images, with a significant portion of the footage distorted into static. The scenes depicted chaos wrought by zombies. The destruction was severe, and nearly all signs of life had vanished. Du Xiaofeng's eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly at the images. He swallowed hard, then began searching for a means to communicate with the outside world. The computers were functional, and he was adept at using them. Unfortunately, they were connected solely to an internal network, leaving him blind to confidential documents. Frustrated by the array of usable equipment that he could not operate, Du Xiaofeng began to fumble and press buttons indiscriminately. In an opportune moment, he inadvertently activated the broadcast switch. To all survivors in the city, please proceed immediately to the high-speed railway station. Supplies of food and water are available. In 24 hours, we will completely annihilate the city. Upon hearing the announcement, Du Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement, his veins pulsating with adrenaline as he pressed the intercom. We are at the city bureau, surrounded by zombies. And there are survivors here. Please send someone to rescue us. Hurry. After a minute, the announcement repeated the previous message. It turned out to be a recording. What a waste of excitement. Nevertheless, it is reassuring to know there is a chance of survival. I relayed this precious news through the intercom to everyone on the rooftop. Just as Du Xiaofeng finished speaking, he faintly heard a sound behind him, and instantly, cold sweat trickled down his back. Curse it! Upon hearing the hope of survival, he had let his guard down. There was no sign of movement. He navigated past rows of computers and noticed something unusual about the curtains in the corner, fluttering despite the absence of wind. Unsure whether it concealed a human or a zombie, Du Xiaofeng drew a kitchen knife bound with a rubber stick and gently lifted the curtain. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, startling him, and he raised the knife, prepared to strike. Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Is that a human? Just as Du Xiaofeng was about to speak, he was suddenly knocked down by a person curled up in the corner, rushing towards the door. Hey, don't run. Are you human or a zombie? I. It was a middle-aged woman, her hair disheveled, speaking incoherently. How wonderful. He had finally encountered a living person. Are you from the police station? Du Xiaofeng inquired. Yes. The woman nodded. What on earth happened here? Why are you the only one left? The woman forced a smile that faltered, revealing a terrifying fear. I don't know. We received various emergency calls and then responded. Everyone went out. But just as we reached the entrance, they all died. All dead. Everyone has perished. They are devouring one another. Those who have been consumed rise again to feast upon others. Women scream in terror, their voices filled with desperation, enduring such horrifying, inhuman scenes. Maintaining composure is a formidable challenge. As she teeters on the brink of despair, Du Xiaofeng embraces her, exclaiming, Auntie, calm down, everything will be all right. You heard it too. There are those who can save us. Really? Will I recover from the wounds inflicted upon me? The woman raises her hand, revealing the injury to Du Xiaofeng. On her pale arm, all the veins have turned black, emerging grotesquely beneath her skin. 3 deep gashes, visible down to the bone, bleed profusely. However, the crimson blood appears to be shifting in hue, transitioning from red to green. Du Xiaofeng refrains from divulging the grim fate of becoming a zombie, instead offering comfort. Young man, I am aware. I am destined to become one of them. You need not console me, Annie. She replies with a forced smile. All right, let us find a way to the first floor and secure some weapons. I will lead you to the rooftop, where 6 others have survived, Du Xiaofeng declares, preparing to leave, yet he notices the woman remains motionless. Young man, I have a request to make. Could you grant me a merciful end? I do not wish to transform into an abhorrent zombie. Despite recognizing that what she faces has long ceased to be human, Du Xiaofeng finds himself unable to act. The woman raises the kitchen knife, her expression one of liberation. Du Xiaofeng merely rendered her unconscious and confined her within the police station before turning to leave. After securing the ropes, he faced a choice between the stairs and the elevator. Without hesitation, he opted for the latter. Taking the stairs posed the risk of being discovered, leaving him with no escape. A crisp chime resonated as the zombies in the hall immediately surged towards the elevator, yet failed to locate their prey. Only a few zombies crowded inside the elevator, while the rest dispersed in search of food. A kitchen knife gradually descended from the ventilation shaft above the elevator, swiftly severing the head of one zombie. The remaining zombies clamored to devour the fallen head, while the knife seized the opportunity to systematically behead all the zombies present. It was only then that Du Xiaofeng leaped into the elevator. Subsequently, he pondered how to exit. He crouched by the door, straining to hear the sounds outside. The silence was unnervingly palpable. Using the kitchen knife, he pried open the elevator door, and through the narrow opening illuminated by the faint crimson light of the moon, he observed the exterior. Only 2 or 3 zombies lingered at the elevator, while the others had scattered, standing vacantly, as though oblivious to their surroundings. Could they truly be blind? A daring notion stirred within Du Xiaofeng as he widened the elevator door by over 10 centimeters. He was taking a gamble, wagering that these zombies possessed limited vision. As anticipated, the zombies at the elevator remained obliviously stationed, failing to notice the ajar door. Seizing a zombie's head from within the elevator, Du Xiaofeng hurled it forcefully towards the right side of the hall. The zombies, drawn by the commotion, diverted their attention, allowing him to stealthily exit the elevator, moving gracefully towards the left. Just as he emerged, he nearly collided with the zombie head-on. Damn it! Still hiding in the shadows. Are you? Du Xiaofeng silently cursed in his heart, but dared not voice his thoughts, continuing to move cautiously. He observed as the zombie slightly twitched its nose, seemingly sniffing the air. Before it could open its mouth, Du Xiaofeng swiftly severed its head with a single stroke, casting the lifeless orb far away. Seizing the moment before the other zombies could react, he endured the pain in his leg and hastened toward the armory. Upon discovering the iron door of the armory ajar, a sensation of dread washed over him. He had underestimated the situation. Had the iron door been locked, he would have been left to await his demise. Remaining vigilant of his surroundings, he gently twisted the handle of the second door. Creak. The faint sound sent a jolt of anxiety through Du Xiaofeng, though fortunately, the zombies did not seem to hear. He estimated that while they possessed some hearing, it was likely not very acute. He then pushed the door open. Bang. Chapter 8. Speculation. The zombies in the hall howled, charging toward the armory. Du Xiaofeng swallowed hard in trepidation. Had he reacted even a moment slower, he would have faced a gruesome end, feeling the scorching breath of a bullet graze his nose. Can zombies wield firearms? Don't shoot. I am human. Hearing the approaching sounds of the zombies grow ever nearer, Du Xiaofeng shouted as he rushed inside, encountering a female police officer whose eyelashes glistened with tears. Are you human? Are you truly human? With no time for explanation, Du Xiaofeng hurriedly dashed to close the iron gate, securing the second door behind him. Silence enveloped the space. Devoid of any prey, the zombies fell quiet once more. Du Xiaofeng leaned against the door, a lingering sense of trepidation enveloping him as he could hardly fathom that another person resided within the armory. The resounding gunfire echoed clearly, even from the rooftop. The intercom crackled with the anxious inquiries of his portly companion. It was unmistakably his voice, and there were indeed other living souls present. The female officer, overwhelmed with joy, threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly. "This is wonderful. You are truly human, and there are still survivors. I thought it was the end of the world." Du Xiaofeng was at a loss as to where to place his hands, closing his eyes to relish the tumultuous softness against his chest. "Greetings, I am Du Xiaofeng, a warehouse clerk at a supermarket. There are 6 other living companions on the rooftop. And you?" He chuckled awkwardly. "Lin Shi, the armory administrator at the city bureau. My dream is to become a female SWAT officer." "Lin Shi? What a beautiful name. Is it just you here?" Lin Shi nodded, her mood shifting to one of melancholy as she reluctantly asked, "How did you know I was here? Were you sent specifically to rescue me? What about my fellow officers? Are there any survivors?" "I merely came here to retrieve weapons and equipment to carve a path to the high-speed train station. I was unaware of your presence." "As for your comrades, I fear." Du Xiaofeng hesitated, observing the glimmer of hope in Lin Shi's eyes, and chose not to finish his sentence. Lin Shi fell silent. At that moment, Du Xiaofeng finally took the opportunity to scrutinize Lin Shi before him. She possessed the quintessential features of a beauty, an oval face, a complexion of alabaster tinged with rose, a chic, cropped hairstyle, and a prominent bosom that seemed on the verge of straining the buttons of her uniform. Her shapely legs, encased in sheer, flesh-toned stockings beneath a pencil skirt, rivaled those of an international supermodel. "Let's procure our armaments with haste and rendezvous with the others on the rooftop," urged Du Xiaofeng as he ventured into the room. He rounded a corner and was startled to find a zombie prostrate on the floor. "Impressive. You vanquished a zombie." "Indeed. I aspire to be a SWAT officer," Lin Shi retorted with a touch of pride, striding past him without so much as a glance at the cadaverous figure. She led him through the armory, unlocking a door to reveal an arsenal of weaponry and equipment. "These are exclusively for the SWAT team. Perhaps you should change out of your current attire, including those heels, as they may impede our mobility," Du Xiaofeng advised. Heeding his counsel, Lin Shi selected an array of practical gear: a helmet, a tactical vest, a thigh pack, and combat boots. "Could you perhaps step outside? I need to change. Why not use the other room?" Du Xiaofeng inquired, before realizing the presence of the zombie's remains. He turned his back, assuring her, "I shall not intrude upon your privacy. Make haste. I shall gather our equipment to forestall any unforeseen circumstances. You would do well not to peek. Should you be caught, I shall gouge out your eyes." Lin Shi threatened from the corner, followed by the rustling sounds of garments being exchanged. Du Xiaofeng's curiosity was piqued, and he surreptitiously craned his neck, attempting to steal a glance from the corner of his eye. A vision of alabaster skin, framed by raven fabric, presented itself, the dark material accentuating the ethereal quality of her complexion. "You were observing me surreptitiously, weren't you?" Lin Shi interrogated. "I was not," Du Xiaofeng retorted vehemently. "Deny it all you want." For over 30 seconds, the telltale sounds of equipment acquisition ceased. "I am not deaf," Lin Shi rebuked, her eyes ablaze. Caught red-handed, Du Xiaofeng could only lower his gaze in discomfiture, busying himself with a handgun and magazines. Noticing his limited selection, Lin Shi proffered an MP5A4 and an M4A1, while she herself seized a shotgun, her tactical vest laden with ammunition and festooned with grenades, projecting an aura of feminine prowess that rivaled any man's. Her delicate frame, burdened with such an arsenal, seemed hardly capable of locomotion, let alone a sprint. Du Xiaofeng, chivalrously, relieved her of a significant portion of the load, bearing over 30 kilograms himself, yet feeling as if it were but a feather's weight. "We shall ascend to the 7th floor via the elevator, where ropes await us for an ascent to the rooftop," Du Xiaofeng declared, proceeding to excise portions of the zombie's viscera and flesh from the armory, adorning himself with the ghastly remains to mask his presence. "Do likewise, and smear some blood upon your face. I have ascertained that their visual acuity is poor, rendering them blind in darkness. Their olfactory and auditory senses are equally dull. If we carry the scent of their kin, they should remain docile." "Is there no possibility of fighting our way through?" Lin Shi inquired, her stomach churning. Du Xiaofeng, without pause, smeared a verdant ichor across Lin Shi's face. She suppressed her revulsion and followed suit. "Remain close behind me," he instructed. "We shall crawl. Silence is paramount." Du Xiaofeng took a deep breath, then gently twisted the doorknob, leading the way as he stealthily crawled outside. The zombies showed no sign of response. Indeed, as darkness fell, they were blind. As long as he exuded no human presence, they could not scent him and would refrain from attacking. He waved his hand behind him, signaling that there was no danger. Seeing the zombies remain unresponsive, Lin Shi followed him with a sense of relief. The two crawled through the horde of zombies, making their way towards the elevator. Suddenly, the intercom device attached to Du Xiaofeng's waist crackled to life, startling him so much that his hair stood on end. "Damn it, I forgot to turn off the intercom. Ugh, let's fight back." The wails of the zombies echoed in his ears as Du Xiaofeng raised his gun and pulled the trigger. "Quickly, carve out a bloody path. Being surrounded would spell trouble." Lin Shi hurled a grenade into the distance. Boom. Instantly, over a dozen zombies collapsed, their severed limbs flying through the air. Green blood splattering everywhere. A relentless tide of zombies surged toward them. Du Xiaofeng, summoning his courage, threw 3 more grenades, shaking the city bureau building. The two fought back to back as they battled their way through the corridor. Their aim may have been off, but they had ample ammunition. In the stairwell and outside the hall, zombies rushed at them like a frenzied tide. Du Xiaofeng frantically pressed the elevator button before turning to hurl a grenade, fending off the oncoming zombies. Crack! Boom! Lin Shi, wielding a shotgun, single-handedly intercepted the zombies descending the stairs, as well as those still lingering in the corridor. The elevator doors opened. "Hurry, get in. I'll cover you," Du Xiaofeng exclaimed. "You go in first. I am a police officer, and I have the responsibility and obligation to protect you." Lin Shi hesitated to enter. "Come on. The world is on the brink of destruction. Who would still acknowledge you? Hurry up and enter. I am a man. You go in. As long as I am a police officer for a day, I will be a police officer for a lifetime." The exhilaration was palpable. Du Xiaofeng felt invigorated, panting heavily. As the elevator doors slowly closed, a hand wedged between them, forcing the doors to reopen. "Climb onto my shoulders on the elevator roof. Quickly," Du Xiaofeng shouted as he crouched down, wildly firing at the zombies. Once Lin Shi mounted him, Du Xiaofeng stood up, using one hand to support her as he pushed her up. With the elevator filled with zombies, he too scrambled onto the roof. In the darkness, Lin Shi's cheeks flushed, her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. Du Xiaofeng recalled the moment he had inadvertently pushed her into the elevator, landing upon a rather sensitive area. Lin Shi opened the hatch of the elevator, ready to unleash her shotgun, but a hand pressed down on the barrel. "Don't waste your bullets. Use this." Du Xiaofeng wielded a kitchen knife, expertly severing the heads of the zombies within the elevator, leaving Lin Shi in a state of astonishment. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 7th floor. As Du Xiaofeng swaggered out, Lin Shi seized his arm. "Are you out of your mind? Don't worry, there are no zombies here, only one in the alarm center, which I have already locked." Du Xiaofeng reassured her, striding towards the rope by the window, but he noticed Lin Shi was not following. She was heading towards the alarm center. "Where are you going?" "My mother works at the police station, and I yearn to see her." Lin Shi choked back her tears as she spoke. Du Xiaofeng silently trailed behind her, as Lin Shi's hand trembled slightly while turning the doorknob. Her heart sank upon witnessing a familiar figure bound and transformed into a zombie. "Mother!" The heart-wrenching cry echoed, reminding Du Xiaofeng of his own mother. What would he do if she had also become a zombie? In a frenzied state, Lin Shi rushed forward, embracing her mother, now a grotesque creature with its mouth agape, lunging for her throat. In that critical moment, Du Xiaofeng thrust the handle of a rubber baton into the zombie's mouth. "Let us go. Leave her here. If there is an antidote, we will return to save her." After Lin Shi wept for a while, Du Xiaofeng supported her as they exited the command center. "Do you really believe there will be an antidote? I have faith there will be. Humanity cannot simply face extinction." Chapter 9. The Rift. Du Xiaofeng introduced everyone to one another, then instructed Wu Gang to fetch some food and water for Lin Shi. "Is that appropriate? Our numbers are already large, and food is scarce," Wu Gang protested. "Indeed, I refuse to let anyone take my share." Su Xiaomi's face fell. "Speaking of food," the rotund man grew irate. "Didn't TU just withhold some of my rations? Is that fair? Madman, I believe I should be the one to distribute the food." As tensions rose and the group threatened to fracture over the issue of provisions, Du Xiaofeng stepped forward. I extend my sincerest apologies for the loss of the provisions. Nevertheless, the armaments must be conveyed to Lin Shi. Without her, securing these weapons would have been unattainable, thereby ensuring our collective firepower. Should sustenance prove insufficient, deduct from my own portion. His declaration quelled any dissent, restoring harmony within the group. Following the distribution of arms, he elucidated the vulnerabilities of the infected. An announcement conveyed via broadcast indicated a rendezvous at the high-speed rail station, with a 24-hour waiting period. 7 hours had elapsed since the onset of the outbreak, leaving us with a 17-hour window to reach the station. Given the nocturnal blindness of the infected, Du Xiaofeng initially intended to proceed under the cover of darkness. However, owing to the collective exhaustion, respite took precedence, with the men taking turns on night watch. He assumed the first shift, employing binoculars procured from the armory to survey the city he had called home for 5 years. Having departed his ancestral village at the age of 18 to seek employment here, he harbored genuine affection for the locale. Gazing upon the once resplendent cityscape now shrouded in darkness and plumes of smoke, he was overcome with emotion. The cool night breeze carried a faint, acrid stench. Du Xiaofeng, feeling feverish, disrobed, recalling the infected's cannibalistic tendencies and capacity for evolution. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He swiftly retrieved the binoculars, focusing his gaze on the ground floor lobby, where numerous deceased infected lay strewn about. A garment was draped over his shoulders, its delicate fragrance eclipsing the putrid odor in the air. "Why aren't you resting?" "I'm overheated. I don't require it," Du Xiaofeng responded. "I am indebted to you for saving me and for sharing your provisions," Lin Shi murmured, seated beside him, her gaze fixed on the crimson moon suspended in the sky. Lost in contemplation. "A chivalrous rescue, you say? I am quite robust. Forgoing a morsel or two is of no consequence." Du Xiaofeng flaunted his rather meager physique. "You are as slender as a monkey. Flexing your muscles will only invite a chill," Lan Mingyao quipped, joining him in repose. "What nonsense. Behold my biceps, my pectorals, brimming with explosive force. How else could I have rescued you two damsels?" Du Xiaofeng declared, with an air of self-satisfaction. "Carry on with your banter. I am weary and shall retire for the night." Lin Shi yawned, retreating into the tent. Once she had departed, Lan Mingyao produced a loaf of bread and a half-empty bottle of water from her satchel, extending them to him. "Here, you may have it. I am on a diet and cannot consume so much." A rather unconvincing justification. In these tumultuous times, where many would fight tooth and nail for sustenance. She speaks of dieting? Du Xiaofeng's heart was warmed, and he accepted the offering without protest, devouring it ravenously. The mineral water bottle bore the faint trace of her lipstick, and drinking from it, he found it exceptionally delightful. What is amiss? Noticing her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably, wrapped tightly in her garments, Du Xiaofeng touched her brow. It was alarmingly hot, yet her small hands were chillingly cold. "I am terribly cold." She had succumbed to a fever. An ailment that would be trivial in normal circumstances now threatened her very existence. Du Xiaofeng paced anxiously, at a loss as to where to procure medicine. His own body grew increasingly feverish, his lips parched and chapped. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he attempted to call out. But his throat was too dry to produce any sound. He collapsed to the ground. The others, fatigued, were deep in slumber and did not hear his fall. Lan Mingyao struggled to rise and approached him, noticing that his entire body radiated a vivid crimson hue, his skin warmer than that of a furnace. No one came forth to assist. Lan Mingyao was disinclined to seek their help. She dragged the unconscious Du Xiaofeng to the side of the entrance, positioning him against the windward side of the tent, away from the crowd. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, she was on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Du Xiaofeng had developed a fever so intense that blood began to flow from his nose, soon followed by his ears, eyes, and mouth. "What is happening to you? You must not be in peril." Lan Mingyao choked on her words, her hands attempting to wipe away the blood, but their efforts could not match the relentless flow. "You saved me before, now it is my turn to rescue you." Lan Mingyao made a momentous decision, shedding her garments before lying beside him, holding him tightly. She relied on the cold breeze and her own body as chill to help him through this ordeal, disregarding the possibility of him transforming into a zombie. It felt as if she were embracing a searing iron, the heat threatening to melt her skin. Overcome by the heat, Lan Mingyao fainted, yet her arms remained firmly wrapped around him. "I am so thirsty." In her haze, she heard Du Xiaofeng's delirious murmurs. unable to think clearly. Her lips instinctively found his in a tender kiss. Gradually, the frantic beating of Du Xiaofeng's heart began to stabilize. That night, those who were supposed to take over their shifts remained undisturbed. As dawn broke, Lan Mingyao, having recovered from her cold, slept soundly, though something hard and unyielding pressed against her, causing discomfort. Slowly, she opened her beautiful eyes only to find a pair of wide eyes staring back at her. Suddenly, the events of the previous night flooded back to her. "Turn around. I need to get dressed," Lan Mingyao said shyly, lowering her gaze. The most tender moment is that gentle bow of the head, a delicate shyness that cannot withstand the cool breeze. Lan Mingyao has already donned her attire and slipped into the tent, while Du Xiaofeng has forgotten to inquire about the events of the previous night. Merely noting that his muscles have acquired a certain definition, feeling considerably stronger. At 7:05 a.m., he urged the plump fellow to rouse everyone from their slumber in preparation for their journey to the high-speed rail station. However, the plump one, with an air of mystery, pulled Du Xiaofeng aside to the very spot where he and Lan Mingyao had only just awakened. He questioned, "Hey, madman, is it truly possible to leave for the high-speed rail station? The announcement from the municipal bureau must be accurate. Are you genuinely intending to take everyone away? Have you contemplated the future? Without an apocalypse, we would merely be insignificant. Lan Mingyao would never treat you that way. And what about Lin Shi? The future? I haven't given it much thought. Lin Shi and I are nothing serious. But how do you know about my connection with Accountant Lan? Don't tell me that the palm print on Lin Shi's chest was self-inflicted. When I arose in the middle of the night to take over, I saw you with Lan Mingyao. I've already envisioned your path ahead. Since that Wang Chong is no good, having betrayed you, let us wield our authority to seize all his possessions. Then we can abandon him here to fend for himself. Once all this is behind us, we shall no longer be insignificant. We will become chocolate-flavored ice cream. Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiaomi would never betray me." Du Xiaofeng's anger flared as he grasped the plump one's collar. The plump one, equally incensed, brushed his hand away, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Are you blind? Can you not see the issues between her and Wang Chong? I consider you a brother, which is why I am concerned for you. If you will not confront Wang Chong, then I shall. Who made you my brother?" As the two engaged in a heated argument, Wang Chong and Su Xiaomi, whose demeanor was rather intimate, appeared at that moment. The rotund man approached with a mocking smile. Observing the interaction between the rotund man and Wang Chong, Du Xiaofeng felt a tumult of emotions within him. As he had articulated, should he depart from this place and the world remained unscathed, he would be nothing more than a fetid heap of refuse. His intimate connection with Lan Mingyao would dissolve into mere vapor. Not to mention the money-obsessed Su Xiaomi. Aware that his efforts might be futile, yet motivated by the prospects of the future, he tacitly acquiesced to the rotund man's actions. Once he acquired Wang Chong's assets, all issues would be effortlessly resolved. The rotund man assured Wang Chong that Du Xiaofeng would guarantee the safety and sustenance of both him and Su Xiaomi. Reflecting on it, he realized Du Xiaofeng possessed formidable skills. Since the world had already crumbled, money had become worthless, and thus he penned a transfer document. Du Xiaofeng was taken aback by Wang Chong's prompt compliance. He secured the transfer document, preparing to escort him down from the rooftop, only to be obstructed by the rotund man, who deliberately evaded the crowd. "We have already taken everything from him. Leaving him here to await his demise is something I simply cannot do," Du Xiaofeng declared, shaking his head. The rotund man was infuriated, and with the crowd urging them on, they had no choice but to proceed. As they descended from the rooftop using a rope, the rotund man nearly succumbed to the temptation of intentionally letting Wang Chong fall. The elevator descended from the 7th floor directly to the underground parking lot, where Du Xiaofeng had observed, through the surveillance footage, the presence of an armed police unit's armored vehicle. Upon arrival, the elevator doors opened, revealing an absence of zombies. "How peculiar! Why are there no zombies?" Du Xiaofeng mused, perplexed, yet he proceeded to usher everyone down from the elevator. Once outside, each person wielded a firearm, cautiously advancing towards the innermost recesses of the parking lot, where the armored vehicle awaited. At that moment, a large horde of zombies surged forth from the entrance, accompanied by several uniquely shaped undead beings, charging towards the crowd. 3 second-tier frenzied corpses? Goodness. And a fully leveled second-tier frenzied corpse? The crowd cast puzzled glances at Feng Jun, wondering how he discerned their nature. Upon encountering the zombie with crimson eyes once more, Du Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement. It was the consumption of a corpse core that had significantly enhanced his physical capabilities previously. If they could eliminate those 3 zombies and obtain their cores, the others would also experience an elevation in strength. Among them, one zombie emanated a faint red glow from its eyes, its teeth serrated, standing nearly 2 meters tall. With elongated arms and legs, its nails resembling bone spikes, each nearly 10 centimeters long, radiating a terrifying chill. Its speed was astonishing, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. What the hell? A 3rd-tier zombie. Run. This is a 3rd-tier predator. We are no match for it. And the vehicle cannot withstand it. Chapter 10. Feng Jun's secret. Feng Jun shouted in a trembling voice, stumbling towards the armored vehicle. The others could not afford to ponder further and hastily followed him towards the vehicle. The predator lunged at them with incredible speed, and the overweight individual at the back of the group was so frightened that he fell to the ground. The chilling bone spike nails reached for the man's head. Du Xiaofeng fired incessantly at the predator. Despite having had a quarrel with the overweight man earlier over Su Xiaomi, he couldn't ignore his plight and stepped up to assist. Lin Shi also provided cover with her shotgun, targeting the other zombies. Gradually, Du Xiaofeng noticed something peculiar. While the other zombies displayed mindless aggression without any defensive maneuvers, this predator seemed intent on evading lethal blows. Even so, Du Xiaofeng felt that the predator's power was overwhelming, prompting him to turn his attention towards Feng Jun in the distance. Feng Jun, be cautious. The predator's bony claws lunged towards Feng Jun's back. In response, Feng Jun rolled away, causing debris to scatter from the pillar in the underground parking lot. Du Xiaofeng quickly provided cover fire to intercept the predator. As the number of zombies increased, the group had no choice but to unleash a torrent of firepower. They expended all their bullets and grenades, managing to eliminate only a fraction of their foes while retreating into the armored vehicle. However, the 3 second-tier frenzy corpses were deliberately slain by Du Xiaofeng. For the sake of the corpse nucleus, he risked being torn to shreds by the predator while groping within the zombie's skull. Damn it, you lunatic, get in the car. The hefty man leaned out of the window, providing fire support for his comrades, firing shot after shot into the predator, thwarting its intent to kill Du Xiaofeng. Wait, help me drag it a little longer. I'm almost done. Du Xiaofeng was equally anxious. At that moment, the driver, Feng Jun, glanced at his empty wrist and was instantly filled with panic, leaping from the vehicle in search of something. He spotted the object beneath the predator's feet. Du Xiaofeng secured the corpse nucleus and dashed towards the armored vehicle, while Wu Gang took over Feng Jun's position and started the engine. Are you insane, Feng Jun? Feng Jun ignored the cries of the others, fixated on the ground beneath the predator, before charging forward. Damn it, Lao Wu, divert the predator's attention. Wu Gang complied with Du Xiaofeng's command, the vehicle roaring as it sped towards the predator. The car moved swiftly, but the predator was even faster, effortlessly leaping out of harm's way. Bang! The predator's feet landed heavily on the hood of the vehicle. Fortunately, the riot control vehicle had been modified, otherwise, it would have been wrecked on the spot. However, the glass was completely shattered. With a screech, Wu Gang slammed on the brakes, using the immense inertia to fling the predator off. Get in the car quickly, Du Xiaofeng exclaimed. The riot control vehicle roared as it attempted to escape the parking lot. But the predator leaped onto the roof, its bone spurs and claws tearing it open, startling everyone inside. Thankfully, Wu Gang's driving skills were exceptional, and he swerved wildly from side to side, once again dislodging the predator. As it attempted to pursue them, Du Xiaofeng produced a windproof lighter and tossed it toward Wang Chang's leaking Mercedes-Benz. A tremendous shockwave erupted, halting the predator and scattering numerous zombies. Damn it! What kind of idiotic teammates are these? Each one is a troublemaker. If they can get in the car, they don't. Next time we encounter something like this, if you want to die, we won't stop you. Just don't drag us down. Su Xiaomi grumbled. That's right, your actions are endangering us. Wu Gang chimed in. Su Xiaomi, what's your point? You want to abandon us? Without us, you would have been dead long ago. And now you're yelling at me? Fatty glared fiercely at Su Xiaomi. What did you say? Say it again. Wang Chang already. Du Xiaofeng quickly stopped Su Xiaomi from continuing. Not wanting Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi to learn about his extortion of Wang Chang's assets. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I put everyone in danger. It won't happen again. Feng Jun sincerely apologized. Oh, by the way, what were you retrieving? What was so important that you were willing to risk your life for it? Du Xiaofeng inquired, and the crowd turned their gaze towards his wrist, where a semi-transparent device resembled a high-tech watch. albeit with a modest screen size. "Ah, this is a birthday gift from my wife," Feng Jun elucidated. However, Du Xiaofeng could not discern any semblance of sorrow or nostalgia in his words. "How do you know that was a predator? And that zombies are classified into levels?" Du Xiaofeng pondered, for Feng Jun was undoubtedly more complex than he appeared. "I apologize, but I cannot divulge that information at the moment. Each individual harbors their own secrets. I hope you can understand, but rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. We have all faced life and death together, have we not?" Feng Jun remarked with a smile. He was indeed correct. Everyone possesses their own secrets and hidden thoughts. As the clock struck 11, they were merely 40 kilometers away from the high-speed railway station, and the announcements aboard the train echoed that news, igniting a growing excitement amongst the passengers. Though less than a day had passed, they were eager to leave the harrowing experiences behind. Following Du Xiaofeng's meticulously planned route, the vehicle traversed desolate backstreets, avoiding bustling urban areas and residential neighborhoods. Encounters with zombies were scarce. The high-speed railway station loomed closer, fortified by towering steel walls, each adorned with 1-meter-long spikes. The walls stood 5 meters high and 3 meters thick, forming an immense cylindrical structure. At the entrance, a throng of people congregated, permitted entry through a narrow passage. Du Xiaofeng couldn't help but reflect on the state of the world. It seemed that it had not succumbed to oblivion after all, and he was grateful that the portly man had taken precautions in advance. The two exchanged knowing smiles. They parked the vehicle outside, intending to travel light. Yet Du Xiaofeng insisted they carry their backpacks. They squeezed through the throngs of people into the high-speed rail station. The atmosphere was cacophonous, with at least 20 to 30,000 survivors, and more continuously pouring in. Each individual bore a unique, apocalyptic survival appearance, all driven by the primal instinct to survive. A large screen, originally meant to display the high-speed rail routes, suddenly showcased a young man wearing sunglasses, clad in a uniform unfamiliar to the crowd. However, his rank of colonel was unmistakable, leaving them to ponder whether the military had undergone a change in attire. "Ladies and gentlemen, please queue orderly for inspection to ascertain that you are not infected. Food will be distributed to you," he announced. At 1400 hours, the high-speed train will depart from this location. Those who passed the inspection were given provisions of food and water, and relief washed over them. Many moved to tears as the catastrophe seemed to finally subside. Du Xiaofeng and his companions, without a hint of skepticism, formed a line. Only Feng Jun exhibited unease, abandoning the queue to rush deeper into the station. Concerned for his safety, the group hastily followed. Observing their actions, many others, confident in their status and influence, decided to follow suit, believing there must be an alternate exit. At the entrance, they were halted by more than a dozen fully armed soldiers, guns aimed at Feng Jun's head. "Bring your colonel out to meet me. I possess this," Feng Jun proclaimed, his demeanor no longer that of an ordinary businessman as he revealed a watch on his left wrist. The soldiers clearly recognized its significance. Their expressions shifted, and they swiftly relayed the information to the colonel via radio. After a minute, the colonel emerged, his countenance grave. He surveyed the timepiece on Feng Jun's wrist and nodded. "Indeed, it is that artifact. I am surprised someone here possesses it. Were you not informed?" Subsequently, he employed a tablet. Scanning it, a holographic, three-dimensional display materialized, showcasing Feng Jun's personal data, accompanied by a progress bar. "Identity verification in progress." Feng Jun furrowed his brow, pondering the colonel's words. "Were you not informed?" What could this signify? Those trailing Feng Jun were perplexed, marveling at the technological advancement. Upon the progress bar reaching its zenith, a crimson zap appeared. "Identity verification complete. Privileges revoked. Identity token confiscated." The colonel, without further ado, gestured, and the soldiers behind him relieved Feng Jun of the identity token on his wrist. "Colonel, I am the heir to the Feng conglomerate. Do you dare seize my identity token?" A commanding aura emanated from Feng Jun. "Your privileges have been rescinded, have they not?" The colonel stated impassively. "Impossible. It cannot be. There must be an error. Re-verify." Feng Jun was becoming frantic. "The system is infallible," the colonel declared, turning away. His voice drifted back. "Consign him to the end of the line." Feng Jun was cast to the rear of the queue by the soldiers. The others nodded in agreement. Harboring a sense of having been exploited by Feng Jun, "We must depart from this place forthwith. I shall elaborate later. Quickly, time is of the essence." Feng Jun hurriedly made his way outside, only to find that no one was following him. Instead, everyone gazed at him with suspicion. Resigned, he led them to a quiet corner and began to explain. Chapter 11. The Ruthless Choice. It turned out that Feng Jun was not an ordinary businessman, but the heir of the Feng Group, one of the top 30 private enterprises in the country, valued at nearly 100 billion. As for the identity badge on his wrist, it was purchased for 100 million, not a gift from his wife, but a means to gain access to the affluent district. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, with the exception of Su Xiaomi, who regarded him with alluring eyes, Feng Jun shook his head and continued his explanation. The affluent district was a sanctuary for those whose assets exceeded 100 million, a place where one could remain unperturbed amidst the zombie apocalypse. The recently bitten zombies, sluggish and possessing diminished sight, hearing, and smell, were merely the walking dead. They could evolve by consuming humans or even their fellow undead. The second tier, the frenzied dead, as the name suggests, were significantly enhanced in every aspect compared to the walking dead, their eyes glowing with a crimson hue. The third tier, the predator, was even more formidable, with eyes radiating a fierce red light. Beyond that, he was uncertain. Then you knew from the very beginning that we would never be able to enter the affluent district. That while the altercation in the corner went largely unnoticed, as everyone was preoccupied with escaping this infernal place. Wu Gang also harbored the desire to vent his anger on Feng Jun, but Du Xiaofeng restrained him. Now, Du Xiaofeng said, seizing Feng Jun by the collar, his eyes gleaming with a faint crimson light, "You must divulge everything you know without reservation. Conceal nothing, or we will indeed end your life." The others observed Du Xiaofeng's eyes, the subtle crimson glow reminiscent of a level 2 rabid zombie. "What exactly is the zombie core gene? My knowledge is limited." Feng Jun replied, "Level 2 and higher zombies possess a core in their brains upon death. The individuals who sought me out had the ability to extract genes from these cores, enabling human evolution, enhancing capabilities, and extending lifespan. A level 2 primary gene can enhance abilities by 10%, while a max-level gene, characterized by intensely crimson eyes, can enhance them by 50%. The higher the zombie's level, the more potent the extracted core gene, potentially leading to exponential enhancements and even immortality." Upon hearing this, the group was astounded. "Impossible," Du Xiaofeng exclaimed. "If what you say is true, how many people would perish? What about the leaders of each nation? Would they stand idly by?" "I cannot say how many would die," Feng Jun responded, "but I surmise they would not allow complete annihilation, as there would be no one left to serve individuals like us. Moreover, it is not only humans who transform into zombies, but animals as well. As for the leaders, I am uncertain of their involvement. What if you wealthy individuals are bitten by zombies?" Lin Shi asked, her eyes beginning to redden. "I simply want to know if they possess a cure. I am unaware. I have divulged all that I know." Feng Jun's words allowed everyone a glimpse of the iceberg's tip, but nothing more could be discerned. At present, the most pressing issue is survival, followed by acquiring identification and gaining entry into the affluent district, for only there can one live in tranquility. "How was your identification revoked? And why did you come to me, city?" Du Xiaofeng inquired into Feng Jun's left ear, repeating the question when he received no response. "I do not know. I was also perplexed when the colonel asked why I had not received the message. My brother informed me that the group company in me city was experiencing significant issues and instructed me to come and resolve them. Could it be that he deliberately framed you, concealing the message and leaving you to perish in this catastrophe?" Wang Chong remarked, seemingly insightful regarding such aristocratic feuds. "Impossible. My brother and I have a good relationship. He even told me about my follower wanting to harm me, which is why I pushed him towards the spider," Feng Jun retorted. The clock on the wall was approaching 2:00 p.m. Du Xiaofeng had been contemplating Feng Jun's words. If none of the tens of thousands of people here possessed identification to enter the affluent district, why would the colonel gather them together and distribute food? Could it be? "Let's go. Those people will not so easily allow so many to survive," Du Xiaofeng urged. "Where can we go?" Su Xiaomi asked. "Drive away from here. Find a supermarket or similar place to replenish supplies, and then devise a plan," Du Xiaofeng said. "I no longer wish to heed your counsel. If it were not for you, we would not find ourselves in peril time and again," Su Xiaomi retorted. Wu Gang concurred. As he had long harbored discontent towards Du Xiaofeng's commands, he yearned for power. The group erupted into discord once more, with factions rallying behind either Du Xiaofeng or Wu Gang. Feng Jun aligned himself with Du Xiaofeng's sentiments, fearing that he and his companions would not survive much longer. He once again rushed to seek the colonel, refusing to believe that he would be forsaken by his family. It was inconceivable. "Colonel, Please lend me your phone. I must contact my family and arrange for several identity badges. I need to leave this place immediately. Feng Jun implored, agitated. The colonel sought approval before handing over the phone to Feng Jun. Feng Jun eagerly dialed his home, but neither his parents nor the steward answered. Fortunately, his brother's call connected. Oh, it's you. You're still alive? The voice on the other end expressed surprise. Without pausing to ponder, Feng Jun hastily replied, Brother, please arrange for several identity badges for me. I must escape from here. Ha. His brother's laughter filled Feng Jun with unease. My foolish little brother. Surely you attempted to reach our parents and the steward? Why did they not answer? Why were your identity badges revoked? Have you not considered why you were unaware of the zombie outbreak? Just fend for yourself out there. Under my leadership, the Feng family will achieve even greater glory. Feng Jun was left in shock, the phone slipping from his grasp without him noticing. The approaching figures, including the hefty man, overheard the conversation, offering a comforting pat on his shoulder, yet Du Xiaofeng was nowhere to be found. No, I must leave this place. I long to escape this place. Feng Jun exclaimed, gripping the colonel's collar, his eyes ablaze with madness. As soldiers dragged him away, he shouted frantically, Feng Run, I shall kill you. I will end your life. At that moment, the loudspeaker at the high-speed train station crackled to life. Dear friends, flee this place swiftly. A conspiracy is afoot. These soldiers do not wish for our survival. No one heeded the broadcast. Those who had received food were enraged and stormed towards the broadcast room, intent on silencing the one spreading such rumors. Consider this. Have you ever encountered soldiers clad in such attire? The iron walls can repel all zombies. Yet here we are surrounded by ordinary people. Why are they fully armed? Moreover, we've been here for quite some time, and many have shown no signs of infection. Why not evacuate us by train first? Must we wait until everyone has been tested? We have little time left. We must leave now. Upon hearing these words, the crowd suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting to shock and fury as they turned to the soldiers beside them. The riot ignited, and in an instant, tens of thousands surged towards the station interior. The colonel merely gestured forward with a nonchalant flick of his finger, and the armed soldiers unleashed a hail of gunfire. Outside, bodies fell in droves. A squad of soldiers emerged from the broadcast room, weapons aimed at Du Xiaofeng's head. The colonel delivered a heavy kick to his abdomen, holding a gun to his temple. You wish to survive and enter the affluent district, do you? Very well. I shall grant you that opportunity. With a snap of his fingers, a pair of soldiers pushed forth a cage draped in black cloth from the staircase, concealing within it an unknown entity. As the dark cloth was unveiled, Du Xiaofeng inhaled sharply, beholding within a Tier 3 predator. Seething with rage at its capture by humans, it ceaselessly battered the cage, even uttering human speech. I hunger. Provided you can slay it, I shall escort you into the affluent district. The colonel's smile was tinged with a playful malice. Why should I engage it in combat? If the multitude outside were to storm in, they could overwhelm you with their collective spittle, and we could then enter the wealthy enclave. Du Xiaofeng, having witnessed the predator's might, knew he was outmatched. That, I'm afraid, is not your decision to make. The colonel's soldiers seized Fatty and the others, forcing them to kneel, their heads under gunpoint. Madman, flee. Remember to check on my mother. Du Xiaofeng, aren't you supposed to be formidable? Hasten and battle that zombie. I have no desire to perish. Su Xiaomi's cries agitated Du Xiaofeng, causing him to clench his fists tightly. Yet, he stated calmly, why would you assume I care about their lives? Upon hearing this, the crowd's hearts sank, and they stared at him in astonishment. Bang. Chapter 12, A Devil Among Us. The colonel's gun emitted a faint wisp of smoke. Fatty, shot in the shoulder, lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Du Xiaofeng ground his teeth to the point of shattering. He wanted the colonel to believe that the hostages held no sway over him. The colonel pressed the gun against Su Xiaomi's head, smiling faintly. 3. You son of a bitch. You coward, you wish to be the death of me. I shall haunt you for eternity. Su Xiaomi cursed. Enough. Du Xiaofeng could not hold out until the people outside breached the soldiers' defenses. The colonel gestured towards the cage, and a soldier promptly opened it. A chilling howl, characteristic of a predator, reverberated, causing Du Xiaofeng's heart to tremble. Eyes glowing crimson, the creature fixed its gaze upon him and lunged forward. Lacking a suitable weapon, Du Xiaofeng was compelled to utilize the hall's architecture for evasion. However, his injured leg impaired his agility, and on several occasions, he narrowly avoided having his head torn off by the predator's bone spurs and claws. His pace diminished, and it became evident that he was approaching a fatal predicament. As the predator was on the verge of sinking its teeth into his head, Lan Menggao and Lin Shi exclaimed in unison, "Du Xiaofeng, be careful." In a display of desperate agility, he abruptly altered his course and sprinted towards the colonel, who stood 10 meters away. In the blink of an eye, he arrived. Whether due to the exacerbation of his leg injury or a deliberate maneuver, just as the tempestuous force threatened to engulf him from behind, he lowered his posture. The terrifying silhouette of the predator was reflected in the colonel's widening eyes, drawing ever closer. The colonel was knocked to the ground, his head violently severed. His expression remained frozen in terror, a vial of third-level gene serum clutched between his teeth, which the predator promptly devoured before he could rupture it. The crunching of cranial bones resonated in Su Xiaomi's ears as scalding blood cascaded upon her neck. "Ah!" She trembled, covering her ears and collapsing to her knees. Unable to move. As the predator's maw descended upon her head, the soldiers reacted swiftly, opening fire and retreating simultaneously. However, this momentary disruption failed to deter the predator's pursuit of its delicacy. The agony from the wound on Du Xiaofeng's leg was excruciating, but upon witnessing the predator's renewed assault on Su Xiaomi, he summoned his remaining strength and rammed into the creature, knocking it aside. Capitalizing on having captured its attention, I absconded outwards, orchestrating a plan as I fled. I shall divert its focus, affording you all an opportunity to escape. Should I succumb and transform into one of the undead, I implore you, do not attempt a rescue. These words, uttered by Du Xiaofeng, resonated with the gravity of a final testament. He held no illusions that his capabilities as a mere level 2 infected, compounded by his injuries, would suffice to evade the relentless pursuit of the predator. Upon bursting forth from the main hall, a scene of utter carnage greeted him. Countless souls lay prostrate in pools of crimson. These were individuals who had once harbored fervent aspirations of escaping this accursed place, only to find themselves permanently entombed within its confines. Abruptly, amidst the throngs of people, the reanimated corpses of the infected emerged, indiscriminately attacking the living. With alarming rapidity, a considerable multitude of the infected materialized, sowing further chaos and despair. Amidst the pandemonium, those with keen eyes beheld an appallingly formidable infected descending from the high-speed rail terminal, its bone spurs and claws leaving a trail of dismembered remains in its wake as it relentlessly pursued a lone youth. These were ordinary individuals, bereft of weaponry, left with no means to withstand the onslaught of the infected, let alone a level 3 predator. With a speed surpassing even that of an airborne plague, nearly a third of the assembled masses were swiftly transformed into the ravenous undead. Du Xiaofeng sprinted towards the securely fastened gates, his mind already formulating a strategy. Even in death, he would endeavor to exploit the predator's might to breach the barriers, thus enabling the escape of others. The predator, seemingly incensed, pursued Du Xiaofeng with unwavering determination, the gap between hunter and hunted steadily diminishing. With a guttural roar, the predator lunged at its intended prey in a manner akin to a tiger seizing its quarry. Just as onlookers braced themselves for the imminent dismemberment of the youth clad in a windbreaker, he executed a swift maneuver, forcibly lowering his stature and scraping along the ground, causing the predator's attack to miss its mark. No one spared a second glance to ascertain his fate, as the instinct for self-preservation took precedence. A resounding crash echoed as the predator collided forcefully with the gates, causing them to buckle and collapse. Du Xiaofeng had no time to celebrate. He dashed out of the high-speed train station with the predator, shouting behind him, "Come out!" Those who had not succumbed to zombification sprinted towards the exit. A deafening gunshot echoed through the air. It turned out that the soldiers had not departed. They remained stationed on the wall, their rifles aimed at the uninfected civilians. Should anyone dare to rush towards the exit, the soldiers would not hesitate to fire. Their intent was to ensure that everyone perished here, transforming into zombies. The abyss lay empty, while demons roamed the earth. With demons ahead and zombies behind, one by one, ordinary people were overtaken and bitten, succumbing to zombification. This spurred others to recklessly charge towards the exit, preferring a swift death by gunfire rather than a slow demise by bites. The soldiers' aim was precise. Yet the throng rushing for the exit was overwhelming, and some fortunate souls managed to break free. Seeing that the predator had been lured away by Du Xiaofeng, Wu Gang seized the opportunity to escape the hall, offering no assistance to anyone. The group had to evade zombie attacks while also being wary of soldiers' gunfire. Navigating perilously towards the exit, The plump man and his companions lagged behind. He could no longer endure and did not wish to hinder the others, urging them to flee at once. The rest could only move ahead. Everyone boarded the vehicle, leaving only the plump man struggling to advance. "Hurry, fat man," Feng Jun shouted from inside the car. "Drive. Do you wish to endanger us again?" Su Xiaomi yelled, ready to kick Feng Jun out of the vehicle. The plump man was still several dozen meters from the car, a seemingly insurmountable chasm of life and death separating them. Feng Jun, with Wu Gang's dagger pressed to his throat, had no choice but to drive. The vehicle roared to life, not fleeing from the train station, but instead charging directly towards the portly figure within. The side mirror was knocked off as it narrowly squeezed through the tight entrance, executing a graceful drift that positioned the rear of the car towards the rotund man. With a clatter, the rear door swung open, and both Lan Mengyao and Lin Shi extended their hands towards him. As the car burst forth from the station, a horde of relentless zombies pursued closely behind, bullets incessantly striking the armored body of the vehicle. "Damn it! Who told you to drive in here? Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to end your life?" The portly man heard Wu Gang's furious curses as he climbed aboard. "I do not wish to squander Du Xiaofeng's goodwill." Aiming to lead everyone away from this peril and into the affluent district, Feng Jun clarified. "What? The affluent district? Had you informed us of that beforehand, we would not have fallen into such danger." Wu Gang retorted angrily. "Enough. You can barely save yourself, yet you intend to escort us to the affluent district? Huh. If you seek death to save the portly man, do not drag the rest of us down with you. His life is valuable. But must the others accompany him to the grave?" Su Xiaomi lamented. "Feng Jun, your actions are utterly excessive. Were it not for our fortunate circumstances, we would all be doomed." Wang Chong concurred. "What the hell? Do you possess no humanity? To abandon me like this?" The portly man's small eyes bulged with rage. "Did we not agree previously? Not to endanger others?" Wu Gang scoffed. Lan Mengyao and Lin Shi remained silent. Selfishness is an inherent trait of humanity, not categorized among the 7 deadly sins, especially in this apocalyptic world. They could not reproach others. Du Xiaofeng gasped for breath, his lungs ablaze, running forward, yet perpetually unable to shake off the predators at his heels. Several times, he narrowly escaped death, feeling the chilling claws graze his hair. "Damn it! Can you please stop chasing me?" he exclaimed. "I'm starving." Du Xiaofeng was on the brink of collapse. If this continued, he would inevitably be exhausted and torn to shreds by the predator. He desperately needed to devise a plan. After all, he was still a virgin and did not wish to perish so soon. After what felt like an eternity of running, he finally beheld a residential complex towering over him with more than 10 stories. A strategy began to form in his mind. With 1 person and 1 corpse, he sprinted toward the rooftop via the stairs. Du Xiaofeng was less than 3 meters from the edge of the rooftop, still pushing himself to run with all his might. When he executed a concealed maneuver, he jumped. He leaped off the rooftop, a drop of 30 to 40 meters. Even having consumed the core of a frenzied corpse, survival was an impossibility. The predator, in pursuit of its prey, followed suit, plummeting down with a ferocious roar. It shattered its hands and feet upon impact, its ribcage reduced to dust, leaving a gory mess. Yet, astonishingly, its head remained intact. Du Xiaofeng clung desperately to a nylon rope, dangling precariously over the edge of the rooftop, his heart racing with fear. Fortunately, he had secured the rope to a solar panel. Otherwise, he would have met the same grim fate as the predator. A wave of reflection washed over him. This predator was truly terrifying. How could it survive such a fall? If it had perished, obtaining its core would have greatly enhanced his own strength. A troubling intuition stirred within Du Xiaofeng, yet he held on to the belief that fate would favor the fortunate, and they would not meet such an untimely demise. Surveying the vicinity of the residential complex from the rooftop, I discerned nothing of particular interest. The zombies within the complex were merely common walkers, present in a manageable quantity, likely attributable to the newness of the development and its relatively sparse population, thus precluding the emergence of any mutated variants. 16-20 hours. Descending from the rooftop, with the intention of taking the elevator, I espied a conspicuous red emblem in the corridor, the Doomsday Survivors Alliance. Provisions within. All survivors welcome. Contemplating this proclamation, a wave of unease washed over Du Xiaofeng. Could such benevolence truly exist in this world? Suspecting a ruse, he turned to depart. Alas, his stomach betrayed him, emitting a series of plaintive rumbles. Having foregone both breakfast and lunch, and enduring a protracted pursuit by a predator, He was now assailed by hunger, bordering on dizziness. Surely, they wouldn't resort to cannibalism? Du Xiaofeng lingered before the door, his resolve wavering, before ultimately pressing the doorbell. The camera positioned in the upper left corner of the door whirred to life, scrutinizing him for a moment. Click the door yielded. Chapter 13. The fourth corpse nucleus. Du Xiaofeng remained vigilant, prepared to flee at the slightest provocation. The door opened to reveal a woman, perhaps in her late 30s, adorned with an apron, her features still retaining vestiges of youthful comeliness. Wonderful, you're truly alive. Please, come in. Could such effusive hospitality be genuine? Was this truly the apocalypse? Du Xiaofeng was perplexed. Escorted into the residence, he observed that it was a spacious 4-bedroom apartment, replete with an abundance of provisions. Stacks of food and bottled water were piled so high, they scarcely left room to maneuver. A middle-aged man emerged from one of the rooms, his countenance adorned with a pair of large, black-rimmed spectacles and a genial smile. Greetings and welcome. Greetings. My name is Du Xiaofeng. I noticed your banner outside. We were the ones who wrote it. Our aim is to help more people survive. My wife and I are survivalists, so we've been stockpiling supplies. We have enough here to last us for 5 years. Young Du, judging by your appearance, you've had a rough time with the zombies out there, haven't you? Dear, please prepare something for our guest. A steaming bowl of instant noodles with ham and an egg was served. Du Xiaofeng didn't hesitate, finishing it in no time and patting his stomach with satisfaction. He noticed tea leaves in a paper cup under the coffee table, along with cigarette butts and ashes, which immediately triggered his nicotine craving. Uncle, do you smoke? Oh, I don't smoke. Then what's this? Du Xiaofeng asked, picking up the paper cup. A flicker of unease crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, but he quickly masked it. That was left by a previous acquaintance. By the way, I have cigarettes here. Would you like one? The middle-aged man offered a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes. Du Xiaofeng didn't suspect much, as he knew he could now overpower even a retired reconnaissance soldier like Wu Gang, thanks to consuming the zombie core. He lit a cigarette, taking a deep, satisfying drag. Uncle, where did he go? After hearing this, Du Xiaofeng fell silent, thinking of his mother and sister. But he couldn't even leave me city. So how could he find them? Thank you for your hospitality, Uncle and Auntie. I have friends who are also trying to escape, and I want to find them. My dear boy, look at the state you're in after being chased by zombies. You should rest and recover first, then gather some supplies before heading out to find them. The aunt's words resonated with truth. Replenishing one's vigor was paramount, rendering a nocturnal search more judicious. With the undead visually impaired under the cloak of night, the odds of eluding predators would be significantly augmented. Subsequently, he divested himself of his trousers and unwound the prior bandage. During the disinfection with alcohol, he strategically lodged a pillowcase between his teeth, yet the searing pain nearly transported his very essence. Scarcely had he re-bandaged the wound when a wave of debilitating fatigue assailed him. His eyelids felt laden with an unbearable weight. A sudden realization of the anomaly struck Du Xiaofeng, but alas, it was too late. His head lolled to the side, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, he had the foresight to secure the door upon entry. In the living room, the couple observed the guest room, engaging in hushed discourse. Was it administered? Affirmative, it was. Then let us also seek repose. We have been awake all night, and further tasks await us anon. Indeed, you precede me. I shall tidy up. Lest our deceit be discovered, suspicion may arise. The man glanced at the clock adorning the wall. A decade of minutes had already elapsed. A sinister smile played upon the corners of his lips. 3:30 in the morning. Ugh, the pain. Du Xiaofeng pried open his heavy eyelids. The scene before him slightly blurred. Throbbing sensations emanated from the wound on his leg. He glanced at the time and suddenly recalled his excessive weariness. The abrupt descent into slumber. This couple is undoubtedly suspect. I cannot remain here. Du Xiaofeng hastily descended from the bed in search of his shoes, intending to depart, only to discover that his sneakers had vanished. Incongruous. I distinctly recall not removing my shoes, nor did I slumber upon the bed. Instantly, cold sweat permeated his back. I fault myself for my negligence and excessive confidence in my abilities. After a thorough search, he donned a pair of slippers and gingerly twisted the doorknob. As he suspected, the flimsy lock had already been disengaged. A wave of belated trepidation washed over Du Xiaofeng. Had the couple intended to harm him, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. He began to tiptoe away from the area. Suddenly, he detected a faint sound emanating from a room around the corner. His guest room was situated at the innermost part of the house, directly facing the restroom, with the aforementioned room just around the bend. Driven by curiosity, he cautiously turned the handle of the door and stepped inside. A zombie, clad in a pink Hello Kitty pajama set, was chained to a corner facing away from the window. One could still discern her pre-transformation appearance, a girl of perhaps 16 or 17, in the prime of her youth, with a slender figure and fair skin. Her dark, lustrous hair cascaded down her chest, and one could vaguely make out her delicate features, suggesting she was a belle of her school. Iron chains, as thick as a finger, were bolted to the walls on either side, securing her hands, while her feet were similarly fettered, each attached to a 20-pound iron ball. A figure crouched before her, fiddling for a moment before retrieving a human thigh from a basin. She presented it to the zombie, who devoured it in mere moments, leaving nothing behind, while continuing to wail. There, little darling. Hush now. Soon you'll have something fresh to eat. Mother won't let you go hungry. Du Xiaofeng could perceive the woman's choked voice and genuine emotion. He was on the verge of offering solace when it dawned on him. Could the fresh meal she spoke of be referring to him? At that very moment, the door to the room swung open, with a distinctive racing helmet adorning his head, encircled by layers of metallic rings around his neck. He donned an outfit reminiscent of armor, composed entirely of metal plates, with even his shoes mirroring this formidable appearance. He resembled a metallic knight, wielding a blood-stained machete, its blade darkened from excessive exposure to blood. "Ah, little Du, why have you awakened?" one of the couple inquired. "We were hoping you would enjoy a restful slumber." Du Xiaofeng's lips twitched in response to their words. "Damn it, I always knew this world was devoid of benevolent souls and virtuous deeds. As for your daughter's condition, I am powerless to assist. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he intended to depart. However, the revelation he had witnessed rendered his exit futile. "My precious daughter is hungry, did you not hear?" the man declared. "She has a penchant for fresh delicacies, particularly human brains. She has grown weary of anything else." Indeed, the individual who had previously indulged in smoking and sipping tea was undoubtedly another victim, sacrificed to nourish their daughter. No sooner had he finished speaking than the middle-aged man swung the machete toward Du Xiaofeng's head with alarming swiftness. Yet, to Du Xiaofeng, the motion appeared as though it were unfolding in slow motion, almost laughably sluggish. "Enough. I harbor no desire to slay you." Du Xiaofeng, recalling their prior gestures of hospitality, offering him a bowl of noodles and some alcohol-soaked gauze, continued to evade, retreating until he stood before the mother and daughter. Suddenly, he was seized from behind. "I too wish you no harm, but it is a privilege for you to provide sustenance for my daughter." The machete whistled as it descended once more towards Du Xiaofeng's head. "Damn, what arrogance!" Du Xiaofeng cursed under his breath. Thrusting his hips upwards, he seized the woman's hair and flung her aside, simultaneously ducking to evade the blade. Clang! The machete severed the iron chain that bound their daughter's hands. Free to move, she immediately clutched her mother's hair and bit down ferociously. The woman never anticipated that after committing murder to feed her daughter, she would ultimately meet her end at the hands of her cherished offspring. "Ah!" A harrowing scream echoed, sending shivers down Du Xiaofeng's spine. "Wife!" the man howled, rushing forward to render aid. Du Xiaofeng, however, refrained from intervening. Instead, he exited the room and bolted the door shut, observing that the living room had been meticulously cleaned, evidently to conceal any traces from the next unsuspecting visitor. "Huh, humans!" Du Xiaofeng scoffed, settling onto the sofa, igniting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. "Help! Please, help me! Little Du!" "Ah!" Blood-curdling cries for help reverberated from within the room. Bang, bang, bang. "Little Du, open the door, I'm hungry." "Ha ha ha." The sound of knocking, coupled with the ghastly voice unique to a level 2 crazed corpse, permeated the living room. Du Xiaofeng lit another cigarette, holding it between his lips as he opened the door. The zombie had clearly evolved, its eyes now gleaming with a faint crimson light, its sternum fractured, and its mother's head protruding from within. The two heads grinned grotesquely, creating a truly unnerving sight. Du Xiaofeng retrieved the machete from beside the father's corpse, brandishing it in his hand. "You have reunited as a family. Allow me to liberate you." With that, he swung the machete towards the zombie's head. Although the frenzied corpse possessed greater speed, strength, and defense than the ordinary undead, it lacked cognition, attacking mindlessly. Du Xiaofeng seized the opportunity to sever its head, uncovering a crimson glowing corpse core within. For corpse cores ensured safety for the hefty man and the three women. Holding the corpse core, Du Xiaofeng located his athletic shoes. loaded a large backpack with instant noodles and water, and departed before dawn broke. Chapter 14. The Power of the Corpse Core at 6:45 a.m. Only a few minutes remained until dawn. Draped in the flesh and blood of the earlier zombie and wielding the machete, Du Xiaofeng navigated cautiously through the neighborhood, striving to avoid disturbing the hordes of zombies. Though he feared them not, he understood the peril of being overwhelmed. His primary concern was the potential arrival of predators. Limping out of the community, the streets lay in disarray. Vehicles were either wrecked or exploded, debris scattered everywhere, and hundreds of zombies roamed aimlessly. As daylight broke, the sun remained hidden, and the ominous blood moon lingered high in the sky. The zombies had ceased their wandering. Du Xiaofeng took a shortcut. Traversing 2 more streets would lead him to the only shopping mall near the neighborhood, hoping to find the hefty man and the others there. Time was of the essence. Although the colonel had perished, it did not imply that his ominous proclamation of the city's total destruction would go unheeded by others. Damn, the specter of despair lingered on. The predator had unexpectedly emerged from the community and pursued him, its previously shattered leg now fully regenerated, while its hand remained absent. Du Xiaofeng felt a twinge of curiosity, speculating that it might have consumed a portion of the zombies within the neighborhood, thus explaining the reduced number of undead he had encountered that morning. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his leg, he darted frantically through the narrow alleys. Ahead, the space between 2 private residences was scarcely wide enough for an adult to pass sideways. The predator would undoubtedly be unable to squeeze through. Du Xiaofeng feigned a move and slipped inside. The predator's claws shredded the wall in a frenzied attempt to reach him, narrowly missing him as it howled in frustration outside. Unable to follow, he marveled at the irony. Those selfishly constructed houses, which had once seemed a nuisance, had now saved his life in a crucial moment. A wave of apprehension washed over Du Xiaofeng as he envied the predator's formidable abilities, yearning for its core, yet fearing for his own survival. He cautiously made his way toward the shopping mall. The parking lot in front of the mall was a scene of chaos, with hundreds of zombies milling about, and over a dozen were violently pounding on the mall's entrance. Scanning the area, Du Xiaofeng's gaze fell upon a riot control vehicle 100 meters away, its roof missing and severely damaged. Indeed, they were here. Du Xiaofeng repeatedly called out over the intercom to confirm their presence inside. Stop calling. Is everyone all right? I see the riot control vehicle at the entrance of the giant mall. Are you inside? Yes, we're inside. Excellent. There are zombies at the front. I shall enter through the rear entrance. Rendezvous with me there. As Du Xiaofeng spoke, he prepared to circumvent to the back door. I advise against entering. We possess scant resources here. Seek refuge elsewhere. Xiaomi. Despite the absence of a welcoming party, his concern for the safety of his comrades compelled him to stealthily approach the mall's rear entrance. Observing a mid-sized lorry in close proximity, a plan formulated in his mind to employ the vehicle to breach the back door. This would facilitate entry and, upon departure, enable the transportation of numerous individuals and supplies via the cargo hold. However, a predicament arose. He had never possessed the financial means to acquire driving lessons. Regardless, he mused, the vicinity teems with zombies. Crushing them would be advantageous. Having dispatched 3 or 4 zombies, Du Xiaofeng surreptitiously reached the vehicle and ensconced himself within. Fortuitously, the ignition key remained in situ. Gripping the steering wheel with trepidation, recollections of Feng Jun's driving technique surfaced in his consciousness. Ignition, gear engagement, clutch release, handbrake disengagement. The vehicle stirred to life, maintaining remarkable stability. Du Xiaofeng distinctly perceived an augmentation in his learning aptitude. Upon acclimatization, he depressed the accelerator with vehemence, directing the vehicle towards the rear entrance. Thump! The back door succumbed. Du Xiaofeng, having fastened his seatbelt, emerged unscathed and promptly disembarked to procure items to barricade the compromised wall. The endeavor left him drenched in perspiration. On the mall's ground floor resided a convenience store, the rear entrance of which served as the supermarket's storage facility. Despite its diminutive size, the convenience store appeared devoid of occupants. Curious, where are the people? Du Xiaofeng pondered as he exited the supermarket. The mall comprised 6 stories, characterized by a vast, hollow circular atrium, serviced by 2 transparent elevators. The mall purveyed an assortment of merchandise. Cautiously, they searched through the various shops, eventually finding their companions in a store selling home goods. Some were reclining or seated, taking a moment to rest. Among them were not only the rotund fellow and his companions, but also a refined young man and an elderly pair of ladies. Upon learning of the gunshot wound that had left a bullet lodged in the shoulder, they were instantly at a loss. If the situation were to deteriorate and lead to an infection, it could prove fatal. In my view, it would be best to cast him out, thereby conserving food and water and sparing him further suffering. Were they to leave this place, would they truly carry a wounded man with them? Should the others be condemned to share his fate? Du Xiaofeng shot a glare at Su Xiaomi. No. Du Xiaofeng vehemently rejected the notion. Is this how you regard fairness towards him? Du Xiaofeng glared fiercely. Let us resolve this by vote. No. You and the two ladies are not part of our team. It is I who shall decide. Even if I must perish, I shall not abandon him. Yet, despite the prior agreement that Du Xiaofeng would have the final say, Wu Gang and Wang Chong stepped forward, insisting on a vote. The final tally revealed Du Xiaofeng's side with 5 votes against 4. The two elderly ladies abstained from voting. The rotund fellow remained, but all responsibility fell upon Du Xiaofeng. He clutched his brother's hand tightly, stifling tears. Cough, cough, cough. Feng Jun lay on the sofa in the corner, coughing until his face turned crimson. He too was unwell. However, due to his status as the heir to the Feng group, there remained a slim hope that he could lead them into the affluent district. Which is why Su Xiaomi and Wu Gang had refrained from expelling him. This situation could not persist. Du Xiaofeng resolved to venture out in search of medicine for the rotund fellow, and Feng Jun approaching Su Xiaomi. He retrieved the only fully leveled level 2 corpse core from the inner pocket of his clothing. He feared that while searching for medicine, the zombies might breach the door, leaving these people without a path to survival. Xiaomi, consuming the corpse core will empower you. Is that truly the case? Holding the vividly crimson corpse core, Su Xiaomi hesitated, unable to believe that Du Xiaofeng could genuinely care for her. Wu Gang's eyes turned red with envy. No wonder Du Xiaofeng, who had always been bullied by him, suddenly grew stronger. It was due to this very substance. Do not consume it. Feng Jun struggled to sit up, his voice weak. This substance is not meant for ingestion. Consuming it will lead to an explosive demise. Only after extracting the genes can it be utilized. I foolishly thought you truly loved me, yet you are so malevolent, wishing for my demise. I knew you couldn't be so kind-hearted. In a fit of anger, Su Xiaomi hurled the corpse core away. I have consumed it, and I am perfectly fine. Du Xiaofeng picked up the corpse core, puzzled, for he felt quite well. Suddenly, Lan Mingyao also understood. His newfound strength and near-fatal experience were due to the corpse core. If it weren't for her recent cold and the chill from the rooftop breeze, it was likely that Wu Gang had endured enough of being commanded by someone he had once bullied. Seizing the opportunity when Du Xiaofeng was distracted, he snatched the corpse core from his hand and swallowed it, laughing maniacally. He had proclaimed that consuming it wouldn't lead to death. What was there to fear? With sufficient power, he would command all those around him. Wu Gang's eyes were bloodshot, and he could distinctly feel himself growing stronger. The muscles on his face trembled incessantly, and his smile gradually turned into a sinister grimace, the newfound power driving him into madness. Do you still possess the corpse core? Hand it over. Wu Gang slowly approached Du Xiaofeng, his aura transforming into something fierce, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. There is none left. Xiaomi is my girlfriend. I risked my life to obtain this corpse core for her. Who would have thought, you, this worthless fool, are a romantic at heart? Wu Gang scoffed, lightly tapping Du Xiaofeng's face, addressing the crowd. This useless individual has repeatedly led us into peril, nearly costing us our lives. I believe it is imperative we reconsider who ought to lead this team. His eyes blazed with a fierce light, scanning everyone present. I concur. It is high time for a change in leadership. Were it not for him, I would not have faced death time and time again. Su Xiaomi supported him. The others, including Fatty and Lan Mingyao, remained loyal to Du Xiaofeng. Yet the tide of the situation was beyond their control. Come on, waste, show me your strength once more. Wu Gang taunted contemptuously. Du Xiaofeng, initially plagued by doubts regarding his leadership, contemplated stepping aside for the greater good, but could not withstand Wu Gang's provocation and stepped forward. If you seek battle, then let it be a battle. Such bravado. But alas, you are no match for me. The confrontation commenced swiftly and ended even more rapidly. Wu Gang, a retired scout, with the enhancement of the corpse core, was as formidable as a tiger with wings. Just as Du Xiaofeng prepared to strike, he was swiftly kicked in his injured leg, leading to his immediate downfall. Humph, an utterly feeble waste. Get up and fetch me a bowl of noodles, just like before. Wu Gang declared, delivering another kick to Du Xiaofeng's injured leg. He could only suppress his fury as he rose, limping towards the instant noodles. As long as Wu Gang could ensure everyone's safe departure from this place, he was willing to forsake many things. After dismissing Du Xiaofeng, Wu Gang looked at Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi with a wicked grin. Having long coveted the two of them, at last, an opportunity had presented itself. He commanded them to massage him. However, both resolutely refused, inciting Wu Gang's wrath, and he noted this grievance, planning to have a heart-to-heart with them later that evening. Old Wu, why are you so angry? Perhaps you should contemplate how to escape this cursed city. Have you forgotten the earlier broadcast about the complete eradication of this place? If we delay, we shall all perish. Su Xiaomi interjected. Wu Gang shot her a glance, pointing to his shoulder. Come here and massage me. Once you've done so, I'll ensure your escape from here. Wu Gang, you are being unreasonable. Wang Chong spoke up, only to receive a resounding slap that sent blood gushing from his nose. Get lost. Do you think you have a say here? Do you believe I am like that useless fool, toiling tirelessly to keep you alive? Massage. Furious. Su Xiaomi dared not counter Wu Gang's wishes any further and obediently began to massage him, though he took advantage of her compliance. A mere touch of her hand in front of everyone was one thing, but he grew increasingly audacious. You rogue. Su Xiaomi retaliated with a slap across Wu Gang's face. Damn it, you wretched woman. Wu Gang retaliated with a slap of his own, seizing her hair as he intended to drag her inside for a more thorough massage. Su Xiaomi resisted, her face swollen from the blows. Do you truly believe you are beautiful? Can you compare to Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi? The audacity. All I wanted was to see that good-for-nothing cuckolded. Wu Gang spat, his words igniting a spark of apprehension in Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi. They vowed to resist should he dare to lay a hand on them. Under my thumb, you'll all dance to my tune. Wu Gang sneered menacingly. Brother Wu, please. I beg you. I'm already with child. Seeing no escape, Su Xiaomi's desperate cry was a bombshell. She glared at Wang Chong cowering in the corner and raged, Wang Chang. You spineless coward. I'm about to be dragged away, and you can't even stand up for me? I was blind to ever carry your child. A stunned silence fell over the group. Wasn't she Du Xiaofeng's girlfriend? How could she be carrying Wang Chong's child? Wang Chong rose. But a glare from Wu Gang sent him cowering back. He groveled. She is indeed pregnant, but it's her honor to be noticed by you. As long as you can lead us to survival, then it depends on how well she serves, Wu Gang leered. Wang Chong, you son of a bitch. Su Xiaomi broke down, desperately pleading for help. But everyone remembered how she had treated them before, and no one came to her aid. The fatty, in particular, felt a sense of vindication. This was the treatment she deserved. She had voted to throw him out to fend for himself. But he had only done it for the sake of fairness. Everyone supported Du Xiaofeng. Wu Gang didn't want to risk inciting the crowd's anger over Su Xiaomi. Besides, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, especially with Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi around. Rescued, Su Xiaomi impulsively embraced Wang Chong, repeatedly striking his face, reproaching him for his timidity in rescuing her, asserting he was inferior to a mere incompetent. Du Xiaofeng, in his embarrassment, turned away, averting his gaze from the scene. Observing Wu Gang retiring to rest, he surreptitiously retrieved the zombie cores. I possess merely 3 now. Each of you 3 shall receive 1. With Feng Jun enduring a temporary deprivation until more are acquired. The 3 of them are in greater exigency. They are truly inedible. They will lead to demise. Feng Jun reiterated his dissuasion. You have witnessed Wu Gang's transformation, and I remain alive and well. Du Xiaofeng expressed his perplexity. You were previously on the verge of death. Blue Mingyao's countenance flushed, refraining from further elaboration, and returned the zombie core to him. Lin Shi, too, returned the zombie core to Du Xiaofeng, offering a concise account of the preceding events. Indignation, grievance, anguish, and intricate emotions welled up within him. Du Xiaofeng positioned himself before Su Xiaomi, his voice quivering. Why would you subject me to this treatment? Prior to my involvement with you, I had been in a continuous relationship with him and even conceived his child. However, I was unable to marry him, hence my hasty decision to marry you. I intended for you to serve as the child's father, and I had contemplated a harmonious coexistence with you. But why are you so impoverished? Would you have me and the child reduced to begging in the future? Su Xiaomi shamelessly interrogated. In what manner have I mistreated you? Why would you subject me to this? At all times, my thoughts were centered on your well-being, and I have been unequivocally sincere with you. You ought not to regard my benevolence towards you as a matter of entitlement. I have indulged you as if you were a princess, but you are not a genuine princess. Ah, love, I hold your twisted notion of love in utter contempt. Du Xiaofeng ascended to the rooftop of the mall, trembling as he lit a cigarette, gazing down at the throngs of zombies below. He inhaled deeply, drawing one puff after another, relishing the solitude that enveloped him, undisturbed by anyone. The remnants of his cigarettes accumulated at his feet. Wu Gang intended to lead everyone away from this place, seeking refuge on a nearby island. The voice of Lan Mengyao drifted toward him, but Du Xiaofeng remained silent, lost in his thoughts. As she descended, she left him with a parting declaration. I have said it before, I will be your girlfriend, your woman for a lifetime. Once we find a safe place to settle, we shall marry without delay. His hand, clasping the cigarette, trembled slightly. By the time he descended from the rooftop, dusk had settled in. The others busied themselves, preparing to venture to the island, which promised abundant resources. Wu Gang possessed ample wilderness survival skills. They were bound to endure. In truth, Feng Jun had previously asserted that only the affluent district could guarantee survival. Wu Gang concurred, yet the location of this district remained a mystery. They would have to carry the injured Fatty and Du Xiaofeng, ailing as he was, and without discovering the affluent district, they might meet their demise instead. Duan Jiala had suggested they could reach the high-speed rail upon hearing an announcement, but a sharp slap from Wu Gang silenced him, quelling any further proposals. The group dared not challenge Wu Gang's commands. His brutality far surpassed Du Xiaofeng's, leaving no room for negotiation. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the mall's entrance. The relentless predator that had pursued Du Xiaofeng relentlessly wielded an axe, pounding against the mall's doors with fervor. With a horde of zombies trailing closely behind, cursed be this fate, Wu Gang, shouldering his backpack, resolved to escape first. Others concurred, recalling how Du Xiaofeng had previously led the team. Wu Gang, despite his reluctance to put himself in harm's way, stepped forward, urging everyone to retreat to the rooftop while he diverted the predator. His motivation wasn't altruistic, it was self-serving, driven by his desire to maintain his authority. After all, what good was power if everyone perished? With a crash, the door gave way, shattering the tempered glass. Before Wu Gang could react, the predator charged towards him, brandishing its axe. Knowing that a zombie's head was its weak point, and emboldened by the enhancement from the corpse core, Wu Gang felt confident in his strength. He drew his police-issued dagger, intending to slay the predator, consume its core, and greatly augment his power. He twisted and turned, evading the predator's attacks as the mall was smashed to smithereens. When the predator's axe became lodged, Wu Gang seized the opportunity. In the instant it struggled to free its weapon, Wu Gang leaped onto its back, ambushing it with all his might, plunging his dagger into its head. Triumph surged through him, but his elation was short-lived. The dagger had penetrated less than 2 centimeters. The predator, far from dead, was enraged by the injury. A violent gust of wind struck Wu Gang's chest, courtesy of the predator's blow. His blood churned, and he vomited scalding blood. It was then that he understood why Du Xiaofeng had been so easily overwhelmed by the predator the day before. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. While Wu Gang stalled the predator, other zombies swarmed towards Du Xiaofeng and the others. Defying Wu Gang's orders, Du Xiaofeng, driven by his desire to keep everyone alive, helped the portly man and Feng Jun, and they left the furniture store before they were completely surrounded by the undead. Navigating from the home goods store to the supermarket warehouse necessitated circumventing half the mall. Alas, mid-sprint, a terrified shriek echoed from behind, casting a furious glare at Wang Chong. It was evident he had abandoned Su Xiaomi, fearing a zombie bite. Feng Jun, hasten with Fatty. I shall cover our retreat. Despite the past hurts inflicted by Su Xiaomi, Du Xiaofeng, impulsively, brandished his machete and dashed to her rescue. A zombie lunged, jaws agape, aiming for her head. Perish. With a swift stroke, Du Xiaofeng decapitated the zombie, seized Su Xiaomi's hand, and, despite his injured leg, dragged her to her feet, sprinting to outpace the encroaching horde before they were entirely surrounded. And they bolted towards the convenience store. Du Xiaofeng hastened to the back entrance to ignite the vehicle. Are you willing to have us all perish for her sake? Is this your warped notion of fairness? Wang Chong retorted. Wang Chong, you are not human. You are a beast. Lin Shi exclaimed, incensed. As a police officer, she could not countenance such an atrocity unfolding before her eyes. She moved to open the door to rescue the woman, only to be intercepted by Wang Chong. What time is it? A human life is worth less than a dog. If she doesn't die, we will. Wang Chong feebly defended. I curse you, you spineless, useless wretch. You abandoned me. Su Xiaomi spat, clawing at Wang Chong's face. Subsequently, The woman slowly rose, her eyes gradually glazing over, standing outside the glass door. Gazing at her surviving sister, her hand trembling as it rested on the door, her eyes welling with tears. A mere door, yet an insurmountable chasm. Life and death separated them, forever severing the bond between the two sisters. The sisters could only press their hands together against the glass door, as if clasping each other tightly. "Sister, you must be so lonely all by yourself," she thought. Amidst the clamor of the argument, no one noticed her unlatching the door. With a wretched howl, the zombies surged in. She smiled as she tenderly caressed her sister's deeply lined face, then lunged at the unsuspecting Wang Chong, clinging to him desperately. Even as the zombies bit into her flesh. "Sister, I'll never let you be alone again." Her smile was radiant with deliverance. Wang Chong, unable to escape her grasp, watched in horror as the zombies tore into his throat. Du Xiaofeng, having just started the vehicle, slammed his fist against the steering wheel upon witnessing the scene. Impotent to intervene and forced to watch the tragedy unfold. Chapter 16. Instant kill of the predator. With Wang Chong and the two women left behind, the rest boarded the vehicle. "Wu Gang, we're in a truck at the back entrance. Where are you?" Du Xiaofeng communicated via the walkie-talkie. "Damn it. Didn't I tell you to go to the rooftop? I'm on the 3rd floor, east side." Wu Gang's panting voice crackled through the device, cutting off the transmission. Wu Gang found himself relentlessly pursued by the predator. Its axe, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, threatened to end his life at any moment. Had he not consumed the corpse nucleus, which significantly enhanced his speed, strength, and hearing, he would have undoubtedly been reduced to a pulp long ago. Spotting the vehicle through the glass, he gritted his teeth and, despite the 10-meter drop, crashed through the window and leapt down. Better a fractured leg than to be devoured. Bang! With unerring accuracy, he landed squarely on the roof of the vehicle. The predator, contemplating the height, hesitated momentarily before leaping down as well. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Gang limped into the cargo hold. Du Xiaofeng floored the accelerator, plowing through the obstructing zombies as he steered towards the highway. Glancing through the rearview mirror, he observed the predator trailing behind, a dagger protruding from its skull. Despite its impaired mobility, it maintained a relentless pace, keeping up with the vehicle's velocity. "Damn it, if you're determined to deny us life, then I'll fight you to the bitter end." Du Xiaofeng had no desire for a direct confrontation with the predator. But with such a persistent pursuer, their group would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. Moreover, this presented a rare opportunity. Strike while the iron is hot. The vehicle had reached a desolate outbound road, sparsely populated with zombies. Du Xiaofeng abruptly engaged the handbrake, executing a swift maneuver, sending the truck into a graceful drift. Its front end now facing the predator. It was a battle of mutual annihilation. "Impressive driving skills," Feng Jun exclaimed, gripping the handrail nervously. "Just learned it." Before the words had even left his lips, Du Xiaofeng slammed his foot on the accelerator, charging towards the predator. "What? Just learned it?" Feng Jun felt a sharp pang of dismay. Was he being taken for a fool? He had been driving for ages and couldn't boast such skill. Yet this guy was claiming to have just learned it, and was already so formidable. Moreover, just learned it? Had he acquired the skill upon boarding the vehicle? The vehicle roared ferociously, its sound reverberating through the air. Just as impact seemed imminent, the predator leaped into the air, but its injured leg compromised its form, and it was grazed by the vehicle. Having achieved a hit, Du Xiaofeng stomped on the brakes, then retrieved the 3 zombie nuclei from his inner pocket and swallowed them whole. He required a greater and more formidable power, and Feng Jun was unable to intervene in time. Subsequently, he emerged from the vehicle wielding a mountain-cutting blade, confronting the predator head-on. Those eyes, crimson and chilling, fixed intently upon Du Xiaofeng. His aura surged dramatically, subtly approaching that of the predator, with fiery brilliance igniting in his gaze. The injury on his leg healed significantly in an instant. Moreover, his muscles grew robust at a visibly astonishing rate, their definition becoming strikingly clear. The bare skin radiated a faint crimson glow, which also enveloped the mountain-cutting blade in his grasp. This extraordinary transformation left Feng Jun utterly astounded. "Die!" Du Xiaofeng bellowed, brandishing the blade as he charged at the predator. Lacking any formal training in swordsmanship, he resorted to brute force. Though the predator was wounded, its strength remained intact. Its bony claws lunged toward the glowing mountain-cutting blade. Clang! The impact caused Du Xiaofeng's palm to split, and a chip appeared on the blade, while the predator lost 3 fingers, howling in rage. Realizing it could inflict pain, Du Xiaofeng wielded the blade with renewed vigor. The predator, aware of its suffering, evaded his strikes with agility. Each time the blade threatened to connect, it narrowly escaped. Yet, the crimson aura enveloping the blade inflicted countless wounds upon it. Perish! Du Xiaofeng summoned all his strength and cleaved the predator in two. It scarcely had the chance to emit a cry of despair. He retrieved the glowing core from its skull, feeling a surge of exhilaration within. The confrontation lasted less than a minute before Feng Jun, regaining his composure from the initial shock, quickly exited the vehicle to observe him from head to toe. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm perfectly well." Having asserted that the consumption of zombie nuclei is innocuous, Feng Jun harbored a sense of bewilderment upon witnessing Du Xiaofeng's unimpaired state. The remaining occupants of the cargo container, perplexed by the unscheduled halt, disembarked and were immediately astounded by the sight of the predator's carcass and the crimson aura enveloping Du Xiaofeng. When did he become so formidable? A solitary confrontation with a predator, culminating in its bisection with a single stroke? Wu Gang, clutching his injured leg, vehemently shoved Du Xiaofeng. "Damn you! You good for nothing. What did I say at the time? I instructed you to ascend to the rooftop, yet you dared to defy my orders, resulting in my fractured leg. We simply sought to survive." Upon hearing Du Xiaofeng's defense, Wu Gang's fury intensified. "You dare speak of survival? You are responsible for the deaths of Wang Chong and the two elderly women." Wu Gang's ire stemmed from the reduction in their numbers, which equated to a diminution of his authority. The others interceded, arguing that internal strife was ill-advised at such a juncture and that they should expedite their departure to avoid encirclement by zombies. Observing that the majority sided with Du Xiaofeng, Wu Gang, consumed by vexation, expectorated blood and felt as though his body were a furnace. Extending his hand, he exclaimed through gritted teeth, "Where is the zombie nucleus? I demand the zombie nucleus." How could Du Xiaofeng possibly relinquish the zombie nucleus to him? If such an individual were to further augment his strength, the lives of the others would become unbearable. "I am asking you, where is the zombie nucleus?" Wu Gang bellowed, his emotions spiraling out of control as he seized Du Xiaofeng's collar and brandished his massive fist. Abruptly, he collapsed into Du Xiaofeng's arms, unconscious. 12 hours had elapsed since his ingestion of the zombie nucleus. "Quickly, carry him into the vehicle," Du Xiaofeng commanded. Before the echo of his words could even dissipate, Wu Gang was obliterated, reduced to nothing more than a sanguinary mist that rained down upon the surroundings, a spectacle so horrific that it caused Su Xiaomi to faint. Her screams abruptly cut short. Du Xiaofeng was utterly stunned, the grim prophecy of Feng Jun having been realized in the most brutal manner. And so, the group resumed their journey. Within the confines of the cab, Feng Jun inquired, "Are you truly a novice behind the wheel?" He added, with a tinge of exasperation, "It's infuriating how some individuals seem to excel effortlessly." Du Xiaofeng responded laconically, "I learned from you. It's remarkably straightforward." Feng Jun retorted, barely concealing his incredulity, "Learned from me, you say? Your intellect and aptitude are nothing short of supernatural. It seems we shall be relying on you henceforth." He struggled to suppress the urge to vehemently protest. Du Xiaofeng offered a subtle, enigmatic smile. He was acutely aware of the benefits bestowed upon him by the consumption of the zombie cores. Yet the fate of Wu Gang weighed heavily on his conscience, making him hesitant to ingest the remaining third-level core. With time running short, and driven by the desire to secure the well-being of his companions before his own demise, Du Xiaofeng sought out a secluded spot. After confirming the absence of nearby zombies, he ventured into the cargo hold to assess the condition of the corpulent man. The thick bandages were saturated with blood, which continued to seep through. The man's complexion was ashen, and he labored for each breath. Du Xiaofeng addressed him somberly, "Listen to me. I'm going to extract the bullet. You must endure. Do you understand?" The man managed a feeble smile, nodding in acknowledgement, the movement causing him to wince in pain. Upon hearing this exchange, Feng Jun inquired skeptically, "You possess surgical expertise?" He had always been regarded as a prodigy, mastering skills with exceptional ease, yet Du Xiaofeng consistently surpassed him, leaving him feeling inadequate. Could he possibly be any more extraordinary? Is he truly just a warehouse attendant? Du Xiaofeng instructed, "Lin Shi, remove the bandages. Lawn accountant, you three, come over and restrain the fat man," Du Xiaofeng instructed. Upon hearing him call her name, Lan Mingyao cast a resentful glance. As the bandage was unwrapped, fortunately, the wound showed no signs of infection. Otherwise, the fat man would have faced dire consequences. "You must endure," Du Xiaofeng said, taking a dagger and instructing the fat man to bite down on the hilt. This was a common practice depicted in films, aimed at preventing the patient from inadvertently biting off their own tongue during the agony of surgery. The fat man shut his eyes and nodded slightly. The sterilized dagger deftly sliced through the wound. The fat man trembled in pain, but with someone holding him down, a calamity was averted. After searching for quite some time, they still could not locate the bullet. Time was of the essence. The fat man risked losing too much blood. Du Xiaofeng decisively inserted his finger to extract it. Hold him steady. The fat man writhed in agony, his eyes rolling back, struggling fiercely as if to bite through the hilt of the dagger. After half a minute, Du Xiaofeng retrieved the bullet and poured its gunpowder into the wound. Fat man, this is the final hurdle. Hold on. He ignited the gunpowder with a lighter, releasing a tantalizing aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. The fat man convulsed in pain. Ultimately, his head tilted and he lost consciousness, his body twitching intermittently. Is he going to be all right? Feng Jun inquired. If the fat man had known of his uncertainty, he would likely have fought him fiercely. Chapter 17. Escape at 4 in the morning. Du Xiaofeng roused everyone. They had to set off under the cover of darkness, for the sight of zombies during the day would present numerous complications. He convened a discussion regarding their next destination, whether to head for the small island or seek out the affluent district. He needed to ensure the safe passage of everyone before his own demise. Critically, his time was dwindling. His only recourse was to lead everyone to the islet for refuge. Du Xiaofeng relentlessly floored the accelerator, speeding towards the coastline. It was still before dawn, and the number of zombies was relatively sparse. Yet no one understood the urgency of his actions. With no one else capable of piloting the vessel, Du Xiaofeng frantically searched for the instruction manual, mastering the essentials of operation in a mere minute. The ship roared to life, and Feng Jun coughed up a mouthful of blood. The two men shouted, drawing the attention of the zombies near the coast, which swiftly surged towards them. The crowd peered into the sea, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat from terror. The seawater retained its familiar hue. However, the creatures within were no longer what they once were. They had all undergone bizarre transformations. Clearly, the marine life had consumed the carrion of the zombies and had mutated in turn. Consequently, there was no longer any point in heading to the islet. If even the fish had mutated, how would they sustain themselves? Du Xiaofeng single-handedly hoisted the hefty, 200-plus-pound man and sprinted towards the vehicle. The others followed closely behind. There was no time for explanations. Get in the car. Du Xiaofeng dodged the onrushing zombies, racing towards the vehicle. Once everyone was aboard, Du Xiaofeng started the engine and drove towards him, unwilling to abandon anyone. It was then that Du Xiaofeng noticed his eyes were gradually transforming into those of a zombie. Duan Zhaola roared at the zombies pursuing the vehicle, then dashed towards the ship. With only the food they could see in their sights, the walking corpses howled and charged towards him. This was his first time smoking. He took a drag, contentedly watching the zombies rush towards him. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, scattering dozens of zombies, with severed limbs and fragments strewn everywhere. A portion of the zombies was engulfed in flames, reduced to mere charred corpses. Damn it! The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew oppressively heavy. Opening the ventilation ports of the hood and trunk, Du Xiaofeng inquired where everyone wished to go next. From the current perspective, it seemed that only the affluent district offered a glimmer of hope for survival. The group unanimously agreed that they must venture towards the wealthy enclave. Very well, Du Xiaofeng said with a bittersweet smile. Once we exit Mi City, I shall provide you with the vehicle and supplies. I will not accompany you. Are you not coming with us? Where do you intend to go? The questions filled the air, and aside from Su Xiaomi, everyone else was visibly anxious about Du Xiaofeng's decision. Suddenly, Feng Jun realized that having consumed the zombie core and witnessed Wu Gang's explosive demise, he wished to ensure that everyone was settled before quietly slipping away to meet his end. He explained his intentions to the group. Except for Su Xiaomi, who felt quite displeased, the others resolved to accompany him. Unexpectedly, amidst the apocalypse, Du Xiaofeng had forged genuine friendships, leaving him without regrets. The vehicle sped along, but upon nearing the highway entrance, they discovered the road had been obliterated, with hundreds of cars intertwined in a catastrophic collision. One could easily surmise the number of zombies trapped within. Turn around, they shouted. We must leave Mi City via the bridge. After an hour of navigating through detours, despair washed over them upon discovering the bridge also lay in ruins. There was no escape in sight. It seemed Mi City had been transformed into an isolated island, destined to wither away. Du Xiaofeng continued to steer the vehicle, while the others pondered whether any route remained to extricate them from this dire predicament. I know of an abandoned road that can lead us out of Me City, though it may prove treacherous, he declared. That thoroughfare was the most venerable provincial highway. It was along this very route that Du Xiaofeng, in an effort to economize, had once ridden a tractor into Me City. The sight of this road still being traversable stirred an unspoken elation within everyone's hearts. Yet, the path proved to be exceedingly arduous, riddled with potholes and irregularities. While the men fared reasonably well, the women were considerably distressed by the relentless jolting. Have we arrived yet? How much longer? I feel dreadful. Su Xiaomi's plaintive voice echoed from the cargo hold. She had long reached the limits of her endurance, having gone without sustenance for such an extended duration. Once, the mere furrowing of her brow would have ignited a flame of solicitude within Du Xiaofeng's heart. Now, however, he paid her no heed. 15:20. After nearly 7 hours of tumultuous travel, the vehicle finally came to a halt. Su Xiaomi alighted with unseemly haste, seeking a place to relieve herself, while Fatty emerged from his stupor, his shoulder still throbbing with unremitting pain. Du Xiaofeng exhorted everyone to seize the moment to nourish themselves and attend to their ablutions. The city was now less than 2 hours away, and the conditions that awaited them within remained shrouded in uncertainty. Due to their hasty departure from the giant mall, there had been scant time to gather provisions. Thus, they were constrained to subsist on meager rations, sharing a single bottle of water between 2 individuals. Su Xiaomi voiced her discontent, but her grievances fell upon indifferent ears. As twilight began to envelop the landscape, they encountered the wreckage of nondescript sedans at sporadic intervals, some having collided with trees, others mangled beyond recognition. As they approached within 30 kilometers of the city, Du Xiaofeng would invariably bring the vehicle to a standstill, salvaging whatever supplies he could from the abandoned cars. As the journey unfolded, the collection of the past intensified. The number of vehicles increased, including tricycles and motorcycles, as numerous zombies were vanquished, sapping considerable energy without yielding any valuable spoils, not even food. It appeared that during the desperate escape, haste had precluded any preparation. At long last, the vehicle entered the town. The streets were lined with various stalls displaying goods, while wrecked cars and motorcycles lay scattered, having toppled those stands, causing merchandise to spill across the ground amidst a flurry of litter and debris. Countless ordinary zombies wandered the streets, along with various livestock infected by the plague. Though referred to as a city, it was merely a small town. It was evident that during the outbreak, many had flocked to this town for the market. An array of fruits and food lay tantalizingly within reach on the streets, yet unattainable, eliciting salivating mouths. The wandering zombies, alerted by the sounds of the vehicle, began to howl and converge. Fearing encirclement by the undead, Du Xiaofeng pressed the accelerator with fervor, crushing his way through. Among the throng of zombies, familiar faces occasionally emerged. Yet Du Xiaofeng understood that these individuals were no longer the people he once knew. They had succumbed to the transformation. Nevertheless, his foot eased off the accelerator, opting to navigate around those haunting visages. The entire town comprised a single street, where the truck collided with zombies and the vehicles ahead, bursting forth from the thoroughfare into a secluded lane, just wide enough for a truck to pass. As he recognized the familiar streets, home drew nearer. With only 100 meters left to his abode, he seized the moment, halting the vehicle as the surroundings appeared devoid of zombies. Have we arrived at your home? Lan Mengniao's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, her heart brimming with reluctance. She was aware that Du Xiaofeng's return home might signify their final encounter, a moment that bore the weight of a poignant farewell. Chapter 18. The Cruel Reality. I've arrived home. Well, I'm getting out. You all should leave. Follow this road, and you'll find your way out of the city. There's a gas station at the exit. Take advantage of the darkness to escape before the zombies notice you. I hope you survive and make it to the affluent district. Du Xiaofeng flashed her a smile before turning towards his home, his solitary figure casting a forlorn shadow. Humph. Shameless wretch. You dare utter such words. Su Xiaomi retorted scornfully. Clutching her swollen cheek, she resembled a shrew, eager to brawl with Lan Mengniao, but was halted by the stout companion. Just because a madman treats you like a princess doesn't mean we will coddle you. If you wish to depart, do so on your own. I intend to stand by my brothers through thick and thin. With that, the stout fellow exited the vehicle, prompting the others to follow suit, leaving her alone inside. As the group made their way to Du Xiaofeng's home, They exchanged knowing smiles amidst the echoes of Su Xiaomi's furious outburst from the truck behind them. Standing before the rusted iron gate that showed signs of age, Du Xiaofeng's hands trembled, hesitant to push open the unfastened door. After all, time was not on his side. Even if his mother and younger sister had indeed transformed into zombies, he could still cherish a few. The old 1.5 brick house remained unchanged from the time he had left, still bearing the marks of wear and tear. As he pushed open the door to the living room without a hint of caution, the sound resonated loudly in the quiet atmosphere, yet nothing seemed amiss. It was simply shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinct. However, Du Xiaofeng possessed the ability to discern shapes in the obscurity of night. The living room was in disarray, unmistakably showing signs of a struggle. He approached the door on the left side of the room, pushing it open while calling out, "Mom, are you there? Mom, it's such a relief that you're safe." Du Xiaofeng knelt beside the bed, illuminated by the blood-red moonlight, revealing his mother, who appeared older than she had 5 years ago, with many more wrinkles and strands of white hair. She sat up. "Mom, when did you manage to sit up?" Overcome with joy, he wept and threw himself into her embrace, oblivious to the changes in her expression. After so many years of lying in bed, he never imagined he would witness her rise in the final moments of her life. "Mom, where's my little sister? That girl? What time is it now? How can she be running around? Doesn't she realize how dangerous it is? Just wait until I find her. I'll make sure to teach her a lesson." Suddenly, a stout man who had followed him into the room gasped at the scene, swiftly intervening to cover Du Xiaofeng's mother's mouth, preventing her from biting his neck. The heart-wrenching cry of "Mom" echoed, stirring tears in the eyes of everyone present, as they were reminded of their own loved ones. The thought of seeing them in such a state would surely cause unbearable pain. Du Xiaofeng wept and clung tightly to his mother, resisting all attempts by Feng Jun to pull him away. His mother had transformed into a formidable zombie, her strength amplified. The corpulent man was faltering, exclaiming, "Madman, flee. Nay, I shall not abandon her. I shall remain here with my mother." Du Xiaofeng choked out, "Release me, corpulent one. She is my mother. Can you not rally your spirits?" Blue Dream Yao admonished, her heart aching with the desire to embrace and console him. "Art thou not a man? 'Twas not anyone's desire for your aunt to become thus. We require your guidance to endure this calamity." Didst thou not mention a curative?" Lin she implored, her voice thick with emotion, recalling her mother sequestered within the alarm center. "Let us seek the curative together, prithee." A curative. There must be a curative," Du Xiaofeng exclaimed, surging forth. "We shall seek it forthwith. Hasten, for my time is fleeting." Observing the transformed, ghastly visage of the aunt, the corpulent man, though loath, unsheathed his dagger, intending to grant her respite from her torment. Noticing his solitude, Du Xiaofeng returned, his gaze falling upon the dagger in the corpulent man's grasp. Instantly, his eyes blazed crimson, and with a roar, he propelled his foot into the corpulent man's back. The corpulent man collided forcefully with the wall, the dwelling quivering slightly, dust cascading down. He felt as though his ribs were fractured. Du Xiaofeng seized the corpulent man, bellowing, "What dost thou? To deliver thee and your aunt from this plight. Dost thou truly believe in a curative? Where doth it lie? Prithee, enlighten me." The corpulent man was visibly agitated, blood trickling from his mouth, indicating a significant injury. Du Xiaofeng, his face contorted in rage, raised his fist to strike the stout fellow again, but was restrained by the others, who earnestly entreated him to desist. Having jointly weathered mortal peril, none present harbored any intention of harming another. Their sole desire was to act in each other's best interests. Du Xiaofeng was cognizant of this. Yet he could not reconcile himself to the transformation of his mother into a zombie. He knelt before her, wailing until his voice was reduced to a hoarse rasp. "You are filial and kind-hearted," the stout man declared, stepping forward once more. "It is an act of extreme impiety for you to personally deliver her from this torment. Allow me to bear the burden of this transgression." At that moment, Su Xiaomi entered the room, having grown fearful of remaining alone in the vehicle, lest she be devoured by zombies. "What a wretched place this is," she exclaimed. "Is this fit for human habitation? The stench of chicken and duck excrement is overwhelming." Everyone turned, glaring at her with fury, wishing to slap her across the face. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Before she could complete her sentence, Du Xiaofeng abruptly rose and seized her by the throat, his eyes blazing with crimson light. His gaze was so intense that it caused her to tremble with fear. "Dare to utter another word, and I will kill you," he threatened, his tone devoid of any emotion. The temperature in the room plummeted several degrees. The powerful grip constricted Su Xiaomi's windpipe, causing her to gasp for air. She nodded repeatedly, indicating that she would not speak again. Just as she was on the verge of suffocating, the large hand released her, leaving a distinct imprint of 5 dark fingers on her neck. Su Xiaomi coughed incessantly, greedily inhaling the air. She dared not utter another word, but the look she cast at Du Xiaofeng was filled with venom. In the end, the stout man could not bring himself to do it, for Du Xiaofeng refused to allow it. Aware that the zombified state of his mother posed a threat to herself and others due to the propensity of evolved zombies to cannibalize, he reluctantly resolved to bring her along on their journey to the affluent district. To ensure the safety of the group, she was restrained and placed in the cargo container, her mouth gagged to prevent any potential harm. "Mother, please forgive this inconvenience. Rest assured, I am determined to find a cure," Du Xiaofeng murmured, caressing his mother's cheek as memories of their shared past flooded his mind. Driven by an unwavering resolve, he sought not only a remedy but also to locate his missing sister, offering silent prayers for her well-being. And so, the group resumed their expedition, venturing towards a sanctuary of survival. Chapter 19. His sole sustenance. Observing Du Xiaofeng's despondency, both Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi felt a pang of sorrow. Unsure of how to console him, they opted to offer their silent support, remaining steadfastly by his side, sharing the confines of the cargo container with a zombie. Despite her restraints and gag, filled Su Xiaomi with unease, prompting her to murmur complaints under her breath. A stern glance from Du Xiaofeng silenced her, confining her grievances to her thoughts. Recognizing the detrimental impact of such a selfish individual on the group's morale, the injured fatty, seated in the passenger seat to facilitate his recovery, shook his head upon hearing Su Xiaomi's grumbling from the cargo container. Having ingested the medication procured by Du Xiaofeng from his residence, Feng Jun felt a renewed vigor, enabling him to drive towards a gas station on the outskirts of the city. The absence of vehicles at the pumps, juxtaposed with the presence of 2 electric scooters near the restrooms, hinted at the presence of zombies in the vicinity. However, Feng Jun was unwilling to allow Du Xiaofeng to endure any further hardship, as his heart was already burdened enough. He and Fatty stealthily exited the vehicle to refuel, careful not to make a sound. Upon noticing the convenience store at the gas station, they exchanged glances, realizing that without water or food, reaching the affluent district would be impossible. They resolved to venture inside cautiously. One of them brandished a large wrench they had collected, while the other wielded Du Xiaofeng's chipped machete, their backs against each other as they gingerly opened the convenience store door. The interior was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Fortunately, Du Xiaofeng had previously provided everyone with flashlights. As Fatty switched on his flashlight, he was confronted by a terrifying zombie at close range, close enough to detect the putrid stench emanating from its mouth. Petrified, Fatty nearly soiled himself. But before it could bite him, he swung the large wrench, shattering the zombie's skull. The two exerted their utmost effort, nearly collapsing from exhaustion as they eliminated the 3 zombies inside, all clad in gas station uniforms. On multiple occasions, they narrowly avoided grave danger. And these were merely ordinary walkers. It was at this moment that they comprehended the true extent of Du Xiaofeng's terrifying strength, capable of single-handedly defeating a level 3 predator. It was indeed unfortunate that while consuming corpse cores could grant immense power, it came at a corresponding cost. After dispatching the zombies, the two ransacked the convenience store, leaving nothing behind. After all, their large truck had ample space to accommodate everything. At the same time, Feng Jun intended to take all the fuel from the gas station. Even much of it was gasoline, unsuitable for the truck's diesel engine. These were all instructions imparted by Du Xiaofeng. Every item possessed a certain value for survival. Upon witnessing Fatty and Feng Jun loading provisions and water onto the vehicle, Su Xiaomi clambered over, disregarding her composure. Just as she was about to indulge in a hearty meal, a large hand impeded her progress. "What do you think you're doing? I'm famished and require sustenance," Su Xiaomi exclaimed. It was predetermined that the victuals would be rationed. If you consume such a copious amount at once, what will be left for the others? From this juncture forward, I shall be the distributor of nourishment, Fatty declared, as he proffered her a flask of potable water, a loaf of bread, and a custard-filled cake. "How is this sufficient to satiate my appetite? I am with child, you know," Su Xiaomi lamented, deeming the provisions inadequate. Fatty cast a baleful glare in her direction, retorting acrimoniously, "If you are not going to consume it, return it to me. It's not as if I am the progenitor of the progeny you carry. Su Xiaomi hastily shielded the victuals, tearing open the bread and devouring it in a matter of moments. Be grateful for what you receive, instead of carping and complaining. TCH, Fatty uttered, as he proceeded to distribute sustenance to each individual. However, Du Xiaofeng was granted an additional flask of water, as well as a package of cured bovine jerky, which elicited a covetous gaze from Su Xiaomi. Why is he entitled to consume such a surfeit of provisions? And cured bovine jerky at that? Su Xiaomi protested, aggrieved. An individual such as yourself, who merely exists to consume resources and contribute nothing of value to the collective, how can you compare yourself to the madman? Were it not for him, your wretched existence would have been terminated on numerous occasions. Fatty retorted, with unvarnished candor. Su Xiaomi was rendered speechless with indignation. Her countenance flushed with umbrage. Madman, partake of some nourishment promptly. You have abstained from food for an entire diurnal cycle. You will become unwell from hunger. Fatty expressed concern for Du Xiaofeng's physical well-being, apprehensive that he would suffer adverse effects from starvation. Bestow it upon them. Let us not squander the provisions, Du Xiaofeng uttered, his voice devoid of animation, as he nestled in his mother's embrace, yearning to inhale her fragrance for a prolonged duration. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaomi snatched his food away, mumbling, "You heard it." He chose not to eat. The stout man sighed and exited the vehicle, joining Feng Jun to remain vigilant of their surroundings, eager to complete refueling at the station and depart swiftly. At 1935, nearly 20 hours had passed since Du Xiaofeng had consumed 3 corpse cores. Not only were Feng Jun and the stout man anxiously keeping track of time outside, but Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi were also intently watching the clock. They fervently hoped that nothing would befall Du Xiaofeng. Yet the haunting memory of Wu Gang exploding after consuming a corpse core just 12 hours prior loomed over them like a dark cloud. Once the refueling was complete, the vehicle resumed its journey under the cover of night. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the car. Silence prevailed as everyone silently monitored Du Xiaofeng's condition, fearful that he might vanish in the next moment. Feng Jun had no clear notion of where the affluent district lay. He speculated that since those individuals were willing to pay 100 million for an identity token, there must be some clues in a place brimming with the wealthy. Thus, the battered truck, having collided with numerous zombies, continued its northward trek towards the imperial city. Having satiated her hunger, Su Xiaomi succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber, while the others remained alert. Particularly, Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi fixated on Du Xiaofeng. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a harsh, raspy cough echoed through the stillness of the night, startling both women into a state of acute tension. Fearing that Du Xiaofeng's time had come, tears welled in Lan Mingyao's beautiful eyes as she sobbed and threw herself into his embrace. "You cannot be in danger. What will we do if something happens to you? You will undoubtedly survive. You have endured before, and you shall prevail once more." The 2 individuals in the driver's cabin, upon hearing the cries, hastily halted the vehicle to check on Du Xiaofeng, who remained seated in silence. He had merely gone a long time without water, his throat hoarse from previous sobbing, and he cleared his throat, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. A group of people desired to assist him but found themselves powerless, unable to replace his presence. They could only silently stand by his side. This night felt interminably long. No one managed to sleep, their eyes wide open, fixated on Du Xiaofeng. When the eerie red glow streamed through the cargo vent, they realized dawn had broken. It was 7:25 a.m. 32 hours had elapsed since Du Xiaofeng ingested the corpse core. Seeing that he had not met the same tragic fate as Wu Gang, they felt a surge of hope, tears streaming down their faces as they embraced him. However, he exhibited no response, remaining in a daze, clutching his mother. Su Xiaomi, roused from her slumber, rubbed her eyes and grumbled, "What are you shouting about so early in the morning? Don't others need rest?" "Scram," the stout fellow retorted without any courtesy. Su Xiaomi, infuriated, chose not to respond further. Good deeds surely reap rewards. I always believed he would be fine. At last, they had weathered this ordeal. Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi exchanged smiles. "Feng Jun, you scoundrel, you clearly knew he would be fine, yet you deliberately frightened us, keeping me awake all night." The stout one's tears had yet to dry, as he continued to grumble. Wait. Everyone witnessed Wu Gang's transformation after consuming the corpse core. There was no need for deceit. Feng Jun shook his head, pondering the underlying reasons. Yet, was he not in good health now? Over 30 hours had already passed. Lin Shi inquired with curiosity. I surmise it may pertain to his individual constitution or past experiences. Only he possesses the capability to absorb the zombie nucleus without succumbing to death. Feng Jun ventured a personal hypothesis. Initially, upon witnessing that Du Xiaofeng was unharmed, the plump fellow planned to consume his third-level zombie nucleus to enhance his overall abilities, thereby alleviating the peril of confronting 3 ordinary zombies alone, which would also lighten the burden on him. However, Feng Jun's words doused the plump man's aspirations with cold water. He certainly did not wish to end up like Wu Gang, who could only boast for 12 hours before ultimately dissolving into a rain of blood. It was better to remain a humble, ordinary person after all. Chapter 20. Finding the wealthy district. Everyone spent a restless night, fraught with worry, and had not rested well. Now that they confirmed that no harm had come to him, exhaustion overcame them. Given the prevalence of zombies during the day, making travel inconvenient, they decided to remain in place and rest for another day. Although Su Xiaomi had slept through the night, her condition as a pregnant woman rendered her more prone to drowsiness. She awoke twice, each time due to hunger. In the presence of Du Xiaofeng, she discreetly pilfered some food. Initially, she took only a small amount, but upon noticing his dazed silence, she indulged herself, eating her fill and tossing the refuse out of the ventilation shaft to avoid detection. At 6:07 p.m., this could be considered the most restful slumber since the onset of the crisis, devoid of any zombie threat to their lives. Upon awakening, the plump man distributed food among the group, and to his surprise, he did not hear Su Xiaomi complain, which left him somewhat puzzled. Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, Feng Jun wasted no time. After a quick meal, he hastily drove away. Though food was plentiful, it could not guarantee sustenance until they reached the affluent district. Brother, you should eat something. It's been 2 days since you've had a bite. If this continues, it could lead to serious issues. The chubby man urged Du Xiaofeng, yet he remained lost in thought, silent and unresponsive to the food before him. The chubby man's words rang true. Du Xiaofeng needed nourishment. Lan Mengyao and Lin Shi took turns trying to encourage him, but he seemed entranced, impervious to their pleas and refusing to eat, leaving them both frustrated and heartbroken. Du Xiaofeng, you cannot remain in this despondent state. You are a man. You must rise. Even if it feels like the end of the world, are we not still living well? There is still hope, is there not? Lan Mingyao lamented, questioning if this was truly the strong man she once knew. Sister Yao is right. You must rally yourself. Otherwise, before we even find the affluent district, you will have crumbled, and then how will we find the antidote to save Auntie? Who will care for her? Seeing a glimmer of possibility, the chubby man pressed on. Lin Shi is correct. You also need to locate your sister. I lack the ability to assist you in that. Observing the concern etched on their faces, Du Xiaofeng felt a profound sense of guilt, chastising himself for being unable to withstand the blows he had received. The transformation of his mother into a zombie did not signify that the world was devoid of an antidote to save her. He needed to gather his strength and become more formidable, for only then would he possess the capacity to seek the antidote and find his lost sister. Thank you, Du Xiaofeng expressed sincerely, seizing a piece of bread and devouring it ravenously. A gentle smile spread among the crowd, a silent expression of relief. He had finally surmounted this obstacle. Nothing was more significant than his survival and newfound resilience. That night, Du Xiaofeng allowed the portly companion to rest in the cargo hold while he and Feng Jun took turns driving, ensuring neither would become overly fatigued while making the most of their journey. The phone was devoid of battery, and even if it had power, navigation was impossible, as there was no signal to be found. Du Xiaofeng and Feng Jun could only rely on the map salvaged from a convenience store, proceeding instinctively toward the north. They dared only to traverse rural roads, attempting to replenish their supplies within small towns while avoiding major cities, where the population density posed a dire threat. Not only were there the risk of encountering mutated second-level corpses and third-level predators, but even ordinary zombies could prove overwhelming in numbers, rendering survival impossible. As they passed through several towns, Du Xiaofeng had attempted to seek out any survivors to accompany them in their quest for life. Yet, they encountered not a single living soul, nor any sign of breathing creatures. The desolation before them was heart-wrenching, further solidifying their resolve to reach the affluent districts. Over the course of 2 weeks, they traversed more than 10 towns, and in their previous journeys, they had found not a morsel of food, nor even a drop of water. With supplies dwindling and Su Xiaomi at her most ravenous, she cried out in despair. Du Xiaofeng, undeterred by the peril of being surrounded by the town's zombies, ventured out to seek sustenance for the group. In his absence, Su Xiaomi, overcome by hunger and thirst, nearly lost her sanity. Disregarding the others' protests, she too descended from the vehicle in search of something to eat. The fate of the food remained uncertain. In less than 3 minutes, a horde of zombies trailed behind her, leading to a perilous situation for the group. Fortunately, Du Xiaofeng arrived just in time, decisively eliminating over a dozen zombies with his machete, which was rendered nearly useless from the effort, and managed to divert the remaining undead away. Had it not been for his intervention, they would have surely met their demise. Strangely, while Du Xiaofeng typically ignored her antics, this time he resembled a frenzied beast. Had the others not intervened swiftly, Su Xiaomi would have been throttled to death. As the group cautiously transitioned to another vehicle, Du Xiaofeng gazed at the severed zombie heads, contemplating bringing one home for his mother, who had not eaten in nearly half a month, but ultimately abandoned the idea. Throughout their journey, the vehicle frequently encountered mechanical issues, and their nocturnal travels were fraught with various challenges, continually delaying their arrival in the capital. On the 32nd day following the outbreak, a silver-white small truck, typically used for transporting pigs, laboriously approached the outskirts of the capital. Inside the cab sat 2 haggard men, while in the covered cargo area lay 3 women and 1 man, alongside a bound zombie, its mouth stuffed with a towel. The oppressive heat compounded by the black cloth covering the cargo made the stench unbearable, yet they endured it, as the odors masked their human scent from the zombies. It was daytime. Why continue the journey? When would they finally rest? I cannot bear it any longer. A woman's voice erupted from the cargo area in a fit of frustration. If you find this unbearable, you are welcome to depart. We shall not impede you. As it is daytime, hordes of ravenous zombies roam the streets, eager for human flesh. The stout man retorted without reservation. He surmised that Su Xiaomi would not dare venture out, yet he could not permit her continued outcry, lest it attract a zombie onslaught, spelling doom for all present. The perils they had encountered along their journey were numerous. Were it not for Du Xiaofeng's capacity to consume corpse nuclei and augment his power, possessing formidable strength, this entire vehicle of individuals would have perished long ago, either succumbing to starvation or being devoured by a zombie horde. Despite having ingested a level 3 corpse nucleus, with significant enhancements to his capabilities, even a tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Endure a little longer, consoled Su Xiaomi, while simultaneously reassuring himself. We have persevered for so long, this brief interval is inconsequential. We have reached the periphery, we shall arrive anon. They had seemingly reached the outskirts of the imperial capital, yet they remained unable to draw near. At 1830, the small truck halted in a secluded locale, allowing everyone to rest, partake in sustenance, and relieve themselves. Having arrived at the outskirts of the imperial capital, could scarcely contain his elation, yearning to plunge in forthwith and locate the affluent district. Not only were those driving fatigued, but also those riding. After a brief recess, they resumed their journey, and the others uttering not a single complaint. All were striving for survival. As twilight descended, the truck advanced with haste. Vaguely discerned that the structures ahead appeared anomalous, and he immediately realized that they were the affluent district that he and his companions had painstakingly sought. The hand gripping the steering wheel trembled uncontrollably, fearful of misperception, and inadvertently roused the slumbering Du Xiaofeng beside him. Look quickly, am I seeing things? Feng Jun's voice quivered with anxiety. After consuming the core, Du Xiaofeng could perceive far more in the darkness than the average person. He opened his eyes and gazed in the direction Feng Jun indicated, and indeed, it was extraordinary. The structure before them deviated from the norm. It was not a typical edifice, towering and rectangular, but rather a round construction, entirely enveloped in a pitch-black hue, devoid of any luminescence or reflection. Each square centimeter of its surface was coated with a cold, black nanocore layer, seamlessly smooth without a single crevice. The hardness of this nanocore was 100 billion times that of steel, capable of withstanding the shock waves of a nuclear explosion. It could also resist the onslaught of various zombie hordes, including the more advanced undead. Remarkably, only half of it was above ground. The remaining half concealed beneath the Earth's surface, an unmistakable egg-like form. It assured that those within could never succumb to natural disasters. Chapter 21. Heaven and Hell. Du Xiaofeng could not discern what it was, only that it resembled an egg, perched ominously as if wary of some dreadful entity. Even the materials comprising this egg were unfamiliar, an inky blackness akin to a preserved egg. It must be it. Du Xiaofeng affirmed with a nod. Really? We found it. We have finally found it. Feng Jun exclaimed with exhilaration. Is it true? Have we truly discovered it? This is wonderful. All the hardships endured over this long period have not been in vain. Please, quiet down. I need to rest. Everyone was thrilled, save for Su Xiaomi, who was nearly overcome with exhaustion. Upon fully comprehending their arrival, her excitement eclipsed even theirs. Had the cargo container been more spacious, she would have been dancing with unrestrained joy. At long last, they had arrived. She would finally be able to cleanse herself and satiate her hunger. Overjoyed that their arduous efforts of over a month had not been in vain, Feng Jun was moved to tears, his foot pressing down hard on the accelerator as they advanced towards the egg. As the distance diminished, their anticipation heightened. Finally, they discerned the true nature of this so-called affluent district. It was an immense sphere, its precise dimensions unknown to them, as its boundaries extended beyond their field of vision in all directions. The material from which it was constructed was unlike anything they had ever encountered or heard of. To the touch, it possessed a cool sensation akin to that of steel. Du Xiaofeng rapped his knuckles against its surface, the sound short, abrupt, and muffled, confirming that the defense was at least several meters, perhaps even hundreds of meters, thick. The vehicle resumed its course, the occupants filled with fervent anticipation as they circumnavigated the sphere in search of an ingress. Within the confines of the cramped container, the corpulent man pranced about, his abundant flesh undulating with each movement, eliciting suppressed amusement from the three women. They, too, yearned to give vent to their jubilation. But for the sake of propriety, they restrained themselves. The vehicle followed the perimeter of the colossal sphere for nearly an hour before a structure resembling an entrance came into view. Feng Jun's heart pounded in his chest. As they approached, a sentry, rifle in hand, intercepted them. Halt. Are you ignorant of protocol? Deliveries are to queue over there. Deliveries? Feng Jun muttered under his breath, only to notice a colossal pipeline connecting to the giant egg, flanked by more than 20 large trucks. Hey there, brother, you've made a mistake. We are not here for delivery. I am Feng Jun, the heir of the Feng Group, and I wish to meet your commanding officer. The individuals in the vehicles are my friends. Feng Jun discreetly retrieved a pack of Furongyang cigarettes from Du Xiaofeng's pocket and, evading the surveillance of the duty room, slipped a cigarette into the soldier's hand, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. I appreciate your assistance, my friend. Who are you calling friend? Address me as sir. The soldier mocked, weighing the cigarette in his hand. Feng Jun hurriedly sought another pack from Du Xiaofeng, only to discover it was the last one, and several had already been smoked. Please, sir, I assure you, once I am inside, I will not forget you. Feng Jun's tone was exceedingly humble. The soldier nodded, albeit reluctantly accepting the cigarette, before turning to head towards the duty room. Moments later, a captain emerged, his eyes gleaming with a fierce red light, scrutinizing Feng Jun and his companions. Though perplexed, he produced a tablet to verify their identities. Feng Jun was aware that his identification badge had been revoked, yet he presented it to the captain nonetheless, winking at him afterward. The captain furrowed his brow and dismissed the soldiers behind him. Speak, captain. Allow me to enjoy a smoke first, Feng Jun said with a grin, only to be met with a glare from the captain, who swatted the cigarette from his hand. Get to the point. All right. Here is the situation. During the zombie outbreak, I had an urgent matter to attend to, which is why I couldn't gain entry. The people in the trucks are my friends, and I can procure identification badges for them. Not possible. I can only verify your identity and escort you inside. No one else is permitted, the captain declared sternly, clutching his tablet. Feng Jun, undeterred, braced himself and presented his identification badge for inspection. Upon witnessing the holographic display confirming the revocation of his credentials, the captain scoffed dismissively and motioned for his removal. There must be some mistake, Captain. My identification badge may have been damaged during the evacuation. I am Feng Jun, of the Feng Corporation. Allow me entry, and I shall not forget your kindness. Feng Jun pleaded urgently. However, the captain remained impervious to his entreaties, insisting on their expulsion. Amidst the altercation, the colossal egg unexpectedly unveiled a gateway. A figure clad in obsidian nanite armor, his waist adorned with a nanite core blade, emerged from within, his eyes radiating an intense emerald luminescence. Despite the seemingly rigid armor, his movements remained unencumbered. He was trailed by a cohort of individuals, their eyes emitting a faint crimson glow. Each was encased in full-body armor, similarly armed with waist-mounted blades, albeit not crafted from nanite core materials. Their weaponry consisted of unfamiliar laser rifles, capable of not only piercing targets, but also inflicting temperatures exceeding 300 degrees Celsius, culminating in a devastating three-pronged assault. These individuals were responsible for patrolling the area, poised to respond swiftly to any anomalies detected at the entrance or upon notification from the duty station. The colonel, his eyes gleaming with an intense viridescent light, cast a fleeting glance upon Feng Jun. Those who trespass upon the civilized zone shall face death. Gulp. Feng Jun swallowed hard, his body rigid with trepidation. He felt as though he were being stalked by the Grim Reaper himself, an experience far more terrifying than confronting Du Xiaofeng's crimson gaze. Understood, Colonel. The captain was trembling uncontrollably, ready to order Feng Jun's immediate execution. The colonel, watching the small truck disappear in a trail of dust, didn't bother sending anyone after it, remarking that those people would meet their end at the hands of the zombies regardless. He added that ordinary people were constantly devising means to enter the civilized zone. Should the captain exhibit such indecision again, he would face the same fate as those he hesitated to eliminate. The captain responded affirmatively, watching the colonel and his squad depart. The captain felt a surge of fear, as the colonel's seemingly calm tone was laced with lethal intent. The power of a level 4. Fully upgraded zombie core gene was indeed terrifying. He wondered when he would ascend to the colonel's rank and wield such a potent gene. The small truck roared, speeding away for 10 kilometers before stopping, confirming they were no longer pursued. Blue Mingyao and Lin Shi were struggling to accept their situation. Over a month of enduring life and death struggles, all in the pursuit of reaching the affluent district, had led them here. The hope of survival had been their constant support, but now that they had arrived, they were denied entry, causing all their hopes to collapse instantly. The two women sat in despair, questioning the purpose of their arduous journey. Su Xiaomi, on the verge of a breakdown, cried out, questioning Feng Jun's assurances that reaching the affluent district would ensure their survival. She lamented that she had followed them through hardship while pregnant, only to be denied entry. The corpulent man, though silent, kept his gaze fixed on Feng Jun, hoping for a satisfactory explanation. Feng Jun, in turn, confessed his own uncertainty, seeking guidance from anyone present. Feng Jun, consumed by guilt and remorse, shouted in anguish, delivering a heavy blow to the windshield, which cut his hand and caused blood to flow incessantly. He painfully covered his face, his shoulders trembling as he stifled his sobs, fearful of being overheard. In one moment, they were in paradise. In the next, they were plunged into hell. In that fleeting instant, all hope was extinguished for everyone. The atmosphere within the car grew suffocatingly oppressive. Du Xiaofeng gazed at his mother, bound tightly, and felt an indescribable anguish within. He had believed that reaching the affluent district would lead them to salvation, yet now, not only were they denied entry, but survival itself had become dubious. Enough. Do not blame yourself. You sought only to ensure everyone's survival. None of us wished for this outcome. Du Xiaofeng reassured, patting Feng Jun's shoulder. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have endured such hardship to arrive here. Feng Jun replied bitterly, observing the group's spirit. Once vibrant during their quest for the affluent district, now diminished, Du Xiaofeng realized that if this continued, even if they escaped the clutches of the undead, their lives would not last much longer. Everyone, please, listen to me. The group remained unresponsive, their expressions vacant. Why did we endure so much to come here? To survive. We have faced countless challenges along the way, and we have persevered through life and death for what? Because we wish to live. Lin Shi and I seek the cure to save my mother. Everyone yearns for a peaceful life. Now, just because the so-called affluent district denies us entry, must we succumb to despair? Du Xiaofeng spoke with increasing fervor, his eyes shimmering with a crimson glow, and the crowd raised their heads, gazing at him. Their pillar of strength. Can we not establish our own haven? Must we rely on others to survive? Consider how humanity has endured countless near-extinction events throughout its history, yet has persevered with resilience. Are our intellect and survival instincts truly inferior to those of our ancestors? Chapter 22. Fighting Spirit Indeed. They can create wealthy enclaves where they live in comfort. With someone like Du Xiaofeng, who can consume corpses to enhance his strength, we too can forge our own sanctuary. With newfound hope comes renewed motivation. Du Xiaofeng is right. Together, we can build a home that belongs to us. Feng Jun's tear-filled eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Du Xiaofeng, sending shivers down his spine. He instinctively tightened his grip, preferring to be a coward who only dared to pursue women rather than confront a true man head-on. Let us establish a home. The crowd echoed in unison. However, a discordant voice interjected, "Pa, easy for you to say. We have no food or water left. We'll starve soon, and you speak of building homes, ha." No one paid heed to Su Xiaomi's dispirited remarks. Yet, an unexpected silence enveloped the air, and all eyes turned to Du Xiaofeng. "Why are you all looking at me?" he queried, puzzled. "Speak. How shall we establish it?" "Yes, you are our leader. We shall follow your guidance." "Madman, you are my veritable lodestar," he exclaimed. "Your intellect borders on the preternatural. Our opinions pale in comparison. Pray, enlighten us on the course of action. We shall follow your lead with unwavering precision." The corpulent man chuckled, his demeanor imbued with a peculiar effeminacy. Du Xiaofeng, with a hint of resignation, had already conceived a comprehensive strategy. Initially, they would seek a locale akin to a supermarket, replete with sustenance. Subsequently, they would erect fortifications around their abode. Concurrently, they would endeavor to locate other survivors within the city, for collective strength is paramount in withstanding the impending zombie onslaught. The assembly concurred wholeheartedly. Yet their immediate priority lay in procuring provisions and weaponry. Under the cloak of night, the vehicle resumed its journey. "I harbor an idea," Feng Jun declared, a flicker of animosity igniting within his gaze, albeit rather audacious. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaofeng instantaneously discerned the nature of his proposition. Marveling at the enhanced acuity of his intellect since consuming the zombie core. To commandeer the supply vehicles of the affluent district? Feng Jun was taken aback, questioning how his thoughts had been deciphered. "That matter can be contemplated in due course, but not presently," Du Xiaofeng remarked placidly. "They likely possess multiple depots for procuring supplies, each garrisoned by a platoon of soldiers equipped with cutting-edge weaponry and armor. The rank and file are administered with level 2 elixirs, while the officers in charge are fortified with fully enhanced level 3 elixirs, presumably to repel zombie incursions and quell potential uprisings among the common populace. The crux of the matter is that the colonel and his squad were using fully enhanced tier 4 potions, implying they are specially equipped to deal with advanced zombies. Furthermore, we lack intelligence regarding their patrol intervals. Any impetuous attempt to seize their supplies would be a suicidal endeavor." Feng Jun remained silent, examining Du Xiaofeng's head, curious to ascertain the extent of the cerebral alterations induced by the zombie core. He regretted not having observed more meticulously, as Du Xiaofeng had extrapolated so much from limited information. Indeed, were it not for the fatal risk of corporeal explosion, Feng Jun would have been tempted to consume a core himself. Being the capital, even outside the city center, the affluence far surpassed that of Mi-City. The streets were littered with wrecked and incinerated vehicles, predominantly luxury brands. The attire of the roaming zombies was beyond Du Xiaofeng's annual earnings. There were no secluded alleys, as every street teemed with the undead. Drawn by the engine's roar, the zombies converged upon the van. Given the circumstances, Du Xiaofeng was loath to abandon his companions, especially his mother, to search for sustenance alone. However, transporting such a large group would inevitably impede their progress. After circling the streets, they eventually discovered a relatively secluded locale with fewer zombies. As Du Xiaofeng prepared to escort everyone, including his mother, in pursuit of provisions, Su Xiaomi volunteered to remain in the vehicle. Overwhelmed by hunger and exhaustion, she found the prospect of accompanying the group more perilous than staying behind to guard the bound zombie. Moreover, having someone remain in the vehicle to maintain vigilance against unforeseen contingencies seemed prudent. Du Xiaofeng discreetly exited the vehicle, swiftly dispatching the nearby wandering corpses. This not only prevented the undead from besieging the car, but also enabled him to utilize their blood and flesh as a cover for his group. They smeared the blood of the zombies upon themselves, adorned with bits of flesh, and stealthily approached a department store. Once a bustling hub, it had succumbed to the apocalypse, and the ghastly, ashen eyes of the undead glimmered with excitement upon spotting food. This sight startled Su Xiaomi, who instinctively raised her hand and struck the creature with a resounding slap. "You old wretch, lurking about and frightening me. Your son, that wretched toad, dreams of swan meat, and he dares to terrify me too." Each slap seemed to amplify her fury, leaving her hands smeared with decaying flesh, provoking a wave of nausea. Gazing into its lifeless eyes filled her with dread, compelling her to press down on its eyeballs, preventing it from gazing at her any longer. "You old blind fool, close your eyes and do not look at me." The department store had been selected by Du Xiaofeng as a temporary sanctuary. Their plan was to assess the situation within, as long as they could clear out the zombies. They could gradually cultivate this space into a thriving base. The group, well-versed in their grim task, maneuvered towards the rear entrance of the store without disturbing a single undead. There, they encountered nearly 20 corpses, a far lesser number than the hundreds amassed at the front. They could divert the attention of those zombies and slip into the store. However, since they intended to establish this location as their stronghold, it was imperative to eradicate the surrounding undead sooner or later. Du Xiaofeng cast a glance at his companions. Then, gripping a battered dagger that had seen better days from slaying the undead, he silently severed the head of one of the approaching zombies. The commotion drew the attention of the other undead, who shrieked and lunged towards him. Seizing the opportunity, the others hurried towards the rear entrance. Intent on prying it open, this was a prearranged tactic. With the enhancement of the level 3 zombie core, Du Xiaofeng's speed, strength, and reflexes were significantly amplified compared to before. To him, the zombies moved with an agonizing slowness, akin to a scene unfolding in slow motion. Harming him was an impossibility, unless he found himself besieged by thousands of them. One by one, the undead fell before him, just as he finished dispatching the last of the zombies. His companions managed to force the rear door open with brute strength. Stepping lightly into the shopping mall, they discovered it was a warehouse specializing in athletic apparel. There was no time to change their clothes. They quickly barricaded the rear door with heavy objects to prevent the wandering zombies from entering. Should they breach the mall, it would spell disaster. Exiting the warehouse, Du Xiaofeng led the charge, with the stout fellow and Feng Jun bringing up the rear, as the group navigated through the mall while adeptly clearing out any remaining zombies. This shopping center was far more bustling than the previous market they had traversed. It boasted 10 floors, each dedicated to a specific type of merchandise, with the ground floor showcasing various clothing items. Du Xiaofeng anxiously scrutinized the floor directory, fervently seeking the location of a convenience store. He intended to instruct the stout fellow to bring down the roll-up door at the mall's entrance. Given his weight, he would certainly be able to accomplish this task. Concealing the interior from the wandering zombies outside would facilitate their movements. Otherwise, the undead would only continue to gather, eventually giving rise to more formidable variants such as the frenzied or predatory zombies. Once these mutated zombies emerge, it becomes exceedingly difficult for Du Xiaofeng to ensure the safety of everyone. The crux of the matter lies in his lack of suitable weaponry. He possesses only a severely damaged dagger. Engaging in close combat with those zombies inevitably poses a risk of injury. If a level 4 zombie lord were to appear, it would not only spell doom for others, but even Du Xiaofeng, despite his intermediate level 3 abilities, would be reduced to a pitiful retreat. The only option left would be to flee at a distance, entirely unable to confront it in battle. Zombie lords typically exhibit a significant territorial instinct, their decaying flesh having reached a state indistinguishable from that of a living organism, even boasting an unparalleled resilience. Their olfactory, visual, and auditory senses are akin to those of ordinary beings. A distinctive characteristic is their eyes, emanating an unsettling green glow, unlike the two-headed frenzy zombies. Another recognizable feature is the complete extension of their bones, forming a natural defensive bone spike that envelopes their entire body, making it exceedingly difficult to approach, let alone inflict fatal harm. They possess the ability to control lesser zombies through cerebral waves and exhibit intelligence comparable to that of a 10-year-old child, capable of articulate speech. Besides their mutated limbs, they also possess unique offensive skills. Chapter 23. A fortuitous encounter. The first floor is dedicated to clothing, the second to specialty products. And on the third floor, Du Xiaofeng finally discovers a variety of snack shops and a convenience store on the top floor. Previously, the group had consumed only a meager amount of food, 2 individuals sharing a small bread, and 3 sharing a single bottle of water. After exhausting their energy battling the undead, their stomachs had long begun to grumble with hunger. Du Xiaofeng chose not to linger in clearing the zombies, but instead led everyone up the safe staircase to the 10th floor, as the elevator had long since run out of power. Moreover, the transparent glass elevator was a risk that Du Xiaofeng dared not take with everyone. The group steeled themselves, knowing that sustenance was within reach, yet they must remain vigilant to avoid injury. Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi followed closely behind me, while the stout Feng Jun brought up the rear. Du Xiaofeng, ever the cautious leader, urged everyone to stay alert, warning of the potential presence of numerous zombies in the stairwell. Observing the heightened vigilance among his companions, Du Xiaofeng nodded affirmatively and gently pushed open the door. The creak of the door, long unhinged, resonated distinctly in the stillness of the environment. With the last functioning flashlight perched atop his head, he proceeded with utmost caution. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at him from around the corner. As anticipated, the area indeed harbored the undead. With a swift strike, he dispatched the creature without a second glance and urged the group to continue ascending the staircase. Thanks to the enhancements from the Tier 3 Predator Core, ordinary zombies were swiftly eliminated before they could approach, allowing the group to climb with relative ease. Alas, a cry escaped Lan Mingyao as she lost her footing on the stairs, slipping on the blood of a fallen zombie. She twisted her ankle, leaving it swollen and painful, rendering her unable to walk. Without hesitation, Du Xiaofeng crouched down and lifted her onto his back. The others fared better, though they felt lightheaded from hunger. A sense of security enveloped them. This was the man they had longed for. Having consumed the zombie core, Du Xiaofeng's broad back offered Lan Mingyao an unparalleled sense of safety. In the presence of luminescence, one would undoubtedly observe the delicate flush upon her exquisite countenance in the feverish tint of her ears. She clung to Du Xiaofeng's back, resembling a tender maiden, her arms encircling his neck with ardent embrace, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion. Within the tranquil confines of the stairwell, the rhythmic cadence of Lan Mingyao's palpitating heart echoed through the stillness. Du Xiaofeng, acutely aware of the voluptuous and tender sensation against his back, experienced a surge of exhilaration. He firmly hoisted her, his hands clasping her shapely thighs to ensure her stability. The resilient texture beneath his touch ignited his imagination, recalling her avowal to be his beloved. He resolved to solidify their union in matrimony upon achieving stability. Encountering another undead obstructing their path, Du Xiaofeng swiftly dispatched the creature. Anxious about Lan Mingyao's security, he promptly reached out to support her legs, inadvertently making contact with a sensitive area. Lan Mingyao's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, yet neither uttered a word, and the incident remained unnoticed by the others. An atmosphere of unspoken affection enveloped the couple. After 40 minutes, the group safely reached the 10th floor, only to find the door bolted from within. The corpulent man, panting heavily and drenched in perspiration, exclaimed in exasperation, "Good heavens, could there be living souls inside?" The others shared his exhaustion. Du Xiaofeng, however, exhibited a flush of his own, though not from physical exertion. He declared, "We must force it open. I shall breach the door. Everyone, prepare for potential undead." Gently setting Lan Mingyao down, he guided her to a seat on the stairwell, tenderly instructing, "Rest here for a moment. I shall lead them inside, and once the peril subsides, I shall return to carry you." Her face aglow with a rosy hue, Lan Mingyao nodded in acquiescence, urging him to exercise caution. In the past, Du Xiaofeng would have never uttered such words. However, that night on the rooftop, after their intimate encounter and the fallout with Su Xiaomi, the two had been shrouded in ambiguity. Although Du Xiaofeng harbored insecurities about his lineage, he was no fool. He could discern Lan Mingyao's intentions. "Prepare yourselves. I am about to break through." The crowd nodded in understanding, and with a swift kick, Du Xiaofeng struck the door. Bang! The force of his kick was nearly 300 kilograms, indicating that not only was the door locked, but it was also barricaded from within. Fatty! Together, the two of them collided against the door 3 times before finally forcing it open. As the door splintered, a heavy object fell to the ground, a table leg hurtling towards Du Xiaofeng's head with a gust of wind. Thankfully, his reflexes were nearly 3 times quicker than average, allowing him to narrowly evade the blow. "Oh, this zombie actually dodged. Everyone, quickly unite and attack." Amidst the shouts of both men and women, Du Xiaofeng raised his head, illuminated by the faint glow of a flashlight, and beheld a group brandishing various weapons, charging toward him. Instantly, he rolled to the ground, evading their onslaught. However, the unfortunate fatty was not as lucky, crying out in agony as he struggled to maneuver his portly frame to avoid the strikes. "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me!" Seeing that their assault showed no signs of abating, Du Xiaofeng shouted, "Hey, cease your actions. We are human." Human? Did he just claim they are human? Do you all hear this? In this world, besides us, are there any living souls left? Have they come to rescue us? They wondered aloud, their voices a jumble of uncertainty. "We are indeed human. If you doubt it, behold." Du Xiaofeng directed the flashlight beam upon his face. Had he not done so, the sight of the verdant blood unique to zombies, along with the remnants of flesh and entrails clinging to his visage, would not have provoked such a furious outcry to end his existence. At that moment, Lin Shi and Feng Jun burst into the room, swiftly intervening to restrain the crowd. offering explanations while assisting the portly man to his feet. Du Xiaofeng, are you unharmed? The anxious exclamation of Lan Mingyao echoed from the safety stairs. I'm fine, Du Xiaofeng promptly replied, before carrying her into the room on his back. The assembled individuals were visibly skeptical, yet upon hearing the name Du Xiaofeng, a murmur of recognition rippled through the group. In the pitch blackness, where one could scarcely discern their own hand, no one could clearly make out the faces of the others. It was only when candles were lit that both sides, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, could finally distinguish each other's features. Du Xiaofeng? Indeed, it is I. You're truly alive? Of course, we're among the living. Have you ever borne witness to a zombie capable of shrieking in agony? Finally assured that Du Xiaofeng and his companions were indeed living beings, the others lowered their weapons and resecured the safety door. The apparent leader of the group scrutinized Du Xiaofeng, then turned his gaze upon Lan Mingyao, who was clinging tightly to him, and inquired, How did you come to be here? Du Xiaofeng offered a wry smile, replying, He Tianyu. Little did I anticipate that I would find you here, and that so many of our high school classmates would be with you. Lan Mingyao and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Could such a coincidence truly occur? Amidst the cataclysmic end of the world, encountering high school acquaintances in the distant capital felt surreal. As it turned out, this assembly of former classmates, including He Tianyu, was orchestrated for a reunion. Years had elapsed since their graduation, prompting them to convene for a brief sojourn in the capital. However, Du Xiaofeng, whom they deemed as a mere underling, was excluded from the invitation. Unexpectedly, the zombie outbreak occurred upon their arrival. Many succumbed to the ravenous undead before they could react. It was Jiang Yuning, a former Special Forces operative, who led them to their current sanctuary, thus ensuring their survival. Well, if it I assent madman, someone jested after all these years. You seem to be doing quite well. Won't you introduce us to these two lovely ladies by your side, for the sake of our dear Tianyu? Here? Du Xiaofeng cast a sidelong glance at Yang Wei, who had been a constant follower of He Tianyu since their school days. While others might consider him a mere lackey, the entire school regarded him as He Tianyu's obsequious hound. He thrived during his high school years by pandering to He Tianyu's whims, engaging in servile flattery, and singing his praises. Yang Wei, Du Xiaofeng retorted with a sneer. It seems that time has done little to alter your essence. You remain as contemptible as ever. Truly befitting of the title supreme bootlicker of our school. The portly fellow and the others were oblivious to the past events that transpired between them, but they sensed an undercurrent of unease in the atmosphere. Yang Wei detested being addressed by his infamous moniker, Supreme Bootlicker. All right, Du Xiaofeng, He Tianyu interjected as fellow classmates. Shouldn't you do the honors of introducing us to each other? He Tianyu's gaze remained fixed upon Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi. Du Xiaofeng cast a glance at him, recalling that it was at his behest that Yang Wei had bullied him back in high school. Brief introductions were exchanged. Jiang Yuning, standing in the corner, nodded to Du Xiaofeng, remembering that he was the only one who had never mistreated Du Xiaofeng during their high school days. How did you manage to get up here? Asked Chotong, Du Xiaofeng's high school deskmate. True to her name, she was the school's beauty queen. With an oval face, delicate features, fair skin, and long flowing hair that exuded an aura of purity, along with a figure that made all the girls envious. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? He Tianyu questioned. With so many zombies in the stairwell, how could you have possibly made it up here? It doesn't seem plausible that you could have slain all those zombies to get here. It must be that the zombies were already gone. Or perhaps, there were only one or two, and you were fortunate enough to get through. That must be it. After all, the zombies have been in the stairwell for over a month. They must be running out of steam. Two girls echoed each other, supporting He Tianyu's skepticism and questioning Du Xiaofeng's account. Some, however, marveled at their ability to ascend. The portly fellow, unable to contain his indignation, wanted to stand up for his brother, but was restrained. Du Xiaofeng, not wanting to waste time explaining, simply stated why he was there, omitting the fact that he had consumed the zombie core and led everyone. The group mourned the near extinction of the world. They had tried to contact the outside world for rescue, but to no avail. As time passed, they gradually gave up, resolving to live each day as it came. However, some individuals have begun to express their skepticism. Is everything he claims truly accurate? Can we refrain from boasting? Do you genuinely possess the capacity to traverse over 1,000 kilometers and arrive here unscathed? And in a wealthy district, no less? Mutated zombies? Are we filming a science fiction movie? Haha, we are all classmates. A little bravado is acceptable, but at such a moment, It is rather embarrassing to have one's bluster exposed. Indeed, do you truly consider yourself a savior? What about you resembles a hero? Please. More people joined the ranks of those mocking Du Xiaofeng. Unable to accept that the former underdog has now become so impressive, it is evident that he is merely boasting. Even a clay figurine retains a touch of its earthly essence. Du Xiaofeng could not be bothered to engage in further dialogue with such individuals. Only Jiang Yunling and Qiutong were astonished to learn that Du Xiaofeng and his companions had come from Mi City, rather than being in the capital during the outbreak. After years of absence, they expected he had made progress, only to find he had merely honed his skills in boasting. The world is ending? And there exists a wealthy district where 100 million can survive? Haha, my parents are the presidents of a subsidiary of the Feng Group, and our family fortune has long surpassed 100 million. Why have I never heard of the wealthy district you speak of? He Tianyu also found it hard to believe Du Xiaofeng's words, relentlessly attempting to undermine him. Classmates, do not heed his ramblings. How could the world possibly come to an end? Soon, someone will come to rescue us, so there is no need for concern. My parents are the presidents of a subsidiary of the Feng Group, and I am their only son. They will surely contact Uncle Wang in the military district to save us. I have already left them a message on WeChat. As long as we endure, we will surely survive. Upon hearing He Tianyu's words, Du Xiaofeng and others exchanged peculiar glances, none daring to speak. The heir of the Feng family stood right behind them. Could it be that he was less significant than the parents of a mere branch company president? Feng Jun's lips twitched in response. Most of their classmates were persuaded by He Tianyu's assertions, having known during their studies that his family possessed wealth and influence, thus they believed he would not deceive them. They began to extol him, requesting that he take them along when he left and assist in securing employment for them as well. All right, everyone, please remain calm. Once we depart from here, I will certainly arrange positions for you at the Feng Group. He Tianyu expressed his satisfaction with their reactions, and then turned his gaze towards the silent Qiutong. Tong, once we exit, you should cease your endeavors as a streamer. It has been quite some time, and yet you still cling to your dreams of stardom? I can arrange for you a more leisurely role as a supervisor. All it takes is a nod from you. He Tianyu smiled, concealing the lewdness in his eyes quite effectively. No rewards without merit. You may continue to call me Qiutong. I shall remain a humble streamer, for it is more comfortable. Besides, the state of the world is still debatable. Qiutong firmly declined. How can you believe Du Xiaofeng's nonsense? The world still exists. I assure you I will take you away from here. He Tianyu spoke gently. Du Xiaofeng and the others could no longer contain themselves, their shoulders shaking as they struggled to stifle their laughter, clearly finding it difficult to hold back. Feng Jun, unable to endure any longer, rose to his feet. Your method of wooing is quite impressive. You sketch an enticing prospect in advance. Feng Jun mocked. Who are you? Do you even know who I am? Incensed, He Tianyu was determined to make him pay for daring to interrupt his pursuit of a woman. Feng Jun stated nonchalantly. You've mentioned your parents being presidents of a branch of the Feng Corporation thrice already. As for my identity, you didn't seem to catch it during the introduction, so I'll reiterate. I am Feng Jun. I care not whether you're Feng Jun or whatever else, He Tianyu retorted impolitely. Wait, what did he just say his name was? Feng Jun. The same name as the Feng Corporation's heir? Could he actually be that person? Impossible. A top-tier scion like him would never be found trailing behind a loser like Du Xiaofeng in such a disheveled state. He would have surely used his wealth to secure a safe haven for a vacation. That must be it. The portly fellow suppressed a chuckle, taunting, friend. He is indeed the heir to the Feng Corporation. You claim your parents are branch presidents, yet you don't even recognize him. He Tianyu nearly fainted upon this revelation. What he found most unbearable was that Feng Jun appeared to be Du Xiaofeng's subordinate. Lan Mengyao and Lin Shi couldn't help but stifle their giggles, finding the situation too amusing. The others exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at the coincidence. Those who had previously mocked Du Xiaofeng were now more inclined to believe his words. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Comfortable. Hey, Yang Wei, what sort of remark is that? We are all classmates. Surviving is already a feat. Have you seen their appearance? More exaggerated than beggars fleeing a disaster. Be discreet. They have companions. Don't cause them to lose face. On the surface, He Tianyu seems to be accusing Yang Wei of speaking out of turn, but it is evident to all that he is subtly mocking Du Xiaofeng. During high school, He Tianyu was undoubtedly a prominent figure, not only blessed with striking good looks and fair skin, but also possessing remarkable basketball skills. Moreover, his family was exceptionally affluent, earning him the adoration of all the female students as the school heartthrob. However, Beneath this charm lay a hypocritical nature. He took advantage of his wealth and attractiveness, engaging with various willing girls only to subsequently abandon them. At that time, He Tianyu was persistently pursuing Qiu Tong, while Du Xiaofeng quietly harbored feelings for her. Upon discovering the sordid details of He Tianyu's actions, he could no longer contain himself and revealed everything to Qiu Tong. During class, textbooks mysteriously vanished. When he searched the restroom, he found his textbook, which had been torn and soaked in the urinal. Eventually, matters escalated to the point where his backpack was tossed into the toilet. After school, he was inexplicably ambushed daily, being confronted with the words, "Tianyu go." I'm merely reminding him to avoid forgetting certain matters. Yang Wei cast a glance at Du Xiaofeng, the mockery in his smile deepening. Chapter 25. After Effects. Tong Tong. Having shared a desk with you for 3 years, this is the first time I muster the courage to address you in such an intimate manner. I hope you do not take offense. I have long fantasized about being able to speak to you like this. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Du Xiaofeng clenched his fists tightly. This was the very love letter he had poured all his courage into writing for Qiu Tong, only for Yang Wei to steal it and read it aloud in front of the entire class. The overweight student had often been bullied during his studies, and it was clear that Yang Wei was deliberately picking at his brother's wounds. In a fit of rage, he seized Yang Wei by the collar, glaring at him furiously. For an extended period, the atmosphere was charged with a sense of peril emanating from the stout figure, reminiscent of a looming threat. How dare you utter another word? Do you wish to test my brother's resolve? I shall end you. Release me. Although Yang Wei stammered in fear, he noted that their adversaries consisted of only 3 men, whereas his own group numbered over 10. Surely, they could not be intimidated. Who dares to bark like a dog? Is there no one to silence such insolence? He Tianyu cast a cold glare at Du Xiaofeng, only to be startled by the intense crimson glimmer in his eyes. Enough. We are all classmates, and it is a rare fortune to encounter one another here. Let us cease this discord. The night is upon us. It would be wise to rest early. Jiang Yunling interjected, attempting to mediate. Begone. What gives you the right to speak? I am the authority here. He Tianyu, taken aback by Du Xiaofeng's fierce gaze and feeling disgruntled after having been humiliated, redirected his frustration towards Jiang Yunling. Surround them. Anyone who dares to move shall meet their end. With a command, He Tianyu's followers complied, save for Jiang Yunling and Qiu Tong. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Let us all remain calm. Lan Mingyao and Qiu Tong stepped forward to counsel their comrades. Eventually, both sides managed to temper their tempers, avoiding immediate conflict. Though the stout figure remained irate, still brooding over the perceived slight against his brother. Du Xiaofeng, it has been ages. You have become quite dashing. Indeed, it has been too long. Qiu Tong, you have grown even more beautiful. By the way, are you all planning to take refuge here? Yes. We ventured forth in search of sustenance, intending to establish this place as our base of survival and to seek out additional survivors to persevere alongside us. Only to unexpectedly encounter you. Qiu Tong was taken aback, realizing that the simpleton she had always known had transformed into the leader of these individuals, prompting her to regard him with newfound respect. Scram. Go find another place to set up your base. The food here is barely sufficient for us. Yang Wei retorted, clearly displeased. He spoke the truth. We were struggling to secure our own survival. Jiang Yunlang sighed, wishing he could assist an old classmate. Yet he found himself in a precarious situation, uncertain how long their provisions would last. Ha ha ha, what did I just hear? He Tianyu exclaimed, clutching his stomach, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. He raised his hand, poised to strike Du Xiaofeng's face, mocking, you of all people, wish to seize our territory to establish a base and bring more people to survive? You truly are a toothpick trying to dislodge a tree. Du Xiaofeng shot a glare at He Tianyu, his hand frozen midair, unable to descend. Enraged by the audacity of what he perceived as a worthless individual daring to confront him, He Tianyu retorted, oh really? You think you're so impressive? If your team possesses the capability to defeat us, I shall acknowledge you and permit you to establish your base here. Very well. I shall not resort to unfairness. You decide how the contest shall unfold. He Tianyu sneered coldly. Have you merely honed your verbal skills over these years? Fine. I shall not bully you either. Let Jiang Yunlang face your team. After graduating from university, He Tianyu served in the military and spent 2 years in logistics for pig farming. Having learned a smattering of hand-to-hand combat, he often boasted of being a special forces veteran. Initially, when others recognized Jiang Yunling as a retired special forces soldier and sought his leadership for survival, He Tianyu, feeling indignant, asserted his own status as a retired Special Forces operative, claiming he too could guide them through adversity. Having known him since high school, it was evident that He Tianyu was accustomed to being the center of attention, a role Zhang Yunling was not inclined to contest. He refused to engage, unwilling to assist He Tianyu, and even more reluctant to harm Du Xiaofeng. Ultimately, He Tianyu had no choice but to confront Du Xiaofeng himself. He was significantly taller and more robust than Du Xiaofeng and had acquired formidable grappling skills during his military service, so he felt confident in his chances. He struck a pose, beckoning Du Xiaofeng with a crooked finger, taunting, "Come on, let me see if the once-defeated wretch has made any progress. Don't disappoint me now." The moment the provocative words left his mouth, He Tianyu blinked, and in an instant, Du Xiaofeng vanished from his sight. Before he could even react, the scene spun around him, and a sharp pain suddenly shot through his leg. With a resounding thud, He Tianyu was swept off his feet, crashing heavily to the ground. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Although Du Xiaofeng was eager to teach He Tianyu a harsh lesson, he refrained, considering the trouble of seeking medical aid if he caused significant harm. Instead, he delivered a mild reprimand. Stunned, how could he be so easily overwhelmed? Consumed by rage and humiliation, He Tianyu scrambled to his feet, drawing a dagger from his waist and launching a fierce, wind-laden assault towards Du Xiaofeng's back. "Watch out!" A collective gasp arose from the crowd, with Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi's palms becoming slick with anxiety. A mouthful of blood erupted from He Tianyu's lips, accompanied by a dislodged molar. Blinded by fury, he remained unrepentant. Du Xiaofeng, harboring an intense aversion to any disparagement of his family, especially his now zombified mother, widened his eyes. His pupils tinged with crimson. He resembled a frenzied beast, emitting guttural growls as he seized He Tianyu's collar and unleashed a series of blows. The resounding slaps echoed through the air, striking the onlookers' hearts and instilling a sense of dread. He Tianyu had long since lost consciousness, yet Du Xiaofeng persisted, continuing to strike him. Yang Wei attempted to intervene, but was deterred by the crimson glint in Du Xiaofeng's eyes. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Yuning rushed forward to restrain him, joined by Pengzi and Feng Jun. "Stop. Please stop. You'll kill him if you continue." Du Xiaofeng remained deaf to their pleas. Baring his teeth and emitting low growls, akin to a lone wolf, undeterred by the multitude of adversaries surrounding him, the three men were unable to subdue him, and it required the collective effort of everyone present to finally restrain him. Du Xiaofeng, as if possessed, continued to emit guttural growls. Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi, their hearts aching, embraced him tightly, stroking his hair as if to soothe the wounded spirit of their man. It's all right now? What's wrong with him?" Zhang Yuning felt a wave of trepidation wash over her as she retrieved the last remaining pack of cigarettes, offering one to the portly fellow. Observing her gradually calming brothers, the stout man ignited the cigarette and inhaled deeply, expressing his resignation. I am uncertain, perhaps he did not dare to complete his statement. He speculated that Du Xiaofeng had become increasingly prone to anger and impulsiveness of late, his character having undergone a significant transformation, likely due to the aftereffects of consuming the flesh nucleus. To obtain something, one must invariably pay the corresponding price. This is a realm governed by the principle of equivalent exchange. He blamed himself and his companions had they not been so feeble. He would not have needed to consume the flesh nucleus repeatedly to step forward and safeguard everyone. A feeling of discomfort settled in his chest, the sole consolation being that he had survived the consumption of the flesh nucleus without meeting a catastrophic end. Noting his reluctance to elaborate, Zhang Yuning refrained from pressing further. The stout man approached Du Xiaofeng, offering him the cigarette, and gradually, the crimson gleam in his eyes faded as he trembled and took a deep drag. As the night grew late, others, observing the situation had calmed, retired for the evening, for to them, it was merely a matter of a change in who distributed the food, without affecting anything else. Nevertheless, there was a flicker of surprise among them, after years apart. How did Du Xiaofeng become so formidable? Qiu Tong lay on a makeshift bed fashioned from 3 combined stools, her thoughts drifting back to her high school days, reminiscing about her time with Du Xiaofeng and the love letter he penned, eliciting a soft chuckle. Each day, Du Xiaofeng would be the first to arrive at school, wiping down her desk and chair, even if they had already been cleaned by the duty students. He would insist on doing it again. Every day, he silently recorded class notes for her. Each day, I gaze out at the azure sky and cottony clouds, but in truth, it is her profile I seek. I diligently mark the dates of her special moments, gently reminding her to abstain from chilled delicacies. Lost in these reveries, Chiotong drifted into slumber, a bashful smile gracing her lips. Chapter 26. Frenzy. Slay Su Xiaomi. Though the 10th floor boasted a convenience store and an array of eateries, their provisions had sustained the inhabitants for over a month, and now, supplies dwindled precariously. Panic began to set in as they contemplated their next course of action. After a hasty, meager meal, Du Xiaofeng, anxious for his mother's safety in the vehicle, hurried downstairs, instructing the others to remain on the floor above. However, Fatty and Feng Jun, wary of potential dangers, shadowed him. A lithe figure darted from the mall's rear entrance, clutching a meager ration of sustenance. After a swift assessment of the surroundings, the figure, assured of safety, sprinted towards a silver-white van parked at the street's bend. In a gust of wind, the figure lunged towards the vehicle. With no one returning from above for an extended period, Su Xiaomi, weary and famished, was on the verge of drooling. Reclining languidly, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the wide, ashen eyes, nearly causing her to soil herself in fright. Infuriated, she resumed her assault of slaps, unleashing a torrent of vulgarities. Were it not for the risk of detection, Su Xiaomi would have gouged out the ghastly orbs and discarded them, sparing herself the constant terror. Suddenly, a violent clamor erupted from the van's cargo door. Previously, fearing for the safety of those inside, Su Xiaomi had been instructed to bolt the door from within, allowing her to unlock and escape in the event of a zombie siege. The door lock was forcefully yanked from the outside. Su Xiaomi was taken aback, glancing towards the car window. Upon catching sight of those blood-red eyes, an icy chill surged from her feet to the crown of her head, leaving her trembling with goosebumps. In an instant, a profound fear of death enveloped her heart. Please, listen to my explanation. I can clarify. The figure, clutching food in hand, dropped it all to the ground, emitting a low growl akin to that of a beast. The surrounding undead seemed to sense his overwhelming fury, instinctively retreating from the area. In a blink, the figure, who had been beneath the car, ascended into it, violently seizing Su Xiaomi by her long hair, hoisting her up. She felt as though her scalp was about to be torn away, losing a significant handful of hair in the process. I can explain. Please, don't kill me. Bang. Before she could finish her plea, she was yanked by her hair and flung from the car, the speed akin to that of a cannonball being fired. The pain in her scalp paled in comparison to the injuries on her body. Su Xiaomi was bruised all over, with a dull ache in her abdomen. The thought of potentially losing her child ignited a fierce anger within her, prompting her to unleash a torrent of curses. The figure in the car observed the decaying flesh on his mother's face, leaving distinct marks from the slap that almost peeled her eyelids away. Ah, that frenzied roar rendered the air around them unbearably oppressive, as if even the wind had come to a standstill. In a flash, the figure nearly teleported from the car to stand before Su Xiaomi. The sight of his eyes, as crimson as a blood moon hanging in the sky, held not a shred of emotion, exuding a coldness that threatened to freeze her very being. Sweating profusely, Su Xiaomi collapsed to her knees with a resounding thud. The palpable murderous intent compelled her to lower her head and kowtow incessantly, feigning a pitiable state as she sobbed and pleaded, I beg your forgiveness. I am with child. I implore you, spare me. I shall be your devoted servant if you wish. Only spare my life. Sensing a potential reprieve in the figure's inaction, Su Xiaomi seized the opportunity, clutching at his leg while shedding copious tears, her demeanor such that one might mistake him for her abandoner. Without a trace of empathy, he lifted his foot and crushed her other hand. Su Xiaomi's features contorted in agony, tears streaming uncontrollably. Yet, the figure remained relentless, seizing her hair in his grasp and hoisting her up. Sharp, resounding slaps echoed as they landed upon her delicate face, swiftly causing it to swell grotesquely. Su Xiaomi trembled uncontrollably, her lower body betraying her fear as a foul-smelling liquid trickled down her legs and onto the floor. Spare me, Su Xiaomi pleaded, saliva mingling with blood as it escaped her lips. The last time I spared your wretched life, I warned you that a second transgression would be met with death. The figure, consumed by uncontrollable rage, contorted his features into a grotesque and menacing visage. His mouth agape, crimson eyes fixated on Su Xiaomi's alabaster neck. He salivated as he clutched her hair and sank his teeth into her flesh. No, please. Maniac. Stop it. Du Xiaofeng, cease this at once. In a moment of peril, the overweight man and Feng Jun were unaware of the unfolding chaos. They lunged to save Su Xiaomi from imminent danger. Let go of me. Du Xiaofeng struggled fiercely. The overweight man pinned him down, refusing to relent. Wake up! What is happening? I must kill her. I must kill her. Du Xiaofeng's eyes brimmed with fury, repeating his frantic mantra. Feng Jun, sensing the urgency of the situation, recalled witnessing Du Xiaofeng's madness moments before. It was clear that the overweight man could not contain him. They had to expedite Su Xiaomi's escape, for her life was undoubtedly at stake. Grabbing Su Xiaomi, he hurried towards the mall. As she began to flee, Du Xiaofeng grew even more unhinged, delivering a forceful kick that sent the 200-pound man sprawling 5 meters away. Without hesitation, he took off in pursuit. The overweight man felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle, his insides churning violently. Despite the agonizing pain, he clung desperately to Du Xiaofeng's leg. Let go! Du Xiaofeng shouted. I will not. The unrestrained man lifted his free leg and stomped on the overweight man's back. The weight of his strike was akin to 1,000 pounds, causing the overweight man to cough up a crimson spray, nearly losing consciousness. Yet, he held on tighter than ever, his grip unwavering. Madman, please, wake up. What will Andy do if something happens to you? At that moment, Su Xiaomi had vanished from sight, having been led away by Feng Jun. The fierce glow in Du Xiaofeng's eyes gradually dimmed. I'm so sorry. I truly couldn't control myself. He lamented, feeling guilt for injuring his friend. It's all right, we're brothers. Why dwell on it? Cough, cough. The rotund figure winced in pain, yet feigned a semblance of nonchalance. Are you all right? Is the injury severe? Du Xiaofeng inquired with concern. It's nothing. Do you think I gained these hundreds of pounds for nothing? However, I must say, I've noticed you seem to be struggling to maintain your composure lately. The rotund figure expressed worry. Indeed, I have recognized this troubling issue. I find myself easily provoked, and when anger takes hold, a singular thought consumes my mind. Eliminate the opponent and then feast upon them. Du Xiaofeng felt a shiver of dread. It must be the after effects of consuming the corpse core. This is all our fault. Had we not been so weak, you would not have resorted to such drastic measures to protect us. The rotund figure felt a wave of guilt. Du Xiaofeng chuckled softly. We are brothers. There is no need to draw such clear lines over these matters. Yet, the rotund figure remained deeply troubled, pondering the dire consequences had Du Xiaofeng not arrived in time. If he had bitten through Su Xiaomi's neck and drunk her blood, who could predict what he might have become? The incident with Su Xiaomi served as an alarming wake-up call for Du Xiaofeng, though he had arrived just in time. He could not be by his mother's side every moment. There would inevitably be times when he was absent. What if those upstairs, resembling Su Xiaomi, pretended to accept the situation only to strike when he was away? That thought alone was enough to drive him to madness. Prior to reaching the 10th floor, Du Xiaofeng had deliberately placed his mother in a discreet shop on the 9th floor. This was a secret known only to the rotund figure. Chapter 27. He, the leader? The two nodded, indicating all was well. The rotund figure had only just healed from a gunshot wound, and now he had sustained another serious injury. Upon reaching the 10th floor, he sought a place to rest. What about her? Observing Du Xiaofeng's receding figure and hearing his subdued tone, Feng Jun discerned the object of his inquiry. He harbored deep concern for Du Xiaofeng's well-being, fearing a recurrence of past incidents, and consequently refrained from divulging Su Xiaomi's hiding place. Du Xiaofeng meticulously scoured every nook and cranny of the 10th floor. Though his voice was hushed, Su Xiaomi, amidst the tranquil surroundings, distinctly perceived his words. Petrified, she cowered in a corner, enduring the excruciating pain from her severed arm with gritted teeth. However, the 10th floor's limited expanse offered scant refuge. As that familiar countenance materialized before her eyes, Su Xiaomi crumbled. The very man who had professed his love and vowed to marry her was now the first to seek her demise. Stay away, I implore you, stay away. Su Xiaomi shrieked in terror, recoiling backward. A large hand seized her hair, causing her scalp to tingle, and dragged her from the corner, casting her into the safety of the stairwell, which was then locked shut. Feng Jun furrowed his brow, averted his gaze, and offered neither solace nor intercession. This predicament was entirely of her own making, and no one could deliver her from it. Though secure, the stairwell was a scene of utter horror. Corpses of the undead lay strewn about, their heads resting near Su Xiaomi's feet, their pallid eyes fixed upon her, eliciting screams of terror. She then prostrated herself before the door, repeatedly slamming her head against it. Bang, bang, bang. I was wrong. Du Xiaofeng, brother Du. I was truly mistaken, I beg you. Open the door. This place is teeming with corpses. I cannot bear it. Please, I beseech you, let me in. I solemnly swear, should you allow me entry, I shall serve you diligently, willing to endure any manner of toil, as long as you spare me from remaining in the corridor. Su Xiaomi's heart-wrenching cries roused the slumbering individuals. Lan Mingyao and others were acutely aware of her character and fully understood the nature of Du Xiaofeng. Had she not crossed his threshold, such actions would never have transpired. No one ventured to open the door. In the dead of night, her piercing wails instilled a profound sense of unease. Jiang Yuning could no longer bear the sound and rose to unlock the door. Let her fend for herself, Du Xiaofeng remarked coolly before retreating to rest. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly with all present. There was no necessity for anyone to antagonize Du Xiaofeng over a stranger, especially since provisions were already scarce. To let her in would only mean sharing their meager supplies. Better the demise of a fellow traveler than the loss of one's own sustenance. No one rose to open the door. Qiu Tong, awakened by the commotion, also refrained from opening the door, tossing and turning, disturbed by the cacophony. Su Xiaomi knelt there, pleading for survival, her cries persistent, though the resentment in her eyes deepened. At 11:13, all had just awakened, yawning, the night's cries having rendered their sleep uncomfortable. The task of food distribution fell to the portly individual. Albeit he was injured, thus, Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi undertook this responsibility, allocating provisions for everyone. Du Xiaofeng gathered the group to outline his plan. While He Tianyu stirred awake, his face severely swollen, only recalling being struck into unconsciousness the previous night. He glared at Du Xiaofeng, the fury in his eyes unmistakable. From this moment forward, everyone must heed my directives. You shall act precisely as I instruct. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Those who had previously derided Du Xiaofeng were now filled with trepidation, certain that he would seek retribution. They regretted not having left themselves an avenue of retreat. Disregarding the crowd, Du Xiaofeng continued, divulging all the vulnerabilities of the walking corpses. Henceforth, we shall be diurnal sleepers and nocturnal wanderers, evading all the walking corpses. All women shall remain at the base, attending to the men's needs, gathering provisions, and consolidating all usable items from the building. And why should we cater to your needs? Indeed, are you not men? In times such as these, it is the duty of you men to safeguard us women, to lead us to survival, not to relegate women to such tasks. The women, spoiled by a distorted society, were utterly deluded. They believed that the world should revolve around them, that men should pamper and cherish them, performing all tasks while they merely awoke to eat each day. Hearing these words, Lan Mingyao, Lin Shi, and Qiu Tong were incensed. Just as they were about to retort, Du Xiaofeng interjected. I am now in command, and everyone must contribute. Those unwilling to do so are free to depart at any time. I have no resources to sustain idlers. Now that it is daytime, all men shall arm themselves and follow me to eradicate the zombies from this entire building. Tonight, we shall seek out food and water in the surrounding areas. Let us gather our resources and strive to survive together. Du Xiaofeng aimed to eradicate the zombies within the entire building, lest they pose a threat to the lives of the people and the safety of his mother. Upon hearing this, not only did the women express dissent, but the men did as well. Particularly, He Tianyu found it utterly intolerable that the once despised weakling now stood above him, issuing commands with an air of superiority. I shall say this only once more. Those who do not wish to remain here may leave. That is my decree. With that, Du Xiaofeng opened the door and departed. Upon hearing the door creak open, Su Xiaomi, who had spent a weary night outside, feeling both exhausted and famished, initially believed someone had come to escort her inside. However, upon seeing Du Xiaofeng, she froze momentarily before rushing towards him, crying out in desperation. Ignoring her, Du Xiaofeng searched for the fire axe in the secure corridor. Watching his retreating figure, Su Xiaomi's eyes brimmed with increasing resentment. Feng Jun and Jiang Yuning followed Du Xiaofeng outside, choosing to disregard Su Xiaomi at the entrance. The others on the 10th floor exchanged glances, and seeing He Tianyu remain still, they too did not move. As Feng Jun caught up, Du Xiaofeng nodded. After more than a month of shared life and death experiences, they had grown as close as brothers. However, Jiang Yuning's presence surprised him. As Du Xiaofeng wielded the fire axe, systematically searching each room on the 9th floor, he encountered a zombie. With a swift, powerful swing, he cleaved it in two, leaving Jiang Yuning utterly astonished. Such prowess. Moreover, the zombie's weakness was indeed as he had described. Witnessing Du Xiaofeng's fervent efficiency, Jiang Yunying felt an urge to compare herself, gripping her own axe and charging towards the undead. The final room in the corner of the 9th floor remained unsearched. Du Xiaofeng was already preparing to clear the zombies on the 8th floor when Jiang Yunying promptly inquired, "There's still one room left to check." "I've already checked it. There's nothing there. Let's go down to the lower floor," Du Xiaofeng said, descending. Feng Jun followed without suspicion. Jiang Yunying glanced at the locked shop, a hint of doubt in her mind, but she proceeded onward. This scene was observed by Su Xiaomi, who was descending in trepidation, intending to beg Du Xiaofeng to allow her to live on the 10th floor. "There must be something peculiar about this," Su Xiaomi murmured, making her way toward the last shop in the corner. The time was 5:52 p.m. The trio, engrossed in their slaying, lost track of time, clearing the zombies from the 9th floor down to the 6th. Had Lan Mingyao not summoned them for sustenance from upstairs, they would have continued their grim task. The sight of the three, covered head to toe in green slime, dripping ominously, adorned with various corroded fragments of flesh, and exuding a pungent, fetid odor, instantly quelled the appetites of those who were dining. "They are not permitted to be allotted any food," Du Xiaofeng stated calmly, glancing at Lan Mingyao, refraining from uttering a single reproachful word. "On what grounds? These provisions are rightfully ours. We shall partake as we please." "Indeed. Do you truly believe that all matters must be dictated by you? Do you presume yourself to be of great importance?" The female classmates, who had previously harbored resentment toward Du Xiaofeng's arrangements, bristled at the prohibition of food allocation, their discontent reaching a boiling point. As Yang Wei consumed his repast, he sauntered over to Du Xiaofeng, his countenance etched with disdain and scorn, and sneered, "I am partaking. What recourse do you have?" With that, he devoured a sizable portion of bread, then pivoted to face the assembly, extending his hands in a gesture brimming with defiance. "A figurehead, you say? A mere trifle." Before the echo of his words could dissipate, Yang Wei felt his neck ensnared as if by a vice's grip, rendering him breathless. Immediately following, his abdomen felt as though it had been struck by a vehicle, causing his internal organs to shift. With a thud, Yang Wei was cast aside, kneeling in place, retching incessantly, unable to retain a morsel of the bread he had just ingested. "Does anyone still disregard my pronouncements?" Du Xiaofeng surveyed the crowd. The male students who had been idle swiftly relinquished their sustenance, and He Tianyu, though seething with anger, reluctantly complied. However, the female students, accustomed to indulgence, disregarded his admonition and continued to eat. Du Xiaofeng glared, averse to striking women, yet compelled to act to establish order and ensure adherence. A lithe figure moved with greater alacrity than he. A sharp, resounding slap echoed through the air. The female student's mouthful was forcefully expelled, and the food in her grasp was confiscated. Clutching her face, she pointed at Lan Mingyao, rendered speechless with rage. The onlookers empathized, instinctively shielding their own faces. Who would dare to defy his dictates? Lan Mingyao was 3 years older than the others, a formidable urban career woman who had endured much. Casting an authoritative gaze that compelled all her female classmates to lower their heads and abandon their food. When she stepped forward to alleviate his difficulties, Du Xiaofeng felt a warmth in his heart, particularly as she ensured that ample provisions were allocated for Feng Jun and Jiang Yunying. The two had recently assisted him in clearing the zombies from the 9th to the 6th floor, while the others had contributed little to the team. Thus, their rations rightfully belonged to Feng and Jiang. The crowd could only seethe in silence, unable to voice their frustration. After the meal, Du Xiaofeng allocated tasks anew, instructing the women to scavenge from the 9th to the 6th floors. He called upon male classmates with specialized skills to step forward, while the remainder was to form teams and venture out in search of sustenance as darkness fell. The zombies on other floors could be dealt with the following day. This time, no one dared to object. Hunger had silenced their dissent. One student, adept in plumbing and electrical work, volunteered, prompting Du Xiaofeng to assign him the task of restoring power, thus enhancing the comfort of their living conditions. Before their departure, he helped everyone fortify their defenses against zombies, smearing the blood and flesh of the undead on their faces. Though repulsed, they endured this grim necessity, as it would conceal their scent, and he organized them into teams. He Tianyu, are you not a retired Special Forces soldier? You shall lead Yang Wei and the others in the search for food. Remember the tactics I just taught you, as well as the formation. With that, Du Xiaofeng prepared to leave with Feng Jun and Jiang Yunying, but was halted at the door by Qiu Tong. Witnessing her kneeling at the threshold for a day and night, deprived of sustenance, and learning of her pregnancy, I implored to grant her entry, asserting that any transgression should be forgiven. Qiutong gestured towards Su Xiaomi, who was kneeling there, barely recognizable. At that moment, Qiutong perceived his heart to be made of stone. After he departed, she escorted Su Xiaomi to the 10th floor and shared the remaining provisions with her, bearing the fire axe bestowed by Du Xiaofeng. He Tianyu cautiously led the way in search of sustenance. Tianyu, are we truly allowing that wretch to dominate us? Yang Wei grumbled with displeasure. He Tianyu retorted with a slap, uttering a string of profanities. Do you believe I desire this? I am biding my time, enduring hardship for future triumph. Once the opportunity arises, I will surely eliminate that wretch. He Tianyu's countenance contorted in pain as he spoke, aggravated by his facial injuries. I knew Tianyu wouldn't allow that wretch to continue his arrogance. But where shall we procure sustenance? The streets are teeming with zombies. What if we become the zombies' sustenance instead? Yang Wei inquired, his voice trembling, barely able to hold the axe. Indeed, Tianyu, before his arrival, we thrived on the 10th floor, awaiting rescue. His arrival forced us out, endangering us. Someone echoed, Fear not. I am a retired Special Forces soldier. Mere zombies are nothing. If he can slay them, so can I. Cease the idle chatter. Adhere to me closely, for I bear no responsibility if you are bitten by zombies. He Tianyu gripped the axe tightly, exiting the mall's rear entrance. Hey Tianyu, there are no zombies here. We can go find food now. Yang Wei exclaimed excitedly. His loud voice startled He Tianyu, who promptly slapped him on the head. Can't you see? Stop being so dramatic. You might attract more zombies. Trembling, He Tianyu and his companions cautiously exited through the back door, searching the nearby streets for a place to procure sustenance. They were nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight of the wandering corpses. However, when the zombies ignored them, a rush of exhilaration surged through them. Indeed, he was right. Yang Wei whispered, Brother Tianyu, I think we no longer need to concern ourselves with that wretched boy's whims. What do you mean? He Tianyu inquired. We could leave this place and find somewhere else to wait for rescue. Yang Wei proposed. You actually have a bit of sense. He Tianyu replied, but we can't just abandon this place. We need to find a secure location first and take all their provisions. He said cunningly. The other two agreed. As survival was their utmost priority, they haphazardly entered a nearby shop, only to discover 5 or 6 zombies inside. Upon hearing the commotion, the zombies shrieked and charged towards them. In a panic, they fled, inadvertently allowing some of the wandering corpses to block the back entrance of the mall. Brother Tianyu, we didn't find any food. That good-for-nothing wouldn't dare prevent us from eating, would he? Yang Wei leaned against the door, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. Do you still want to heed that fool's orders and search for supplies? If you wish to go, then go alone. I'm certainly not going. He Tianyu panted heavily. Seeing the perplexed expressions on everyone's faces, He Tianyu, with a hint of irritation, remarked, All right, when the time comes, we shall simply say we went looking but found nothing. He cannot hold that against us. 3 figures emerged onto the street, wielding axes and cautiously evading the wandering corpses around them, in search of nearby vendors. After traversing 2 streets, they finally stumbled upon a small convenience store. The trio formed a back-to-back formation as they entered the shop, dispatching what appeared to be the owner and his wife, now turned into zombies, and began gathering the scant supplies left within their backpacks. There is a clear distinction between reward and punishment. This is a lesson that those in power must learn. If you show weakness even for a moment, they will exploit you for a lifetime. However, if you assert your strength once, they will obey you without question. This is akin to the military discipline. Jiang Yuning understood precisely what he meant. I too am at a loss. Leading a team alone is exhausting, especially as we endeavor to establish our new home. Du Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. As the heir of the group, his vision was undoubtedly sharp, while I, a retired Special Forces soldier, possess a myriad of survival skills. Together, we shall assist you and share the burdens ahead. Jiang Yuning smiled. You are also a retired Special Forces member? Du Xiaofeng inquired, puzzled. Since when did such soldiers become so commonplace? I am the genuine article. He Tianyu is merely a charlatan. I have long been aware of it, but chose not to expose him. Jiang Yuning replied. Damn it. Prioritize the essentials and let us move swiftly. Du Xiaofeng chastised himself, hastening his actions, determined not to endanger his comrades once more due to his own misjudgments. Although they had their disagreements, they were, after all, lives at stake. The 3 individuals swiftly filled their backpacks and departed from the small shop. even exposing themselves in their haste to rescue others. Behind them trailed a dozen wandering corpses, their numbers steadily increasing. Upon reaching the back entrance of the mall, they were dismayed to find dozens of the undead congregated there. Du Xiaofeng tossed his backpack to Jiang Yunying, decapitating one of the zombies with a decisive strike, deliberately creating a commotion before sprinting into the distance. With so many zombies around, he dared not linger, as attracting the attention of mutated creatures would spell trouble. Taking advantage of the distraction, Feng Jun and Jiang Yunying slipped into the mall. Jiang Yunying, eager to assist, was restrained by Feng Jun. He can handle it. We shouldn't complicate matters further. Feng Jun's confidence puzzled Jiang Yunying. How could a retired Special Forces soldier be considered a liability? What gave him such assurance that Du Xiaofeng could evade the throng of undead? 20 minutes later, Du Xiaofeng entered the mall unscathed, eliciting a sense of admiration in Jiang Yunying. Chapter 29. Training suddenly, an air of anxiety enveloped him. He feigned calmness as he rested in place. Observing that everyone was safe, Du Xiaofeng's anxiety subsided. Are you all right? Any injuries? No, we're fine. We're unhurt. Apologies. We were utterly useless and failed to procure any food. Yang Wei, witnessing the deference displayed by the two members of his team towards Du Xiaofeng, felt a surge of irritation. What do you mean by saying you're useless? We also endeavored to find food, you know, but those zombies were simply too formidable and numerous. We couldn't defeat them. He Tianyu and Yang Wei harmonized in their lament, crafting a narrative of their diligent efforts. Du Xiaofeng nodded, not blaming or doubting them. I should be the one apologizing. None of you have genuinely faced or slain the walking dead before. I heard from He Tianyu that he's a retired Special Forces soldier, and I trusted his skills, which is why I arranged for the four of you to venture out together. What are you implying? I am a retired Special Forces soldier, and I just led them in slaying over 10 zombies. Ask them if you don't believe me. What's your point? Tianyu wouldn't lie. I can vouch for his word. Yang Wei interjected in He Tianyu's defense after the doubt was cast upon him. However, the other two remained silent, heads bowed, feigning ignorance. Feng Jun and Jiang Yunying chuckled softly, further enraging He Tianyu, who, despite losing his position, maintained his arrogance. Du Xiaofeng glared at him. Annoyed, must you suffer for appearances, Sake? Why the charade? If I recall correctly, isn't Jiang Yunying the actual retired Special Forces operative? That's a load of rubbish. I'm not going. I skipped dinner and expended so much energy slaying zombies and being chased. I lack the stamina to lead you there. Feng Jun retrieved some food from his backpack and distributed it among He Tianyu and the others, who were taken by surprise. They had done nothing, yet they were receiving food? The four of them had been hungry for nearly a day and devoured the food ravenously. We are a collective now, and we must work together harmoniously to survive. Although you were dishonest and didn't procure any food, you provided us with valuable information, so you deserve this. Eat up. These declarations by Feng Jun were tacitly endorsed by Du Xiaofeng, while he possessed the capability to guide everyone to survival. His lack of formal management training led him to entrust Feng Jun with the administration of the group. These pronouncements were made openly, ensuring everyone present was fully informed. Our company values a clear system of merits and demerits, where each person contributes their fair share. The four individuals who furnished information were rewarded with sustenance. Some female students, however, remained aloof and uncooperative since Du Xiaofeng's departure, defying Lan Mingyao's requests for assistance. Yet, upon witnessing others receiving food, their envy became palpable. While some obstinately persisted in their indolence, others promptly engaged in tasks within their capabilities. Observing their change in attitude, Lan Mingyao allocated them a share of the provisions. Gradually, Du Xiaofeng garnered admiration and respect from everyone. Among those who contributed, the electrician received the most substantial portion of food. Although electricity had yet to be restored, Du Xiaofeng ensured he was well compensated. After the men had finished eating, Du Xiaofeng assembled everyone to enhance their defenses against zombies, utilizing all available resources. Subsequently, he led them down to the 5th floor, while Lan Mingyao continued to oversee the female students in their respective tasks. I acted rashly before, nearly causing everyone's demise. And I apologize, he stated. These words resonated with He Tianyu and Yang Wei, who held their heads high with satisfaction, anticipating his subsequent remarks. From this moment forward, I will instruct you on how to safely evade zombies, as we will be implementing a more detailed division of labor. Du Xiaofeng had come to a profound realization. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to confront the undead. However, they could furnish invaluable intelligence. Imparting survival skills was paramount, and harnessing each individual's unique aptitudes would foster enhanced teamwork. On the 5th floor, a modest children's amusement center harbored approximately 30-odd walkers, a mix of children and their parents. Du Xiaofeng mandated that everyone remain within for 30 minutes, refraining from harming the walkers. Given the nocturnal hour, the walkers were bereft of sight. Their auditory and olfactory senses dulled. With all vulnerabilities divulged, their survival hinged on their own ingenuity. Despite his pronouncements, Du Xiaofeng and Jiang Yunning remained on the 5th floor, vigilantly monitoring the situation, poised to intervene at the first sign of peril. The objective was to train the group, not to subject them to the walkers' ravenous bites. He Tianyu promptly sought refuge in a secluded corner, with Yang Wei trailing close behind. Damn it, this brat is trying to get us killed. Brother Tianyu, we need to devise a counterattack. Damn it, keep your voice down. If you attract the walkers, I'll be the first to kill you. He Tianyu hissed, his spittle landing on Yang Wei's face. Do you think I don't know we need to counterattack? The timing just isn't right yet. Let him be arrogant for a while. As he spoke, a diminutive walker detected their voices and lurched toward them, emitting a guttural howl. The two men cried out in terror and fled. A throng of walkers in hot pursuit, their eyes fixed solely on them. The others reveled in their respite, remaining concealed in the corners. However, Du Xiaofeng and Jiang Yunning would not permit them to evade the exercise for the full duration. Having stealthily approached from behind, he startled the group, inadvertently drawing them into the Hordes' pursuit. He intervened when someone was about to be overtaken, only to retreat into the shadows, resolutely abstaining from slaying a single walker. The occupants of the 10th floor, hearing the cacophony of screams from below, were convulsed with laughter, grateful for their sanctuary from the terrifying undead. Half an hour passed. Then another, the training seemingly endless, exploiting the remaining walkers within the building to their fullest extent. Du Xiaofeng assessed the corpulent man's condition, noting his pallor but improved spirits compared to the previous day. As he was about to retire, a gentle voice called out to him. Du Xiaofeng, Xiao Tong inquired. Aren't you going to rest after such an exhausting night? Xiao Tong hesitated, then confessed, I felt such pity for her, so I brought her to the 10th floor. I hope you don't mind. Du Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. She was your girlfriend, wasn't she? Quite lovely. I envy her, having found such a considerate boyfriend in you. You must be heartbroken, aren't you? Xiao Tong said tentatively. Du Xiaofeng shook his head resolutely and retired to rest. Xiao Tong wondered if rescuing Su Xiaomi was the right decision. Du Xiaofeng had not uttered a word about whether Su Xiaomi should stay. From that moment on, Su Xiaomi became an invisible presence on the 10th floor, her fate disregarded by all. Yet, she had undergone a transformation. Using her feet to perform tasks within her limited capacity due to her hands being immobilized by the chair legs, greeting everyone with a cheerful smile. Upon discovering her pregnancy, Xiao Tong began to apportion a part of her own sustenance to her daily. For 3 days, Du Xiaofeng, accompanied by Feng Jun and Jiang Yunning, continued their search for provisions, while simultaneously endeavoring to connect with any survivors within the city. Chapter 30. Breaking the Army 8 Blades. Du Xiaofeng, along with Feng Jun and Jiang Yunning, ventured out in quest of nourishment, concurrently striving to make contact with any remaining inhabitants of the city. He Tianyu and the others exploited the ghouls on the 5th floor to hone their skills. After 3 days, the convenience stores and pharmacies in the vicinity of the mall had been entirely emptied by Du Xiaofeng. In reality, there were scant supplies to be found, as if the area had been previously plundered, leaving behind only items of lesser significance. He Tianyu and his companions utilized the ghouls on the 5th floor to refine their abilities, eventually reaching a point where they could endure an entire night on that floor without sustaining injuries, and could readily confront the ghouls. The disgruntled female students, in their desire to survive, also integrated themselves into this extended family. The student with expertise in water and electricity successfully fashioned a rudimentary generator, eliciting a celebratory response from everyone. Although it could only power a portion of the 10th floor, the collective elation resembled that of winning a grand prize. Each person queued up, awaiting their turn to have their mobile phones charged, whereupon they would gaze at the photographs contained within, reminiscing about loved ones. Zhang Tian exhibited exemplary performance and was rewarded with a bottle of white wine. It is hoped that everyone will continue to exert themselves. Meritorious deeds will be met with abundant rewards, while transgressions will be dealt with accordingly. Upon witnessing Feng Jun produce a bottle of white liquor for Zhang Tian, the assembly was immediately consumed with envy. Being youthful individuals with an appreciation for gastronomy, libations, and the finer aspects of existence, they all harbored a fondness for spirits. Having been confined to this locale for over a month, their palates had grown exceedingly weary. Consequently, they eagerly approached Zhang Tian, endeavoring to ingratiate themselves in the hopes of partaking in a mere sip. Today, Du Xiaofeng proclaimed, He Tianyu and several others will be tasked with eradicating the ghoulish presence from the 5th floor. Subsequently, you are to reconnoiter the circumstances of all 5 streets adjacent to the commercial center. Turning his attention to Jiang Yunning, he continued, accompanied by the female students. You shall undertake the construction of rudimentary defensive fortifications. I possess but a solitary stipulation. They must be capable of withstanding the onslaught of a ravenous horde of the undead. As for the frenzied corpses, predators, and overlord cadavers, I shall devise a solution. Having concluded his address, Du Xiaofeng was met with an uncharacteristic absence of dissent. Casting a glance toward Feng Jun, who stood beside him, he observed the latter stepping forward to append a brief exhortation. Let us proceed with vigor, striving toward the restoration of our former civilized existence. Press on. The multitude bellowed in unison, their voices resonating with newfound determination. At precisely 8:30 p.m., a sable sedan glided along the tranquil thoroughfare with measured composure, trailed by a multitude of the undead. Atop the vehicle rested a broadcasting device, emitting the following message: Attention, survivors. Should you hear this communique, proceed forthwith to the Wangfeng Commercial Plaza on East Street. There, you shall discover a post-apocalyptic sanctuary capable of providing sustenance and safeguarding your well-being. Though the volume was moderate, it sufficed for those in the vicinity to discern the message. In this forsaken world, can it be that I am not alone in survival? One mused. Sustenance and protection, you say? Damn it, I'm in. Brother, another exclaimed. This is the most euphonious sound to have graced my ears in quite some time. In the aftermath, the nearby survivors were thrilled, gathering their belongings in preparation for the journey, willing to risk everything. The vehicle navigated the adjacent streets until 3:30 in the morning, before accelerating abruptly, evading the pursuing ghouls, and plunging into the nearest police station. We'll storm in to scavenge for weapons. If we find any, we'll take them, but we won't linger. With that, Du Xiaofeng's figure flickered and vanished like a phantom. He battled at the forefront, while Feng Jun followed behind, collecting arms. The interior was teeming with ghouls, including a level 2, nearly maxed-out frenzied ghoul. Feng Jun, having amassed the weapons, sat in the car, ready to depart, but Du Xiaofeng, reluctant to abandon the ghoul core, alighted from the vehicle, brandishing his weapon. He flirted with danger, venturing in and out thrice, mowing down the undead to seize the coveted ghoul core. Feng Jun was frantic. As they made their escape, the ghouls they had previously shaken off gave chase once more. Du Xiaofeng, exhilarated, drove at breakneck speed through the congested streets. The black sedan executed a flawless drift into the mall's back entrance, where the figure in the passenger seat hastily flung open the door, head bowed, and began to vomit. Ugh, you're so weak. You couldn't even last 3 minutes before throwing up. How will you ever find a wife? What about your future bliss? You talk about 3 minutes. Brother, can I just call you brother? Next time, could you please not be so impulsive? There were dozens of ghouls inside, and hundreds more outside. What if we were surrounded? My death is a minor concern, but you can't die. How will those people survive without you? Your breath is quite unpleasant. Kindly keep your distance. I am genuinely concerned for your safety, and you dare to accuse me of having foul breath? How outrageous. Feng Jun cursed as he chased after Du Xiaofeng, ascending to the 10th floor. The firearms he had procured earlier were entirely expended in pursuit of that corpse nucleus, leaving only a few batons, helmets, daggers, and stab-resistant vests. Yet it was worthwhile. Du Xiaofeng was already nearing level 3, with this second-level corpse nucleus. The attainment of a third-level nucleus would elevate him to level 4, thereby enhancing his confidence in seizing resources from affluent neighborhoods. After distributing the acquired equipment among the group with Lan Mingyao, and gathering intelligence collected by He Tianyu and others, Du Xiaofeng, accompanied by Feng Jun, ventured out once more. They scoured the pharmacies and small supermarkets detailed in the intel, ultimately gathering 2 backpacks full of supplies. This left them somewhat disheartened. However, Zhang Tian achieved a significant breakthrough, illuminating the entire 10th floor and recharging the laptop found by Lan Mingyao and her team. With collective effort, Du Xiaofeng was determined to enhance the quality of life for everyone. Cheers. Let us celebrate. Everyone was reluctant to cease the festivities, for once these drinks were consumed, they would be gone. Feng Jun brought forth the laptop, which housed classic films by Stephen Chow, and a group gathered around, captivated by the screen. Many individuals have watched this film multiple times, yet never with the profound emotion they experience now. It's perplexing how a comedic film can evoke such tearful reactions, with several female students audibly sobbing. Du Xiaofeng intended to consult his laptop for information, but lacking internet connectivity, he was unable to access the necessary resources and abandoned the effort. He instead perused the books that Lan Mingyao and the others had brought, discovering works on elementary hydropower engineering and 8 slashes of rupture. Du Xiaofeng found the manual on swordsmanship more captivating than the elementary hydropower engineering guide. He had repeatedly realized that despite his inherent strength, he felt somewhat inadequate when confronting the walking dead. Discovering a book of this nature was an opportunity to thoroughly improve his skills. Enhancing his capabilities would better equip him to survive encounters with advanced zombies in the future. 8 slashes of rupture is a military close-quarters combat technique evolved from the XINU swordsmanship style. All its moves, including the techniques for applying force and wielding the blade, are derived from practical combat experience, making it invaluable for Du Xiaofeng. Holding a stick, he mimicked a sword, practicing each move from the book. Su Xiaomi, while ostensibly watching the film, discreetly observed Du Xiaofeng's every action. She noticed him wielding the stick with remarkable precision, as if it were a genuine cleaver. Sweep, chop, extract, pare, plunder, resist, behead, thrust. The 8 moves contain no extraneous flourishes, focusing solely on delivering a fatal blow in various scenarios. Each technique embodies the most exquisite interpretation of the blade, showcasing the weapon's formidable presence to its fullest extent. Previously, Du Xiaofeng had not realized the profound wisdom contained within a single knife. As he emulated the techniques from the book, the initial attempts were clumsy and perplexing, lacking fluidity and failing to exploit the advantages of the blade, which led him astray from the experience he had accumulated from battling the undead. By the second attempt, his movements became somewhat more accustomed. With the third attempt, Du Xiaofeng grasped the intricacies of the art. This time, his execution was remarkably skillful, and he could sense that if he wielded an actual knife, an innate sense of mastery would arise. In just 3 repetitions, he comprehended and embodied the essence of the 8 blades of breaking sharpness, achieving a level of proficiency that others might only reach after a lifetime of dedication. The blade is born from the heart. The man and the blade become one. Such a terrifying capacity for learning was, in Du Xiaofeng's understanding, a result of the core of the undead enhancing his cognitive abilities, albeit with evident side effects, namely, a growing volatility, irritability, and a thirst for blood. After thoroughly digesting this set of knife techniques in his mind, Du Xiaofeng then picked up the introductory book on hydraulic engineering. A plethora of skills is never superfluous. Though he should have been utterly bewildered by its contents, annotations within the text allowed him to grasp the material in the blink of an eye, seemingly unlocking even greater insights. In merely 10 minutes, he completed the entire book. Du Xiaofeng rose to his feet, while Su Xiaomi looked at him with curiosity, pondering what he would do next. He began rummaging through various items in the supply room, busily darting back and forth to the restroom. One can never tire of Stephen Chow's films, no matter how many times they watch them. Oh, how I long to once again step into the cinema and immerse myself in a film. Enough chatter, it only serves to amplify our hunger. Come, let us indulge in some libations. A group of revelers, intoxicated by the atmosphere and perhaps the absence of spirits for an extended period, found themselves pleasantly tipsy after merely a few bottles of beer. Craving more, they cunningly swindled Zhang Tian out of his bottle of baijiu. With a playlist of mellow tunes previously downloaded on a phone, one person took charge of the lighting, and to everyone's astonishment, they began to dance on the 10th floor. Watching this display made Feng Jun's lips twitch in bemusement, yet it was heartening to witness everyone liberating their spirits. Lan Mingyao and Lin Shi, with eyes closed, swayed and shouted, releasing the pent-up pressures they had endured over the past month. Feeling a tug at her clothing, Lan Mingyao opened her eyes, bleary with inebriation, and beheld Du Xiaofeng, who was grasping her hand. What are you up to? Come, let us drink together. It has been far too long since we felt such joy. Lan Mingyao stifled a laugh, hastily covering her mouth as a blush crept onto her cheeks, playfully glaring at Du Xiaofeng to deter any teasing. This was the first time Du Xiaofeng had seen her smile, revealing a pair of enchanting dimples. Observing her alluring visage and recalling her words about settling down and marrying soon, Du Xiaofeng felt a flutter in his heart as he took her hand and led her toward the restroom. Lin Shi, watching the pair depart, felt a sudden emptiness within her. With eyes shut, she screamed in exhilaration, continuously drinking. Qiutong gave a wry smile and downed her beer in one go. Bang! The restroom door slammed shut. Before Lan Mingyao could react, Du Xiaofeng had her pinned against the wall, the warmth of their breaths mingling, causing her to bite her lip in nervous anticipation. What did you bring me here for? Seeing her bashful demeanor, Du Xiaofeng felt a surge of desire. Wanting to tease her, he gently lifted her chin with his index finger, gazing at her intoxicatingly red lips. Didn't you say we'd get married once we settled down? Lan Mingyao responded, her fair face flushed, her words trailing off, neither refusing nor agreeing, her adoring eyes fixed on Du Xiaofeng's reflection in her own. If not for the possibility of interruption, Du Xiaofeng would have taken her then and there. He lowered his head, and Lan Mingyao closed her eyes, her breath quickening, awaiting his kiss. But instead of the anticipated kiss, she felt his warm breath on her ear. I will make you mine, but not now. I want to give you a wedding you'll never forget. He whispered. I'm just teasing you. Go take a bath. I'll keep watch outside. Hearing the door open, Lan Mingyao's beautiful eyes fluttered open with a hint of disappointment, but then, remembering his words, she felt a surge of anticipation. Seeing the showerhead on the bathroom wall, she was overjoyed. After more than a month without a proper bath, she was elated. As Du Xiaofeng and Lan Mingyao entered the restroom, they emerged in less than a minute. Qiutong and Lin Shi experienced a sense of relief. Their spirits lifted as they reveled in the moment. Yet, only the portly fellow shook his head, emitting a series of sighs, lamenting that while his brother excelled in all regards, this fleeting 5 seconds of true masculinity was rather disappointing. If Du Xiaofeng were aware of his thoughts, he would likely affix a belt to his waist, dash into the restroom, and instruct him to keep watch and note the time, imparting a lesson on what it truly means to be a man. Leaning against the door, Du Xiaofeng drew on a cigarette, cursing himself for not having seized the moment when Lan Mingyao had closed her eyes. Why had he chosen to feign restraint, claiming it was for the sake of an unforgettable wedding? In this chaotic world, how could he possibly provide Lan Mingyao with a memorable wedding? I'll phone. Could you bring me a change of clothes? I forgot to pack any. Came the endearing call from within. Du Xiaofeng, overwhelmed with excitement, dropped his cigarette and dashed into Lan Mingyao's bedroom, hastily grabbing a set of clothes. In his fervor, he miscalculated his strength and inadvertently toppled the entire door as he pushed it open. Lan Mingyao, witnessing Du Xiaofeng awkwardly holding the door, suddenly recalled that she was in the midst of bathing and quickly covered herself. You might find it hard to believe, but it was the door that made the first move. It betrayed me. Du Xiaofeng, feeling the heat of embarrassment, placed the clothes down and retreated, still holding the door. His heart raced with excitement. In that brief moment when Lan Mingyao had been momentarily distracted, he had caught a glimpse of her alluring beauty, yet regrettably, he had not been able to fully appreciate it. Shortly thereafter, Lan Mingyao emerged from within. Her beautiful eyes cast a charming glance at him, and she bit her lip, remarking, You did that on purpose, didn't you? What? Du Xiaofeng responded, somewhat bewildered. Didn't I just explain everything? It was the door that moved first. However, upon truly beholding Lan Mingyao before him, he was immediately stunned. Her athletic shorts, barely concealing her shapely posterior, accentuated her long, captivating legs. The high-waisted sports top emphasized her slender waist, appearing a size too small, as if on the verge of being strained by her ample figure. The deep, suggestive cleavage was enough to make Du Xiaofeng's nose bleed, and he finally understood the meaning behind her earlier words. You're so hopeless, Lan Mingyao teased, rolling her eyes. Though unable to suppress the smile on her face, she grabbed her discarded jacket to cover herself and gracefully sauntered away, her hips swaying alluringly. After reattaching the door, Du Xiaofeng finally went inside to shower. Inhaling the faint, lingering fragrance in the air, he found himself unable to banish the near-perfect image of her from his mind. After finishing his shower, he informed everyone that they could now take their turns. The group eagerly lined up to bathe. Lan Mingyao and Du Xiaofeng, as if by unspoken agreement, made their way to the rooftop. They exchanged smiles, and Du Xiaofeng extended his hand. She did not refuse, coyly leaning into him as he gently, with a slight tremor, wrapped his arm around her delicate shoulders as they enjoyed the cool breeze. A portly figure waddled onto the rooftop. As if on cue, a graceful figure and a tall figure ascended as well. The five of them stood at the edge of the rooftop, smiling at one another. I'll do my best. I will definitely find the antidote. I shall undoubtedly infiltrate the affluent district to seek retribution upon that individual. My sole desire is to live a tranquil existence, indulging in hot pot and singing merrily. The trio exclaimed their heartfelt aspirations towards the heavens. And what about you two? Blue Mingyao and Du Xiaofeng exchanged a tender, affectionate glance, remaining silent. Before departing, Du Xiaofeng meticulously repaired the salvaged electric stove. Subsequently, accompanied by Feng Jun, he embarked on a drive, traversing the streets. He harbored the anticipation of encountering another mutated zombie. He could distinctly perceive that after mastering the 8-slicing blade technique, a shackle within his body was subtly loosening. Merely a single zombie core was required to transcend to the 3rd level. Once he ascended to the 4th level, the endeavor of plundering supply vehicles could be swiftly executed. Attention, survivors. Upon hearing this announcement, please proceed to Wangfeng Mall on East Street. There, you will find a post-apocalyptic survival base, offering sustenance and protection. The black sedan continued its unhurried progress, trailed by a dense horde of the undead. Gradually, the two individuals discerned an unsettling anomaly. It seemed that the number of the undead surrounding the mall was steadily increasing. Whether they had wandered there or been lured, they remained uncertain. Regardless, they were not overly apprehensive, but it presented a potential hazard. Their apprehension stemmed from the possibility of a Lord Zombie leading the undead, which would pose the greatest challenge to their nascent survival base. As the vehicle ventured farther afield, the broadcast persisted. The two diligently noted the locations of malls and pharmacies, intending to return and retrieve their contents at a later opportunity. Under meticulous care, the young man swiftly recuperated and developed an affection for the girl, who, though not conventionally beautiful, possessed a uniquely pure and infectious smile. One evening, concerned by her prolonged absence, he sought her out at the establishment where she worked, only to witness a scene that nearly suffocated him. An elderly man was forcibly embracing the girl, attempting to kiss her. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from the young man as he vanished from sight in an instant. Reappearing, he had already severed the old man's throat and severed both hands at the wrists. He then absconded with the girl. Back at their humble abode, he divulged his true identity. He was Shadow, the foremost assassin on the blacklist. Weary of his profession and devoid of worthy adversaries, he had sought to retire. However, the organization behind the blacklist had dispatched 100 assassins to eliminate him. After dispatching several dozen, he sustained grave injuries, ultimately leading to his rescue by the girl. It was then that she learned his true name was Wang Maching, and he learned that her name was Wang Xiaoxiao. Having revealed all, he silently began to pack his belongings, preparing to depart. He was convinced that knowing his identity would only endanger her and compel her to ask him to leave. Leaving behind his sole lucky charm, a bracelet, he turned to leave, when Wang Xiaoxiao inquired, "Brother, are you hungry? Shall I prepare a bowl of noodles for you?" Wang Maching stayed. He was enamored with Wang Xiaoxiao's smile and desired to marry her. With his assets frozen, he resolved to eschew his former life and diligently toil as a construction worker, all to afford a beautiful wedding gown for Wang Xiaoxiao. As the coffers were nearly full, the zombie cataclysm erupted. He shielded Wang Xiaoxiao, evading danger at every turn, employing his prowess to forage for sustenance. Even in the face of starvation, he prioritized Wang Xiaoxiao's nourishment above his own, striving to survive against all odds. Upon hearing the broadcast, he embarked on a journey with Wang Xiaoxiao, who had been without food for 3 days, carried on his back. "Brother, shall we endure? Xiaoxiao, conserve your strength by remaining silent. I vow to ensure your survival. To see you adorned in a resplendent wedding gown as my bride." Wang Xiaoxiao tenderly wiped the perspiration from his brow, her smile radiant with contentment. "With you by my side, my existence is complete." After an arduous trek to the 10th floor of the shopping center, Wang Xiaoxiao, who was on his back, succumbed to hunger and lost consciousness. "Sustenance. I implore you, provide sustenance," Wang Mochin exclaimed with fervor. At that moment, the 10th floor was inhabited not only by him, but also by a group of women and a cadre of disheveled, menacing individuals, each clad in black suits. Their exposed skin adorned with intricate tattoos, glaring at him with animosity. "Who in damnation are you? Are you oblivious to the concept of precedence? Here, my elder brother's decree is law. If you covet sustenance, retreat to yonder. We ourselves have yet to partake." A gaunt man with a long face and a walrus mustache ranted, then reverently addressed the man behind him. Brother Long, they have been subdued. Brother Long. A bald man with a visage of imposing menace struck the emaciated man's head with his fleshy palm. Yes, Brother Long. The others echoed with deference. I demand sustenance. Wang Mochin reiterated. Begone. Are your eyes deceiving you, cur? Do you possess the audacity to speak here? Brother Long declared with an air of authority. He disregarded the women held captive and exhibited no intention of rescuing them, their fate being of no consequence to him. Damn it. Get him, but don't kill him. Barked Long Ge, and his black-suited entourage aggressively pursued Wang Maching. Smile, have some milk to satiate your hunger, and I'll fetch you some bread. Wang Maching discovered the food cache and anxiously poured milk into Wang Xiaoxiao's mouth, enduring the onslaught of blows, shielding her as he painstakingly fed her bread. Observing her improved complexion, his anxiety subsided. He cast a sardonic smile at Long Ji's henchman. Snap! A man cried out in agony, clutching his hand, drenched in sweat. Subsequently, a cacophony of screams erupted. Witnessing his exceptional prowess, a group of women desperately pleaded for Wang Maching's assistance, but he remained impervious to their entreaties. Haha, ladies. Don't be so tense. Join me, and I'll ensure you live in luxury. Before Long Ge could finish his sentence, the door swung open, and 4 fully armed men entered, causing immediate apprehension. Who are you? What do you want here? Can you? I suspect they're here to seize our territory. What should we do? Du and the others are absent. Where's Jiang Yuning? Isn't he a retired Special Forces soldier? Where's he hiding? Observing the quartet's appearance, Long Ge chuckled, recognizing them as feeble individuals. He nodded to his subordinates, and Jiang Yuning and the fat man were dragged out. Haha, were you seeking him? I remarked that this fellow possesses quite commendable skills. It turns out he is a retired Special Forces soldier. Alas, quite commendable is all he amounts to. A group of onlookers erupted into mocking laughter. Kid, if you wish to survive safely in this place, you ought to follow Brother Long. When he is in good spirits, he may treat you to a meal. Monkey, bind them first. We shall discuss matters after we have satisfied our hunger. Indeed, Brother Long. He Tianyu and the others found themselves devoid of any means to resist. They dared not oppose and obediently allowed themselves to be tied up. Brother Long led his men towards the storeroom, refraining from further conflict with Wang Maching. The monkey selected the most delectable items from the provisions, first ensuring Brother Long was well fed before the others dared to scrounge for a morsel to appease their hunger. After indulging, Brother Long lit a cigarette and urged Wang Maching to join his ranks. Upon refusal, the monkey was about to step forward to scold him for his lack of appreciation, but a single glance from Brother Long rendered him trembling and motionless. The other lackeys were equally intimidated. Before the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, Yang Chenglong was a formidable figure who commanded respect in both legitimate and illicit enterprises, serving as the chairman of Haoyan Entertainment Company, with a following exceeding 1,000. In the Dongqing district, he held shares in nearly 60% of the KTVs, bars, and nightclubs, and his influence over other illicit industries was nearly monopolistic. He was indeed a master of the storm. When he spoke, none dared to oppose. There was an incident when a somewhat influential director in the city had a verbal altercation with him and threatened to investigate his operations. A few days later, that man mysteriously disappeared. Subsequently, others learned to tread carefully. Offending him could lead to the loss of one's position, and not only might one's life be in jeopardy, but their family could also find themselves facing an uncertain dawn. In a single phrase, he desires your demise by the 3rd watch, while your extraordinary abilities will falter before the 5th. Among the characters involved are those who, in their usual capacity as district leaders, would bow and nod in deference. His wealth surpasses 100 million. However, much of this fortune is tainted with shadows. Before the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, others sought his aid, only to be rebuffed. It was only after the chaos ensued that he comprehended the magnitude of his oversight, like a tiger fallen into the plains. Fortunately, he commands a cadre of over 100 loyal subordinates, which has allowed him to endure in this desolate world, albeit with only a mere dozen remaining. After a brief self-introduction, Yang Chenglong once again inquired of Wang Maching whether he would join him, only to be met with a silent refusal. The monkey initiated an unrefined barrage of insults. Do not take kindness for weakness. If Brother Long is willing to take you in, consider it a blessing. Brother Long could even guide us into the affluent district to survive. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was keenly aware. Yang Wei was taken aback by the formidable presence of Yang Chenglong, who was accompanied by a multitude, discreetly nudging He Tianyu. Brother Tianyu, our opportunity for vengeance has arrived. He Tianyu quickly grasped the implication. That insolent lad, Du Xiaofeng, isn't he rather impressive? I refuse to believe he can outmatch these individuals. Just look at their stature and presence. Truly, they embody the essence of the East District Overlord. If we cleverly leverage this situation, we can ensure Du Xiaofeng learns a lesson, and you, Brother Tianyu, shall have your revenge. Huh, you possess a modicum of wit. The two shared a sinister laugh. Anticipating the sight of Du Xiaofeng rendered powerless. Their recent compliance has all been in preparation for this very moment. Their exchange was overheard by several individuals, many of whom had been coerced into their current situation and were eager to seize this opportunity. Su Xiaomi watched them with a chilling smile playing on her lips. I am someone you cannot afford to offend. Who do you think you are, mouthing off at me? Do you even have the right to speak here? Enraged, Monkey unleashed a furious assault on Yang Wei. Big brother, you may not like what he said, but it is the truth. We already have a leader. He Tianyu added fuel to the fire, risking a severe beating. As expected, Monkey turned his wrath upon him as well. Ha ha, very well then. Let me see what your so-called leader is capable of. Yang Chenglong roared with laughter, confident that no one would dare challenge him for leadership once they knew his name. Although he had consumed a zombie core and could easily annihilate zombies, he knew he couldn't single-handedly take on such a large group of people. Our halls have been dwindling lately, even with our expanded search area. If this continues, we will soon run out of food and water. This is not a sustainable situation. Indeed, we have enough supplies to last us for 3 days. For now, we must proceed cautiously and develop our resources gradually until we can become self-sufficient. The two figures continued their conversation as they ascended to the 10th floor. Upon opening the door, they were met with a group of unfamiliar faces. Hello. My name is Feng Jun. Did you come here in response to the broadcast? Feng Jun inquired. Yes, young man, you have been a great help to us. Without you, we might have starved to death. Monkey said with a forced smile. This is our dragon brother. Greetings, Brother Long. I hope our collaboration will be pleasant. Du Xiaofeng remarked. By the way, where are our people? Feng Jun inquired with a hint of confusion. At that moment, the two men noticed those concealed by Yang Chenglong's subordinates. All bound and helpless. The rotund figure and Jiang Yunying had both succumbed to unconsciousness, while the others, save for the women, bore various injuries. It was evident that they had been captured and assaulted by Yang Chenglong and his cohorts. Brother Long, what does this mean? Why have they been tied up? Feng Jun pressed. They merely needed to learn a lesson and understand their own worth. Brother Long replied with indifference. So it is Brother Long, is it? Show me some consideration and release them. We can discuss matters amicably. Du Xiaofeng spoke coldly. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Hurry and leave. Lan Mingyao exclaimed sharply. Had Du Xiaofeng not uttered such words, perhaps a simple drink and a bow to acknowledge a superior would have sufficed to resolve this issue. Yet, his provocative tone rendered the situation far more complicated. He Tianyu and the others sneered, anticipating the moment of his downfall. Oh, who do you think you are? Do you truly believe I owe you any favor? Are you capable of handling the consequences? Brother Long retorted with a chilling demeanor, his aura intensifying, leaving those present trembling in fear. This was the very essence of a powerful figure's presence. He was seething with anger when he had approached to demand provisions. His dignity had been disregarded, compelling him to take action. Furthermore, his brothers had been harmed by Wang Machin. With all this pent-up frustration, another dared to demand respect? Is it to be believed that in this apocalyptic world, my words carry no weight? Do mere dogs and cats presume to seek favor from me? Who am I? Xiaofeng Du cast a sidelong glance at him and stated with indifference, I am someone you cannot afford to offend. A wave of uproar swept through the crowd. Everyone regarded him with the eyes one reserves for a lunatic. He Tianyu and Yang Wei were particularly elated, thinking, this imbecile. Heaven offered him a path, but he chose to barge into the gates of hell. Ha! Could this person possibly be an idiot? More than just an idiot, he must be blind as well. Monkey and the others were laughing so hard that tears streamed down their faces. Yang Chenglong, infuriated, let out a laugh. Stroking his bald head, he said, I was truly unaware that there was anyone in the Eastern District whom I, Yang Chenglong, could not afford to offend. Kid, I had only intended to teach you, this so-called boss, a lesson. But because of that statement, if I don't cripple you today, how will I, Yang Chenglong, ever maintain my reputation? He pointed at Du Xiaofeng with a sinister smile and roared, Ade, kill him for me. No one believed that Du Xiaofeng, who appeared to be a normal person, could possibly defeat the burly Ade. A scar that ran from his left eye to the corner of his mouth inspired fear in people's hearts. Ade was Yang Chenglong's top henchman, a former soldier who had even injured an instructor in the army. Sentenced to 15 years for aggravated assault, he was rescued from prison by Yang Chenglong. With a volatile temper, he had been known to chase after 20 or 30 people with a blade. He had rendered invaluable service to Yang Chenglong's ambitions. Jiang Yuning had also been knocked unconscious by him. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, whistled through the air as it hurtled toward Du Xiaofeng's abdomen. If that punch landed, at least a few ribs would be shattered. Get out of the way. Lan Mingyao, Lin Shi, and Xiao Tong exclaimed in unison. Su Xiaomi's eyes betrayed an irrepressible excitement, as she eagerly anticipated witnessing Du Xiaofeng's demise. In this perilous moment, Du Xiaofeng winked at Lan Mingyao and jested, "It's nothing. He's merely an insignificant underling." With that, he formed a fist with one hand, striking preemptively, colliding with Ade's iron fist. Bang! Ade staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. Observing Du Xiaofeng standing firm, his countenance underwent a drastic change. His fist could shatter a wooden door, yet it had been met by this seemingly frail youth. Moreover, it felt as if he had struck a steel plate. His right hand numbed by the impact, rendering him incapable of clenching it. A wave of apprehension washed over him. "So, you're a trained fighter. Intriguing. Allowing me to brandish my weapon is a mark of respect for you. You ought to feel honored." Ade grinned menacingly, drawing a machete from his waist. His entire demeanor shifting abruptly, like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, exuding an aura of palpable danger. "Boy, let's get serious." As the words left his lips, Ade's machete hurtled towards Du Xiaofeng's shoulder. Du Xiaofeng's eyes flared with an intense crimson glow, radiating a chillingly dangerous aura. While Wang Emotion fixed his gaze intently upon him. "Your strike lacks vigor," Du Xiaofeng retorted, delivering a forceful punch that met Ade's knife-wielding hand preemptively. Crack! Clang! The sound of fracturing fingers, accompanied by the clatter of the falling machete, left the onlookers dumbfounded. Ade's fingers were fractured, yet he uttered not a single sound. Though he was momentarily daunted by the crimson gaze of his opponent, the fervor of battle within his eyes burned fiercely. "Allow me to instruct you on the art of wielding a blade." Du Xiaofeng lightly tapped the fallen knife with his toes, seizing it in hand. Instantly melding with the formidable broadsword, his blood surged with fervor. "This is a cleave. Your strikes lack force. This is a chop. This is a slice. This is a sweep." The foremost warrior under Yang Chenglong was treated by Du Xiaofeng as if he were but a child, struck repeatedly with the flat of the blade, leaving him swollen and utterly defenseless. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They had never anticipated Du Xiaofeng possessed such formidable knife skills. Wang Machen's pupils constricted in alarm as he tightly shielded Wang Xiaoxiao within his embrace. Bang! In a display that left onlookers incredulous, Ad was propelled a distance of 7 or 8 meters, crashing down before Yang Chenglong. "Ad, are you all right?" Yang Chenglong's expression shifted dramatically. "Pfft." Ad spat forth a stream of scorching blood. "Excellent. Splendid." The muscles on Yang Chenglong's face twitched as he waved his hand lightly, commanding, "Attack together, slay him." A dozen burly men in black suits emerged from behind, brandishing their machetes, launching themselves forward in unison. No matter how skilled he might be, could he possibly contend against so many? Du Xiaofeng snorted coldly, swiftly maneuvering into the throng of adversaries. With his incredible speed and explosive power, the machete in his grasp descended relentlessly, and cries of agony erupted as some clutched their wrists, the blades slipping from their grasp. In less than a minute, all of them lay on the ground, cradling their limbs, groaning in defeat. Du Xiaofeng had indeed held back, merely using the back of his knife to bruise each individual's hands and feet, rendering them temporarily incapacitated. Yang Chenglong swallowed hard. Despite having witnessed various grand spectacles, it was his first encounter with someone so formidable. The crimson hue of Du's eyes seemed to possess an enchanting power, compelling him to bow his head. He Tianyu and Yang Wei felt utterly defeated, realizing their plan to exploit Yang Chenglong for revenge had backfired, causing them immense distress. In the midst of the astonished gazes of onlookers, Du Xiaofeng's eyes glowed ominously as he approached step by step, seizing Yang Chenglong by the throat and lifting him from the chair as if he were a mere chick. In a low voice, he inquired, "Now, do you believe I can't afford to provoke you?" The air thickened with tension. Everyone held their breath in silence. Yang Chenglong's face flushed crimson, struggling for breath as he nodded repeatedly. Sensing the shift in Du Xiaofeng's demeanor, his features contorted into a menacing grimace. Feng Jun, fearing that Du might lose control and inadvertently kill Yang Chenglong, intervened. In such dire circumstances, every additional person represented a greater chance for survival. Everything is fine now. It's all in the past. Just calm down, Feng Jun urged, attempting to pry Du's grip away, which felt as unyielding as a vice. Gradually, the crimson glow in Du Xiaofeng's eyes faded, and Yang Chenglong collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and gasping for air. Once the others were freed, Feng Jun addressed them. You can choose to stay with us and live alongside your comrades, or you may leave. However, should you choose to remain, you must adhere to his commands. As a sovereign, accustomed to wielding authority, who could dare to ride atop him, Yang Chenglong wished to lead everyone away. Yet the thought of a life fraught with uncertainty, of scrounging for sustenance while evading the terrifying undead, had become unbearable. He resolved that survival must take precedence. Other matters could be addressed once stability was attained. Upon his agreement, Feng Jun smiled and hurried to persuade Wang Machin. Should they leave, survival would prove arduous for Wang Xiaoxiao. Thus, they could not permit them to remain here any longer. Feng Jun found himself powerless. This place had afforded them refuge, contingent upon absolute obedience. Wang Machin's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. Though he harbored some trepidation towards Du Xiaofeng, it had not escalated to fear. Just as he was about to act, he was restrained by Wang Xiaoxiao. Brother, let us stay here. I wish to contribute to our survival. I can no longer rely on you to provide for me, she said gently. Yet, it is far too perilous. What if you were to be bitten by a zombie? Wang Machin exclaimed anxiously. Rest assured, we shall not allow the girls to venture out. Feng Jun reassured him. Ultimately, Wang Machin acquiesced. He would not refuse Wang Xiaoxiao. Whenever she spoke, he would strive with all his might to comply. However, remaining did not imply that he would share the provisions he had procured. Due to the broadcast, individuals continued to arrive at the 10th floor until dawn, and their numbers swelled. The growing crowd intensified the demand for food, presenting an urgent dilemma. Du Xiaofeng instructed Jiang Yunying to remain at the base, training Yang Chenglong and others, as well as those who would follow, with utmost urgency. Otherwise, they would all face hunger. Despite previous misunderstandings, Jiang Yunying devoted herself wholeheartedly to their instruction. It was at this moment that Yang Chenglong and his companions learned of the hierarchy among zombies and their vulnerabilities. Hearing that Du Xiaofeng had traversed over 1,000 kilometers to arrive here only deepened their admiration for him. In such dire circumstances, all men revered strength, gradually setting aside their prejudices to follow this hero of tumultuous times. The women, too, did not remain idle, engaging in whatever tasks they could manage. The availability of food dwindled rapidly, and medicine became scarce. Most critically, they had yet to discover weapons to expand their survival base. Days passed with no improvement in their plight. Instead, conditions grew increasingly dire. During this time, Su Xiaomi remained quiet and diligent, while He Tianyu and others settled down. Everyone was left hungry, except for Wang Xiaoxiao, who managed to eat her fill each day and even began to gain a little weight. Brother, Sister Mingyao hasn't eaten in almost a day. Can we share some food with her? Wang Xiaoxiao asked, holding a nearly expired cream bread. In truth, he had not been unable to find food. Rather, he had hoarded it all for himself, allowing only Wang Xiaoxiao to eat. I don't want a. Wang Xiaoxiao pouted, visibly displeased. Wang Machin was at a loss with her, gently ruffling her hair and responding tenderly. All right. Good Xiaoxiao, you finish eating, and I will fetch something for her right away. Upon witnessing him produce a packet of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water to seek out Lan Mengyao, Wang Xiaoxiao finally smiled and consumed the bread. Eat with caution. Should you dare to divulge that I possess food, I shall end your life. Lan Mengyao gazed at the items in her hand, bewildered, unable to comprehend why Wang Machin had something to offer her. Furthermore, the chilling tone suggested that her words might indeed lead to her demise. A group of individuals had endured the harsh realities of survival at this base for 3 arduous months. During this time, they faced hunger and illness together. As the number of survivors increased, the base gradually expanded from a mere shopping mall to encompass the surrounding neighborhoods. To facilitate this growth, they engaged in numerous fierce battles against the hordes of the undead, which relentlessly breached their defenses time and again. Many lives were sacrificed in pursuit of their current achievements. The rapid development of the base was largely attributable to Du Xiaofeng's leadership, alongside the invaluable support of Feng Jun and Jiang Yunling. They organized the remaining survivors into several groups, leveraging their skills and talents to enhance their chances of survival. A deceased individual was wrapped in a white cloth, with not even a simple grave to rest in. Du Xiaofeng placed a nameless gravestone atop the fabric, positioning it in a corner of the rooftop where 11 bodies, similarly shrouded in white, lay in neat alignment. The atmosphere was heavy with the somber weight of death as a group of people bowed their heads in mourning. "Brother Du," one coughed, "I do not wish to succumb to this trivial pneumonia. I am merely 20 years old. Woe is me. I do not wish to perish either. Yet my suffering is unbearable." Du Xiaofeng stood atop the high platform, surveying the throng of nearly 1,000 individuals below. The air was thick with their clamorous discussions. A seemingly innocuous ailment had, tragically, claimed the lives of over 10 people. With a firm gesture, he silenced the crowd, a testament to his esteemed position among them. "Ladies and gentlemen, the death of Aunt Lin shall not be in vain. This evening, we shall procure ample supplies and medical provisions. We shall endure. We shall survive." The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. In the months that had passed, Du Xiaofeng had not only ensured their survival, but had also tirelessly sought a remedy, all the while searching for his sister. His confidence in addressing the assembly stemmed from his prior arrangements with Wang Machin, who had meticulously gathered intelligence regarding the supply truck's delivery schedules, the timings of the fearsome patrols in the affluent district, and the shifts of the station military units. It was not only Yang Chenglong who had praised Wang Machin's remarkable skills. Du Xiaofeng sensed the latent peril that this taciturn individual harbored, which justified his inclusion in the mission. Were it not for Wang Xiaoxiao's earnest plea, Wang Machin would not have squandered his time in collaboration. At precisely 9 o'clock, a motley crew, adorned in diverse attire and equipped with an eclectic array of weaponry, cautiously emerged from their survival base. Feng Jun observed their departing figures with palpable concern. 3 kilometers from the colossal egg, a contingent of over 30 individuals lay concealed in the shadows of an alley, vigilant and watchful. According to Wang Machin's intel, in 3 minutes, at 9:30, a supply truck would pass through this very location, en route to the giant egg. Only a minute remains. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The distance between the 2 vehicles is less than a 5-minute journey. When the moment arrives, we shall seize the car and flee without hesitation. We must not linger nor resort to violence, understood? Yes. A palpable tension enveloped the group as they gripped an array of weapons. A solitary figure stood atop the highest point of the building, observing the ambushers below with an expression of utter indifference, as if the fate of those individuals held no significance to him, nor did he care about the potential success of their heist. The rumble of engines grew increasingly distinct as a large truck emerged from the far end of the street, traversing its well-worn path, gradually approaching the colossal dome. Just as it was about to cross the thoroughfare, a throng of individuals surged forth, brandishing an assortment of weapons, causing the driver to instinctively slam on the brakes. "Get out of the vehicle. We mean you no harm." The driver remained motionless, yet the 2 passengers in the front seat sprang into action. They brandished their firearms and unleashed a merciless barrage upon the crowd, blinding beams of laser fire narrowly missing their targets. "Take cover." A booming command echoed, and one individual was struck in the chest. Not only was his torso pierced, but the surrounding flesh was seared by intense heat. The laser penetrated his body, exploding upon contact with the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was lifeless, beyond any hope of rescue. Ah Cheng, a bald man, his face obscured, cried out as he helplessly witnessed his brother fall. He turned towards the occupants of the vehicle, shouting, "You bastards." Immediately, he charged forward wielding a machete. Long Gu, a burly figure, closely followed him, ready to unhesitatingly protect him should danger arise. A masked figure, with eyes gleaming a deep crimson, startled the 2 soldiers upon making contact. Level 3, maxed out genes. 35, detection. The masked individual erupted into action, charging vehemently towards the supply truck. In the blink of an eye, they surpassed the 2 preceding soldiers. Leaping high into the air, the machete in their grasp emanated a palpable aura of bloodshed, descending upon the 2 occupants of the passenger seat. Everything transpired with extreme celerity. Before the 2 soldiers could even react, they were decapitated, their lifeblood painting the interior of the vehicle crimson. An appalling gash marked the windshield, nearly bisecting the entire driver's cabin, leaving only the driver alive, petrified to the point of incontinence by the brutal scene. "Everyone, quickly, into the truck." The masked figure tossed the corpse from the passenger seat, leaving behind the 2 firearms, as the group hastily boarded the cargo truck. The still-warm machete was pressed against the driver's neck, compelling him to start the engine. After a short distance, the driver was ejected from the vehicle, and another took the wheel, speeding away. Originally, the objective for the night was merely one supply truck, but now, with casualties on their side, the masked figure intended to seize the remaining 2 supply trucks in their entirety, hoping to alleviate the hardships of their comrades. A figure on a rooftop observed the events unfold, refraining from intervention. Everyone must exercise extreme caution. There are soldiers escorting the cargo, and their laser guns are not to be trifled with. We'll proceed as before, swift and decisive. The masked figure handed a laser gun to Ada, taking one for themselves. From now on, no one is to hold back. Annihilate them and avenge our brothers. Yang Qinglong cursed vehemently. Indeed, the masked figure did not deter him, well aware that despite his seemingly ferocious demeanor and their previous discord, this man was profoundly loyal. Once he acknowledged your existence, you were considered a brother, bound by the ties of life and death. Drawing from prior experiences, the subsequent heist of 2 additional supply vehicles was executed with remarkable ease. Though there were some casualties, the bounty reaped was substantial. As soon as the supply vehicles departed, an armored military vehicle appeared in pursuit, accompanied by a squad of soldiers radiating an ominous red glow. The leading officer bore a piercing gaze, imbued with a fearsome intensity. They followed the trail of the supply vehicles but were ultimately outmaneuvered and left behind. The captain, risking reprimand, swiftly reported the incident to higher authorities. Upon the departure of the team from the base, the inhabitants laid down their tasks, gathering at the defensive perimeter with bated breath. Tension hung thick in the air, for the outcome of this endeavor was intrinsically linked to their future livelihoods. Some offered silent prayers while others paced anxiously. When the 3 supply vehicles finally emerged on the horizon, the crowd could hardly contain their exhilaration, heedless of the potential danger from the surrounding undead. They erupted in fervent cheers, hastily dismantling the barricades to welcome their heroic saviors. This victorious campaign had secured the base's most pressing need for medicine, along with an ample supply of essential provisions, water, and food. Elation surged as the people ignited a bonfire on the rooftop, marking this momentous occasion in their history. This was a day to be etched in memory, a long-awaited release from their prolonged oppression. On the rooftop of another building, a group of oddly clad individuals stood in solemn silence, creating an atmosphere of unusual gravity. This scene starkly contrasted with the lively demeanor of the opposing rooftop. The 2 figures at the forefront removed their rudimentary helmets. One was bald, and the other possessed a thick mane of dark hair. They held their helmets reverently, their somber gazes fixed upon several wooden plaques, each adorned with 3 burning incense sticks. They lifted their glasses and poured the contents onto the ground, a gesture mimicked by those behind them, who also scattered their liquor onto the earth. To our brothers, true heroes, we shall remember you. In the next life, we will be brothers once more. After the 3rd toast, tears welled in every eye, with each person valiantly stifling their sobs. The 3 months of shared days and nights had forged a deep familiarity, an unbreakable bond, and for some, their connections spanned even longer. Du Xiaofeng placed a comforting hand on Yang Qinglong's shoulder, but uttered no words of solace before quietly departing. He sought solitude to honor the fallen comrades. Only Du Xiaofeng ventured to the neighboring rooftop, while the others remained with Yang Qinglong, allowing their emotions to flow freely on that somber night. In a civilized area, a bespectacled young man recalled spotting a region near the base 3 months prior via satellite imagery, where the undead were conspicuously fewer than in other locales, and scenes of human activity were captured daily. It appeared to be a burgeoning sanctuary of survivors, standing in stark opposition to their grim reality. This phenomenon was ubiquitous, spanning the nation and indeed the globe, yet the younger generation remained oblivious, failing to report it. Only when he observed the burgeoning growth of that survival outpost 3 months later did he apprehend the gravity of the situation, promptly notifying his superiors. Upon receiving a series of reports from his subordinates, a hint of amusement and admiration flickered across the superior's countenance. Indeed, commendable. Our supplies must have been pilfered by these individuals. Since they harbor such a fervent desire to survive, let us assist them, dispatching resources to aid in the construction of their city. Furthermore, notify other civilized zones, urging them to emulate this endeavor. His subordinates were dumbfounded. Nevertheless, they resolutely carried out the orders, unwilling to face expulsion. Almost simultaneously, across the globe, survivors near civilized zones were gathered, and with magnanimous gestures, Assistance was provided to establish new urban districts, accompanied by the imposition of a new order. For 3 months, everyone was engrossed in the daily struggle for survival. Du Xiaofeng granted everyone a 3-day reprieve to recuperate and rejuvenate, preventing exhaustion. In the evening, he surreptitiously drove with Lan Mingyao to a nearby mountain. Lan Mingyao refrained from questioning. Wherever he was, that was the safest place in the world. The car abruptly accelerated, shaking off the pursuing ghouls. With the car windows open, the cool night breeze brought a sense of exhilaration. Reaching the summit, Du Xiaofeng selected an optimal spot, opened the sunroof, and reclined Lan Mingyao's seat. The sudden action startled her. These myriad stars are my special gift to you. What do you think? Beautiful, aren't they? Engaged in the relentless pursuit of survival, they had not experienced such tranquility and repose in what seemed like an eternity. The irksome presence of zombies was absent, and the gentle drone of cicadas filled the air, causing a delicate tremor within Lan Mingyao's heart. Gazing upon the starlit expanse, it seemed as though all of life's tribulations had, in this instant, dissipated into nothingness. "Oh, what's this?" Lan Mingyao inquired, her curiosity piqued. She extended her delicate hand, allowing the faint, verdant luminescence to alight upon her palm. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was a tiny, luminescent insect. Immediately, she excitedly nudged Du Xiaofeng, who was beside her, and gingerly presented the insect in her palm. Careful not to cause it any harm. "Afeng, look quickly, this insect glows." Du Xiaofeng cast an affectionate glance at the vociferous Lan Mingyao and jested. "You can't possibly be unfamiliar with fireflies, can you? These creatures are exceedingly abundant in the countryside. I have never encountered fireflies before, save for their depiction in textbooks." Lan Mingyao pouted, feigning displeasure as she teased the firefly in her palm. The once quiescent firefly, disturbed by the commotion, fluttered out of the window. Its departure did not elicit any sadness in Lan Mingyao. Rather, she felt a sense of envy, admiring its ability to soar freely. Du Xiaofeng escorted her out of the vehicle, and Lan Mingyao felt as though she had been transported to a dreamscape, so surreal did it seem. The summit was teeming with fireflies, encircling her closely. In contrast to the feeble glow of the solitary firefly from before, it now appeared as though the entire summit had been illuminated. Lan Mingyao's captivating beauty was also veiled in an enchanting radiance. "Wow, it's so beautiful," Lan Mingyao exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hands in excitement. Suddenly, a gentle melody wafted from the car. "May I invite you to dance?" Du Xiaofeng smiled, slightly bowing. Lan Mingyao nodded and placed her hand in his. Upon the vast mountaintop, accompanied by the enchanting dance tune, they twirled beneath the starlit sky. Surrounded by fireflies that danced alongside them, Lan Mingyao felt a delightful dizziness, as if caught in a dream. It was utterly surreal and profoundly romantic. As the melody came to an end, they embraced tightly, standing atop the mountain, allowing the breeze to envelop them, neither willing to utter a word that might shatter the enchanting atmosphere. In this moment, silence spoke volumes. It was not that Du Xiaofeng harbored any impure thoughts. Rather, as a normal man, holding a captivating and alluring woman in his arms, with her soft curves pressing against him and a subtle fragrance tantalizing his senses, it was only natural for him to feel a stir of emotions, especially considering his inexperience. Straining against his impulses, he plucked a delicate white flower and fashioned it into a unique ring. Gradually, he knelt on one knee, presenting the ring. "Will you marry me?" His gentle voice struck a profound chord within Lan Mingyao's heart, tears welling in her beautiful eyes as disbelief washed over her. She covered her mouth with her hands, fighting back sobs, and slowly extended her left hand, her eyes glistening with emotion. "This is the most romantic proposal I could imagine," Du Xiaofeng declared, placing the ring on her middle finger and tenderly kissing her hand. In this poignant moment, Lan Mingyao found herself unable to restrain the torrent of emotions within her. Her enchanting eyes shimmered as she drew Du Xiaofeng closer, willingly offering him a delicate kiss. Crystal tears cascaded down her cheeks, tears of pure happiness. "From now on, I shall never allow you to weep again." Du Xiaofeng tenderly wiped away her tears. They sat upon the verdant grass, gazing at the stars above. "Why did you not pursue me back then?" Lan Mingyao inquired, voicing a question that had lingered in her heart for so long. Historically, declarations of love often yield little, and heartfelt letters are rarely written with sincerity. "What kind of devoted admirer pursues a goddess?" Du Xiaofeng remarked with self-deprecating humor. "What is wrong with pursuing someone you cherish?" "I do not consider myself a goddess at all," Lan Mingyao responded, perplexed. You are undoubtedly a goddess. Moreover, you are the object of adoration for every male creature in our supermarket. If I do not pursue you, can I even afford to? Du Xiaofeng chuckled. If I were to succeed in winning your heart, it would be called romance. If I failed, I would merely be a sycophant. Then how can you know what others truly think if you do not pursue? Lan Mingyao questioned. Seeking wealth through flattery often leads to utter desolation. It is disgraceful, Du Xiaofeng replied wistfully. Lan Mingyao understood that his words were directed towards someone specific. She countered, that is not seeking wealth through flattery. It is striving earnestly for what one desires. Had we met sooner, I would have surely convinced you to abandon such self-deprecating thoughts. Suddenly, Du Xiaofeng leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her enticing lips, grinning mischievously as he teased, What do you intend to do to win me over? The expression on his face indicated a playful mischief. Lan Mingyao playfully pounded her small fists against his chest, only to have him grasp her delicate hand firmly. The amorous atmosphere in the air gradually intensified. He unsheathed the machete from his waist and cleaved the approaching zombie in twain. As they boarded the vehicle, she tenderly smoothed his disheveled attire, flattering him with a charming smile. That's how a man should be, dashing and commanding. Who are you calling a dog? Ha 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 ha. Don't you dare laugh. You're still laughing. I'm ignoring you now. 36. Betrayal. A procession of fully armed vehicles materialized near the base. While there were apprehensions about potential retaliation from the affluent district for plundering supply vehicles, no one anticipated such a swift response. Feng Jun and the others were cognizant that Du Xiaofeng was embarking on a significant endeavor, and in his absence, they engaged with the opposing delegation. On the shopping mall's rooftop, 4 or 5 individuals congregated around a lengthy table, their usual venue for meetings. However, the atmosphere was palpably oppressive. Below, a multitude awaited the outcome of the parley, a negotiation in name only, as the opposing faction dictated every term, possessing overwhelming superiority in weaponry, personnel, technology, and every facet of the survival base. Colonel Wu, apologies for our less than gracious welcome. We hope you will overlook any unintentional offenses. Apart from Du Xiaofeng, Feng Jun held the most sway within the survival base. Frankly, Colonel Wu retorted, clad in armor, his eyes gleaming with an intense verdant light, his aura assertive and imposing. You have indeed offended us. Were it not for orders to assist in establishing your new city, you would have been annihilated long ago. Does Colonel Wu imply that you intend to aid us in constructing a new city? Indeed, whether you are willing or not, from this moment forth, our people have commenced the establishment of a new city. Once it is completed, should you choose not to remain, it matters not to us. Upon hearing these words, the rotund man, Lin Shi, and Yang Qinglong were overwhelmed with excitement. Their days of hardship had finally come to an end. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Feng Jun was acutely aware of this truth. So, may I inquire what is it that we need to do? Or rather, what price must we pay? It is quite simple. Surrender those who plundered our supply vehicles, and you shall be able to live in safety. What? Absolutely not. This is utterly unacceptable. Do you take this place for your own territory? Do you believe I would hesitate to end your life in an instant? I have a rather colorful expression that I am unsure whether to voice. The rotund man and Yang Qinglong were so incensed that they pounded the table. In the next moment, the squad behind Colonel Wu, their eyes shimmering with a faint crimson glow, pressed their laser guns against the heads of the 2 men. With several laser guns aimed at their heads, they immediately adopted a conciliatory demeanor, chuckling and claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Feng Jun could not simply surrender everyone, especially not Du Xiaofeng. This was a pivotal point in his quest for vengeance. Colonel Wu, might we engage in a discussion? We shall return all the supplies to you. After all, survival is not an easy endeavor, and we resorted to stealing your supplies only when we were left with no other options. You lack the leverage to negotiate with me. Colonel Wu's composed tone held the entire assembly in awe, leaving no room for rebuttal. Despite leading only a small detachment, the thousands present were no match for them. He departed with a swagger, unchallenged by any. In a secluded corner of the rooftop, Su Xiaomi overheard their exchange, her eyes gleaming with vindictive excitement. The base underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. A sprawling complex, nearly the size of a small town, materialized, boasting substantial defensive capabilities. Impenetrable walls, almost 3 meters thick and 5 meters high, adorned with rows of menacing iron spikes, effectively deterred the onslaught of common ghouls. Within the base, 3 iconic structures emerged. The Corpse Coliseum, a venue larger than a football stadium, served as a battleground for ghoulish combat. Desperate individuals, with no other means of survival, were forced to engage in mortal combat against formidable Grade 2 rampagers. Survival meant sustenance, while defeat meant becoming a meal. The spectacle was broadcast live, allowing spectators to wager on the outcome. Then there was the enigmatic order of demon hunters, whose purpose remained a mystery until it was revealed that the world harbored more than just ghouls. Higher-level zombies existed, and their cranial cavities contained corpse cores. These cores could be exchanged at the order of demon hunters for a variety of resources. Anything imaginable could be obtained there. A single Grade 2 low-tier core could procure enough food to sustain an individual comfortably for 3 days. This, in turn, gave rise to a new vocation, the bounty hunter. They either act alone or in groups, all with the singular aim of hunting zombies to procure corpses and better survive in this apocalyptic world. Additionally, there exists a civilized zone established at the heart of the base. Every individual wishing to endure in this stronghold must pay taxes. Each month, they are required to submit a portion of their supplies, be it water or food, in exchange for the privilege of residing within this safe haven. Failure to comply results in expulsion. The base has undergone significant transformations, which Du Xiaofeng has noticed. However, he is preoccupied with wedding preparations and lacks the time to inquire further, trusting that with Feng Jun and others around, nothing untoward will transpire. Yet, they chose to conceal the matter from him, refraining from divulging the truth. Why can't we tell him? He is blissfully preparing to become a groom. Do you wish to witness your sworn brother perish? The hefty man passionately grasped Feng Jun by the collar, spitting words filled with fervor. Do you think you are the only one in pain? Are we devoid of sorrow? He is your brother. Does that not make him my brother as well? Feng Jun bellowed, striving to voice the grievances that had accumulated within him. Over the past few days, he had exhausted every possible avenue to negotiate with Colonel Wu. Yet the response remained steadfast. All individuals involved in the looting of supplies must be surrendered, or else none within the base would survive. Damn it, this is utterly humiliating. If it weren't for Xiao Du, we might not have lasted 3 months, nor would we have achieved our current standing. Now, we find ourselves at the mercy of others. Yang Chenglong slammed his fist upon the table, shouting downwards, Ade, gather the brothers. We are going to take down that scoundrel right now. I refuse to believe that so many of us cannot overcome so few of them. Cease this commotion, I implore you. Is there not already sufficient chaos? Feng Jun bellowed. He lost his composure, and Yang Chenglong, equally incensed, retorted, pointing at him, Very well. If you are unwilling to go, I shall undertake this endeavor alone. I shall bear the burden of this matter myself, shall I? Having spoken, he turned to leave, but was intercepted by the corpulent man. Can you not cease your bickering? We ought to collectively devise a means of confronting this situation rather than engaging in internecine conflict. We have endured such arduous times. Now that prosperity is within our grasp, we are devolving into disunity. Lin Shi exclaimed. Ultimately, they dispersed in discord, having failed to conceive a solution to mitigate this crisis. The majority busied themselves with preparations for Du Xiaofeng's nuptials, intending to present Lan Mingyao with a momentous surprise, concealing it from her. Bang! Feng Jun shattered the bottle in his grasp, yet failed to dissipate the vexation within his heart, and in frustration, he tugged at his hair. Why? Why is it impossible to conceive a mutually beneficial solution? At that juncture, a comely figure materialized beside him. Why not attempt to parley with Colonel Wu? Surrendering Du Xiaofeng in exchange for clemency for the others? These words were replete with enticement, engendering a nascent, malevolent notion within Feng Jun's mind, which he promptly suppressed in its infancy. Su Xiaomi. Du Xiaofeng may be merciful, but that does not imply I shall extend the same leniency towards you. If you harbor a death wish, I shall grant it to you forthwith. Feng Jun seized Su Xiaomi by the throat, propelling her towards the precipice of the rooftop, where a single misstep would result in her plummeting to her demise. A flicker of trepidation manifested in Su Xiaomi's eyes. Her intention was merely to instigate a wager with Feng Jun, to sow discord between him and his brother. However, she had not anticipated his unwavering resolve. Spare me. My demise serves no purpose. Du Xiaofeng and the others are destined to perish regardless. Do you genuinely believe he can evade Colonel Wu's relentless pursuit? Furthermore, what value do you place on the lives of the thousands residing here? Su Xiaomi, appealing to a sense of righteousness, attempted to dissuade Feng Jun. Sensing a modicum of composure in him, she seized the opportune moment to press her advantage. Do you intend to relinquish all that you have painstakingly established? Do you believe you can replicate the establishment of a new base with such serendipity? Indeed, I desire Du Xiaofeng's death. He crippled my hand, forcing me to grovel before him like a cur, yet he remained indifferent. The humiliation he subjected me to warrants his death 1,000 times over. He is, in any case, a doomed man. His death can secure peace for this place and furnish you with the means for retribution. He is your brother, and it is only fitting that he makes this sacrifice for you. Su Xiaomi was gambling, wagering that Feng Jun could not forsake all that he had built, nor relinquish the hatred in his heart. Her words, akin to the allure of poppies, had sown a seed in Feng Jun's mind. He howled, gasping for air, repeatedly contemplating casting Su Xiaomi from the building. Begone! Never let me lay eyes upon you again. Su Xiaomi had won her gamble. The seed had been planted. She cast a chilling smile upon Feng Jun as he incessantly smoked and drank. Colonel Wu reappeared once more, but this time, he was accompanied not only by a squad but also by 2 additional individuals. One of them bore an uncanny resemblance to Feng Jun. At the base, only Feng Jun remained, while the others busied themselves with preparations for Du Xiaofeng's wedding. He had come to deliver an ultimatum. If the individuals responsible for the stolen supplies were not surrendered today, he would unleash a massacre upon the base. Feng Jun remained silent, his eyes bloodshot, his teeth clenched in a fury that made him long to devour anyone who bore a resemblance to the one before him. To his astonishment, this worthless individual still drew breath, though in a rather pitiful state. "Brother, Feng Ren, where are our parents? What has become of them?" Feng Jun bellowed. "Huh." Those 2 stubborn old fools refused to embrace the new realities, clinging to the delusion that an apocalypse could never occur. I had no intention of ending their lives, but they insisted on obstructing my ascension to godhood, so I deemed it fit for them to experience it firsthand. Feng Ren's tone was devoid of emotion, as if he were merely discussing stray animals rather than his own parents. "I will kill you." Upon learning of his parents' demise, rage surged within Feng Jun, and he roared as he lifted a stool to hurl at Feng Ren. In the next moment, he found himself crashing onto the rooftop, feeling as though his insides had been struck by a train. The stool in his grasp crumbled effortlessly under Feng Ren's gentle grip. "Do you truly believe that with your ordinary physique, you can kill me? Such a Navi dream." Feng Ren sneered coldly, his eyes suddenly glowing with a rich violet hue, emanating waves that bewitched the senses. "This is a level 5 maximum gene serum." Feng Jun was engulfed in despair. Was the chasm between the affluent district and himself truly so vast? Feng Ren contemplated extinguishing Feng Jun's life with the same ease as one would crush an ant. He harbored no interest in eliminating a mere wastrel and, with a disdainful foot pressed against Feng Jun's face, icily declared, "You may as well remain here and perish in obscurity. In this lifetime, you shall never have the opportunity to seek vengeance against me. The Feng family shall ascend to glory under my leadership." With that, he departed alongside another figure, whose eyes radiated a vivid purple glow. If mere glances could wield lethal intent, the hatred simmering within Feng Jun's gaze could elevate the grass upon Feng Ren's grave to 3 fathoms high. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he engaged in a final struggle within his heart. Colonel Wu discerned the animosity brewing within Feng Jun and proffered a more enticing proposition. If he surrendered the individuals in question, he would be promised the role of ambassador for the civilized district, with the prospect of acquiring gene serum should he perform commendably. Indeed, Feng Ren belonged to the civilized district. However, Colonel Wu did not serve him but rather sought to ensure his safety during excursions. He too aspired to access the elite circles through superior gene serums, and this moment presented an optimal opportunity. Feng Jun's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed, as the all-consuming hatred in his eyes transformed into a resolve for vengeance and the pursuit of power. He acquiesced. "Very well, I shall surrender the leader of that group. For your intent is merely to establish authority. Eliminating him will suffice. Please spare the others. Survival is a struggle for us all." "You are correct. We do wish to assert our dominance, but you lack the standing to negotiate with me. I believe I possess the right to bargain with you. I am privy to a profoundly significant secret that I believe would be of considerable interest to you. My sole desire is to safeguard the lives of others. If you pledge to do so, I shall reveal it to you." "Oh, what secret warrants the lives of so many?" "He possesses the unique ability to consume zombie nuclei directly, and not only does he survive, but he also enhances his own strength. From my observations, The power he gains surpasses that derived from the gene serums you extract and inject. Given the magnitude of this discovery, Colonel Wu has agreed that upon the surrender of Du Xiaofeng and confirmation that he can consume zombie nuclei with impunity, the lives of the others will be spared. 37. The demise of Du Xiaofeng. 3 in the afternoon, an auspicious hour. Firecrackers crackled incessantly, and with the establishment of the civilized zone's defenses, the populace no longer feared zombies. This marked the first wedding since the apocalypse that everyone had attended, and it was an especially momentous occasion. The atmosphere was imbued with jubilation. "Let us welcome the bride and groom," Fatty announced, acting as the wedding MC. Blue Mingyao, adorned in a pristine white wedding gown, could scarcely contain the delight in her beautiful eyes as she was escorted down the red carpet by Du Xiaofeng, who was clad in a flamboyant suit. A match made in heaven. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. While the traditional monogamous system and marriage certificates had been rendered obsolete, the couple had still sought out witnesses for their union. Fatty and Yang Chenglong served as the groom's witnesses, while Lin Shi and Xiu Tong represented the bride. All were dressed elegantly for the occasion. Seated among the wedding guests, Wang Xiaoxiao leaned against Wang Maching, her eyes filled with longing. With a light-hearted laugh, Wang Xiaoxiao suggested, "How about we host a grand wedding of our own in a few days?" "Oh dear brother, how vexing you are. Why would you suddenly bring this up? I haven't even said I would marry you." Observing Wang Xiaoxiao's bashful demeanor, Wang Mukin replied with a grin, "So, will you marry me?" "Absolutely," Lan Mingyao exclaimed with exuberance. As he gazed at the stunning bride, thoughts of Colonel Wu flooded Fatty's mind, causing tears to well in his eyes. "Groom, you may now kiss the bride." Fatty choked out the words. Duo Xiaofeng leaned down to seal the kiss, amidst the crowd's raucous cheers. The roar of engines echoed from the base, accompanied by the sound of helicopter blades slicing through the air. Yang Chenglong, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, bellowed, "What the hell? It's my brother's joyous day, and you all can't let us have a moment's peace?" The couple, caught in their kiss, turned to see armed vehicles storming in. "Brothers, we must leave. Take your wives and escape. I'll hold them off." Yang Chenglong shouted. "Ada, gather everyone and fight back." Yang Chenglong roared, while a group of burly men in suits brandished their machetes, charging toward the vehicles with fierce determination. Duo Xiaofeng, bewildered by the turn of events, quickly moved to stop him. Fatty and Lin Shi urged them to flee immediately. From the convoy emerged a figure clad in black armor, a sword at his side, his eyes glowing with a fierce green light. "Duo Xiaofeng, you are charged with the robbery of supply vehicles. This is a capital offense. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be executed alongside you." Colonel Wu's words reached the ears of the crowd, inciting an uproar among them. They hastily retreated, unwilling to obstruct the advance of the soldiers. Was it truly necessary to ruin such a splendid day? Du Xiaofeng glared fiercely, his eyes glistening with a deep crimson hue, as he shielded Lan Mingyao behind him. A bounty of first-rate supplies for the slaying of Du Xiaofeng. Upon hearing this, those who had shared 3 months of camaraderie, people whom Du Xiaofeng had aided during their most trying times, were stirred, eager to take action. Yet, none chose to strike. If he did not perish today, then it would be they who met their demise. Colonel Wu aimed to isolate Du Xiaofeng, ensuring he comprehended the dire consequences of offending the civilized zone and robbing from it. The very supplies he had desperately gathered to provide relief had ultimately turned into a means for others to feast upon his flesh and drink his blood. Just moments ago, the crowd had been joyously celebrating a wedding. Now they were filled with rage, charging towards Du Xiaofeng. Yang Chenglong, prepared to intervene, was halted by Du Xiaofeng, who insisted that they could not confront Colonel Wu and his men head-on. "I am willing," Lan Mingyao declared resolutely. "We are already wed. I shall follow wherever you lead. If you had refused to save me, I would have already succumbed to the undead. If need be, I shall offer my life for yours." Aware that the path ahead was fraught with peril, Lan Mingyao nevertheless agreed without hesitation. Du Xiaofeng grasped her hand, and they dashed into the towering edifice behind them. The stout fellow and Yang Chenglong quickly formed a protective perimeter around them. Others, fervently shouting to slay Du Xiaofeng, surged into the building as well. At that moment, countless zombies emerged from the periphery of the base, drawn by the earlier sounds of cannon fire. Among them lurked the terrifying presence of a level 4 Lord Zombie. With a resounding crash, Du Xiaofeng kicked open the rooftop door, pulling Lan Mingyao along as they fled. A throng followed closely behind. But ordinary individuals stood no chance against Du Xiaofeng. He spared no mercy, for their intent was clearly to take his life, and he could not afford to show them any leniency. The souls claimed by his mountain-splitting blade numbered in the dozens, their corpses forming a small hill. In that moment, those who had survived alongside him for the past 3 months began to comprehend the immense power wielded by the man who had protected them. Colonel Wu and his team ascended, swiftly subduing the likes of the overweight man and Yang Chenglong. To validate Feng Jun's assertion, Wu commanded his team to engage Du Xiaofeng in single combat. Though his team consisted of only low-level genetic enhancers, they were equipped with specialized armor and weaponry. Yet, even these advantages faltered before Du Xiaofeng's devastating 8 blades of the breaking edge. As he dispatched 2 adversaries in swift succession, Colonel Wu prepared to confront him personally, eager to test the might of this man whose very skin emanated a crimson glow. "You are formidable. Let me witness the extent of your strength." Colonel Wu unsheathed his jet-black longsword, its blade gleaming ominously as it surged toward Du Xiaofeng with remarkable speed. Rather than retreating, Du Xiaofeng advanced, his mountain-splitting blade enveloped in a radiant crimson aura, meeting Wu's sword with unyielding ferocity. The clash resonated with equal force, yet while Du Xiaofeng remained steadfast, Colonel Wu staggered back a couple of steps. Observing the chip that had formed on his blade, Wu felt a pang of alarm. This man, merely at the 3rd level, was already surpassing his own capabilities as a fully fledged 4th-level warrior. Should this individual continue to develop, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat. The two collided once more, the tension escalating between them. After a series of intense collisions, the two combatants, panting heavily, fixed their gazes upon each other. "Huh. We shall see if you possess the capability," Du Xiaofeng exclaimed with unrestrained laughter, his imposing presence once again astonishing Colonel Wu. Feng Jun remained in the corner, averting his eyes from the scene with anguish, yet his gaze remained resolute. The door on the 9th floor of the shopping mall, locked for over 3 months, was finally breached. Colonel Wu and Du Xiaofeng were locked in a fierce and protracted struggle, neither able to gain a decisive advantage. However, in reality, Colonel Wu had already been defeated, and quite comprehensively at that. Had it not been for the indomitable weapon and armor in his possession, he would have long since perished. Both men were exhausted to the point of utter depletion. Lan Mengyao, tears streaming down her face, yet stifling any audible sobs, tenderly wiped the perspiration from her beloved's brow. At that moment, a commotion arose within the crowd. A figure, dragging a zombie, slowly ascended to the rooftop. Upon recognizing this individual, Du Xiaofeng's eyes widened in rage, his desire to consume her overwhelming. "Mother, Du Xiaofeng, your day of reckoning has arrived." Su Xiaomi, pulling Du Xiaofeng's mother along, advanced deliberately. He attempted to summon the last vestiges of his strength to eliminate Su Xiaomi, but as he moved, he heard a delicate yet commanding voice. "Halt! Do not move a muscle. If you dare to stir, I shall immediately cast her down." Countless zombies await her below, eager to devour her. "You, Lan Mingyao." Her delicate fists clenched tightly, glared with fury. She had believed that Su Xiaomi, having spared her life previously, might have repented of her wicked ways. However, it seemed she had merely bided her time for 3 months, solely for this moment. "Hold!" Du Xiaofeng rose to his feet, drawing Lan Mingyao, whose wedding gown was now stained crimson with blood, closer to him. He gazed upon her with profound affection. "If I were to die, would you remember me? Will it take long to forget you?" A resounding no escaped her lips. "I shall not dwell on thoughts of you. If you dare to meet your end, I vow to erase you from my memory instantly. Unless, of course, you take me with you into the abyss." Her voice, raw with emotion, echoed with vehement intensity. "Yao Yao," Du Xiaofeng murmured, embracing his bride with unwavering affection. Thank you for standing by my side, even in these dire circumstances." "Enfant," she began, a sudden realization dawning upon her. But before she could articulate her thoughts, a forceful grip seized the nape of her neck, and darkness enveloped her consciousness. Cradling his bride in his arms, Du Xiaofeng remained stoic, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. "Feng Jun," he uttered softly, "henceforth, Yao Yao is entrusted to your care, along with Fatty and the others. Should I ever discover that you have wronged them, even from the depths of hell, I shall emerge to exact my vengeance. I shall safeguard them with utmost diligence." Came the solemn reply. "Have you concluded your sentimental farewells?" sneered Su Xiaomi, her eyes gleaming with malevolent glee as she advanced towards Du Xiaofeng. With a swift, merciless stroke, she severed his arm at the shoulder. the limb falling to the ground near Colonel Wu, who promptly retrieved it. A torrent of scalding blood gushed forth, yet Du Xiaofeng remained silent, unflinching. Su Xiaomi then removed the gag from her mother's mouth and pressed it against Du Xiaofeng's remaining arm. He felt as though he were suffocating. He had heard tales of heartache so profound that it could induce asphyxiation, and now he understood. Betrayed by a brother, assaulted by a mother, and separated from Lan Mengyao, his heart was a maelstrom of anguish, a pain so intense that it bordered on suffocation. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. She cackled. Back then, you crippled my hands, condemning me to 3 months of recovery. Is it not fitting that I return the favor in kind? With a visage contorted in rage, Su Xiaomi fixed her gaze upon Du Xiaofeng, the adversary she had patiently sought for 3 long months. She had anticipated his agonizing cries, his desperate pleas for mercy. Yet, to her astonishment, he remained silent, daring to meet her gaze with defiance. Consumed by fury, Su Xiaomi delivered a merciless kick, sending Du Xiaofeng plummeting from the rooftop. 38. The demise of Su Xiaomi. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Feng Jun averted his eyes, unable to witness the scene, while Fatty, Lin Shi, and the others cried out in anguish, their efforts futile as they watched helplessly as Du Xiaofeng fell. The wind howled in his ears as he plummeted. Is this to be my end? Fatty, Yao Yao, Xiaoxi, Longgu, I hope you all live well. Hearing the ravenous cries of the zombies below, Du Xiaofeng slowly closed his eyes. The blood flowing from his severed arm was gradually turning black. The shattering of glass echoed as a rope shot out from a window, wrapping tightly around Du Xiaofeng's waist before being yanked taut. The ghouls beneath were already reaching for his clothes. With their prey so tantalizingly close, yet just out of reach, the ghouls howled in a frenzy. Glancing at the ghouls below, Du Xiaofeng felt a lingering fear. He would not have been surprised by anyone who saved him. But this person made him wonder if he was dreaming. Why did you save me? Du Xiaofeng inquired, voicing his bewilderment. Xiao Xiao asked me to help. I did it for the city, not for you. Don't read too much into it, Wang Yimouchen replied blandly. Du Xiaofeng paused, then chuckled softly. Thank you. Do you still aspire to ascend? Wang Moqing inquired. Affirmative. My beloved and comrades remain above. It is incumbent upon me to seek retribution, Du Xiaofeng responded icily. I shall not impede your ascent. However, you must first accompany me, allowing Xiao Xiao to witness my rescue. Thereafter, should you choose to court death, I shall not intervene. Wang Moqing stated impassively. Without soliciting his consent, Wang Moqing forcibly led him away, employing the grappling hook's rope to depart from the edifice. They arrived at a residential area outside the confines of the former base, a veritable sanctuary compared to the zombie-infested stronghold. Du Xiaofeng had always perceived Wang Moqing as an enigma. The grappling hook and the safe house only served to reinforce this perception. You were crestfallen before. Yet upon seeing him alive, you were more elated than upon seeing me. Wang Moqing remarked jealously. Brother, you are the most formidable, the most exceptional in all the world. Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, tugging at his hand incessantly. Wang Moqing caressed her head affectionately. Brother Du, you are wounded. Allow me to tend to your injuries. Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Thank you, Xiaoxiao, but it is unnecessary. I shall not perish yet. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Du Xiaofeng replied, eyeing the dark blood flowing from his severed right arm, declining her offer. But in his current physical state, could he truly exact revenge? It was likely that he would succumb to the ravenous zombies before even traversing their ranks. Wang Xiaoxiao knew that some matters were beyond persuasion. Forcibly detaining Du Xiaofeng today might ensure his survival, but it would also transform him into a walking corpse. Pouting and tugging at Wang Moqing's hand, she incessantly shook it, hoping to persuade him to assist Du Xiaofeng. You silly girl, while you worry about his safety, do you not consider my own? Wang Moqing retorted, jealousy seeping into his voice. The mention of dumplings stirred memories in Du Xiaofeng, reminding him of those lovingly crafted by his mother, which he deemed the finest dumplings in the world. With a resigned sigh, Wang Moqing led Du Xiaofeng outside. Your current condition is ill-suited for traversing those walking corpses. Let us take another route. Upon reaching the rooftop, Du Xiaofeng observed the nylon ropes connecting to adjacent buildings and silently cast a glance at Wang Moqing, relieved that he harbored no sinister intentions towards their base. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly pose a grave threat. Perceiving his thoughts, Wang Moqing offered no explanation and, carrying him, slid across to the opposite rooftop. Each rooftop concealed ropes linking to nearby structures. If they were to descend to the ground, it would take over half an hour, even in the absence of any corpses. The rotund man and Yang Qinglong watched helplessly as Su Xiaomi severed one of Du Xiaofeng's hands and subsequently kicked him off the rooftop, their rage boiling to the surface, wishing nothing more than to devour her. Below, the corpses had breached the building's defensive fortifications, and Colonel Wu, along with his squad, descended to engage in battle. With the suppression lifted, the rotund man and Yang Qinglong glared furiously at Su Xiaomi, advancing step by step, intent on making her pay for Du Xiaofeng's demise. Amidst the stairwell, anguished screams echoed, and Feng Jun sensed impending danger, hastily lifting Lan Mengyao to flee the scene. Quickly, there may be mutated zombies. Upon hearing Feng Jun's exclamations, the portly figure and Yang Qinglong, along with others, were reluctant to depart, yearning to avenge Du Xiaofeng themselves. Yet they were forcibly pulled away by Lin Shi. However, as they descended the stairs, they confined Su Xiaomi and those who had rushed forward to confront Du Xiaofeng, leaving them trapped on the rooftop with no escape. Just as the group had hidden themselves away, a terrifying silhouette emerged before them. Instantly, excitement surged within them. Vengeance was at hand. Although it had been less than an hour since their previous encounter, the memories of that harrowing experience remained vividly etched in their minds. They had been vilified by the masses, betrayed by comrades, savaged by their own kin, lost the love of their lives, endured the severance of their right arm, and narrowly escaped death itself. Yet, the rooftop was now devoid of the presence of Colonel Wu and his associates, and the portly figure along with his companions had vanished. Only a handful of individuals, once tenderly cared for by Du Xiaofeng within the base, remained, alongside the architect of his tormented existence, Su Xiaomi. Leave those wretched creatures to me. Wang Maching hurled a machete to Du Xiaofeng, then charged towards the ravenous corpses, intent on confronting all his vendettas alone. Silently, Du Xiaofeng picked up the machete with his left hand. The wound on his arm, where he had been bitten, was gradually darkening, the surrounding skin and veins succumbing to a sinister hue. Lifting his gaze, Du Xiaofeng's eyes had transformed entirely into a crimson void, devoid of pupils. His skin and the machete radiating a ghastly red glow, as if he had emerged from the very depths of hell. Stay away from me. Su Xiaomi, in her frantic state, had no time to notice the two additional figures that had appeared on the rooftop, as she desperately evaded the menacing shadow looming closer. Ahem. Young lady, I'm famished. The figure relentlessly advanced upon Su Xiaomi, marking her inaugural encounter with such a formidable zombie. Its flesh remained uncorrupted, akin to the epidermis of a typical organism, yet its eyes emanated an unnerving verdant luminescence. Its physique was encased in a lattice of osseous spurs, and, astonishingly, it possessed the faculty of speech. This was a Tier 4 Overlord zombie, and of intermediate caliber, no less. Even Colonel Wu, upon beholding it, found himself stymied, his armor merely ensuring his own preservation, while its dispatch proved exceedingly arduous. Du Xiaofeng, in its presence, could only flee, bereft of any capacity for retaliation. Wang Emochin's silhouette possessed an ethereal quality, his velocity unattainable even by Du Xiaofeng in his physical prime. Crucially, he seemed adept at a specialized gait. The languidly moving walkers, while appearing to seize him with each ravenous lunge, merely grazed phantasmal afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he had decapitated them all. The dozen or so individuals he had rescued expressed their gratitude to Wang Emochin. Though their interactions were infrequent, they had occasionally crossed paths within the base and recognized him as a resident. Following their expressions of gratitude, they attempted to depart the rooftop, only to find Wang Emochin leaning against the entrance, idly twirling a dagger in his hand. His movements, though seemingly unhurried, were mesmerizing, and his gaze, fixed upon them, was icily detached. Though he uttered no words, they understood his intent. They were forbidden from leaving. Ah! A woman's terrified shriek echoed from the rooftop's edge. She hurled her blade at the Overlord zombie, but far from slaying it, she failed to even mar its hide, leaving only a diminutive pale speck to attest to the force of her throw. Witnessing the sanguinary maw lunging towards her, its serrated teeth gleaming with a chilling luminescence, Su Xiaomi averted her gaze and thrust Du Xiaofeng's mother into its path. Mother! Du Xiaofeng bellowed, his voice raw with anguish, his form convulsing in a futile attempt to forestall the leader zombie's devouring of her. The crunching sounds echoed ominously. Mother! Du Xiaofeng's lamentations were heart-wrenching. His vocal cords strained to the point of rupture as he watched, powerless, as his mother was consumed. He collapsed to his knees, facing the direction of his departed mother, his body trembling uncontrollably. Mother! Du Xiaofeng steadied himself with one hand, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The veins in his hand metamorphosed into ebony conduits, and his fingernails underwent a grotesque elongation, extending to a terrifying 10 centimeters. These obsidian claws, sharp as concealed weapons, exuded an aura of dread. With a mere scratch, they carved 5 deep furrows, each nearly 5 centimeters in depth, into the concrete floor. The veins of his entire left arm blackened, and within the crimson aura that clung to his skin, a flicker of dark, pulsating light emerged, akin to the infernal flames of the netherworld. This sinister transformation ascended his arm, reaching his neck, face, and eyes. The sable veins that now adorned his neck and the left side of his face rendered him more terrifying than any demon. His left eye, once radiating a crimson glow, was now as black and fathomless as an abyss. The features contorted wildly, the mouth agape, bellowing at the ordinary corpses below. Upon hearing such a ferocious roar, even the fearless advance faltered momentarily. Teeth transformed into serrated edges. The skin on the left side of the body was ablaze, burning away little by little, revealing the charred flesh beneath. "Ah, I demand your life." Bang! Du Xiaofeng propelled himself with immense force, his body launching like a cannonball towards the lordly corpse. He paid no heed to the piercing spikes of its defenses as he mounted its neck, his infernal black flames piercing through its skin. Suddenly lifting his head, he sank his teeth into its skull. The lordly corpse seemed to sense the looming threat of death, howling as half of its head was bitten off. Dark green blood gushed forth, splattering onto Su Xiaomi's face, causing her to instinctively shudder. In an instant, the head of the intermediate lordly corpse, along with its core, was consumed by Du Xiaofeng. The crimson glow in his right eye intensified, swiftly transforming into green, rippling with a chilling black flame. Yet merely devouring its head was not the end. Du Xiaofeng resembled a ravenous wolf, voraciously consuming the entire lordly corpse, bones and all. Dark green blood stained his wedding attire, dripping continuously from the corner of his mouth onto the ground. Drip drop. Each droplet seemed poised to pierce Su Xiaomi's heart, making her very soul tremble. She could scarcely fathom that Du Xiaofeng, who was supposed to have perished and become mere fodder for the undead, would stand before her, ravenously devouring the corpse of the Lord. Those who had been halted by Wang Maching were so petrified that they dared not even breathe, and the memory of their earlier desire for his demise sent them into a state of terror, causing them to soil themselves. The rooftop was permeated with the acrid stench of blood and urine. Du Xiaofeng, like a feral beast, succumbed to his primal instincts. His once broad back suddenly crackled with the sound of snapping bones, and visible to the naked eye, ribs protruded from beneath his suit. "Oh!" Du Xiaofeng writhed in agony. At last, the bones fully unfurled into a pair of wing-like structures devoid of feathers or membranes. These skeletal wings stretched nearly 3 meters in length, adorned with writhing black flames. He had shed his human form, transforming into a figure of unspeakable horror. With each step towards Su Xiaomi, the floor beneath him was charred by the black flames that clung to his skin. He appeared as a demon. No, even more terrifying than the fabled fiends of lore. Su Xiaomi collapsed to her knees, understanding that her fate was sealed. "I shall exact a blood debt for your sins." Accompanied by a sound akin to blades scraping against a chalkboard, Du Xiaofeng seized her throat, the black flames searing her skin. Sizzle. The flesh on her neck was instantly scorched. Du Xiaofeng's jagged teeth sank into Su Xiaomi's arm, ruthlessly tearing it from her body, and he consumed it in a single, savage bite. Xiaomi wished she could faint from the pain, so she wouldn't have to endure the soul-shattering torment. Her arms felt as if they had been torn apart and devoured by Du Xiaofeng, and her legs shattered, yet even this seemed insufficient to atone for her transgressions. Du Xiaofeng sank his teeth into her neck, draining her blood until she was completely desiccated, a mere husk. Only then did he toss her, pregnant belly and all, from the rooftop, where a ravenous horde of zombies awaited their feast. Lan Mingyao merely offered a faint smile. Witnessing Su Xiaomi's gruesome demise, Du Xiaofeng turned his attention towards her. Those who had been cornered by Wang Maching, their escape route sealed, prostrated themselves, begging for forgiveness. But they had forgotten their prior merciless treatment of Du Xiaofeng. Showing no leniency, he slaughtered them one by one, draining their blood and casting their lifeless bodies from the rooftop. Wang Maching observed all this in silence. Having annihilated his tormentors, Du Xiaofeng's belly swelled as if he were several months pregnant. He fixed his gaze upon Wang Maching, his eyes devoid of emotion, filled only with a savage, bestial frenzy. His figure blurred as he lunged at Wang Maching. Bang! The rooftop door, along with the adjacent wall, collapsed in a thunderous crash. Wang Maching, with an almost spectral agility, narrowly evaded the fatal blow. His attack thwarted, Du Xiaofeng howled, the bony wings on his back fluttering, propelling him with incredible speed as he pursued Wang Maching across the rooftop. Yet, despite Du Xiaofeng's peak velocity, he couldn't catch Wang Maching's elusive movements, his attacks landing only on afterimages. The sheer brutality of his power reduced the rooftop to near ruin. Alas, Wang Maching has exhausted his strength and can no longer evade Du Xiaofeng's final strike. The claws, exuding an aura of death, halted perilously close, less than a centimeter from his eyes. Subsequently, Du Xiaofeng collapsed into Wang Maching's embrace, having succumbed to fatigue. A wave of terror washed over Wang Maching. Had it advanced even a fraction further, he would have met his demise. It must be reiterated that the owner of this arm, having consumed the corpse nucleus, did not perish in a catastrophic explosion. The satellite surveillance, too, captured the moment Du Xiaofeng devoured the lordly corpse, with grotesque bone wings sprouting from his back, thus piquing the upper echelon's interest even more fervently. Consequently, the colonel was bestowed with a level 5 gene serum, greatly enhancing his prowess. This marked a singular instance in the annals of the world, eating a corpse nucleus without succumbing to explosion, and even absorbing the abilities of the undead, transforming them into his own. Within a modest chamber, an assembly of individuals pressed together. There was no time to heed the wailing ghouls outside. The portly man seized Feng Jun by the collar and delivered a punch to his face, causing his handsome visage to swell painfully, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Why did you betray the madman? What grievance do you hold against him? He has kept you alive since the supermarket and granted you immense authority to govern this base. How could you commit such treachery? Young Chenglong, upon witnessing this, was seized by a fury beyond measure. He kicked Feng Jun in the abdomen, forcing him to kneel before the gathering, gripping his hair tightly. I have always despised those devoid of loyalty. You should never have betrayed him. If adversity arises, we shall bear it together. Death is but a triviality. You traitor, do you think I desired this? It was through our collective toil that we established the base. I followed him daily, striving for the benefit of all. I too yearn to fight alongside those individuals, but what means do I possess to engage in such a struggle? A mere third-level gene squad could obliterate our efforts. Is it truly the case that only his life holds value, while others do not? Feng Jun roared, attempting to justify himself. Chiotong turned her face away, unwilling to witness his grotesque demeanor. Lin Shi, with a frosty expression, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to his face. It was a price he must pay. Why does no one comprehend my plight? My actions are not solely driven by vengeance, but also for their survival. Amidst the quarrel, the unconscious Lan Mengyao gradually regained her senses, her delicate face devoid of expression as she dragged her blood-stained wedding gown towards Feng Jun. He shut his eyes, bracing for the impending slap. No matter who berated or struck him, he could counter, but with Lan Mengyao, he found himself speechless, burdened by guilt. Why must it be today? Why on the day of our wedding? Why must he don the groom's suit, only to perish? And yet, I cannot fulfill the role of his bride. After waiting in vain for the anticipated slap, the calm inquiries shattered Feng Jun, leaving him kneeling and weeping. Lan Mengyao departed, leaving the relatively safe confines of the dwelling. The others, including Fatty and Yang Chenglong, hastily pursued her. Du Xiaofeng had just left, and she could not face any further calamity. Brother, are those people truly formidable? Having sustained extensive burns and lacerations, Du Ji's condition appeared grave, mirroring your own disheveled and wounded state. Wang Xiaoxiao harbored deep concern, yet remained resolute in her decision to have Wang Imochin accompany Du Xiaofeng on his quest for vengeance, mindful that without his benevolence, she might have succumbed to starvation long ago. Indeed, they are formidable adversaries. Wang Imochin conceded with a wry smile, furrowing his brow. He pondered whether Du Xiaofeng would awaken in a similar state of frenzy, and if so, whether he could restrain him. His forte lay in assassination and ambush, ill-suited to confront someone of such speed and power, especially one who possessed a reckless disregard for his own safety. Xiao, he instructed. Ascend to the rooftop and inspect the integrity of my rope. Subsequently, retrieve some medication from the room on the 7th floor. Wang Imochin sought to divert Wang Xiaoxiao, apprehensive that Du Xiaofeng might relapse into his manic state. Should the situation deteriorate, he believed he might have a chance to escape alone. Unsuspecting, Wang Xiaoxiao complied. Once she had departed, Wang Emochen promptly removed Du Xiaofeng from their residence, relocating him to another location, absolving himself of any further involvement in the matter, regardless of Du Xiaofeng's condition upon awakening. As Wang Xiaoxiao exited, she suddenly recalled a crucial detail she had neglected to mention to Wang Emochen. Descending the stairs, she observed him carrying Du Xiaofeng out of their home. "Brother, what are you doing? Du Ge is our benefactor. We cannot treat him in such a manner." "Xiao, were you not instructed to go to the rooftop? So, you deliberately sent me away, intending to abandon Du Ge and leave him to his fate? You do not understand. He is in grave danger now. The wounds upon my body are the result of his madness. Do you comprehend?" Wang Xiaoxiao was utterly astonished. She never anticipated that her formidable brother, who could navigate through hordes of zombies unscathed, had been harmed by Du Xiaofeng, and so severely at that. "I do not care. He is our savior. You cannot abandon him like this. If he awakens and descends into madness again, then we shall address it." Wang Majuan held a deep affection for Wang Xiaoxiao, yet felt helpless, for her disposition was inherently kind-hearted. For 3 consecutive days and nights, the inhabitants of the base utilized the supplies delivered from the civilized zone to battle against the undead. Some managed to obtain a second-level zombie core. And recalling the tantalizing rewards, they frantically sought out more zombies, only to pay the ultimate price with their lives. Meanwhile, others cowered in their rooms, preferring to starve rather than venture outside, terrified of becoming the zombies' next meal. Not a single individual emerged to lead them. It was only now that they realized. In the past, under Du Xiaofeng's leadership, they could weather any adversity. During these 3 days, an armored brigade, led by a figure whose eyes glimmered with violet light, scoured the very building where Wang Majuan and the others had previously resided, yet regrettably, they found nothing. Wang Majuan, notorious as the top assassin Shadow, was well versed in various assassination techniques and the art of secrecy. With the cunning of a rabbit that has 3 burrows, he swiftly relocated Wang Xiaoxiao and Du Xiaofeng to another, more clandestine safe haven the moment he discovered Du Xiaofeng was alive. The provisions stored there were sufficient to sustain several individuals for half a month. Such an abundance of food had been meticulously accumulated over time, intended for just such a moment. Du Xiaofeng had been in a state of unconsciousness for an entire 3 days and nights. During this time, Wang Xiaoxiao had diligently cared for him, while he incessantly murmured in delirium and emitted anguished cries, thirsting for water, his body fluctuating between chills and feverish heat. At times, he felt as if he were encased in ice, while at others, he was akin to a furnace. His cries echoed like a tormented soul being savaged by malevolent spirits. Noticing Wang Xiaoxiao's fear, Wang Moqing promptly stuffed a towel into his mouth. The excruciating headache jolted Du Xiaofeng awake. Slowly, he opened his heavy eyelids, but the view before him remained blurred. Instinctively, he moved his right hand, attempting to prop himself up. Suddenly, he felt no presence of his right hand. In a state of panic, he glanced toward it, only to find it empty and devoid of anything. The scene around him gradually came into focus. Seeing that he had finally awakened, and noticing his right hand in a daze, Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed with joy, "Brother Du, you're finally awake." Just then, the door was forcefully thrown open. Wang Moqing's spectral figure rushed in, shielding Wang Xiaoxiao behind him, his gaze fixed warily upon Du Xiaofeng. Noticing that the ominous black flames and red glow surrounding him had not manifested, and that his eyes had returned to normal, albeit with a hint of vacancy, as if he had yet to fully regain consciousness, he asked cautiously, "You're awake?" Observing the dark, weapon-like nails adorning his left hand, Du Xiaofeng stared in bewilderment and muttered, "What has happened to me?" Recalling his previous state, Wang Maqian felt a surge of trepidation as he recounted the events that had transpired. "Are you saying that you saved me?" Du Xiaofeng gazed at his left hand, which was swathed in bandages and fragmented. Horrifying images surged in his mind, his mother being thrust toward the corpse of the Lord by Su Xiaomi, only to be devoured. He had slain Su Xiaomi and drained her blood. None were spared, and had he not succumbed to unconsciousness, he might have nearly killed Wang Maqian as well. Wang Maqian, eager for him to depart swiftly, divulged the whereabouts of Feng Jun and the others. "No, Xiao, I have matters to attend to." Du Xiaofeng gritted his teeth against the pain and slowly sat up, his body entangled in bandages, rendering his movements cumbersome. Just as he attempted to rise, his legs lacked any strength, and waves of agony coursed through his muscles, as if they were being torn apart. With a thud, Wang Xiaoxiao hurriedly assisted the fallen Du Xiaofeng, saying, "Brother Du, do not overexert yourself. There is no rush." I shall fetch you something to eat." With that, she departed the room, her face aglow with a smile, leaving the two men behind. "Thank you. Indeed. This time, I owe you. I shall repay you when the opportunity arises." "No need. Consider it a return for the hospitality you extended to us. Just ensure that you do not disturb me and Xiao Xiao in the future." Half an hour later, Wang Xiaoxiao had prepared dumplings and urged the silent duo to step out for a meal. It was Wang Machin who carried Du Xiaofeng outside, and as they exited, he inadvertently brushed against his bone wings, eliciting a pained cry from him. Wang Machin, with a cold retort, teased, "You don't seem much of a man." Wang Xiaoxiao fed him dumplings one by one, as he found it arduous even to move a finger. Wang Machin, sitting nearby, puffed out his cheeks like a frog, clearly exasperated. Although the vinegar accompanying the dumplings was not particularly sour, a rich and overwhelming tang pervaded the air. After their meal, Wang Xiaoxiao busied herself with tidying up. Wang Machin lit a cigarette for Du Xiaofeng and sat quietly, observing Wang Xiaoxiao bustling about, feeling a profound sense of security. Despite knowing that the entire base was actively searching for him, he wondered why she chose to harbor him, opposing the affluent district. This was not characteristic of her usual demeanor. Moreover, she treated him to dumplings, a delicacy one might not even enjoy during the New Year festivities. "Silence. Speak another word, and I shall hand you over. You are worth a lifetime of comfort." Wang Machin replied sternly, disregarding Du Xiaofeng's idle chatter, and rushed to assist Wang Xiaoxiao. He too silently savored his cigarette, waiting for something to unfold. Just moments ago, he had been betrayed by a brother in arms. And though Du Xiaofeng struggled to trust Wang Machin, he sensed the genuine bond between them. Despite the peril, they chose to protect him rather than surrender him for a lifetime of security. It was worth noting that Colonel Wu had only promised him half a year of safety. While thousands clamored to tear him apart for the bounty, Du Xiaofeng contemplated various possibilities. Oh, how wonderful it would be if his bony wings could truly take flight. Just then, he felt a sudden shift, and his body began to sway before unexpectedly lifting off the ground. "I'm fine. I just took off unexpectedly." Wang Machin's lips twitched in irritation. "Damn it. Can't you do anything other than fly?" he thought to himself, recalling how, had Du Xiaofeng not possessed the ability to soar through the air with such swiftness, he might have ended up with broken legs. When he had first encountered Du Xiaofeng, who bore skeletal wings on his back, Wang Xiaoxiao was both astonished and envious. Now, upon realizing his ability to fly, her mouth hung agape in sheer disbelief. Before the two of them, Du Xiaofeng made another attempt. As he concentrated, the skeletal wings flapped twice. And even though they were merely fearsome bones devoid of feathers or webbing, his body began to levitate slowly. "Wow, Brother Du, you're incredible. Could you take me for a flight just once?" Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Unfortunately, after only a minute of soaring, Du Xiaofeng plummeted once more, feeling an overwhelming drain on both his mental and physical energy. "Why fly with him when I can take you up myself?" Wang Machin sulked, his jealousy evident. Wang Xiaoxiao, with a playful pout, tugged at his hand insistently, prompting him to ruffle her hair in resigned affection. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal wings retracted completely into his back, vanishing from sight. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he might have thought himself hallucinating. Anxiety gripped him, as he realized the significance of such an ability during critical moments. If he could not summon it, what use was it at all? Noticing his distress, Wang Machin smirked. "Look at you, still trying to show off." As night fell, he remained unable to fathom how to release the wings from his back. It had been 10 days since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, and the horde within the base had yet to be fully eradicated, with more than half still remaining. Feng Jun stepped forward, rallying everyone to unite once more in their efforts to combat the undead, following the strategies previously laid out by Du Xiaofeng. What had once been a disjointed assembly of individuals was now reinvigorated. However, those individuals deliberately distanced themselves from the fatty and his companions. It was unclear whether this was born of fear that they might seek vengeance for Du Xiaofeng, or out of guilt for not knowing how to confront them. The fatty and his group found themselves nearly isolated within the base. Even Feng Jun, albeit subtly, avoided them, yet he continued to supply them with ample resources. Every person in the base received word that Du Xiaofeng was still alive. Those who provided leads would be rewarded with a year's worth of supplies. Furthermore, anyone who personally apprehended him or delivered him to the civilized zone of the base would be ensured a lifetime of comfort. Only the fatty and his companions were left unaware of this development, each still steeped in grief over what they believed to be Du Xiaofeng's demise. As dusk fell, a figure stealthily evaded the wandering corpses, making its way toward one of the tall buildings, obscured from view. Knocking echoed through the room where preparations for dinner were underway, leaving everyone puzzled. Hadn't the supplies been delivered that morning? Who could be at the door? Lin Shi summoned his strength and approached to open the door. But in the dimly lit corridor, he could not discern the figure's identity, only catching a glimpse of a clown mask. Instantly, a sense of wariness enveloped him. "Who are you?" he inquired, noting the figure's dark suit, which bore a hint of deep green, its back already tattered beyond recognition. Upon beholding his right arm, Lin Shi was suddenly reminded of someone. The clown approached Lan Mingyao, who was huddled motionless on the sofa. He observed that she was still clad in the blood-stained wedding gown, her beautiful eyes vacant and listless, tears streaming down her face in silence. Her hand caressing the withered flower ring. Noticing something amiss, Fatty and Yang Qinglong moved to encircle the clown, but Lin Shi swiftly stopped them. The others looked at her in bewilderment as she gestured towards the clown's empty right sleeve, uttering the surname Du with her lips. The two men were about to exclaim in surprise, but Lin Shi quickly silenced them, signaling the others to withdraw, leaving the ill-fated couple some space. The clown tenderly knelt down, gently wiping the tears from the corners of Lan Mingyao's eyes with his left hand, careful not to scratch her with his fingernails. The flower ring on his left hand was also withered. Lan Mingyao turned her stiff neck and saw a clown mask. As he slowly removed the mask, the face she had longed for day and night was reflected in her eyes, making her wonder if she was dreaming. Her hand trembled as she caressed his warm cheek before throwing herself into his arms. Yao Yao. Du Xiaofeng embraced her tightly with his one arm. The others watched, tears streaming down their faces, without disturbing them. After exchanging tender words, Lan Mingyao looked at Du Xiaofeng's missing right arm and felt that his survival was the greatest fortune. She gently straightened his suit. "Behold my husband, so dashing and commanding. Remain seated, and I shall prepare dumplings for you." Knowing his fondness for his mother's dumplings, Lan Mingyao gathered all the ingredients to create a comforting meal for him. The others, encircling Du Xiaofeng, were visibly moved. The corpulent man, patting his shoulder, could not restrain his tears. "My friend, you are truly blessed. To survive such peril promises future fortune. Observe, your fingernails have grown quite long. Allow me to trim them." Yet, even with a damaged clipper, he could not make a mark on the dark nails. Qiu Tong and Lin Shi were likewise overcome with joy. The sight of their pillar of strength alive was paramount. Amidst the warm greetings, Lan Mingyao presented a plate of steaming dumplings. Their quantity was meager, representing the entirety of their flour and meat. The others, though their mouths watered, remained silent, discreetly granting the couple privacy and departing. "Here, let me feed you." Lan Mingyao, wary of the heat, gently blew on the dumpling before tenderly offering it to Du Xiaofeng. To have such a wife, what more could a husband desire? Is it delectable? Indeed, it mirrors the flavor of my mother's creation. Partake as well. Du Xiaofeng reciprocated, affectionately feeding her. Having finished the dumplings, Lan Mingyao nestled in Du Xiaofeng's embrace. The two observing the sanguine moon through the window. "Su Xiaomi is deceased by my hand. Indeed, you must be aggrieved, having slain the woman you once cherished. I feel nothing. I once indulged her as a princess, yet I am aware that no one can accompany another eternally." The two individuals ceased their conversation, relishing the rare tranquility, yearning for time to stand still. Yet, fate had other plans. The corridor echoed with hurried footsteps, causing Du Xiaofeng's ears to twitch slightly as a wicked smile graced his lips. Their arrival was alarmingly swift. Within a minute, anguished cries erupted from outside the door, the rotund fellows failing to withstand even that brief interval. In their frantic last moments, they shouted into the room, "Maniac, flee." Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from Du Xiaofeng, causing the air within the room to chill dramatically. The nails on his left hand exuded a palpable sense of death. Just as he prepared to confront the intruders, a delicate hand grasped him. "You must escape. Knowing you are alive is enough for me." The dark flames that had ignited around Du Xiaofeng abruptly extinguished. He cupped the enchanting face of Lan Mingyao, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead before turning to leap through the window. "Wait for me." Tears shimmered in Lan Mingyao's beautiful eyes as she stared blankly at the spot where he had vanished. Colonel Wu and his team burst into the room. Witnessing Du Xiaofeng's figure leaping from the 7th floor without hesitation, following suit, Du Xiaofeng sought to conceal his bone wings for as long as possible. Yet he could not suppress the instinct. His left nails sank deeply into the wall, trailing downwards, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Behind him, Colonel Wu, using his sword to carve into the wall, felt a surge of dread. It had only been a short time since their last encounter. Yet Du Xiaofeng had already undergone further evolution. If this trajectory continued, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat. He must be subdued before he spiraled beyond control. For various reasons, the book has not been launched even after being delayed for half a month. Its performance can be described as rather dismal, to the extent that many authors would have abandoned it at the first opportunity. The author invested over 1,000 in various promotional activities, hoping to earn a modest living, but the results have been disappointing. As readers have inquired, many apocalyptic tales on the platform have been abandoned. Will this one follow suit? Those familiar with the author's other work, The Close Quarters Warrior, are aware that it previously sold only 20 copies a day, with minimal earnings remaining after deductions. Nevertheless, the main storyline was completed, encompassing over 1 million words in just over 3 months, without a single day of interruption or delay, even while unwell. The author managed to make up for missed updates the following day. It is true that the author cherishes financial gain, yet remains committed to completing the narrative. Regarding the delay in launching, it allows readers to enjoy a bit more free content, which brings the author joy. Losing a mere $10 is trivial when considering the friendships forged through words. However, now that the manuscript nears 120,000 words, it is noteworthy that many works on the platform are launched at around 60,000 words. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who have consistently followed this book, especially to the generous supporter Wang Jiada. As for the update, but you still betrayed the person above. 2 figures leapt down, swiftly dispatching the blocking undead as if they were mere vegetables. The 2 figures, moving in near-perfect synchrony, vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. The figure in front turned a corner and suddenly halted, turning slowly, green light glimmering in their eyes as they fixed their gaze on the relentless pursuer. Why must you pursue to the bitter end? The approaching figure drew their sword, overwhelmed by astonishment. It has only been a few days since our last encounter, yet it seems the other party's prowess has escalated significantly. The difference in speed is apparent. During our previous confrontation, I could somewhat suppress him, but now I find myself merely trailing behind. Truly, he is worthy of his ability to evolve through consuming corpses. Colonel Wu, since you were so determined to meet your demise, I shall oblige. No sooner had the words left my lips than Du Xiaofeng erupted into action, leaving behind a multitude of afterimages with claws capable of piercing the skin of the Lord's corpse, exuding an aura of death, and rushing towards Colonel Wu's head with a fierce wind. Such astonishing speed. It even seems to surpass the capabilities of my genetically enhanced body. In a flurry, Colonel Wu raised his sword above his head to parry the strike. Clang! The 2 forces met and separated instantly, although no damage was inflicted. Colonel Wu staggered back 2 steps. Cursed be the strength. Has he even managed to overpower me physically? Thankfully, I am clad in armor. Otherwise, the outcome of this day could have been dire. A wave of alarm washed over Colonel Wu. He needed to buy time for his team to arrive. Only through formation could they hope to defeat Du Xiaofeng. While he plotted to prolong the battle, Du Xiaofeng was not inclined to grant him such an opportunity. Following the initial failed strike, the onslaught intensified, each attack more ferocious than the last, with speed escalating to a dizzying pace. Colonel Wu found himself bewildered, struggling to catch sight of his assailant, forced into a defensive stance. Clang! Clang! The claws raked against his armor in rapid succession, yet they could not breach its defenses. However, a prolonged defense is bound to falter. At the very moment he revealed a flaw, the claws exuding an aura of death tightened around his throat, leaving him gasping for breath. I may not be able to pierce your armor, but I can certainly strangle you. The green light flickering in those eyes seemed to possess an enchanting power, luring his very soul. Colonel Wu bit his tongue, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, encased by the helmet, allowing him to steady his mind. You may be capable of choking me, but can you withstand the entirety of the civilization zone on your own? Can you protect your friends and the woman you cherish? Do you dare to threaten me? Colonel Wu felt as if his throat were being crushed by Du Xiaofeng, struggling to breathe while sensing the rising anger within him. Du Xiaofeng loathed being threatened above all else. Yet, he spoke a truth. While his current strength was formidable, it did not guarantee his ability to withstand the civilization zone or safeguard his comrades and beloved. The battle had only lasted 3 minutes. Yet faint footsteps were discernible from outside the alley. If you dare to trouble them, I wouldn't hesitate to end your life, even if it means opposing the entire civilization zone. With that, Du Xiaofeng's figure swiftly vanished. Colonel Wu wished to pursue, but found himself unable to catch up. Even if he did, he knew he would be no match for him. Despite his 5th-level genes and superior weaponry, he was no match for an opponent barely at the 4th intermediate level, leaving him with a sense of profound dissatisfaction. As he stood there, rooted to the spot amidst the chaos, the walls bore the marks of countless sword and claw strikes, vividly illustrating the ferocity of the recent clash. The squad leader hurriedly inquired, "Colonel Wu, what of the wanted criminal?" Slap. The leader was stunned by a resounding blow to the face. The captain harbored resentment, retorting silently to his team, "Whose fault is it that you all are so swift?" His squad had exerted every ounce of their energy to arrive as reinforcements. Dejected, they had no recourse but to trail behind Colonel Wu. Upon their return to the civilized sector, no explanation was necessary from Colonel Wu, as the populace had already witnessed the battle via satellite. To call it a battle was a misnomer. It was a unilateral obliteration. Had Colonel Wu not possessed his nigh-impregnable armor, he would have perished more than a dozen times over. Despite being outmatched, he was duly penalized for allowing Du Xiaofeng to escape. Suddenly, the base was teeming with 10 red-eye patrol squads, each member fully armed, as if anticipating an assault by a high-level zombie horde. Furthermore, satellites were monitoring the base in real time, all in an effort to locate the elusive individual. Yet, he had seemingly vanished without a trace. Upon noticing the changes within the base, Lin Shi instructed Fatty to contact all those who were still willing to aid them. A figure clad in a suit and mask materialized within the base, only to be swiftly apprehended by the 10 patrol squads. When Colonel Wu arrived and unmasked the individual, his rage was such that he ordered the man to be ejected from the base. Abruptly, the entire base was inundated with individuals donning masks and suits. The 10 patrol squads scurried about, rounding up the imposters and removing their masks. Upon discovering Fatty and Yang Qinglong among them, Colonel Wu was on the verge of a fit. Just as he was about to release them, an idea sparked in his mind, and a sardonic smile crept across his lips. "If you insist on delivering yourselves to me," he mused, "then I shall not decline." In the uppermost office of the base civilization zone, a dashing young man, adorned with spectacles, stood alone by the window, a glass of red wine in hand. Gazing absently at the blood moon outside, he was acutely aware of the recent events unfolding within the base. After taking a gentle sip of his wine, he spoke to the moon. "I wonder how you are faring now. Is your severed limb healing? You must not allow yourself to be captured by them." "How so? Do you truly wish for me to fall into their clutches?" Suddenly, a figure materialized like a specter within the office, leaning against the doorway. Clad in a black suit and wearing a jester's mask, they had shared countless trials and tribulations over the past months, confronting life and death together. The voice was unmistakably familiar to him. "Though I have lost a hand, they do not possess the capability to seize me, as you well know." The figure roamed about the office, surveying the surroundings before boldly taking a seat at the desk, pouring themselves a glass of red wine, and resting their feet atop the desk, as though they were the rightful owner of the space. "Have you come here to issue a warning?" "Indeed. I wish for both you and them to understand that I am still alive and well. Wherever I desire to go, I shall go. No one can impede my path." The jester drained the glass of wine in one go. "You should not be here. Given the limitations imposed upon your intellect and brain functions by the corpse core development, you ought to comprehend what I am saying." The figure took a measured sip of wine, replying, "I understand, but do you truly believe that by exposing myself here, they possess the strength to capture me? All stratagems and machinations are rendered futile in the face of absolute power. It was my excessive trust in you that afforded you the opportunity to betray me." The Harlequin abruptly pivoted, his eyes gleaming with an eerie, verdant luminescence from behind the mask, an unnerving sight to behold. A surge of immense power erupted forth, causing the very air in the office to congeal. The terrifying pressure was so intense that Feng Jun's hand, as he held his wine glass, trembled uncontrollably, his heart gripped by a sudden wave of dread. In just a few days, he had not only broken through to the 3rd level, but his aura was even more formidable than before. "Heh," Feng Jun uttered with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "Do you think I desire to betray you? Do you know the extent of my efforts? We are brothers, bound by life and death. I would rather betray Yang Qinglong and the others than betray you. Moreover, I require your strength to lead me into the affluent district and exact vengeance upon that individual. Would I betray you if I weren't compelled to do so?" Beneath the Harlequin mask, Du Xiaofeng was visibly moved. "But you still betrayed me." As the words were uttered, Du Xiaofeng transformed into a fleeting afterimage, materializing beside Feng Jun in an instant, his gaze fixed upon the crimson moon beyond the window. The gust of wind generated by the sudden movement had only just begun to caress Feng Jun's face. Sensing the palpable murderous intent emanating from Du Xiaofeng, Feng Jun stiffly craned his neck, his heart pounding erratically as he beheld the harlequin mask beside him. Du Xiaofeng's left hand slowly ascended, seizing Feng Jun's throat. A suffocating sensation surged forth with relentless intensity. With the slightest pressure, he could crush Feng Jun's larynx. Gradually, that hand released its grip on his neck. Savoring the exquisite sensation of air, Feng Jun gasped for breath. "I will leave this place. You now possess sufficient power. I trust you will take good care of them. Should any harm befall even one of them, I shall ensure your demise. You know I mean what I say?" Du Xiaofeng, unwilling to abandon the base he had painstakingly built, grappled with the consequences of remaining. He feared that staying would ultimately endanger Fatty and his own woman. With determination, he leapt out of the window, a voice echoing from afar. "This serves as both a warning and a punishment for you." Feng Jun clutched his brutally shattered arm, a tremor of dread coursing through him, relieved that he had preserved his life. As he gazed at the rapidly vanishing figure outside, his thirst for power intensified to a frenzied degree. He refused to remain so feeble, otherwise. Seeking vengeance against that individual in the civilized zone would be nothing short of a futile dream. Meanwhile, footsteps resonated outside the office. Colonel Wu and his squad made their entrance. The timing of their arrival and departure was uncanny. Had Du Xiaofeng lingered even a moment longer, he would have surely collided with Colonel Wu and his team. Colonel Wu nonchalantly took a seat at the desk, exuding an air of superiority, while Feng Jun stood before him, acutely aware of his lowly status. Suppressing the agony of his severed arm, he maintained a stoic facade and inquired, "Colonel Wu, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Tat, tat, tat. Colonel Wu's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, his violet-tinged gaze fixed intently upon him. Enveloped in a heavy silence, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. 3 minutes elapsed before Colonel Wu finally broke the silence. "I implore you to exert your utmost efforts to apprehend Du Xiaofeng. How shall I assist? His acquaintances and paramours have already fallen into my grasp. Given his disposition, he will undoubtedly attempt to rescue them, at which point we shall await his inevitable entrapment. Your sole duty is to disseminate this information widely." Feng Jun lowered his eyelids, concealing his thoughts from Colonel Wu, and nodded slightly. As Colonel Wu departed with his entourage, he turned back momentarily. "By the way, do not let me discover that you are covertly aiding him. Otherwise, I possess the power to elevate you or to ruin you." With that veiled threat, Colonel Wu exited. It appeared that the highest authority within the base was simultaneously constrained by the civilized zone and by Du Xiaofeng. Feng Jun let out a self-deprecating chuckle, draining his glass of wine as he gazed out the window. In his mind, he was crafting his own schemes, intentionally withholding information from Colonel Wu. Feng Jun knew that with Du Xiaofeng's intellect, once the news was released, he would discern that it was a ruse. Yet, Feng Jun was also aware that even if he recognized this as a plot, Du would still show up. His profound sense of loyalty and attachment would ultimately weigh him down, preventing him from achieving greatness. What Feng Jun truly desired was for the two parties to engage in a fierce conflict, ideally to the death, allowing him to reap the benefits as the opportunistic bystander. Although the base had seen considerable improvements in its construction and had established some defenses against the undead, the inhabitants within were burdened more than ever before. Toiling arduously before the crack of dawn for meager sustenance, a portion of which is surrendered to the base civilization, leaving barely enough for survival, devoid of surplus provisions. Should illness strike or indolence prevail, resulting in failure to deliver the quota, one is mercilessly cast out, destined to be devoured by the ravenous undead. The weight of existence bears down oppressively, and despite the ubiquitous notices plastered throughout the base and the incessant broadcasts, their labor cannot be halted. Yet, merely a forenoon elapsed before the entire base was privy to the incarceration of Fatty and his cohort due to their association with the wanted fugitive, Du Xiaofeng. Those spared imprisonment felt a surge of relief, grateful for their restraint in declining Fatty's previous entreaties for assistance, lest they too be confined. Within a clandestine subterranean chamber, Du Xiaofeng's fist collided forcefully with the wall, causing fragments of plaster to cascade upon the packages below. He had meticulously prepared his belongings, intending to bid farewell to Fatty and his companions before departing. Alas, his apprehension had materialized. Brother Du, do not fret excessively. Brother Fatty and sister-in-law possess an auspicious destiny. They shall endure. Wang Xiaoxiao voiced her concern for Du Xiaofeng. Wang Maching leaned against the doorframe, maintaining silence. As the foremost assassin known as Shadow, he meticulously scrutinized his adversaries prior to each assignment, delving into their character and familial background, ensuring a swift and decisive strike, devoid of unforeseen complications. Despite the brevity of their acquaintance at the base, Du Xiaofeng's profound loyalty and unwavering sense of honor were unmistakably evident. He was not a man to abandon his comrades or his wife, choosing instead to eke out a solitary existence. Aware that he was ensnared in a conspiracy orchestrated by Colonel Wu, Du Xiaofeng found himself powerless to resist its pull. He was compelled to act. For the lives of Fatty and the others hung in the balance. Wang Xiao, in her desire to intercede, even to assist, was restrained by Wang Maching. Some matters, he conveyed, are beyond the reach of mere goodwill. The two could only watch in silence as Du Xiaofeng donned the clown mask and departed. The basement level of the base's civilized sector, formerly a subterranean warehouse, had been hastily converted into a makeshift holding cell. Two soldiers, clad in armor and with eyes gleaming crimson, offered a respectful salute to the approaching figure. "You may withdraw," commanded. "I shall interrogate the prisoners myself." When the soldiers hesitated, struck each of them across the face, his eyes blazing with crimson intensity. "My word is law throughout this base. Has my authority waned?" The soldiers exchanged a glance before bowing their heads and retreating. Still, they maintained their posts around the perimeter of the first floor, ensuring that any escapees would have to pass through them. Though it appeared that held sway over the base, he was, in truth, a mere puppet, devoid of any real power. Pushed open the door and entered. Fatty and the others, upon seeing him, unleashed a torrent of invective. Even the women glared at him with furious eyes. Were it not for him, the base would not have descended into such chaos, and Du Xiaofeng would not have been branded a wanted criminal by the civilized sector, forced to live in hiding. In a fit of anger, overturned the small plate of food. Following Yang Chenglong, his subordinates also began to imitate him. If it weren't for the iron bars restraining them, they would have torn Feng Jun to shreds long ago. "Yao Yao, quickly eat something. You haven't had a morsel in a day and night, and you will starve." Feng Jun handed the plate inside. Lan Mingyao ignored him entirely. "Get lost." The hefty one spat a thick gob of phlegm onto Feng Jun's face, kicking the plate over in anger. "Take your things and your false kindness and leave. We do not wish to see you, even if we starve. We will not touch your food." Wiping the spit from his face, Feng Jun glared at the hefty man and said, "If you wish to starve, no one will stop you, but you cannot let Yao Yao suffer. I promise to take good care of her. Get out of here. Stop pretending to be righteous." The hefty man retorted, "I detest traitors like you." Yang Chenglong felt his anger boiling over at Feng Jun. "Leave now, and don't come back. My patience is wearing thin." The hefty one spat as he spoke. Feng Jun, his face trembling with rage, left behind his belongings and turned to exit. "Make sure you eat something and take care. He will come to rescue you." Upon hearing his words as he departed, everyone was momentarily stunned. How did he know that Du Xiaofeng would come to save us? Could this be a trap they had orchestrated? Lin, she suddenly realized. "Damn it, what should we do? We cannot let the madman come. If he does, we will fall into their scheme." The hefty one exclaimed anxiously. "We must find a way to inform him not to come to our rescue." Xiao Tong exclaimed. They were anxious, and Lan Mingyao was even more so. It is crucial to note that Du Xiaofeng is currently without his right hand, rendering his most relied upon technique, the 8 blades of breaking wind, utterly useless. How can one confront the traps set by others? Since they could not reach him, they could only focus on satiating their hunger, ensuring they would not become a burden upon his return. Lan Mingyao picked up the plate that the portly fellow had knocked over, consuming the food now covered in dust. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? You cannot eat the food he provided." The portly man exclaimed urgently. "Enough of the nonsense, eat quickly. Only by filling our stomachs can we assist Xiaofeng later." Lan Mingyao mumbled through her mouthful, disregarding the filth of the food. Her reminder prompted the others to understand, and they hastily grabbed their food to eat, merely to replenish their strength while awaiting Du Xiaofeng's arrival. The portly man turned pale. His food was tainted with his own phlegm. How could he possibly consume it? Fortunately, Yang Chenglong and Ade each shared a portion with him, and the 3 of them dined together. Night had deepened. The 10-member patrol team had dwindled to 5, alternating their rounds, guarding the underground level. The 2 soldiers felt waves of drowsiness wash over them. Although no one was monitoring them, there were cameras present, and they forced themselves to stay alert and maintain their posts. Who could argue otherwise? They were merely a group of ordinary individuals. The 2 engaged in idle chatter to pass the time and fend off their sleepiness. I urgently need to relieve myself. You keep watch while I use the restroom. Just as one turned to leave, his body suddenly trembled, standing rigidly in place, motionless. Weren't you going to the restroom? Why are you just standing there? The person beside him, filled with confusion, nudged him, and in that instant he fell. A grotesque clown mask materialized before his eyes, its eye sockets emanating an eerie green glow. The individual, gripped by anxiety, hastily raised his firearm, yet his movements were too sluggish. Before he could aim, the clown's claws had already sliced through his throat, severing the laser gun in his grasp simultaneously. Both men perished without uttering a single sound. The clown swiftly destroyed the surveillance camera overhead and then rushed inside. Upon seeing the captives, he clawed through the iron bars. With tears glistening in her beautiful eyes, Lan Mingyao leaped into his embrace. The clown gently patted her back and spoke tenderly. Let South leave this place first. The group promptly followed him, escaping the underground level. However, just as they emerged, the sound of numerous footsteps echoed ominously. It was evident that they had been surrounded. The clown had anticipated an ambush before entering. As everything had unfolded far too smoothly, the entrance was unguarded, with only 2 level 2 novice soldiers stationed on the first underground floor. Nevertheless, since he had dared to come, he harbored no fear of being ensnared by these foes. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he thrust it forcefully into the water pipe above. With a burst, the pipe was pierced, and rain cascaded down the narrow corridor. The clown shouted, tearing open the wall behind him to reveal the concealed wires within, yanking them out as sparks flew. Upon witnessing him hurl the sparking wires to the ground, all the armored soldiers panicked. The immense electric current, transmitted through the water, inflicted excruciating pain upon those soldiers. Although the armor possessed formidable defensive capabilities, its most fatal flaw lay in its conductivity. The crowd was akin to fish trapped in a barrel, utterly unable to escape. Should the soldiers above breach the corridor, these individuals would face certain doom. The suffocating sensation weighed heavily on the hearts of Fatty and Yang Chenglong. Damn it, let's fight these bastards, Fatty exclaimed. At worst, we'll meet our end. Indeed, this bulk of mine can still withstand it. Brothers, prepare to charge. Yes, Brother Long. A group of furious men steeled themselves for a confrontation, but Du Xiaofeng swiftly intervened. Do not engage in such futile endeavors. Your actions would merely lead to your demise. Better to die fighting than to await death passively, retorted Xiao Du. You should not have come to rescue us. It is plainly a trap set by that scoundrel Feng Jun and Colonel Wu, waiting for you to fall into it. Enough talk. We must find a hollow wall. Du Xiaofeng had little time to waste, relentlessly tapping on the walls. Lin Shi understood his intent and urged everyone to assist. I found it. This wall is hollow, Xiaodong shouted. Just then, the soldiers had breached the corridor and stormed in. Time was of the essence. Du Xiaofeng's eyes glowed fiercely as he summoned the strength of a tempest, shattering the wall with a single grasp. Hurry. The group swiftly passed through the opening, escaping the underground level. A relentless wave of red-eyed soldiers surged after them. You go first. Quickly. I'll hold them off. With pursuers hot on their heels. Even if they managed to escape, it would be of little consequence unless they severed the path behind them. Du Xiaofeng instructed Yang Chenglong and Fatty to lead the team out first, while he remained behind, single-handedly obstructing the pursuing crimson-eyed soldiers. A solitary figure held the pass, impenetrable to 10,000. Despite his less-than-imposing stature, he valiantly withstood the fully armed soldiers for over 3 minutes, and this was with restraint. Mindful of escalating tensions with Colonel Wu, such a conflict could jeopardize Fatty and the others, rendering them defenseless and vulnerable to potential brutality rather than mere hospitality. The base, which should have been veiled in an eerie, blood-red moonlight, was now ablaze with lights, illuminating every nook and cranny and rousing those who had labored throughout the day. A throng of people gradually converged toward the illuminated area. Fatty and his companions had barely advanced beyond the subterranean level when they were suddenly blinded by an intense glare. As their eyes adjusted, they realized they had stumbled into another encirclement. The 5 platoons of crimson-eyed soldiers, whom they had previously relieved, were now aiming their rifles at their heads. Fatty clenched his fists in desperation, realizing that they were trapped in a seemingly inescapable predicament. He desperately wanted to alert Du Xiaofeng inside to flee, but he dared not move, lest his head be forfeit. The group silently prayed that Du Xiaofeng would detect the encirclement in advance and make his escape. On the rooftop, a figure stood at the edge, arms crossed, observing the scene with a stoic expression. He had not intended to be present, but he could not resist Wang Xiaoxiao's entreaties. The crux of the matter was that someone had brought him intelligence, the messenger seemingly aware of his exceptional skills. If he were to intervene and rescue Du Xiaofeng, it would significantly ensure his well-being within the base. A pall of silence descended upon the onlookers as they beheld the corpulent figure and his retinue beneath the spotlights. Concealed by his helmet, Colonel Wu's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he patiently awaited the emergence of his quarry. Upon receiving the soldier's report through his headset, he promptly commanded his men to prepare for action. A figure materialized with astonishing velocity before the assembled crowd, leaving a fleeting afterimage in its wake. The jester, bathed in the glare of the spotlights, surveyed the meticulously orchestrated ambush laid out for him and erupted in laughter. His mirth was audacious, bordering on arrogance, as if he held the assembled forces and the fully armed, red-eyed soldiers behind them in utter contempt. Who would have thought, he mused, that I, Du Xiaofeng, would warrant such an elaborate reception? It appears I ought to take pride, even find a sense of accomplishment in this spectacle. With deliberate slowness, the jester removed his mask, revealing slender, almond-shaped eyes that conveyed an air of shrewdness. However, the verdant glint within those eyes sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld them. He ambled over to Lan Mingyao, a faint smile playing on his lips, and enfolded her in his arms. "Forgive me," he murmured, "for the hardships you've endured by my side. Following you has been the most felicitous choice of my life," she responded, "even if it leads to my demise. I embrace it willingly. To have encountered you has made my existence worthwhile, even in the face of death. Nay, you shall not perish." Lan Mingyao's delicate hand covered his mouth as she shook her head vehemently, tears streaming down her face. "Have you quite finished your sentimental interlude?" Colonel Wu interjected. "To warrant the deployment of such a substantial force, you should indeed feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. Will you willingly accompany me? Or shall I compel you with force?" Colonel Wu's patience was wearing thin. His near-total defeat in their previous encounter had left him deeply disgruntled, but to fulfill his mission, he had to suppress his resentment and prioritize bringing the man in. "If I go with you, will you leave them in peace? Will you cease to trouble them?" Du Xiaofeng was loath to surrender, but for the sake of the survival of those present, he had no choice but to yield. The people in the base hung their heads, overcome with shame. He had sacrificed so much for them, only to be betrayed in the end. "Our sole objective is you. We have no interest in the others," Colonel Wu conceded. "You mustn't go offing. Certain death awaits you." Lan Mingyao choked out. "Madness. We cannot allow it. Our lives are worthless. Without you, we would have perished long ago. These extra months we've lived are a gift. We've already profited. Let him take my life instead." Though typically unreliable, timid, and impulsive, Fatso was absolutely resolute and willing to sacrifice his life for his brother. Fatso speaks true. Death is but a small price to pay. "Brothers, let us fight them," Yang Qinglong declared with imposing spirit. Before his words had even faded, Colonel Wu's laser gun fired, aimed directly at his head, a demonstration to intimidate the others. If these people were unafraid of death, he would gladly kill them all. "Dragon, look out," Ade shouted, tackling Yang Qinglong to the ground, but in doing so, he himself was pierced by the 300-degree laser. With his last breath, Ade desperately urged his elder brother, Long, to flee, but his life was cut short before he could finish his plea. "Ade, Ade." Yang Qinglong, a man of imposing stature, found his eyes brimming with tears. He glared at Colonel Wu, his eyes blazing with such fury that he wished he could devour him whole. "Now, who else is eager to meet their end?" "I have ample ammunition to spare," Colonel Wu remarked with a chilling indifference. "You swore you wouldn't harm them. You son of a bitch." Du Xiaofeng's voice was laced with a coldness that could freeze the very soul. "They court death, and I am merely obliging." Colonel Wu retorted callously. "Cuff him and take him away." As a red-eyed soldier moved to restrain Du Xiaofeng, he suddenly sensed something amiss. It was as if he had unleashed a storm of fury. A guttural roar escaped Du Xiaofeng's lips as the emerald glow in his eyes intensified. His body, still bearing the newly healed skin from the removed bandages, was now engulfed in faint, flickering black flames. The skin itself seemed to be consumed by the inferno. His veins turned ebony, snaking up to his neck. The left side of his face twisted into a grotesque, demonic visage. His left eye was no longer green, but a pure black flame that danced with malevolent energy. A collective gasp arose from the surrounding crowd as they witnessed this transformation. The man who had cared for them was, in truth, a monster. They were fortunate that Colonel Wu and his men were present. Otherwise, They would have been helpless against his madness. Suddenly, a cacophony of cracking bones echoed from Du Xiaofeng's back. A pair of terrifying bone wings erupted from his spine, adorned with the same writhing black flames. His entire being was enveloped in a layer of verdant radiance. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were so astounded that they dared not even breathe, and the atmosphere became exceptionally oppressive. Indeed, one could distinctly perceive that even the air itself had become agitated, as if on the verge of combustion. Humph! Is this your final recourse? Do you genuinely believe I am unaware of your osseous wings? Colonel Wu sneered, a sense of assured triumph evident on his face. He commanded his subordinates to produce a rocket launcher. This was a device far more technologically advanced than conventional rocket launchers, capable of tracking targets via satellite across a distance of 10 kilometers. Moreover, its velocity was astonishingly swift. Once targeted by this weapon, one's demise was virtually assured. The corpulent man and the others exclaimed in alarm, astonished by Du Xiaofeng's transformation. Du Xiaofeng's jet-black eyes reflected Colonel Wu's visage, and suddenly, his figure erupted into action. Soaring toward him, his speed had increased by an order of magnitude compared to before, stirring up a tempest that made it difficult to keep one's eyes open. He lunged with a claw at Colonel Wu's throat, which was protected by armor, aiming for a fatal blow with his initial strike. At this juncture, Du Xiaofeng had lost his rationality. Clang! Even in his frenzied state, with his strength nearly doubled, Du Xiaofeng was still unable to pierce the armor encasing him. Even the black flames adhering to his fingernails could only elevate the armor's temperature by a fraction. Frustrated by his inability to slay Colonel Wu, Du Xiaofeng seized him by the throat, and with a flap of his osseous wings, they ascended to a height of 100 meters in an instant. Colonel Wu was afforded no opportunity to resist. Against Du Xiaofeng in his frenzied state, he was utterly defenseless. The swiftness of the events was breathtaking, unfolding in the mere blink of an eye, leaving the soldiers unable to react. Perish! Du Xiaofeng's voice echoed like that of a malevolent specter, chilling and unnerving. He hurled Colonel Wu towards the ground with tremendous force, intending to exploit the immense momentum to crush him within his armor. Colonel Wu was propelled towards the earth like a high-velocity projectile. With a resounding impact, the armored figure collided with the ground, carving out a crater half a meter deep and over 3 meters in diameter. Dust billowed, and debris scattered wildly. Those blinded by the haze and struck by the flying fragments lay on the ground, writhing and lamenting. Despite the armor's significant shock absorption, Colonel Wu sustained severe internal injuries, expelling a mouthful of blood. It was then that he realized his level 5 primary gene was pathetically weak, like an infant, in the hands of a monster like Du Xiaofeng, who consumed corpse nuclei. Seeing that he was still alive, Du Xiaofeng, propelled by his bone wings, descended from 100 meters above, intent on eliminating Colonel Wu. At this moment, the soldiers finally reacted, raising their laser guns and unleashing a barrage of fire, disregarding the civilized zone's orders to capture Du Xiaofeng alive. If Colonel Wu, with his level 5 gene, could not withstand him, then they, with their mere level 3 genes, would surely face their demise. Beware! The crowd cried out, impotent to intervene, forced to watch as the soldiers fired upon Du Xiaofeng. Regardless of their marksmanship or reaction speed, they were incapable of capturing a glimpse of Du Xiaofeng, let alone hitting him. A full 10 red-eye squads, with not a single shot finding its mark. It was at this juncture that they bethought themselves of their rocket launchers, unleashing a missile in Du Xiaofeng's direction. Surely, he could not outpace a projectile, especially one with tracking capabilities. To everyone's astonishment, the missile, destined for a direct hit, narrowly missed him, soaring past. Subsequently, it reversed its course, once again assailing him. In his berserk state, Du Xiaofeng was devoid of reason, yet instinctively guided the missile away, wary of injuring anyone. Finally, while traversing between buildings, Du Xiaofeng executed a swift maneuver, causing the missile to collide with the opposing structure. A thunderous explosion nearly obliterated half of that floor. Neither laser guns nor missiles could vanquish him, and Colonel Wu grew desperate. Enduring his internal injuries, he seized a rocket launcher from a nearby soldier, cast a glance at Du Xiaofeng in the air, and then, with a sardonic grin, pressed the launch button, targeting Lan Mingyao. The immense recoil caused him to lose his footing, collapsing to the ground. The missile, imbued with the aura of death, hurtled towards Lan Mingyao. Should it strike, not only she, but all those present without armor, including the corpulent individuals, would meet their demise. Du Xiaofeng roared, exerting every ounce of strength to fly towards Lan Mingyao. The missile's reflection loomed ever closer in Lan Mingyao's beautiful eyes. Bang! The missile detonated. The colossal shockwave and heat wave overturned the ordinary individuals, and even the soldiers were forced to retreat more than 10 paces. The force of the blast sent Fatty and the others sprawling, each sustaining grievous injuries. They, advanced humans with level 5 genes, and moreover, hailing from the civilized sectors, found it utterly unacceptable to be repeatedly bested by an ordinary survivor from the chaotic wastelands, especially one who was merely a level 4. As the smoke dissipated, a trembling figure emerged, indistinct at first. He knelt there, his back to Colonel Wu, clutching the person in his arms protectively, shielding her from harm. His garments were tattered by the explosion, and his left leg was a bloody mess, oozing black blood. The bone wings on his back were nearly destroyed on the right side, and the left was also marred by damage. The black flames that had once clung to his skin and bone wings had vanished, as had the green glow. "Yao Yao, are you?" A familiar voice rasped. Lan Mingyao, thinking she had already perished, opened her eyes to see Du Xiaofeng's pained smile, followed by a shower of black blood coughed onto her face. Instantly, her heart felt as if it were being stabbed, the pain almost suffocating. "It's all right, Offing, I'm all right. You mustn't." Du Xiaofeng collapsed into Lan Mingyao's embrace, continuously coughing up blood, which streamed from his eyes and nose as well. Lan Mingyao cried out in anguish, cradling Du Xiaofeng's face in her hands, frantically wiping away the blood, only to find herself quickly covered in the black fluid. Trembling, Du Xiaofeng wiped away her tears, saying between coughs, "Yao Yao, don't cry. I like to see you smile." "Yes, Offing, I'll smile. I'll only ever smile for you." Forcibly suppressing her tears, Lan Mingyao offered a pathetic smile. Yet her captivating dimples were still visible. "Heh, why don't you try launching another one for me to see?" Colonel Wu sneered, inwardly astounded that someone could withstand a rocket launcher at such close range with their bare flesh and still be alive. "Seize him at once." "Yes, sir." Soldiers advanced toward Du Xiaofeng. "I won't allow you to take him." Lan Mingyao roared like an enraged lioness, standing before Du Xiaofeng, indicating they would have to kill her first. Qiu Tong and Lin Shi joined her, arms outstretched, shielding him. Fatty and Yang Chenglong, witnessing Du Xiaofeng's battered state, were immediately consumed by a furious rage. "I'll fight you to the death. Brothers, let's take down these sons of bitches." Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated in the distance, as the iron gate, designed to keep out the walking dead and facilitate entry to the civilized zone, was blown apart. In an instant, the zombies surged into the base like a ravenous tide, including various advanced undead. Those who were slow to react were instantly engulfed. Although Colonel Wu and the Red Eye Squad were not afraid of being bitten by ordinary zombies, they were wary of the advanced ones. "Have a portion of the men hold back the zombies. The rest of you, quickly take Du Xiaofeng away. We cannot afford any mistakes." Suddenly, blinding clouds of acrid smoke billowed through the crowd, obscuring vision. Taking advantage of the obstructed vision, a shadowy figure appeared beside Du Xiaofeng like a wraith, swiftly lifting him and dashing into the distance. Colonel Wu, equipped with night vision goggles, was acutely aware of the situation. Upon detecting Du Xiaofeng's abduction through thermal imaging, he furiously commanded his soldiers to pursue. It dawned on him that the earlier explosion at the gate had been a diversion, orchestrated to buy time while rescuing a comrade. Yang Chenglong and the hefty companion, witnessing the rescue of Du Xiaofeng, hurriedly sought to buy him more time. "Kill. Leave no one alive. Slaughter them all," Colonel Wu bellowed, his voice resonating with fury as the laser guns mercilessly fired upon Yang and his companions. Watching as his comrades fell one by one, Du Xiaofeng felt an agonizing pain in his heart. His trembling hand reached out into the distance, unleashing a mournful scream that reverberated through the souls of those present. "No, don't sacrifice yourselves. Hurry, flee. Please go." To the brother who rescued young Du, he expressed, "On behalf of all our brothers, I thank you. Quickly, take him away. Young Du, thank you for allowing us to live these past few months. Now, it is time to repay your kindness. Remember to offer us a smoke and a drink when Qingming arrives." With that, the spirited Yang Chenglong turned to face the soldiers, rallying his brothers with a fervent declaration. "Brothers, let us sacrifice our lives to buy time for young Du's escape. Indeed, Dragon Brother, let us fight." A group of rugged men clad in black suits, wielding their machetes, charged toward the soldiers, embracing their fate as they rushed into battle. Even if struck down by a bullet, one must cling tightly to the legs of those soldiers, preventing them from easily pursuing Du Xiaofeng in his final moments. Typically, the monkey, accustomed to following Yang Qinglong and wielding power over the meek while fearing the strong, exhibited no hesitation at this moment. With a fierce cry, he lunged at two soldiers, determined to hold them fast, even as his body became riddled with bullets, nearly reducing him to charred flesh. His hands remained locked around them. Within the blink of an eye, more than 10 lives were extinguished by the soldiers' merciless fire. Yang Qinglong's eyes blazed with fury. He harbored a fierce desire to devour their flesh. Before charging at the soldiers, he delivered a swift kick to the heavy-set man, urging him to flee. Every life saved was a victory. Just as the heavy-set man rose, he witnessed a beam of light pierce through Yang Qinglong's heart, rendering him lifeless yet still standing defiantly. Refusing to fall, the heavy-set man had no choice but to turn and flee. Du Xiaofeng beheld this harrowing scene unfold, his heart feeling as though it had been carved out, pain nearly suffocating him. He cried out in a voice hoarse from despair, before succumbing to unconsciousness. The heavens themselves seemed to be moved by the bonds of loyalty among these individuals, as rain began to pour in tandem with his anguished cries, mourning the fallen. Though Yang Qinglong and his companions only managed to delay the inevitable for less than 10 seconds, that fleeting moment allowed Du Xiaofeng's silhouette to escape. Colonel Wu attempted to pursue, but was engulfed by a tide of zombies. A particularly formidable level 3 zombie dog relentlessly tore at him. The rain fell heavier and heavier. The wind grew colder and colder. Suddenly, a resounding clap of thunder illuminated the entire base. A figure, long devoid of vitality, stood resolutely in place. Gazing at the direction from which his brother had departed, a faint smile of contentment gracing his lips. Throughout the night, the haunting cries of the undead echoed incessantly, instilling fear that compelled the populace to huddle in corners, too terrified to envision the gruesome scenes unfolding around them. The battle raged on for the entire night, with the relentless horde of zombies surging towards the base, including a formidable number of advanced undead. Colonel Wu and his squad of 10 red-eyed soldiers, though battered and beleaguered by the onslaught, managed to safeguard 3 women. These women were pivotal to his plans for capturing Du Xiaofeng. Preserving their lives was essential for the completion of the mission assigned by his superiors. How foolish, to knowingly walk into a dead end. It was unfathomable how you managed to keep these individuals alive until now. The figure, bearing the unconscious and severely injured Du Xiaofeng, navigated through the towering buildings. Ultimately exiting the base, he placed Du at a secure location 10 kilometers away, equipped with ample provisions to sustain him for a week. After tending to his wounds and leaving behind a mobile phone, he departed in haste, for there were more critical individuals awaiting his protection within the base. Xiao Xiao, you must not come to harm. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished into the rain-soaked night, like a specter, eluding the grasp of the zombies that could see him but could not touch him. Upon witnessing the throngs of the undead surrounding Wang Xiaoxiao's residence, his foreboding instincts intensified. In a frenzy, he wielded his weapon, striking down the zombies with fervor. With a dazzling display, the dagger danced in his hand, each stroke resulting in the decapitation of a walker. He pressed forward, fueled by nothing more than his unaugmented physique, a departure from his typical assassin's approach. Driven by the dread of witnessing an unbearable scene should he delay, countless walkers fell before him, his body drenched in their viridescent blood, the viscous fluid dripping from his hair. On the verge of collapse, he carved a path through the horde and burst into the basement, only to find it swarming with even more walkers than above. Awakening from the throes of excruciating pain, Du Xiaofeng struggled to sit up, only to find himself immobilized, his body swathed in bandages like a mummy. Wang Machin, where are you? How long have I been unconscious? What about Yao Yao and Fatty? All that lay at his bedside was a phone, along with some food and water placed conspicuously. Wang Machin had detonated the base's gate, allowing the zombies to storm in, buying time with smoke grenades and the valiant efforts of Yang Qinglong and the others to save him. Now, he was likely searching for Wang Xiaoxiao, fearing she might be bitten by the zombies. Summoning his strength, Du Xiaofeng reached for the phone. It was unlocked and contained a single video. If you're seeing this, it means Wang Machin has rescued you. This is the last thing I can do for you. Once you're awake, don't stay at the base. Leave immediately. Crack. Du Xiaofeng crushed the phone in his grip, the refined figure in glasses from the video vanishing along with it. One day, I shall return. Until dawn. The relentless tide of zombies began to wane. The rain showed no sign of abating. Colonel Wu hastily ordered the capture of Lan Mingyao and her companions, imprisoning them. Upon his return, he was met with a barrage of scathing reproaches. While corpses may serve as subjects for research, they pale in comparison to the living, particularly when he witnessed, through satellite imagery, Du Xiaofeng's sprouting bone wings. His astonishment was profound. The speed of his flight could surpass the rocket launchers developed in the civilized zone, and astonishingly, he endured the explosion of a rocket, emerging gravely injured but alive. What a remarkable physique! Securing his body for further study could yield advanced genetic insights. The God-making project would reach unprecedented perfection. Consequently, Colonel Wu was banished from the civilized area, never to return, relegated to fulfill his duties at the base, stripped of access to superior genetic serums, and even having his armor and weapons confiscated. They had no need for disobedient hounds. With events having escalated to this degree, Colonel Wu deemed it unnecessary to continue detaining Lan Mingyao and her companions, releasing them and ceasing any further troubles with them. The night grew deep. 10 kilometers from the base, a figure swathed in bandages stood on a rooftop, surrounded by a dozen wooden plaques, each inscribed with a name, and 3 lit incense sticks stood before him, alongside 3 cups of wine. The figure bowed 3 times towards the plaques, took a deep inhalation of smoke, and downed the contents of the cup in one gulp. Long Gu, Ada, Monkey, and to all my brothers, thank you for fighting to the death to save my life. I, Du Xiaofeng, shall never forget this in this lifetime. If fate permits, let us be brothers once more in the next life. I shall undoubtedly avenge your grievances and ensure that they pay in blood for their debts. With a resounding crash, I shattered the wine glass in my hand, then donned the jester's mask that lay beside me. The once howling corpses in the base fell silent, their cries extinguished. The ground was littered with remains, enough to form a mountain. A shadow swiftly traversed the street, evading the wandering undead, treading upon the mingled blood and green ichor. Racing towards the illuminated rooftop of the iconic building, a young man of refined demeanor stood before the window, the crimson moonlight reflecting eerily off his spectacles, casting an ominous red glow. Did I not instruct you to leave at once? Why have you returned here? Yang Chenglong and the others are already dead. Is that not sufficient? Do you wish to bring harm to Yao Yao and the others as well? The figure adorned with the jester's mask reclined in an office chair, legs crossed, with his left leg wrapped in thick bandages. Upon hearing these words, he let out a cold laugh. Feng Jun chuckled. He did not fear death itself, but rather the thought of not being able to exact vengeance upon that man before his demise. As long as he could achieve retribution, his life was but a triviality, easily relinquished. The jester glanced at him with profound significance before turning to exit the office, but Feng Jun intercepted him, extending a mobile phone. I anticipated you would seek me out. Take a good look at the video within. Upon opening the video, a remarkably exquisite visage graced the screen, albeit marred by an expression of profound weariness, desperately suppressing tears while revealing a pair of enchanting dimples. Ah, Feng, I am aware of your impending departure. Fear not, for I shall take good care of myself. In truth, I am reluctant to see you go, yearning to accompany you, even to the point of death, if it meant being by your side. Yet, I comprehend that my presence would only serve as a burden, a hindrance to you. I refuse to be your encumbrance. I await the day you return, adorned in golden armor, treading upon clouds of vibrant hues amidst the gaze of countless onlookers. Du Xiaofeng, I love you. Beneath the guise of the clown mask, Du Xiaofeng's eyes brimmed with tears, his hand trembling as it clutched the phone. Why is it that I encountered you precisely when I felt the most powerless, unable to remain by your side, to care for you and cherish you for a lifetime? Yao Yao, rest assured, one day, I shall return as a heroic figure in the spotlight of admiration, to claim you as my bride and consummate our wedding. Carefully stowing away the phone, Du Xiaofeng recorded a video message for Colonel Wu. After tossing the device to Feng Jun, he turned and leapt from the window. Thank you. Upon hearing his parting words, Feng Jun smiled. Just as he departed, Colonel Wu stormed into Feng Jun's office with an imposing entourage. Where is he? He has already left. Why did you not detain him? Neither you nor your soldiers could keep him here. What power do I possess as merely a second-level gene to retain him? Du Xiaofeng recorded this video to unequivocally inform Colonel Wu that he had departed, advising him to cease troubling Lan Mingyao and others, thus attempting to divert the latter's attention. However, unbeknownst to him, Colonel Wu had already been stripped of his mission qualifications and exiled from the civilized zone. Enraged, Colonel Wu crushed his phone in frustration and immediately set out in pursuit, viewing this as his final opportunity to redeem himself. As he leaped from the building, he encountered a familiar figure around the corner. "Fatty, what brings you here?" he inquired. "I heard you were leaving, so as your brother for life. I came to see you off." Fatty replied with a smile, his demeanor still endearing, though his expression betrayed a hint of unease. The clown patted him on the shoulder and nodded in acknowledgement. Supporting the clown, Fatty led the way, both of them smoking while evading the surveillance cameras within the base. Gradually making their way toward the exit. "Have you decided where you're headed?" Fatty asked. "Oh, I won't be going anywhere. I'll just see you off here." Fatty's smile appeared rather pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his body trembling. Noticing something amiss, the clown inquired anxiously, "What is wrong with you?" "Nothing at all." Fatty feigned nonchalance, forcing a smile as he continued. "Just yesterday evening, I went out to find something, and guess who I ran into?" "Who?" the clown prompted. "My dad. I have no idea how he ended up here, but he must have traveled a great distance. His shoes are worn out. His feet are nearly raw, and he has become so gaunt." Fatty's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Though unspoken, the Joker was aware that his father had transformed into a zombie, mirroring the plight of his mother in times past. "Did you take action?" the Joker inquired. He was acutely conscious that he was merely deceiving himself. Claims of having navigated the complexities of romantic entanglements for decades and having cast aside countless partners were nothing but self-delusion. He had yet to experience true love. Observing the rotund figure's injured right hand, the veins beneath the skin had turned an ominous black, progressively spreading towards the neck. Once those dark veins enveloped the entire head, he would become a mindless corpse. The Joker painfully closed his eyes. At this moment, Colonel Wu, accompanied by his crimson-eyed soldiers, finally encountered two silhouettes at the exit. An opportunity to capture Du Xiaofeng lay before them, prompting him to command his soldiers to seize him. "You must leave. I must seek out Brother Long and the others. They must be weary of waiting for me below." Du Xiaofeng uttered not a word, his battered left hand pressed against his head, their foreheads touching intimately. Silent tears flowed freely. "Hurry, I will hold them off for you. This is the last thing a brother can do." Time was running out for the rotund man. He produced the last cigarette from his pocket, lit it silently, and took a deep drag, loosening his clothes to reveal a waist adorned with explosives. Once he saw that Du had moved away, a sense of solace washed over him as he ignited the fuse, standing still in place, gazing in the direction of his departing friend. "Brother, you must survive and seek vengeance for us." The red-eyed soldiers possessed remarkable vision, yet their attention was solely fixated on the figure of the clown. It was only when they surged forward, encroaching upon the portly figure, that they noticed the explosive strapped to him. Instantly, they recoiled in shock. However, it was already too late. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion erupted. Flames soared 3 meters high, and the immense shockwave propelled the red-eyed soldiers away, injuring them severely despite their armor. Su Jining. This was the first time Du Xiaofeng earnestly called the portly man by name, yet it would also be the last time he would ever do so. His name bore a certain roughness. His education was limited to junior high school. He possessed a hint of lewdness, a touch of humor, and a tendency towards timidity. Yet, in his final moments, he devoted his last ounce of strength to ensure Du Xiaofeng's safe escape. Like Yang Qinglong and his companions, though their education was lacking, they were imbued with a profound sense of loyalty and deep emotional connections. Though they were not blood brothers, their bond surpassed that of kinship. Even when Du Xiaofeng faced universal condemnation, they would willingly step forward to assist him, even at the cost of their own lives. When he erred, they would never allow his mistakes to go uncorrected, offering unwavering guidance. Du Xiaofeng had been betrayed by Feng Jun, the most erudite among them, which left him with a profound realization. Those who uphold righteousness are often the least noble, while the disloyal are frequently the learned. Beneath the clown mask, Du Xiaofeng's tears flowed freely as he dragged his battered body forward, ruthlessly slaying the mindless foes, determined not to let the portly man's sacrifice be in vain. As he witnessed Du Xiaofeng's escape, the opportunity for redemption slipped away, driving Colonel Wu into a frenzy as he unleashed a barrage of laser fire into the sky, venting his pent-up resentment. Harboring intentions to exploit Lan Mingyao once more proved futile, for he had already departed. Moreover, the civilized zone had identified alternative agents to apprehend him. With fervent zeal, individuals dedicated themselves to reconstructing various fortifications for their nascent homeland, gradually settling into a semblance of normalcy. Albeit toiling relentlessly each day, they could at least subsist in relative tranquility. In time, recollections of their savior, the one who had shepherded them to survival, began to fade. Over the course of 3 months, the base experienced significant growth. Under Feng Jun's stewardship, the civilized zone even established factories, providing employment opportunities for the inhabitants in exchange for essential supplies, water, and the privilege of residing there. 3 comely figures diligently toiled in the factories from dawn till dusk. As stability permeated their lives, a sense of unease began to stir within the populace. The base's 3 most alluring women became objects of desire, with some individuals succumbing to their baser instincts, surreptitiously trailing them with malicious intent. However, their advances were repeatedly thwarted by a figure with crimson-tinged eyes, who meted out severe punishment. Subdued, these individuals desisted, and rumors circulated throughout the base that Feng Jun had claimed the 3 women as his own, deterring further unwanted attention. Under the watchful gaze of satellite surveillance, a figure adorned with a clown mask, clad in a tattered black suit, ambled along the road. Despite the dilapidated state of his attire, his gaze, directed towards the satellite's position in the sky, shone with unwavering resolve. Unfazed by the surrounding walkers, he effortlessly crushed their skulls with a single swipe. The moment the clown's silhouette was detected, orders were swiftly disseminated. A squad, their eyes radiating an intense violet glow, fully equipped with gear and weaponry far surpassing that of Colonel Wu, sped towards the Joker's location in a land-based aircraft developed by the civilized zone, led by a figure whose eyes shone with a blue light. Yet, in the next instant, the Joker vanished from satellite surveillance. His origin remained unknown, as did his destination. Over the past 3 months, the civilized zone had conducted extensive research on a severed arm, discovering that its genetic arrangement could no longer be classified as human. His genetic makeup had essentially transformed into an all-encompassing, all-embracing entity, capable of assimilating anything. It could merge with water without altering itself, emitting the essence of water, and could accept various plants or even corpses growing within it, without allowing them to emit any odor. Everything was under the control of this entity. This discovery was undoubtedly a major breakthrough for the civilized zone. They swiftly utilized this genetic information to create perfect clones, hoping to replicate the original's ability to evolve by consuming zombie cores, all while maintaining complete control. However, their aspirations were met with harsh reality. The clones lacked the original's evolutionary mutation abilities, and consuming zombie cores resulted in immediate self-destruction, leading to a significant loss of level 2 zombie cores for the civilized zone. The civilized districts of the capital have grown increasingly anxious to locate their original master. Should this matter come to the attention of other regions' civilized sectors, and he were to be taken away, it would spell disaster for them. For 3 months now, the solitary figure of the clown has traversed the city. Every ghoul that sought to devour him met with the swift severance of its head. Gradually, he found himself enamored with the exhilaration of dispatching the undead. He even took the initiative to seek out these creatures, lopping off their heads with glee. On one occasion, he encountered a ghoul that hesitated momentarily in his presence. While the others exhibited no such thought or delay, the clown discerned that this one was on the verge of evolution. With a casual stroke, he decapitated another zombie and offered its head to the hesitant one. Once it evolved, he dispatched it as well, claiming its core and consuming it. This routine persisted, yet he failed to encounter any higher-tier zombies. He discovered that the cores not only facilitated his evolution, but also mended his injured form. As he journeyed southward, meandering along the fringes of a 4th-tier city, he remained wary of entering into the larger urban territories. Even he, formidable as he was, dared not venture into the heart of a 4th-tier city. The population density of major cities was overwhelming, should a high-level zombie manifest. His current physical state would render him ill-prepared for the confrontation, leaving him oblivious to the manner of his demise. In every city the clown traversed, a land-flying vehicle would invariably appear after his departure, carrying a cadre of fully armed soldiers, radiating a menacing violet glow. Within the confines of a large supermarket on the city's periphery. Inside the supermarket, there resides a couple who own the establishment, along with 2 female employees, one a recent entrant into the workforce, and the other a middle-aged cleaning lady nearing her 40s. Additionally, there are 3 young men, bespectacled and possessing a refined demeanor. Initially, they had planned a weekend excursion to hike and camp with 6 beautiful women, eagerly anticipating the upcoming adventure. However, to their astonishment, a sudden outbreak of zombies ensued. The trio abandoned the 6 ladies and sought refuge in the supermarket, narrowly escaping the calamity and managing to survive. The 4 men and 3 women remained within the supermarket, awaiting rescue. Yet, half a year has elapsed, and the food supplies are dwindling, with no sign of the fabled assistance. At first, the inhabitants of the supermarket adhered to a semblance of order, maintaining their reason in the fragile equilibrium of their world. They believed that the world had not truly collapsed, and that this turmoil was merely transient. However, as the psychological strain intensified and the reality of the global downfall became undeniable, they succumbed to despair. Morality was cast aside, self-restraint was relinquished. The disintegration of order manifested starkly among them, revealing the essence of human nature. Trapped in the supermarket by the undead, they indulged in reckless behavior as a means to alleviate their mental anguish. The supermarket owner even encouraged his wife to partake in these activities, justifying it as a necessary act for the sake of civilization's future and the continuation of humanity. The owner's wife, in her 30s, retained a commendable appearance and physique. It is entirely normal for such individuals to find acceptance. However, the cleaning lady is nearing 40, and yet those young ones gaze upon her with admiration. Curiously, all their actions unfold before the couple's child, who is yet to reach 3 years of age. As they gradually realize that their provisions are dwindling, a sense of panic begins to creep in. To conserve their energy, they cease their previous fervor. Standing vacantly by the window, staring outside, their eyes devoid of any human emotion, feeling as though they reside on a deserted island, abandoned by society. When a figure donning a clown mask enters their line of sight, they display no reaction whatsoever. It has been a full 6 months since they last encountered another human. He surely cannot be one of them, likely a remnant of humanity, a mask worn before his transformation into a zombie. Outside, the clown ambles toward the supermarket, capturing the attention of the proprietress. Look over there. Just as he approaches the entrance, a zombie lumbers toward him, arm raised slowly. This zombie, with a wooden stick slung over its shoulder to which a piece of raw meat is tied, is irresistibly drawn forward by the enticing scent of flesh. Strangely, it carries a child of merely 6 months on its back. Suddenly, the zombie perceives the clown's presence, catching a whiff of his humanity, and lets out a howl as it charges toward him. Yet, with a swift swipe, the clown severs its head. The decapitated zombie collapses, taking the child with it, who is injured in the fall. The child's wailing cries instantly attract the horde of zombies gathered at the supermarket's entrance, who turn and rush toward the source of the sound. The clown casts a glance at the scene, his eyes betraying not a shred of emotion. It seemed that the fate of the child, whether he had been devoured by the undead, was of no concern to him. As he lifted his foot to stride towards the supermarket, the child, sucking on his finger, suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter directed at the clown. His mirth so pure it appeared capable of cleansing the soul. A frail little hand reached out to him, as if yearning for an embrace. Meanwhile, a zombie howled and lunged at the child, seemingly aware of the clown's formidable presence and refraining from attacking him. The drool from the zombie's mouth splattered onto the child's face, only to be met with a swift strike that crushed its skull. The clown retaliated by dispatching the nearest zombies with ease, lifting the child into his arms, obscuring any glimpse of his expression. The onlookers in the supermarket watched in astonishment as the clown charged towards their refuge. The makeshift defenses erected against the undead were effortlessly breached by his not-so-brawny physique. At the street's end, a few furtive figures emerged. They had long sought entry into the supermarket, but had been thwarted by a lack of opportunity, as those inside refused to extend a helping hand. Upon seeing a chance to enter, they rushed forward. Instantly, panic ensued among the patrons within the supermarket. Their half-year survival had relied entirely on those defenses, which had now been so easily dismantled by the clown. What would become of them next? The realization dawned upon the crowd. He was human. Get out of here. Why are you here to harm us? They shouted in outrage, hurling curses and brandishing pots, pans, and shoes in an attempt to strike him. The proprietor's child pleaded for calm, only to be unceremoniously shoved aside. Suddenly, a terrifying green glow emanated from the clown's eye sockets, causing the assailants to freeze in fear. He handed the child in his arms to the cleaning lady and immediately grabbed something nearby to block the entrance. At that moment, several figures seized the opportunity to enter the supermarket. Witnessing him single-handedly hurling a shelf, so heavy that it required the strength of all to lift, against the door to obstruct the zombies, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment. Hooray! The super clown is amazing, cheered a little boy, excitedly clapping his hands and rushing towards the clown, eager to touch him. The others seemed to have forgotten their previous apprehensions towards the clown, cautiously drawn near, yet fearful that he might be a zombie. Are you human or a zombie? Have you ever seen a zombie so fierce that it kills its own kind? This elicited a fit of giggles from the little boy. Then why are your eyes green? You're the one who's green. Your whole family is green. This is just colored contact lenses, all right? Do you think they look good? Would you like me to sell you a pair? The crowd shook their heads, recognizing his formidable prowess against the zombies. Yet they couldn't help but feel he might be a bit unhinged. Choosing not to dwell on him any longer, they noticed a few unwelcome guests had appeared in the supermarket. A middle-aged, overweight woman, an elderly man accompanied by his daughter, and a newlywed couple were now present. This would only exacerbate the already strained food situation. Without hesitation, the crowd urged the newcomers to leave, refusing to allow them to stay. The clown remained silent, focused on searching for baby formula or any other edible items to ensure the child in his arms would not go hungry. Yes, gentlemen, my daughter can't run anymore. The man directly knelt before the crowd, pointing at his wife's pregnant belly, pleading for their assistance. Before the crowd could push them out, the pregnant woman suddenly cried out, clutching her belly as amniotic fluid flowed incessantly from the wound inflicted by the zombie on her leg. Not only her, but the middle-aged, overweight woman also exhibited peculiar behavior, grasping her own injury, her body convulsing intermittently. The people in the supermarket remained unwilling to allow them to stay, insisting that they leave immediately. I implore you, she is about to give birth. Please allow her to deliver her child, the man pleaded, bowing repeatedly before the crowd. Ultimately, they were permitted to remain, albeit without any food or assistance. The patrons of the supermarket resumed their consumption of instant noodles, neglecting to share even a morsel with the newcomers. After their meal, a young man, who had been loitering in the supermarket, suddenly pointed at a companion with whom he had survived, loudly accusing, "Did you just quietly eat 2 bowls of noodles? What are you talking about? When did I eat 2 bowls?" retorted the bespectacled young man, a look of displeasure etched on his face. "What nonsense! If you didn't eat 2 bowls, then what is that beside your feet?" He continued. "Wasn't it agreed that each person could only have 1 bowl at a time? How dare you consume 2? Your extra bowl means someone else goes hungry. How ridiculous! After all this time together, you are exceedingly selfish. Tomorrow, you are forbidden from eating anything. No, this kind of scoundrel should not be allowed to remain here any longer." The crowd exchanged heated words, rebuking the bespectacled young man, unwilling to hear his defense, as the bowl of instant noodles at his feet served as irrefutable evidence. His upbringing was far more privileged than that of everyone present, being the sole heir in a family that had only passed down a single lineage for 3 generations. Whatever he desired, his family would undoubtedly fulfill, never uttering a word of denial. Even when he erred, they would smile and forgive him, attributing his mistakes to his youth, claiming that it was perfectly natural for a child to err. This spoiled child, confronted with the skepticism of others, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, nearly driven to madness. Upon seeing a fruit knife on the shelf, without a moment's hesitation, he seized it and plunged it into his abdomen. Screaming in agony, he aimed to slice open his stomach, extracting a bowl of uneaten instant noodles, bloodied hands trembling as he presented it before the onlookers. "Is this just 1 bowl? Is it merely 1 bowl?" The crowd glanced at him with indifference, unperturbed by his plight, and silently walked away. At that moment, the plump woman, who had been bitten, suddenly had her eyes turn a ghastly gray. She rose from the ground and lunged at him with her mouth agape. As the young man was savagely torn apart by the woman, none were willing to intervene. It wasn't until he breathed his last that the clown, cradling the child in his arms, cast not a single glance in his direction. When the plump woman sought another target, the onlookers finally reacted, utilizing any available means to subdue her with great effort, only to subsequently bind the young man, who was now staggering to his feet. The individual who had previously criticized his companion for consuming an extra bowl of noodles now grotesquely demanded that everyone vacate the supermarket. This time, he would place his trust in no one. Especially after witnessing a man, accompanied by his daughter, get bitten, he felt an overwhelming urge to kill him. "Young man, if you wish for my demise, please ensure my child is cared for. She is still so young, and I have lived long enough." The father gazed upon his daughter, tears welling in his eyes, and leaned down to kiss her forehead. "No, Daddy," the daughter cried out. As he turned away, tears streamed down his face. Watching helplessly as his father was engulfed by the horde of zombies shattered the daughter's spirit. "And you, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, I will kill you." The young man's mental state unraveled as he screamed frantically at the couple, clearly seeing the wound on the pregnant woman's leg. The man paid him no heed. His wife was on the verge of giving birth. In a fit of rage, the young man raised the kitchen knife in his hand and swung it at the pregnant woman. Suddenly, the woman, who had still appeared human moments before, transformed. Her veins turned black beneath her skin, and her eyes became a ghastly gray as she shrieked at the young man, struggling to rise and devour him. The man stood frozen in shock. Just moments ago, his wife was well. How could she have transformed into a zombie so suddenly? Meanwhile, the child was born. The now zombie pregnant woman's belly shrank, and the man hastily caught the newborn, his expression a mix of shock, complexity, and heartache as he beheld the child born into this apocalyptic world, then glanced at his wife, now a monster. The infant's cries caused the zombie's movements to falter momentarily, prompting the young man to swing the knife towards her head. As the blade cleaved through her skull, the zombie appeared to regain a semblance of reason, moving stiffly towards her child. Step by step, her hand, with blackened veins exposed, trembled as it reached for the child, only to collapse before making contact. The man, devastated, cradled the infant and knelt before his wife's lifeless form, lamenting her unrealized wish to hold their child one last time. Gazing upon the healthy baby, a deranged notion suddenly surfaced in the young man's mind. If those bitten by zombies transform, why had the child's mother become a zombie while he remained unaffected? Could consuming the infant grant him immunity to the accursed zombie virus? The mere prospect of immunity ignited an uncontrollable desire to escape this godforsaken place. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at the child in the man's arms, his face contorted with a fiendish demand to surrender the baby. "What do you intend to do?" the man questioned, protectively shielding the child. "Haven't you noticed he hasn't turned into a zombie?" The young man chuckled ominously, like a demon risen from hell. "Ha ha ha. If I devour him, I'll gain immunity to the zombie virus. Hand him over." Witnessing the young man's descent into madness, the man adamantly refused. However, upon hearing this, the others in the supermarket succumbed to the same demented idea, rallying behind the young man as they encircled the father, brandishing an array of harmful implements, coercing him to yield. "No, you're all monsters. You're not human. Devour me instead. He's only just been born. He hasn't even had a chance to see the world." The man pleaded on his knees, but his cries fell on deaf ears. They subdued him, seizing the child from his grasp. "Leave and fend for yourself. Get out. It is all your fault that we are enduring this. You wretched soul, go feed those zombies." The few women who had been in the supermarket began to rain blows upon the clown, demanding he vacate the premises. Even the girl, whose father had sacrificed his life to secure her presence here, joined in, desperate to integrate into their group, all in pursuit of survival. She even fantasized about whether she might also partake in a morsel, hoping to gain immunity against the zombie virus. Only the boss's child stood by, tugging at her mother's arm, pleading for her to cease the assault. "Mom, the clown is already crying. Please stop hitting him. He has saved us. Get lost. You little brat. I am only doing this for your own good." He isn't crying. He is still laughing. "You're mistaken." The clown lifted the child in his arms and, with a gaze devoid of emotion, cast a glance at the crowd before turning to exit the supermarket. Recalling the words of the most significant person in his life, the man beneath the clown mask allowed a cruel smile to curl at the corners of his lips. As he departed, the girl rushed toward the throng, eager to taste a morsel herself. No one welcomed her. They too wished for her to leave. She resolved to barter her body for the chance to remain and savor a bite. Noticing her attractive appearance, several men consented. A group gathered around the newborn infant, their eyes more terrifying than demons from the depths of hell. The boss's child, oblivious to their intentions, timidly tugged at her mother's clothing. "Mom, what are they doing? Leave me be. Meat will be yours anon." The child, unoccupied, watched the clown's receding figure. Once he had departed, forthwith, the ravenous ghouls surged into the supermarket like a tide. A throng encircled their delicacy, cleaving the scant flesh with kitchen knives, even resorting to mutual butchery over perceived inequity in apportionment. The crimson meat and alabaster skin, their coveted repast, abruptly manifested a network of ebony veins. As they descended into internecine strife over their sustenance, a cataclysm of incoming zombies overwhelmed them. The sanguine moon persisted aloft, its spectral glow casting an eerie pall over the avenue opposite the supermarket. A lone figure stood beside a child, both fixated on the supermarket, now breached by the zombie throng. "Mother! Mother!" the child cried, wresting free from the figure's grasp, staggering towards the supermarket. Witnessing the diminutive form engulfed by the ghouls, the figure unhesitatingly turned, approaching a zombie by the roadside, its skull cleaved open. Inscribed upon its hand and arm were words, "Her name is Chun Miao Miao. Born on the 10th of October, a native of Koan City. Whosoever you may be, I beseech you, deliver her and ensure her survival. Thank you." Gazing upon the child in his arms, emaciated almost beyond recognition, congenitally without legs, yet her smile was unadulterated. Her eyes like a pair of obsidian beads inlaid within her face. The clown jested with her, eliciting peals of laughter. "Chun Miao Miao, henceforth, you shall be bound to this cripple." Under the moonlight, the silhouette of a clown carrying a child stretched longer as he traversed the outskirts of the city. Shortly after the clown departed from the supermarket, a terrestrial aircraft materialized near the store. The undead, upon spotting food, howled and rushed towards the craft. A blinding light flashed. In the blink of an eye, the undead were reduced to charred remnants, their forms blackened and carried away by the wind like ashes. Due to the constant surveillance of satellites monitoring his every move, the clown found his actions severely hindered. Now, with an additional burden in the form of a child, his predicament became even more troublesome. To evade the watchful eyes, he was compelled to alter his route, skirting the city's periphery and steering clear of the bustling center. The dense structures within the heart of the city offered a multitude of hiding spots, effectively obscuring the satellite's view. Yet, such a course was fraught with peril. Not only were there abundant hordes of the undead, but also a greater presence of advanced zombies loomed ominously. After enduring 3 arduous months of this precarious existence, the clown's mask could no longer conceal the stubble adorning his face, his hair cascading over his eyes, rendering him as disheveled as a beggar. Each time the child on his back consumed food, he resorted to drinking alcohol, which seemed to have become his lifeblood. As the child, Chun Miao Miao, had gone nearly 3 days without sustenance, her incessant cries echoed in desperation. The clown swiftly covered her mouth, aware that countless undead lurked just outside the convenience store. Should they be surrounded, his current condition would render him incapable of confronting such overwhelming numbers. He was unwilling to take unnecessary risks, but on several occasions, land vehicles had nearly collided with him. Holding his breath, he cautiously observed outside the window. Once he saw the land vehicle depart once more, the clown gingerly exited through the back door of the convenience store. It was not advisable to linger there. However, upon stepping outside, he encountered over a dozen walkers loitering nearby. To kill them would reveal his position. Yet to refrain from doing so would allow the walkers to attract more of their kind, similarly exposing his location. Without hesitation, the nails on his left hand suddenly extended, and he lunged at the nearest walker, cleaving it open with a single swipe. Ugh, ack! Despite the clown's swiftness, the walker still managed to emit a sound. Damn it! The clown forcibly increased his speed once more, swiftly dispatching the dozen or so walkers before darting through the alleyway, sprinting in the opposite direction of the land vehicle. However, upon emerging from the alley, he discovered that the land vehicle was already waiting there, along with a squad of fully armed soldiers with intense purple glows emanating from their eyes, and a brigadier general whose eyes radiated a cyan light. "Huh, Du Xiaofeng. You've given us quite the chase. It's been over half a year. Previously, we could only see you on surveillance footage, but today we've finally met. You don't seem particularly special." The brigadier general placed his sword on the ground, leaning on it with both hands, exuding waves of terrifying pressure. His imposing and awe-inspiring aura caused the surrounding walkers to retreat, instantly transforming the once crowded street into a desolate and deserted scene. "Be big, brother. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? I am not acquainted with any individual named Du Xiaofeng, nor am I he. I am merely a parent whose child is afflicted by hunger, and I am compelled to venture out in search of sustenance." Upon hearing these words from the clown, the Commodore's lips twitched involuntarily, as if implying that they were mistaken in their pursuit. "Do you believe you can maintain this charade? Very well. I shall entertain the notion that you are not Du Xiaofeng, but you must accompany me today regardless. I would not wish to inconvenience you, esteemed military gentlemen. Although I am experiencing pangs of hunger, I am still capable of enduring. There is a soup simmering at my residence that requires my attention. I must take my leave." Seeing that the clown steadfastly denied his identity and continued to fabricate falsehoods, claiming to be famished yet having soup simmering at home, the Commodore's eyes flashed with azure light as he perceived the blatant deception. "Humph, you refuse to heed my polite request. Men, seize him." He cursed under his breath, frustrated that months of pursuit had led them to such a buffoon. The soldiers advanced, their presence more menacing than facing hordes of the undead. Observing the azure light in the Commodore's eyes, the clown realized that his pretense was futile. He scoffed. "I am astonished that a mere level 4 character such as myself would warrant the attention of level 5 elites, and even a level 6 Commodore, to apprehend me. I am truly honored. Enough with your idle chatter. Seize him." The Commodore commanded, his anger flaring due to the months of hardship he had endured because of this individual. The soldiers assumed combat stances, warily observing the clown's every move. Although the opponent was merely at the 4th level, they had witnessed his combat videos, showcasing a formidable power that even a novice at the 5th level might struggle to contend with. Suddenly, the jester sprang into action. The soldiers, gripping their laser guns, found their palms damp with sweat. He assumed a stance reminiscent of a martial arts master, slowly raising his left hand, evoking thoughts of a world that, beyond technology, harbored a unique class of individuals. With a thunderous roar, he commanded, "Hold on." The soldiers paused momentarily, only to quickly regain their composure and rush towards him. The jester retreated his left leg into a bow stance, growling like a beast, with his left hand drawn to his waist. His aura surged to its zenith. The oppressive force born from enduring trials surpassed that of a brigadier general, if not equal to it. Witnessing his frenzied state, the onlookers felt an immediate sense of tension. Even the brigadier general steeled himself, prepared to act. Shell. Sect. Energy. Skill. The jester bellowed each word with emphasis. His hair rose as if caught in an unseen wind. And with his left hand's nails extended, he thrust forward with tremendous force. The crowd gasped in astonishment, having never seen him wield such a technique. Unaware of its true potency, they instinctively recoiled. Feeling no immediate harm, they lifted their gazes, only to find that the jester, who had been before them just moments ago, had vanished. Like a nimble monkey, he used his extended nails to scale the towering edifices. Realizing they had been outwitted, the group seethed with rage, chasing after his elusive figure, eager to catch him and mete out punishment for his audacity in toying with them. The armor worn by that group of soldiers offers far more than mere protection. Its capabilities far surpass those of Colonel Wu's equipment. Not only does it feature barbs resembling spider legs that facilitate the grasping of vertical surfaces, but it also boasts a miniature jet propulsion system on the feet, enabling individuals to traverse the water's surface with ease. Thus, an eerie tableau unfolded within the city. The streets were haunted by countless lifeless bodies, while between the towering edifices, a figure donning a clown mask was flanked by 12 armored soldiers, adeptly scaling the walls. The distance between them remained constant. The brigadier general piloted the ground vehicle, utilizing a 3D calculator and satellite surveillance display on the windshield to predict the clown's next destination, aiming to intercept him ahead of time. Damn it! Don't these individuals ever tire? The clown, breathless from the relentless pursuit, dared not relent. Halting would only invite capture by those behind him. Yet, being chased incessantly was not a viable solution. He needed to devise a means to elude them or eliminate them one by one. Gripping the edge of the rooftop on the 37th floor with his left hand, he exerted tremendous force and leapt onto the rooftop. He could not descend to the ground, as the brigadier general was there with his ground vehicle, ready to cut him off. The ground vehicle could not ascend beyond 3 meters in height. As the first soldier followed closely onto the rooftop, his eyes reflected a terrifying set of claws, glimmering with a faint green hue. Clang! The claws, capable of easily rending walls, failed to penetrate the soldier's armor, leaving not even a trace. The laser gun was positioned against his chest, instantly merging with the armor that adorned him, as he drew forth the sword from his waist. The moment the blade was unsheathed, the Joker's pupils dilated sharply. He could acutely sense the oppressive force emanating from the sword. This was not a mere weapon forged from nuclear noodles like that of Colonel Wu, but rather a laser sword, radiating a terrifying green luminescence. The tip of the blade pointed delicately downwards, and the high-density cement floor was singed with the slightest touch. The smooth, precise scorch mark suggested that if it were to strike a human, escape would be virtually impossible. The soldiers clearly exhibited a mastery of swordsmanship. Each seemingly simple thrust towards the Joker effectively sealed off his avenues of retreat, rendering him helpless in his attempts to counter. The blade grazed the Joker's hair, igniting it in an instant, prompting him to hastily extinguish the flames. Witnessing his desperate state, the 11 soldiers who followed erupted into laughter, reveling in his predicament. He was like a fish in a barrel, devoid of any escape. The 12 soldiers wore expressions of haughty pride. They considered themselves among the elite of the earth, a group of fully leveled 5-star warriors converging to capture a mere 4-star individual. Although their strength was formidable, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered in their hearts, particularly after having been toyed with moments earlier. As they encircled him with unwavering resolve, Chun Miao Miao, perched on his back, also found her hair singed, transforming her once short locks into a bald pate. The Joker's demeanor shifted abruptly. His eyes, once merely glimmering with green light, morphed entirely, his right eye becoming a vivid green reminiscent of a zombie's gaze, while his left eye turned pitch black, with flickering flames within that resembled the fires of hell. His skin pulsated with the same eerie black flames, radiating a terrifying aura. A palpable aura of lethal intent emanated from him, as if he desired the demise of everyone present. Abruptly, a pair of osseous wings unfurled from his back, similarly adorned with dark flames. This individual has become frenzied. He is indeed far more formidable than he appeared in the surveillance footage. However, he is incapable of breaching our armor. He has no recourse but to surrender. In his frenzy, the jester experienced a surge in both strength and velocity. Concurrently, he forfeited his rationality. When he abruptly and ferociously assailed one of the individuals, the others presumed he intended a desperate, suicidal attack. The two adjacent individuals promptly formed a coordinated team, standing back to back. As the jester lunged at the one person, one of them swiftly delivered a kick to his chin, sending him soaring into the sky. He capitalized on the momentum, propelling himself further and further away. The soldiers were dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Du Xiaofeng, who in his frenzy would even kill his own comrades, would simply fly away. He possessed the ability to fly, while they, regrettably, did not. The group on the rooftop were exasperated. One of them quickly produced a laser gun and discharged a shot at the gradually vanishing figure. The projectile contained not a laser, but a satellite locator. It was capable of pinpointing a location within a meter's accuracy. Even if Du Xiaofeng fled to the ends of the earth, they would be able to unearth him. The satellite locator, glimmering with faint red lights, struck Du Xiaofeng's blanket squarely. The soldiers promptly descended the stairs to rendezvous with the brigadier general, and, guided by the satellite's coordinates, they embarked on a pursuit. The aircraft traversed the thoroughfares with incredible velocity. A collection of incompetents, the Commodore bellowed. A mere level 4 ordinary individual. Not even a true powerhouse, devoid of armaments and gear, inferior to you in every conceivable aspect, and yet you permitted him to elude you repeatedly? Of what utility are you, you wastrels? With such ineptitude, what entitlement do you possess to aspire to the title of deity? You wouldn't even qualify as prospective candidates. The Commodore was beside himself with rage. It was not his desire to succumb to such ire, nor to unleash a torrent of invective. But circumstances had compelled him to this point. The civilized sector had once again contacted him, and after a painstaking 6-month pursuit, they had finally located Du Xiaofeng, only to witness his escape. Their current location was situated on the periphery of the Southern City civilized sector. Should Du Xiaofeng be apprehended by the Southern City civilized faction, their efforts over the past half-year would be rendered futile. An augmentation in the strength of the Southern City civilized sector would pose a direct menace to the dominion of the Imperial Capital civilized sector. Nevertheless, the preceding 6 months had not been entirely devoid of advancement. They had ascertained that clones could consume corpse nuclei. However, their genetic makeup was markedly disparate from that of the original, lacking any capacity for evolution, merely capable of digesting corpse nuclei without succumbing to explosive demise. The enhancement in strength afforded to clones by corpse nuclei was only marginally superior to that of genetic elixirs, reaching a mere 40%. This fell short of their aspirations. They sought the original, capable of evolving, assimilating corpse nuclei, and exhibiting a 100% augmentation in strength. After a mere minute of flight, the jester's osseous wings retracted autonomously, and the sable flames within his irises gradually dissipated. Fortunately, his altitude wasn't excessively high, merely 100 meters. A sudden, rapid descent would have resulted in severe injury or death upon impact. Seizing the opportune moment, He reached out with his left hand towards a nearby skyscraper, attempting to mitigate his fall, yet to no avail. Just as a fatal impact seemed imminent, he forcefully propelled himself off the wall with his legs, redirecting his trajectory towards the 7th floor of an adjacent building. The original world had already crumbled. Nevertheless, numerous individuals with resilience and capability persevered, striving to subsist either independently or in collaboration with others. Suddenly, a group emerged, identifying themselves as representatives of the civilization zone, who gathered the surviving remnants and established a network of fortified bases for them. Furthermore, within these havens, they instituted organizations such as the Demon Hunter Guild, the Combat Arena, and the direct administrative offices of the civilization zone. This pattern replicated itself across every corner of the globe. Moreover, each civilization zone was surrounded by multiple such bases. The Demon Hunter Guild facilitated the exchange of zombie cores for a diverse array of resources, encompassing essential provisions and a wide assortment of weaponry and equipment. Virtually anything imaginable could be acquired. Consequently, a surge of enigmatic bounty hunters emerged, solely dedicated to acquiring high-level zombie cores. Kuin City, a Tier 4 metropolis, while not as densely populated as first-tier cities, still boasted a substantial population of several million, potentially approaching 10 million. Within an office building near the city center, a robust young man, clad in zombie-resistant armor and wielding a grappling hook, distinguished himself. This was no ordinary grappling hook. It had been procured from the Demon Hunter Guild using fully upgraded level 2 zombie cores. He, too, was an enigmatic bounty hunter, albeit one who operated solitarily. His face was beaded with perspiration, his garments thoroughly saturated with sweat. To procure superior armaments, he had ventured alone, relentlessly pursuing the formidable level 3 wolfhound zombie. He himself had been inoculated with a level 3 gene serum, employing a variety of snares and environmental tactics. He and the two-headed wolfhound had been locked in a protracted struggle for nearly a week, until it was utterly exhausted and stumbled into this edifice. Though he was hardly in better condition, he was confident that with a final surge of effort, the two-headed wolfhound would meet its demise at his hands. This would represent a substantial windfall. A mere 6 months prior, a level 3 rudimentary zombie core would have sufficed to sustain an individual comfortably for a month. But rampant inflation had rendered it necessary to acquire a level 3 apex core to maintain the same standard of living. Crucially, this two-headed wolfhound was a member of the animalistic zombie class, its level 3 apex status endowing it with power surpassing that of a level 4 intermediate humanoid zombie, thereby elevating the value of its core even further. "I shall devour you," the two-headed wolfhound rasped, its vocabulary limited to this simple utterance. Before the youth could initiate an attack, the two-headed wolfhound lunged at him. Having been pursued for a week and subjected to numerous injuries, the two-headed wolfhound, despite its limited intellect, was determined to exact retribution upon the youth. As it pounced, both heads simultaneously snapped at him from above and below. A successful bite would assuredly result in the youth's immediate death, transforming him into the wolfhound's meal. Although he wore armor, its low grade rendered it capable of withstanding only the attacks of ordinary level 2 humanoid zombies. With a swift, acrobatic backbend, a feat beyond the capabilities of most, the youth, drawing upon a decade of martial arts training, narrowly evaded the assault. Seizing the opportunity, the celestial claw in hand swiftly lunged toward one of the wolf heads. Caught off guard, the creature was blinded in one eye, leaving a pool of verdant blood upon the ground. With a furious howl, its crimson gaze intensified. Taking advantage of the situation, the young man swung the celestial claw, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the two-headed wolfhound, when suddenly, the tempered glass behind him shattered. 4 armored men surged in, followed closely by a voluptuous woman clad in revealing attire. The men hastily caught her, their hands engaging in subtle gestures. Yet she remained utterly indifferent, playfully bantering with each one. "Who are you? What do you want?" the young man inquired. "Oh, little brother, can you not see the obvious? I'm here to rob you." The woman, clearly over 30, struck a provocative pose with flirtatious allure. "This corpse core, which I have labored a week to acquire, is not something you should be so brazenly coveting." The young man felt a surge of anxiety, despite being at the pinnacle of level 3. The 5 before him, save for the woman, who was a novice at level 3, were all at full capacity. Furthermore, their equipment and weapons were evidently superior to his own. Having squandered a week on this endeavor, he realized that, no matter his reluctance, he must concede to their claim over the corpse core. Some treasures are valuable, yet one must possess the means to secure them. Just as he prepared to turn away, another figure entered the scene, this time through the front door. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open, startling everyone present. A group of 7 or 8 unsavory characters, brandishing weapons, swaggered into the arena. Everyone clear out. This two-headed wolfhound is ours now. The leader barked, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his face etched with disdain. His crew possessed the evident strength to seize the cadaverous core, unless the others were prepared for a deadly confrontation. Oh, my fierce darling. Is that really the way to go about it? A woman cooed, her voice saccharine and grating. To come in so heavy-handed and demand everyone leave? We've been tracking it for ages and get nothing for our troubles? She draped herself over the man, her subtle gestures tugging at his desires. Since you're so eager for compensation, everyone else can leave. You stay? Entertain us, my brothers and I. A pack of burly men leered at her, their eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. In this apocalyptic era, the sight of a woman with even a modicum of beauty and figure was a rare and precious thing, akin to stumbling upon a sow. As they erupted in raucous laughter, poised to slaughter the two-headed wolfhound and claim its cadaverous core, the tempered glass shattered once more, sending shards flying. Clang! A figure wearing a clown mask, shielding a child on their back, tumbled into the scene. The young man who had been pursuing the two-headed wolfhound for a week was beside himself with frustration. Within a single minute, 3 separate factions had appeared, all vying for the core. He decided it was time to make a hasty retreat. Good heavens, is there such a frenzy over a mere Tier 3 necrocore? And who might you be? Upon noticing the 7 or 8 well-armed brutes behind the speaker, the clown recoiled, feigning obsequiousness. My apologies, esteemed sirs. A grave error on my part. I had no intention of contesting your claim to the spoils. Forgive my intrusion, I was merely passing through. With that, the clown attempted to depart, only to be intercepted by the burly man, who pressed a blade to his throat. You presume to arrive and depart as you please? Relinquish all that you possess. The others menacingly encircled him. The clown, eyeing the blade at his throat, its edge glinting ominously, stammered, "Kind sir, I am devoid of possessions. Save for this mask and this wretched urchin. Would you have them?" The burly man, feeling mocked, was incensed, his eyes blazing with fury. He brought the blade down without mercy. As the faint sound of orderly footsteps echoed from the stairwell, the clown's ears twitched. He swiftly ducked to evade the attack. Just as he was about to flee, a squad of fully armed soldiers materialized. Ignoring the clown's evasion, the burly man roared, "Son of a bitch! Come to pilfer our necrocore, have you? Kill them all." A chaotic melee ensued. Unnoticed, the clown vanished into the shadows. A melee it was termed, yet it was, in truth, a one-sided slaughter. The group was annihilated in under a minute, even in their dying moments. They could not fathom that a mere Tier 3 necrocore had brought about their demise. Once the area was cleared of those individuals, the clown's presence had vanished. The brigadier general monitored the satellite positioning, confirming the clown's continued presence. Urgently, he commanded a thorough search, praying that they had not mistakenly killed him in the earlier chaos. A soldier eventually discovered a satellite tracker affixed to a blanket. The brigadier's anger was palpable, his face twitching with frustration. How could the clown have eluded capture at such close range? A group ascended into their aircraft once more in pursuit, in an effort to evade satellite surveillance. The clown clutched Chun Miao Miao tightly, darting through narrow alleys. Chun Miao Miao, overwhelmed with hunger, began to wail. The clown, anxious and desperate, searched fruitlessly for sustenance. Time was of the essence, and hunger posed a grave threat. Thus, he bravely ventured into a residential complex. The abundance of food within the complex surpassed that of the supermarket, yet he had hesitated to enter, wary of the complexities and dense population characteristic of urban residential areas. A moment's carelessness could result in being surrounded by zombies, attracting the attention of pursuers from the civilized zones. Such a scenario would indeed be disastrous. However, faced with the dire need to prevent Chun Miao Miao from starving, he had no choice but to take risks. Uncertain of when the child might suddenly cry out again, he removed his suit, wrapping Chun Miao Miao securely against his back. Utilizing the diminished sight and smell of the undead, he adorned himself with their decomposing flesh and smeared green blood across his body, masquerading as one of them. Cautiously, he infiltrated the complex. In situations that were not utterly desperate, the clown chose to avoid the zombies, striving to conceal his true identity. Yet, the child on his back remained a constant source of danger. The complex was teeming with zombies, aimlessly wandering in an array of garments and spanning a wide range of ages. The horde outnumbered those at the train station vicinity fivefold. One ghoul behaved oddly, not wandering aimlessly like the others. It skirted the throng, hugging the walls, a clown mask adorning its face, a large bulge on its back. As the clownish ghoul neared an apartment building, a child's wail erupted from its back. Instantly, the entire neighborhood of ghouls clamored, converging upon the sound's origin. The ghouls howled, disoriented, for before them stood what appeared to be one of their own. Why the sound of a child? Abruptly, the clownish ghoul's eyes glowed with an eerie green luminescence, causing the onrushing ghouls to hesitate. The clownish ghoul, back against the wall, edged toward the entrance. With each step, the encircling ghouls mirrored its movement, maintaining the encirclement but refraining from attack. An unsettling silence permeated the air. Finally reaching the entrance, the clownish ghoul gingerly pushed, only to find the door bolted shut. Unsure of the situation within, it extended its left hand, its nails piercing the door, allowing entry. It then turned and slipped inside. The ghouls, still howling, pursued closely, threatening exposure. The clownish ghoul chose a residence at random, kicking open the security door with controlled force to prevent it from flying off its hinges. The sound reverberated through the silent complex. It whirled into the room, hastily shutting the door. It was only then that I discovered a sofa, a cabinet, and other items haphazardly strewn behind the door. Clearly, these objects had just moments ago obstructed the entrance. It was evident that someone had been living here, or perhaps had once resided here during the outbreak of the undead. Without the luxury of contemplation, the jester hastily rearranged the items to barricade the door once more. Outside, the relentless groans of the undead echoed as they pounded against the door. A woman, more disheveled than he, with long hair resembling a bird's nest, deep-set eyes, and dark circles akin to those of a specter, stood barely an inch from his mask. Her lifeless gaze was filled with confusion as it fixated on him. Upon catching sight of the green glint in his eyes, she suddenly screamed. Thrusting the fruit knife, she clutched toward him. The jester swiftly seized the knife from her grasp and declared, "I am human, not one of the undead." His lips twitched in irritation. She was indeed a peculiar woman. Ignoring her presence, he reminded himself of his own formidable strength as a level 4 superhuman. Surely, he had no reason to fear an ordinary woman. Meanwhile, the familiar cry of Chun Meow Meow from his back grew louder, her hunger evident. He quickly set her down upon the sofa. "Be patient, Meow Meow. I shall find you something to eat." As the jester rummaged through the room in search of provisions, he took a moment to survey the surroundings. The space was cluttered with discarded instant noodle containers, leaving little room to step without obstruction. The remnants of their contents had become so spoiled that mold was sprouting nearly 10 centimeters high. The air was thick with an unbearable mustiness. The jester pressed his forehead in exasperation. The mistress here must have resided here before the apocalypse, as some of the items predate that cataclysm. Moreover, she exhibits a profound aversion to strangers, displaying aggressive tendencies. At the slightest hint of trouble, she retreats into seclusion, much like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Judging from these circumstances, it's plausible that she suffers from acute autism. This would elucidate the abundance of instant noodles in her dwelling. And the cobwebs festooning the ceiling could not possibly have been spun post-apocalypse. The accumulation of dust threatens to collapse them. The clown, rummaging through the house in search of sustenance for Chun Meow Meow, eventually unearthed a partially consumed rice cake. After sniffing it to ensure it hadn't spoiled, he dusted it off, placed it in a small bowl, and, retrieving his water bottle from his waist, mashed the rice cake into a paste. He then ignited a ramen container with his lighter, warming the concoction. "Hoo-hoo, Meow Meow, careful, it's hot." The clown cooled the rice cake before feeding it to Chun Meow Meow, yet managed to smear it all over her face. Despite 3 months of practice, he still hadn't quite mastered the art of feeding a child. A crack appeared in the doorway of one of the rooms, and an eye peered through, observing. A crack appeared in the doorway of one of the rooms, and an eye peered through, observing the clown's clumsy attempts to feed the child, her entire frame trembling. A minute later, the woman in the house could no longer restrain herself and burst out. With head bowed and eyes averted from the clown's gaze, she uttered in a trembling voice, her fists clenched, I. What are you saying?" The clown inquired, perplexed. "You mustn't feed her like that. Let me." The woman seemed to summon every ounce of her strength to utter those words, panting heavily. "No." The clown was afraid she would hurt Chun Meow Meow. I I have borne a child. The woman trembled even more as she spoke, tears cascading onto the floor. The clown, confident in his reflexes and ability, believed he could restrain her before she could inflict any harm upon Chun Meow Meow, and reluctantly entrusted her to the woman. As she cradled Chun Meow Meow, a remarkable transformation occurred within her. No longer timid and fearful of interaction, she radiated a maternal aura, tenderly embracing Chun Meow Meow, her eyes now filled with affection rather than emptiness. A whimper from the infant tugged at the woman's heartstrings, prompting her to gently sit down, take a piece of the sweet paste, taste it to test the temperature, blow on it, taste it again. And only when she deemed it suitable did she offer it to Chun Meow Meow. Seeing that she was indeed feeding her with greater care, the clown felt reassured. Accepting the veracity of her earlier claim, a rumble emanated from the clown's stomach. Without looking up, the woman continued to feed Chun Meow Meow, saying, I will prepare something for you to eat once I've finished feeding her. The clown was puzzled. Why was her speech no longer halting? Could her social withdrawal be linked to her child? Okay, thank you. Nestled in the woman's arms, Chun Meow Meow seemed to bask in the warmth of maternal love, her eyes crinkling into slits as she smiled. The woman, overjoyed, yearned for a closer connection. She inclined her head, intending a gentle nuzzle, but hesitated, mindful of her unkempt hair. Anxiously, she attempted to return Chun Meow Meow to the clown, but after a furtive glance at him, she retreated into the lavatory, cradling the child. There, she meticulously cleansed her hands, face, and hair. The clown, stationed at the doorway, sensed the woman's genuine affection for Chun Meow Meow. Upon emerging, she lavished the child with affection for what seemed like an eternity, nearly half an hour, until the clown's stomach audibly protested its emptiness. Only then did she stir to prepare a bucket of instant noodles. Even then, she continued to cradle Chun Meow Meow, her delight palpable. As he regarded the noodles, the clown's thoughts drifted to the couple who had previously offered him the same fare. Had they not been fatigued from their murderous endeavors, he mused, he would likely be fertilizing their daughter's garden by now. He observed the woman, then the noodles, and began to devour his meal with gusto. He trusted his instincts, confident that he would detect any anomaly and not fall prey to the same deception twice. Observing him consume the noodles, the woman's gaze involuntarily drifted towards him, her eyes obscured by her cascading hair. I, too, have a daughter, she murmured. She should be 3 years old now. Her birthday is on the 8th of July. What is your daughter's name? She's so adorable. Her name is Chun Meow Meow. The clown replied, she is not my daughter, but one I found 3 months ago. He then inquired, how is your daughter doing? Upon hearing that Chun Meow Meow was not his child, but a foundling, the woman's demeanor underwent a subtle shift. Her head bowed even lower. The woman fell silent, unable to continue. 3 years prior, she had possessed a blissful family life, with a husband who showered her with affection, in-laws who treated her as their own daughter, and grandparents who doted upon their granddaughter. Then, calamity struck. Due to her demanding work schedule, she was perpetually exhausted. During a shopping trip with her child, a momentary lapse in attention led to the child's disappearance. The entire family embarked on a frantic search that lasted for half a year, yet they were unable to locate her. The blame from her family, the emotional burden of losing her child, and the loss of her job were not enough to break her. However, when her beloved husband abandoned her with divorce papers, she was utterly devastated, succumbing to severe autism and delusional disorder. Despite the loosened bottle cap, he remained unsuspecting and consumed the water in one gulp. After expressing his gratitude, he drifted into a deep slumber while cradling Chun Meow Meow. He was unaware of how long he had been asleep. Upon awakening, the clown felt refreshed and invigorated. However, he experienced a slight dizziness and discomfort in his head. As he attempted to stretch, he discovered that his limbs were immobilized. Glancing downward, he realized that he was bound tightly, resembling a dumpling. His lips twitched uncontrollably. Damn it! Despite his formidable strength, he had been tricked once again. Hey, is there anything we can't discuss reasonably? Was it really necessary to resort to this? The clown lamented helplessly. Hearing his voice, the woman entered the room, cradling Chun Meow Meow in her arms. Her gaze was piercingly cold. You're a villain. You were the one who abducted my daughter. If it weren't for you, my family wouldn't have been torn apart. You deserve to be punished. I'm going to kill you, kill you. The woman's features were contorted in a grotesque mask of anguish as she shrieked with a voice raw with despair, seemingly consumed by irrationality. Mistaking the clown for the one who had absconded with her daughter, It appeared that only the clown's demise could assuage the torment within her. Fortunately, despite her outwardly frenzied state, she refrained from harming Chun Meow Meow, whom she cradled in her arms. The clown attempted to elucidate the misunderstanding, but she remained deaf to his pleas, instead brandishing a kitchen knife before him, seemingly caught in an internal conflict. No, no, no. I cannot allow such a villain to meet an easy end. I shall slay you. Yes, slay you and avenge my daughter. The woman, brandishing the cleaver, glared menacingly at the clown, the blade poised to descend when Chun Meow Meow, nestled in her arms, suddenly erupted in tears. This commotion incited the ghouls outside to pound incessantly on the door. The relentless thudding only amplified Chun Meow Meow's cries, throwing the woman into a state of disarray as she paced back and forth, attempting to soothe the child. Once the child had quieted, she once again confronted the clown, and after a period of contemplation, dragged him towards the window. Descend and join my daughter in the afterlife. One could palpably sense the woman's profound resentment and grievance. The clown shook his head, and with a surge of strength, snapped the bonds that confined him. My gratitude for the noodles, I must take my leave. No. Return my child to me. Return her. The woman wailed, collapsing to her knees before the clown, clutching at his trousers, desperate to prevent him from leaving with Chun Meow Meow. She is not your daughter. No, you lie. She is my daughter. She is indeed my daughter. The woman, wailing as if possessed, her eyes clearing as she saw the clown about to depart through the window, pleaded, Please, don't go yet. Could I hold her once more? Seeing her composure restored, the clown gently handed Chun Meow Meow over. The woman clutched her tightly, yet gingerly, fearful of causing her pain. Silent tears streamed down as she placed a tender, maternal kiss upon her forehead before carefully returning her to the clown. Would you like to accompany me? The woman's expression turned vacant once more as she stood by the doorway. With a sigh, the clown, bearing Chun Meow Meow, exited through the window. A solitary figure traversed the shadows, deliberately evading the surveillance of the satellites above. Learning from the perilous encounter, the clown no longer risked venturing into the city, subsisting on leaves and roots as he kept to the periphery, oblivious to the distance covered and the duration of the journey. The clown would halt to forage for sustenance whenever the child on his back cried out. At that moment, the crimson moon that perpetually hung in the sky was, for the first time, obscured by storm clouds. The wind howled, growing ever colder. Having consumed zombie cores, the clown's physical resilience far surpassed that of ordinary humans, rendering him impervious to the frigid gale. However, he feared the child on his back would suffer from the exposure. The rain persisted for 3 days and nights, cleansing the roads of dust and dried blood, yet ushering in a deluge of refuse and debris, transforming the city into a veritable garbage heap. Despite the meticulous care provided by the clown, the child on his back succumbed to a cold and was burning with fever. He was compelled to once again brave the peril of being discovered by the pursuing forces of the civilized zone and venture into the city to procure medicine for the child. Unbeknownst to him, he had dispatched countless ordinary zombies, becoming drenched in their green blood before finally locating a pharmacy. After dispatching the zombies inside, he rummaged through the shelves for children's cold medicine. Once found, he poured water into a small spoon, heated it with a lighter, and crushed the medicine into the liquid. Mimicking the actions of a woman he had seen previously, he tested the temperature with a lick before attempting to administer the medicine to Chun Meow Meow. Be good, Meow Meow. This is sweet. After you take this, I'll take you to find something to eat, all right? Bitter. Chun Meow Meow, barely 9 months old, spoke with difficulty, refusing the medicine. In that moment, the clown was so elated that he forgot to feed her the medication, instead holding her tightly and repeatedly asking, Meow Meow, what did you just say? Bitter. To his astonishment, Chun Meow Meow had learned to speak. This was a result of the clown often talking to her when they were together, which had accelerated her learning. Overjoyed, he lifted her high, lost in the delight of her newfound ability to speak, unaware of the ominous figure that had appeared behind him. The figure, wielding a dagger, approached the clown silently, the blade glinting coldly as it plunged mercilessly toward the back of his head. A deadly strike. This was a tactic commonly employed by assassins, sneaking up on their target without their knowledge and delivering a fatal blow. Yet, the assassin had underestimated the enhanced reflexes afforded to the clown by the zombie core. As a gust of wind assailed the back of his head, the clown's hackles rose, and he leaned forward slightly, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. With a tearing sound, a gash over 10 centimeters long and nearly 1 centimeter deep was carved into the clown's back, from which dark blood flowed unceasingly. The resilience of his skin was such that even a level 2 berserker zombie would struggle to pierce it, attesting to the formidable force behind the surprise attack. As he discerned the assailant's features, he was momentarily taken aback. Before the clown could utter a complete sentence, the figure erupted into frenetic activity, swirling around him like a phantom. It seemed impossible to break through the encirclement or to pinpoint the true form of the attacker, resulting in a dizzying spectacle. Wary, the clown guarded his vital points. It was the first time he had faced him as an adversary, and he now felt the immense pressure he exerted. Despite being a level 4 himself, he felt as though a single misstep could lead to a gruesome demise at the hands of his opponent's dagger. The spectral figure moved faster and faster, then suddenly vanished without a trace. The clown, struggling to maintain his composure, scanned his surroundings for any sign of his adversary. Head, throat, heart, spine, groin. How shall I end you? The resentful voice seemed to echo in his ears, yet remained elusive. As if the speaker were lurking in every corner of the small pharmacy, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with overwhelming force. The jester spun incessantly, endeavoring to locate the elusive figure. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the specter stealthily approached, its presence as silent as a phantom. A gleaming dagger plunged toward the jester's lumbar region. Suddenly, Chun Miu, perched upon his back, erupted in a wail. The figure faltered momentarily. Had the strike landed, it would have been fatal. Apathetic, he slumped to the side, his gaze vacant. Perceiving the absence of malice, the jester, while administering medication to Chun Miu, inquired as to the figure's presence. The figure lifted his gaze, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips, and began to speak. Why am I here? Is it not all you're doing? Had it not been to rescue you? Xiao Xiao would not have. What of Xiao Xiao? What has befallen her? What of the others? The jester's anxiety mounted. Wang Machin composed himself, quelling his agitation before recounting his arrival. In a bid to save Du Xiaofeng, he detonated the base's gate, attracting a horde of ravenous zombies, thus creating an opportunity for rescue. However, he neglected the ordinary inhabitants of the base. He had presumed Wang Xiaoxiao's abode to be secure, yet upon his arrival, he discovered that it was too late. Zombies had breached her dwelling and bitten her. Wang Machin was consumed by madness. He annihilated every zombie within the building, sparing none. But he could not save Wang Xiaoxiao. From the very outset, Wang Machin was acutely aware that Du Xiaofeng's mother had already succumbed to the fate of a zombie. Confined within the 9th floor of the mall, emulating him, he safeguarded Wang Xiaoxiao as heart vein and sought a secluded sanctuary, a place impervious to discovery, where he securely housed her within a colossal freezer. This arrangement not only precluded her from venturing out to prey upon others, but also thwarted any advanced zombies from locating and devouring her. Concurrently, he diligently inquired about any potential elixirs capable of restoring zombies to their human form. Fortune favored the diligent. However, the price demanded was an astronomical sum of 100 million. Had Wang Machin's card not been frozen on the blacklist, he could easily procure not just a mere 100 million, but even 1 billion without breaking a sweat. He would willingly relinquish all his possessions for such a cause. Yet the stark reality was that he possessed not a single cent at present. Notably, there existed another item of exchange, 10 5th-level, fully developed zombie cores, specifically of the animal variety. Half a year prior, when Du Xiaofeng departed from the base, 5th-level zombies were virtually non-existent, let alone the more ferocious animal zombies. The 5th and 6th-level genes cultivated in the civilized zone were the result of prior breeding efforts, and the genetically engineered zombie cores bore no comparison to those mutated zombies that thrived in the wild. This elucidates why Wang Machin chose to eliminate Du Xiaofeng upon their fateful encounter, rather than indulging in nostalgic reminiscence. He deeply bowed before Wang Machin, uttering an apology. I am truly sorry. Despite the excruciating pain from the wound on his back, Du Xiaofeng refrained from uttering a single groan. Wang Machin graciously accepted his contrition, gesturing with his chin towards Chun Miao Miao, who was perched upon Du Xiaofeng's back. Her name is Chun Miao Miao, whom I found 3 months ago. After setting her down and administering her medication, Du Xiaofeng finally tended to his own wounds. However, with his right hand gone and the injury located on his back, it proved difficult to manage. Thus he sought assistance from Wang Machin. A second-tier corpse core. What the hell? This injury was inflicted by you. And you actually expect me to part with a second-tier corpse core? Why don't you just take it by force? I was indeed in the act of seizing it. A fully leveled second-tier corpse core. Would you like some assistance? If we continue to haggle, it will escalate to a 3rd tier. My services come at a cost. Du Xiaofeng cast a resentful glance at him. After all, he was left without a hand and had no choice but to acquiesce to his demands. As Wang Machin assisted him in treating his wounds, he inquired, "What have you been doing for the past 6 months? Your strength has hardly progressed. It's a sheer waste of time." Du Xiaofeng's gaze towards him was filled with even more bitterness. "I don't wish for this either. But with my right hand gone, I can only rely on my left hand's nails and fairly decent strength and speed. Everything else is lacking. How can I possibly search for zombies to enhance myself? Furthermore, I must constantly be on guard against those from the capital civilization zone attempting to capture me. Humph. Useless. If I possessed your ability to enhance myself using corpse cores, I would have already acquired 10 fully leveled 5th-tier corpse cores. Such a waste. How about you teach me your peculiar movement technique? Also, when you stealthily attacked with a dagger, it looked incredibly cool. 1 fully leveled 5th-tier corpse core from an animal. Heh, I thought that given our relationship, we could indulge in some sentimentality, but it seems it has merely devolved into a transaction. What? After all, I'm the #1 assassin on the blacklist, Shadow. You only offer me a level 5 corpse core and yet you complain? Are you looking for a fight? Humph. The foremost assassin on the blacklist? No wonder I've always found you rather cold and sinister. So that's it. You merely wish for a duel? Come on. Who's afraid? If it weren't for your sneak attack just now, could you have possibly harmed me? The two merely exchanged banter, with no intent of engaging in actual combat. They both understood that a real fight would attract a horde of zombies, which was not their desire. Du Xiaofeng could not help but scoff, but suddenly felt an unbearable pain emanating from the wound on his back, causing him to cry out in agony. It was clear that Wang Machin had done this intentionally. He dared not retort any further. After tending to his wound, Du Xiaofeng donned his mask and carried Chun Miao Miao on his back. Where do you plan to go next? Are you still hunting for corpse cores everywhere? Just a few days ago, I encountered 3 groups fighting over a level 3 animal corpse core. You will be at a disadvantage alone. I am the foremost assassin on the blacklist. Am I to fear those petty thugs? 1 comes, I slay 1. 2 come, I slay 2. Du Xiaofeng glanced at him, and as he exited the pharmacy, he remarked, I intend to continue southward. I sense that the inhabitants of the imperial capital's civilized zone are growing increasingly anxious to locate me. It appears that the entire nation is not solely comprised of the imperial capital's civilized zone. They fear my entry into the southern civilized zone. I wish to find it, settle there first, and then devise a plan. Having said this, he departed, unconcerned whether the person behind him would follow. TCH, who would deign to associate with a wretch like you? Wang Mo Chun uttered icily, gathering his belongings and following in Du Xiaofeng's wake. It was not out of a desire to accompany Du Xiaofeng, but merely that their intended paths happened to converge. Wang Mo Chun, subjected to Du Xiaofeng's relentless mockery, immediately scowled, disregarding the presence of the surrounding ghouls, and prepared for an immediate confrontation. Du Xiaofeng was incensed. Truly, had he not been nursing injuries, he would have undoubtedly disciplined this top assassin of the blacklist. Spare me. Are you seeking yet another altercation? Shall I grant you a handicap? Preposterous. It is I who should offer you a handicap. Let us duel, for I fear no one. The two, exchanging barbed words, gradually ventured from the shadowed recesses towards the south. Du Xiaofeng's presence had long vanished from satellite surveillance. Judging by the time and direction of his disappearance, he should now be within the southern city civilization zone. This was a dire piece of intelligence for the imperial capital civilization zone. They were loath to admit it. But Du Xiaofeng was of utmost importance to them. However, his abilities and intellect paled in comparison to the original. Crucially, after consuming zombie cores, they could no longer inject gene serum to enhance themselves. Should they inject gene serum, they would immediately explode and die. Reverse experiments had been conducted, injecting genes to observe the condition of the clones, and the results showed no difference from normal people. However, when they were allowed to eat zombie cores again, they exploded and died. Only as a last resort can the Southern City Civilization Zone know of his and his special abilities. Yes, sir. The Commodore, subjected to scathing criticism, deactivated the 3D audiovisual communicator and turned, his gaze a furious glare directed at the 12 soldiers. Yes, sir. Based on the last satellite surveillance footage, a simulation projected the most probable route of Du Xiaofeng. A land speeder raced along this trajectory, seeking their quarry. Approaching a city encased in steel, it halted at a crucial intersection, awaiting the prey's emergence. 2 figures navigated through the dense woods, eschewing established paths for the rugged terrain of the mountainside. Reaching a vantage point, They observed a structure 3 kilometers distant, resembling a survival base. Exchanging glances, they cautiously advanced from the forest toward the city. As they neared within a kilometer of the city, the jester abruptly halted his companion. "What is it? Are you unable to carry Meow Meow any longer? I would reluctantly assist you with the burden. Get lost. All you ever do is trick Meow Meow into carrying you. While my skills may not equal yours, my eyesight is far superior. Do you see those individuals 600 meters away? I do not. Are you truly blind? Those are from the Imperial Capital Civilization Zone. We must devise a means to infiltrate that city. Were it not for the risk of alerting the individuals, Wang Imo-chun would have gladly rendered him truly blind for the remark about his sight." The two conferred in hushed tones, strategizing their approach. 13 individuals, including the Commodore, had blockaded every avenue of ingress to the city behind them. Regardless of the method employed by those seeking entry, they would not evade their watchful eyes. Each soldier vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, prepared to alert the others at the slightest anomaly. They were resolved not to let their quarry escape again. Suddenly, a soldier radiating an intense violet aura spotted a distant figure. The distance precluded discerning any facial features, but the helmet's optics swiftly acquired and magnified the image until it seemed as though the figure stood before them. Upon ascertaining that the individual was not Du Xiaofeng, the soldier sighed in disappointment. However, an anomaly soon caught the soldier's attention. The figure was also carrying a small girl on their back. Magnifying the girl's features and comparing them to satellite imagery of the girl Du Xiaofeng had been carrying, the soldier confirmed it was the same child. General, 03 has located the girl Du Xiaofeng was carrying. Although Du Xiaofeng himself is not present, someone else is carrying her. The rest of you, maintain vigilance. I'm on my way." Within moments, the Brigadier General arrived at 03's location, propelled by a gust of wind, and observed the figure. After a moment's deliberation, the general instructed 03 to apprehend the individual. Upon seeing the fully armed soldiers, their eyes gleaming with an unusual intensity, the figure hastily raised their hands. Officers, I'm a survivor, barely clinging to life, not a zombie. Are you stationed here because this is a safe haven? It's been such an ordeal. I'm so relieved to finally see another living soul. I was beginning to think I was the last person on Earth." He disengaged the hand grasping him, raised his firearm, and aimed it at the man's head, causing him to promptly raise both hands and surrender. "Who?" the Commodore inquired. Upon witnessing the man's bewilderment, the Commodore emitted a cold snort, his imposing presence intensifying, and a terrifying pressure bore down on the individual. "It's the one who was carrying the little girl on his back. Sir, I only took her with me because I saw she was still alive and felt compassion for her. I have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the person who carried her before." The man, his face paling with fright, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his brow, collapsed to the ground, his words stuttering. Observing his reluctance to reveal information, a soldier pressed the muzzle of a laser gun against his head, the chilling barrel causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "Had I known she would bring me such trouble, I never would have shown her kindness." The Commodore, witnessing him wailing and attempting to discard the child, determined that he was not feigning innocence and halted his action. "Can you at least tell me where you found this girl?" "On the mountain 3 kilometers away." The Commodore gazed at the dense forest on the mountain, inwardly scoffing. No wonder the satellite couldn't locate him. He was hiding in the mountains to evade satellite detection. He had intended to exploit the little girl. But since Du Xiaofeng had already abandoned her, she was evidently of no further use. Impatiently, he instructed his men to allow him to enter the city behind them, reasoning that he lacked the capability to traverse the walking corpses surrounding the city. Initiating the 3D audio-visual communicator, I instructed the satellite surveillance to monitor the coordinates I had just transmitted, along with the entry point to Outpost 05 near the Southern Civilization Zone. As anticipated, the satellite surveillance swiftly located a figure within the valley. The individual bore a striking resemblance to the elusive Du Xiaofeng, whom they had been relentlessly pursuing. His body was riddled with injuries, as if he had inadvertently plummeted from a great height into the valley's depths. A clown mask obscured his face, and notably, his right hand was missing. However, he lay motionless on the ground, his vital signs uncertain. Damn it! Upon receiving this intelligence, the Brigadier General was seized with urgency, vehemently ordering his men to hasten towards the satellite-designated location. The superiors demanded a living subject, not a corpse. Should they discover that he had driven Du Xiaofeng to his demise, his own prospects would be bleak. 3 minutes elapsed before the terrestrial aircraft materialized at the satellite's coordinates. The brigadier general hastily disembarked to examine the prone figure. It was evident that the individual lying on the ground no longer possessed any discernible life force. The brigadier general was overcome with a bout of dizziness. Suppressing his fury, he removed the mask concealing the figure's face. Observing the face, which was rendered unrecognizable due to the impact, he was further inflamed with rage. Disregarding the potential attraction of scavenging wildlife, he bellowed to vent his pent-up anger. He shattered the mask in his hand and promptly commanded his men to extract the deceased's genetic material for comparison with the civilization zone's records. This measure, at the very least, might mitigate the severity of the repercussions. The data comparison was completed within 3 minutes, revealing that the deceased was not Du Xiaofeng. Furthermore, the subject was not even human, merely a common zombie. The atmosphere surrounding the brigadier suddenly became tense, causing the temperature to drop several degrees. Drawing his laser saber, he swiftly reduced the undead before him to ashes. The ambience was exceedingly oppressive. The 12 soldiers dared not utter a word, nor even breathe audibly. Satellite maintained stringent surveillance of all entrances and exits near the southern city civilized district. Inform me immediately upon detecting any intrusions. Understood. The satellite monitoring system was diligently observing. Yet no anomalies were reported. After conferring with Wang Maching, Du Xiaofeng plunged into the nearby streets, cautiously seeking an undead creature of similar stature to his own. Evading the satellite's watchful gaze, he ventured into a narrow alley when he suddenly heard a faint sound emanating from the back door. His left fingernail elongated sharply, shattering the lock. Upon opening the door, he was indeed met with a figure that mirrored his own height and shape. Notably, its hair and beard were strikingly similar to his own. Without a moment's hesitation, Du Xiaofeng thrust his nail towards the creature's skull. The undead suddenly cried out, subsequently hiding in a bucket of putrid refuse, the stench overwhelming. The bucket could not contain him, leaving only his head protruding, hands clutching his skull, trembling incessantly. Please, don't eat me. Du Xiaofeng seized the creature by its hair, scrutinizing its eyes and the veins beneath its skin, only to realize that it was, in fact, a living person, not an undead being at all. Silence. If you continue to make noise, I shall end you. He sighed, disregarding the creature's pleas, and resumed his search. The individual, upon realizing he was not to be consumed and that his benefactor was a formidable living being, hastily emerged from the swill bucket. He trailed after him, his person coated in a sticky, fetid grime, yet he seemed undisturbed by his condition. As Du Xiaofeng navigated the premises, a rather upscale establishment, he found himself at the rear entrance. Catching an unbearable stench, he turned to face his follower, his displeasure evident. Why are you following me? Following you is my only chance for survival. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaofeng was reminded of those in the capital. He once believed he could ensure their survival. Yet he was betrayed and nearly murdered for sustenance. With a scornful laugh, he glared at the beggar. Leave, or I'll kill you. Kill me if you must. I am but a beggar. I've scavenged all edible scraps here. I'm as good as dead anyway. No wonder the beggar had managed to survive for so long. Even before the apocalypse, he was accustomed to squalor and filth, rendering him impervious to the stench. Du Xiaofeng glanced at him, refraining from threats, and continued his search for a suitable zombie doppelganger. He was not callous enough to kill indiscriminately. However, if he failed to find a fitting zombie, he would not hesitate to sacrifice the beggar, whose life was already a misery and likely to end soon. Just as Du Xiaofeng's patience was wearing thin, he discovered a zombie with a build remarkably similar to his own, negating the need to kill the beggar. Impaling the zombie's cranium, he hoisted it aloft and swiftly advanced toward Wang Maching. Though the beggar's pace lagged, he tenaciously pursued. As the brigadier general and his troops hastily converged upon the valley, 2 zombies ambled toward the entrance of Outpost 05, one clad in a tattered black suit, its visage obscured by unkempt hair and a disheveled beard, akin to a pauper. Its follower mirrored its decrepit state. Both were adorned with the gore of their brethren, an abhorrent sight. At the gates of Outpost 05, a throng of 10,000 zombies congregated, causing Wang Maching, burdened with Chun Miao Miao, to feel overwhelmed. Yet, he steeled himself and pressed onward, casting a smoke grenade toward the right of the entrance to divert the Horde's attention. Without pause to discern any mutated zombies, he launched a thread-thin, hair-like wire arrow from his wrist toward the gate, securing it tightly. He harbored no expectation of the gate being opened from within. After a couple of tugs to ensure a firm hold, Wang Maching activated the mechanism, causing the wire to retract rapidly. With Chun Meow Meow upon his back and a sea of zombies beneath his feet, Wang Maching seemingly effortlessly infiltrated Outpost 05, witnessing the multitude of zombies surrounding the base's entrance. The two beggar zombies that had trailed behind were bewildered. Du Xiaofeng possessed the capability to dispatch the zombies, but being besieged would render escape nigh impossible. Observing the approaching dusk, he feigned lifelessness upon the ground, awaiting an opportune moment. His beggar companion emulated his prone posture. The satellite surveillance overhead only captured Wang Macheng's unusual behavior upon entering Outpost 05, failing to detect the peculiar actions of the two zombies. The sheer multitude of the walking dead, with their myriad grotesque forms, led to their presence being overlooked. As twilight descended, the zombies that had been assailing the city's steel ramparts, now unable to see, gradually lapsed into a state of aimless wandering. The two prone figures, however, began to inch forward deliberately. The two zombies advanced gingerly, one following closely behind the other, scarcely daring to breathe. The surrounding shambling corpses remained oblivious to their furtive movements. All seemed to be progressing smoothly until Du Xiaofeng, leading the way, abruptly froze as they neared the main gate. Nearby, a quartet of torsos, lacking lower limbs, lay prostrate. Their ashen eyes fixed upon him with a disconcerting curiosity, their stiff necks pivoting slowly. The sight nearly caused him to lose control of his bladder. Suddenly, a verdant luminescence flickered in his eyes, causing the torsos to pause momentarily before allowing him to pass unimpeded. The beggar, trailing behind, kept his eyes tightly shut, trembling as he clung to Du Xiaofeng's heels, desperate to avoid the gaze of the walking dead. Reaching the gate at long last, the pair were dismayed to find themselves confronted by an impassable barrier. The imposing steel gate loomed nearly 5 meters high, its upper edge bristling with a formidable array of spikes that glinted menacingly, offering no discernible means of ingress. This was truly a most unwelcome predicament. Swearing under his breath, Du Xiaofeng extended the nails of his left hand, severing the 3 spikes at the base of the gate. He then forcefully attempted to puncture the gate's bottom. Despite the difficulty, his nails managed to penetrate slightly. He tried to rotate them, hoping to carve out a small opening in the steel, just enough for them to squeeze through. However, his nails became immovably lodged. He could effortlessly slice through the gates of the capital base, but the density and fortitude of this gate's material far surpassed that. The beggar, trailing behind Du Xiaofeng, began to panic as a cadaverous ghoul clutched at his leg. Its senses heightened. Fortunately, the pungent aroma of the swill bucket masked his scent, but prolonging this charade would inevitably lead to dire consequences. He nudged Du Xiaofeng. Refraining from uttering a word, Du Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, observing the spikes on the gate. Considering the resilience of his skin, scaling and surmounting the gate posed no significant challenge. However, the beggar behind him. Enough, he mused, I must cast aside this irresolute nature. With a single hand gripping the gate spikes, he gradually ascended. The tattered remnants of his suit were torn as the spikes grazed his skin, leaving only minuscule abrasions, incapable of inflicting any substantive harm. Witnessing his ascent, the beggar cast a wary glance at the spikes, and then at the dense throng of ravenous corpses surrounding him. With a resolute bite, he seized the spikes and began his ascent. That was the path toward survival, and even a modicum of pain was a worthwhile price. However, the instant his hand brushed against the thorns, the sharp edges sliced into his skin, and blood began to flow. The coppery scent of his blood incited the surrounding cadavers into a frenzy, driving them to devour the vagrant clinging to the gate. The ghouls are scaling the walls. To arms. The patrol atop the ramparts, having detected the anomaly, brandished their weapons, prepared to dispatch the 2 animated corpses ascending the gate. Don't shoot us. We are human. Upon hearing this, the patrol hesitated momentarily, redirecting their firearms toward the ghouls attempting to drag the vagrant from the gate, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The gunfire failed to capture the attention of the other inhabitants of Outpost 05. For them, the sporadic reports had become commonplace. Du Xiaofeng vaulted into the outpost, his suit now reduced to mere tatters. You're quite the sight. Anyone would mistake you for a pauper. Have you forgotten your former status as a prominent figure in the Imperial Capital Outpost? I'm attempting to conceal my identity, lest I be exposed. Do you comprehend? Barely having landed, he was met with this infuriating voice. Were he not concerned about unveiling his presence, Du Xiaofeng would have engaged Wang Maching in a fierce altercation. As they prepared to depart, a figure plummeted from the 5-meter-high steel gate, landing at their feet. Observing the bloodied, grievously wounded, and unconscious vagrant. Wang Maching cast a sidelong glance at Du Xiaofeng, evidently aware that the man had only gained entry into the outpost by following him. Du Xiaofeng, resolved to no longer be indecisive and unwilling to let himself be burdened by irrelevant individuals, was on the verge of decisively departing when a frail figure appeared, swaying unsteadily. This old man, with disheveled hair and a beard longer than his own, had bloodshot eyes behind thick lenses, clearly under the influence of alcohol. As soon as the old man appeared, Du Xiaofeng instinctively retrieved a clown mask from behind and donned it, obscuring his true identity. This mask was even more expressive than the previous one, its smile conveying a bittersweet charm. The old man placed his fingers on the beggar's carotid artery, and after a moment, attempted to lift him to carry away, glancing at the two individuals standing nearby. They exchanged glances, neither making a move to assist. No one had experienced the vicissitudes of human relationships more profoundly than they. The old man did not solicit their help. Instead, a faint green light flickered in his eyes as he dragged one of the beggar's legs toward the end of the street, leaving a long trail of blood behind. Could an old man possess a level 4 corpse core gene? When did level 4 genes become so trivial? The corners of the two men's mouths twitched in disbelief. The 05 survival base, established adjacent to the Nan City civilization zone, was significantly larger than the base Du Xiaofeng had previously set up with Fatty and others, a testament to years of development. Though referred to as AB, most of the individuals present are robust young men, while those of older age and poor health have long been eliminated by the apocalypse. Few children and women have survived as well, resulting in a staggering gender ratio of 100-to-1. The streetlights have flickered to life, and occasionally, hurried passers-by traverse the avenues. Remarkably, some shops have even commenced operations, though their entrances remain desolate, devoid of customers. This establishment, located within the city, offers a barter system. Yet the exchange yields only 60% of the original material value. Unless absolutely necessary, few are inclined to trade here. Of course, one could also procure any item within using corpse cores as currency. Nearly 10 months have elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, and signs of revival are beginning to emerge. The two individuals linger at the street corner, observing the developments, which seem vastly superior to the bases in the capital. For a moment, they can scarcely believe their eyes. A patrol team clad in ordinary armor, upon noticing the jester adorned with decaying zombie flesh and an eerie green glow emanating from his eyes, wasted no time and sought to end his life. After all, he had chosen to disguise himself as a zombie, and the luminous green in his gaze was alarming. "Hurry, he is a zombie. How terrifying," exclaimed one, visibly shaken. Beside him, Wang Maching did not come to his defense. Instead, he exacerbated the situation, feigning fear with exaggerated gestures, though his smile betrayed his amusement. Du Xiaofeng seethed with frustration, yet he dared not reveal his identity. The green luminescence in his eyes faded, returning to their normal hue as he fervently explained to the patrol team, ultimately convincing them of his humanity. The patrol squad does not belong to the Southern Civilization District. Rather, they are survivors meticulously selected by the Lord of Base 05. These individuals have been organized and equipped with weapons to safeguard the security of Base 05. Each city is teeming with countless bounty hunters, yet the Lord struggles to maintain control over them. Consequently, in order to preserve his position, he must nurture a large contingent of individuals. Although the circumstances here are far better than anticipated, the two newcomers remain unfamiliar with their surroundings and fail to discover any appealing locales, opting instead to follow the elderly man they had encountered earlier. Navigating through a labyrinth of alleys, he led a beggar into a dilapidated roll-up door. Though referred to as a roll-up door, it offered little protection against the wind, barely managing to conceal its 2 or 3 crooked slats. The environment was shrouded in darkness and gloom. Had it been before the apocalypse, Du Xiaofeng would have undoubtedly deemed the old man a purveyor of human organs. However, times have changed. Setting aside the fact that gene serums can significantly alter human physiology, who would he sell the harvested organs to? Even if someone desired them, they would lack the means to procure them. It would be far more practical to acquire food or similar necessities instead. With a click, the lights flickered on, illuminating a hidden reality within this forsaken space. Yet, the ambience only solidified their suspicions regarding the old man's character. What benevolent individual would possess a surgical table in their home? Moreover, what do those bottles and jars resting on the table contain? Those are human remains. Alongside them lie the corpses of various ghouls and low-grade mutated zombies. An individual of sound mind would have succumbed to terror multiple times over in such a locale. A cylindrical object, its apex illuminated by a pulsating light, traversed the warehouse floor, diligently collecting refuse. As it approached Du Xiaofeng, its integrated camera focused upon him, and it exclaimed, "Zombie detected. Danger." Commencing immediate termination. Before the device could discharge its laser, Du Xiaofeng prepared to preemptively strike. Begone. A cold, drunken roar reverberated through the space, causing the machine to project a video of a child's crestfallen visage before retreating in tears, all the while continuing its sanitation duties. The two men present could only twitch their lips in response, realizing the old man was not to be trifled with. Seeing them still standing, obstructing his impromptu surgery on a beggar, the old man bellowed, "Get out! Are you deaf?" The cylindrical automaton, terrified, promptly deactivated itself, knowing full well that provoking the old man could result in its disassembly. Du Xiaofeng and Wang Maching were startled, and even Chun Miao Miao, carried on Du Xiaofeng's back, burst into tears. "Hey, old man, we're leaving, but why the need to shout so loudly? Don't you realize you frightened the child?" Du Xiaofeng retorted, his anger peaked. Just then, a figure entered, bearing numerous wounds. Upon hearing the old man's outburst, he paused, stifling the pain from his bleeding injuries, and offered an apology. "My apologies, doctor. Knight. I shall return another day." He certainly did not wish, nor dared, to offend the old man. If he did, the injuries he bore would pale in comparison to being regarded as a pariah by the entire Base 05. "Do not leave just yet, doctor." He did not even glance at the man. His eyes, magnified by thick lenses, bore down on Du Xiaofeng with fury. "Who the hell are you calling an old man? Surely it's you. Your hair is completely white, and you still have the audacity to question others?" Du Xiaofeng retorted with derision. "Doctor." Yi's frustration escalated as he tugged at his own hair, hastily retrieving a mirror to confirm Du Xiaofeng's claim. Indeed, he appeared as a senior gentleman. Enraged, "Doctor." Yi turned to the newcomer and commanded, "Eliminate him. I will tend to your wounds." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes glinted with a fierce crimson as he fixed his gaze upon Du Xiaofeng, a long sword gripped tightly in his hand, ready to strike with fervor. What sort of bizarre individual is this, to demand one's own demise over a mere disagreement? Du Xiaofeng felt an acute discomfort, his sides aching. Yet he did not regard the level 3 individual with much concern. "Wait." Just as the man was about to act, Dr. Yi intervened. "What is it, Dr. Yi?" Upon reconsideration, "I believe it would be best to remove his tongue and sew his mouth shut. I shall remember your favor, doctor." Yi's goodwill was highly coveted among the denizens of Base 05. The man, now brimming with excitement, looked at Du Xiaofeng with sympathy, pondering why he would choose to offend someone as eccentric as Dr. Yi. Wang Maching, carrying Chen Miao Miao, retreated to the side, arms crossed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "Hey, old man, do not overstep your bounds." Before Du Xiaofeng could finish his words, the individual lunged at him with the ferocity of one seeking vengeance for a father's death. Anger surged within him. First, they sought his life, and now they demanded his tongue and threatened to sew his mouth shut. Did they truly believe him to be so easily bullied? The assailant's sword sliced through the air towards Du Xiaofeng, who, with barely a glance of disdain, swiftly raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest, sending him soaring 3 meters before crashing into the wall. Bang! The impact left an imprint of a human form upon the surface. The man's ribcage shattered, and he coughed up blood, astonished that the seemingly ordinary jester possessed such formidable strength. This encounter had turned decidedly unfavorable for him. Dr. Yi, who was in the midst of performing surgery on a beggar, was taken aback upon seeing the indentation in the wall. Such terrifying power. This individual must have undergone at least a level 5 gene injection. At the very least, he had to be someone who had practiced martial arts, in conjunction with genetic enhancements to attain such prowess. Dr. Yi set down his scalpel, ceasing the surgery. The fatal wound had already been sutured, and the other injuries were not critical, merely causing some bleeding. Women experience monthly bleeding for decades without significant issues. It seemed all would be well. "Doctor." Yi hurried to Du Xiaofeng's side, his stature slightly shorter, tilting his head to gaze up with wide, faintly green-tinged eyes, as if attempting to penetrate the jester's mask to unveil his true identity. They could feel each other's warm breath in the air. "My goodness. You are merely someone who has received a level 4 gene serum, yet you possess such extraordinary strength." After Dr. Yi finished speaking, he continued to caress the muscles of Du Xiaofeng, swallowing hard as if he were gazing upon a beautiful woman. This gaze caused Du Xiaofeng to tense up, sending shivers down his spine, and he swiftly shielded himself with his left hand. No, this cannot be right. While feeling the muscles, Dr. Yi dismissed his earlier thoughts. There must be some sort of anomaly. The hardness of your muscles and skin cannot simply be a result of a level 4 genetic serum. Yet, you are not a level 5 mutated human, and yet you possess abilities and physical qualities that surpass even level 5. What could possibly be amiss? Dr. Yi stroked his beard, appearing somewhat deranged as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, he noticed that his beard had turned gray. Instantly, he let out a loud exclamation, startling both Du Xiaofeng and Wang Maching. Goodness, is this person unhinged? Chen Miao Miao was frightened to tears. Hey, old man, you can't possibly be going mad, can you? Did you just call me old man? I am only 21 this year. Dr. Yi exclaimed in fury. The individual whom Du Xiaofeng had kicked away was well aware of Dr. Ye's temperament, though his personality was eccentric and subject to his moods. As long as one refrained from calling him old man, he was generally agreeable. However, the moment that title was uttered, trouble would surely ensue. Ha! Du Xiaofeng and Wang Maching could no longer contain their laughter, as Dr. Ye's appearance made it nearly impossible for them to associate him with a mere 21-year-old. His hair was as white as snow and as disheveled as a bird's nest, with a beard nearly dragging in the dirt. The only aspect that still bore semblance to youth was the absence of wrinkles on his skin. My apologies, Yi Gudu. We truly did not mean to call you an old man. It is simply that your appearance is reminiscent of one. In my eyes, you resemble Grandpa, too beautiful. Despite the inherent dangers, there are always those who, with dark circles under their eyes, endure the night while donning a jester's mask. Du Xiaofeng seemed to transform entirely, reverting to his former playful self. He even began to sing. His voice incited considerable ire in Yi Gudu. His eyes, glowing with a faint green hue, were ablaze with fury. As his right hand was just beginning to rise, it struck faster than Wang Maching, landing squarely on Du Xiaofeng's chest. Bang! Yi Gudu felt as though his hand had collided with a wall. Even his arm, enhanced by a 4th-level gene serum, tingled from the impact. It is worth noting that his notoriety within the entire 05 base stemmed not only from his exceptional surgical skills at the tender age of 21, but also from his penchant for tinkering. He had equipped himself with a metallic exoskeleton resembling a skeletal framework, affixed to his torso to amplify his explosive power and sustained combat capability, nearly doubling his metrics. Furthermore, he was not limited to extracting corpse core genes within the civilized zone. He could do so far more effectively. The genes they extracted could only unleash 30% of the corpse core's potential, whereas Yi Gudu's extractions could harness a remarkable 50%. Moreover, there are absolutely no side effects. It could be said that, under comparable circumstances, utilizing the corpse nucleus extracted by Yi Gudu would utterly overwhelm any opponent. However, his eccentricity is such that very few have managed to obtain the corpse nucleus he extracts. How is this even possible? Yi Gudu, witnessing that his punch failed to penetrate the heart of the Joker, merely pushing him back 7 or 8 steps, felt a slight discomfort in his breathing but sustained no other injuries. Instantly, he was filled with shock. Although he was merely at the initial level of the 4th rank, he could unleash 50% of the corpse nucleus's power, further enhanced by a metal driver that nearly doubled his instantaneous explosion. Yet, this did not suffice to eliminate him. The Joker, incensed, was acutely aware that Yi Gudu's recent strike had been an attempt on his life. His left hand extended its nails, and his right eye suddenly glimmered with a green light, while black flames flickered in his left eye. The skin on his body was enveloped in a green radiance, pulsating with black flames. His aura grew increasingly formidable, a terrifying pressure causing the air to become suddenly still. He was on the verge of a berserk state. In this condition, rational thought was non-existent. The mere sight of any living being would incite a murderous instinct. Wang Maching, filled with trepidation, prepared to retreat with Chen Miao Miao at any moment, as he had no desire to confront the frenzied Du Xiaofeng once more. He was the very embodiment of a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. The Harlequin, who moments ago was a mere 10 paces from Knight Errant, instantaneously materialized before him, a spectral afterimage lingering where he once stood. In the blink of an eye, he seized Knight Errant by the throat, the sable flames clinging to his nails relentlessly searing his flesh, eliciting a grimace of agony. Yet, his eyes betrayed an irrepressible, unhinged elation. Snap! Knight Errant, his face flushed and contorted, on the precipice of asphyxiation, audibly snapped his fingers. Abruptly, the illumination vanished, plunging the scene into darkness. Wang Imo-chun warily surveyed the surroundings. When the light returned, the jester was ensnared, bound like a mummy. Seemingly, inanimate objects within the warehouse had sprung to life. Chairs and stools alike were animated, each possessing slender threads that coiled around the clown's form. Witnessing the ebony flames still consuming his neck, impervious to water or oxygen deprivation, he frantically attempted to extinguish them, lest he be immolated. Yet, the dark fire spread to his hands, leaving a trail of charred flesh in its wake. Despite the agony, an unbridled fervor blazed in his eyes. "By Jove," he exclaimed, "this sable fire is formidable, remarkable. It seems intent on reducing its target to cinders before it relinquishes its hold. Had I not possessed a cryogenic freezer capable of inducing instantaneous petrifaction, I would have perished. What is the genesis of this phenomenon? I surmise that with further augmentation, this conflagration could obliterate an entire metropolis. Peculiar, utterly bizarre. How did you metamorphose into this entity? Did you perhaps harness the power of some bestial cadaverous core to achieve such a terrifying mutation? Behold those nails, sharp as they are. They could slice through iron as if it were mere clay. At long last, an experimental subject has emerged to ignite my excitement. Ha ha ha. The solitary figure of night is reminiscent of a scientific monster, forever captivated by the allure of science." Wang Machin hastily carried Chun Miao Miao out of the warehouse, convinced that the clown could not possibly be ensnared by night's grasp. Indeed, the very moment he exited the warehouse, the steel wires binding the clown were all severed. It is worth noting that these wires could withstand the edge of a knife and bear nearly a ton of weight, yet they snapped effortlessly. The bones in the clown's back cracked and popped, and then a pair of terrifying bony wings unfurled, flickering with black flames. The injured man, having been kicked away, screamed in terror at this sight. The clown's bony wings flapped and soared towards him, grasping his throat. Within mere moments, the black flames reduced him to ashes. He had witnessed the clown in this form before, and if he were to escape, his identity would undoubtedly be revealed. Thus, the clown's arduous journey here would be rendered meaningless. In truth, had he refrained from acting, Wang Machin, stationed outside, would have taken it upon himself to eliminate the man. Despite Knight's madness, he was acutely aware of his own insignificance as a contender. The lights in the warehouse flickered off once more. Yet for the clown, the presence of light or darkness bore no consequence. He could see clearly in the night. Knight abandoned the beggar on the operating table and dashed through a door. Inside the warehouse, a labyrinth of red infrared beams emerged, continuously shifting and obstructing every path to that door. This is not an ordinary infrared ray, but a laser of extreme temperature. Upon contact with any object, regardless of its hardness, it can slice through effortlessly. As long as the solitary Knight does not deactivate the mechanism, no one can pass through that layer of infrared rays. For a full 3 days, the brigadier and his soldiers, aided by satellite surveillance, scoured the surrounding mountains, yet found nothing. The soldiers guarding the various entrances to the base also reported no trace of Du Xiaofeng. The brigadier was growing anxious. Du Xiaofeng should have already infiltrated one of the bases within the southern city civilization zone. Searching for him was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Reluctant to lose the hard-earned status and everything that came with it, the brigadier made a pivotal decision to enter the city. Suddenly, outside Base 01, an aerial vehicle appeared, from which 12 fully armed individuals descended, wielding weapons the patrolling guards on the city walls had never encountered before. In the blink of an eye, they dispatched the wandering zombies at the entrance, reducing them to mere ashes. Upon seeing these individuals approach the base, the patrol team quickly alerted the city lord, insisting that reinforcements were imperative. If these people were here to attack the base, it would not withstand for long. The city lord hurried to the parapet, peering down but unable to discern the situation within the vehicle. Just as he hesitated over whether to notify the civilization zone, a soldier disembarked from the aircraft. The brigadier dared not act ostentatiously or arrogantly. Should the people of the southern city civilization zone become aware of his presence, he would find himself in grave peril. Upon recognizing the soldier's badge, the city lord broke into a cold sweat and swiftly commanded the gates to be opened, bowing and welcoming the newcomers with great deference. "Greetings and welcome to Base 01, esteemed officials. I am the lord of this city and I apologize for my delayed reception. I hope you can show me mercy." Without further ado, Please prepare 12 portions of food along with a sumptuous feast. Should you be kept waiting, it would certainly affect my well-being." With an air of arrogance, a soldier proclaimed this before boarding the aircraft, disregarding the Lord entirely. Upon hearing these demands, the Lord felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Though it appeared he held authority within the city and resources seemed adequate, he was merely a servant to others. Furthermore, the heavy taxes imposed upon those residing in this space were pushing everyone to the brink of despair. What would happen when the people from the South City Civilization District arrived? As the saying goes, the local magistrate is not as effective as the current overseer. Reluctantly, the Lord steeled himself and instructed his staff to hastily prepare the banquet, not daring to offend these esteemed guests. Initially, the banquet was to be held in the main building of the civil district, but since the soldiers refused to go there, the Lord was compelled to accommodate them elsewhere. This alternative building was rather dilapidated. Despite the base being established for half a year, there were insufficient resources to restore the city's former glory. "I can only humbly offer you this venue for your meal, esteemed brigadier." The Lord bowed his head, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. "Enough." The brigadier waved his hand, prompting the Lord to step aside and await further instructions. He dined alone at a grand table, while the other 12 soldiers shared a separate one. Although the banquet consisted merely of ordinary chicken, duck, and a small green dish, it was, in truth, the most opulent meal available at present. The inhabitants of the base had not tasted vegetables in nearly 6 months, subsisting on mere bread to stave off hunger, having scarcely had a proper meal. Those skilled in agriculture have sent virtually all the vegetables they cultivated to the civilized district in exchange for various essential supplies and the payment of taxes, barely managing to sustain their livelihoods. Despite the seemingly elevated status of the brigadier general before the lord of the city, it is a rarity for him to enjoy such high-quality meals in the civilized district. Such indulgences are only afforded on special occasions. A gust of wind swept through, leaving the table nearly devoid of food. The lord of the city watched, swallowing repeatedly in anticipation. "Do you comprehend the purpose of my visit?" the brigadier general inquired while picking at his teeth. "May I inquire what official matters have brought you from the Imperial City to the South City 01 base?" The lord of the city responded with utmost respect. The insignia on the brigadier general's chest indicated his origin, with the numbers 011 marking the beginning of the Imperial City's emblem. "I have come here in pursuit of an individual," the brigadier general replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the normally haughty lord of the city was instantly struck with fear, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow, and he fell to his knees. "Please, esteemed brigadier general, I assure you there is no one harboring the fugitive you seek in my domain." The lord stammered, trembling as he spoke. "By all that is sacred, I am not privy to such matters. The base has evolved into a self-sustaining entity, welcoming all who enter. However, those unable to provide sufficient resources are cast out. The bounty hunters are particularly enigmatic, appearing and disappearing without a trace. They are tasked with collecting cores from the deceased, while I am responsible for delivering these cores to the distinguished individuals of South City. I am also acting in the best interests of the base and to better contribute to the southern civilized zone." The city lord, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, hastily elucidated. "Humph, what a magniloquent justification," the Commodore retorted. "It is transparently evident that the city lords are vying for the cadaveric nuclei possessed by the bounty hunters to aggrandize your own standing. Do you genuinely believe the civilized zone is oblivious to your clandestine machinations?" The city lord, his duplicity exposed, could only prostrate himself and plead for leniency. This covert rivalry among the city lords was tacitly sanctioned by the civilized zone, yet they were forbidden from illicit enrichment. Should such malfeasance be discovered, immediate removal and consignment to the undead would be the penalty, irrespective of their past service. The Commodore, satisfied that he had sufficiently intimidated the city lord and quelled any inclination to report the matter to the southern city, produced a stack of photographs. The images depicted a spirited young man with phoenix eyes, along with pictures of his eyes transformed into a verdant and sable hue. "Have you acquainted yourself with this individual?" the Commodore inquired. "I am giving you 3 days to scrutinize the identity of every inhabitant within the city. Ascertain whether he is present, even if deceased. Leave no stone unturned in your search. Am I understood? Should I discover that you have divulged this information?" A terrifying aura emanated from the Commodore, causing the city lord to repeatedly affirm his compliance, abandoning any thought of informing the southern city. The Commodore tapped the table and gestured for a cigarette. The city lord promptly produced one, ignited it for him, and offered another unopened pack from his person. He then proceeded to the other table, distributing cigarettes to each of the soldiers. As the city lord of a base, he was entitled to a carton of cigarettes each month. However, he primarily used them to entertain individuals of the Commodore's stature. The inhabitants of Base 01 were perplexed by the unfolding events. The patrol teams had ceased their customary rounds and were now meticulously scrutinizing every individual within the base, incessantly re-examining those previously cleared. When questioned about the reason for this heightened vigilance, they remained tight-lipped, citing only orders from above. For 3 consecutive days, every nook and cranny of the base was ransacked. Even the recently deceased, barely interred, were exhumed, only to be reburied after being deemed irrelevant to the search. Whispers circulated among those with well-placed sources that the city was in pursuit of an individual. The reward for their capture was a month's worth of sustenance, a tantalizing prospect. This news ignited a frenzy among bounty hunters who eagerly joined the manhunt. Compared to risking their lives against advanced zombies, locating a person seemed far less perilous. Moreover, a month's worth of provisions was typically the preserve of those with fully evolved Tier 3 animal corpses. These were usually monopolized by powerful factions, leaving solitary bounty hunters with inferior weaponry and genetic enhancements at a disadvantage. The prospect of finding a person was far more appealing. Damnation! With a resounding crash, the Commodore shattered the marble table with a single blow, sending teacups crashing to the floor. The city lord knelt there, trembling like a cicada in winter, utterly bewildered as to what transgression he had committed, especially since he had ostensibly executed the task assigned to him with utmost diligence. How dare you? I explicitly forbade you from divulging any information, yet you disregarded my decree, causing an uproar throughout the city. If you have a death wish, I shall gladly grant it to you. The adjutant general seized the city lord's throat, his eyes gleaming with an eerie, soul-stirring light. Adjutant general, have mercy. I have acted according to your instructions in every way. It is those subordinates who were remiss. The city lord stammered, wishing he could slaughter every one of his underlings for leaking the information and incurring the wrath of this formidable and terrifying figure. Utterly incompetent. I cannot fathom how the people from the southern city managed to locate such useless individuals as yourselves. The adjutant general fumed inwardly, yet he couldn't slay the city lord, as doing so would reveal his presence and potentially alert the denizens of the southern city civilization district, leading to dire consequences for himself. However, he couldn't let the matter pass without inflicting some form of punishment. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap that sent the city lord reeling. Were it not for his possession of a level 3 rudimentary gene, the adjutant general's casual blow would have undoubtedly been fatal. Before departing, the adjutant general coerced the city lord into relinquishing a portion of his supplies before swaggering away from Base 01. Of course, the city lord of Base 01 was not so naive as to reach his position without a modicum of cunning. As the adjutant general was leaving, he casually mentioned that Base 05, with its convenient north-south transportation routes, was frequented by numerous individuals entering the base via the main thoroughfare. As the Commodore departed, the city lord's face, swollen like a swine's, could not conceal his elation. He had long coveted the locale of Outpost 05, adjacent to Outpost 01. Its urban infrastructure remained largely intact, spared from excessive devastation, and its land area was substantial, unlike Outpost 01, which occupied less than half of its expanse. Although current development showed no immediate issues, prolonged growth would undoubtedly pale in comparison to the later established Outpost 05. The civilized sector seemed indifferent to the squabbles among the city lords, content as long as each base delivered its monthly quota of supplies. Upon beholding the dense throng of zombies at the entrance of Outpost 05, the Commodore nearly erupted in profanity. This was the very place where they had failed to intercept Du Xiaofeng, but had witnessed the emergence of the little girl he carried, born by another. His initial reluctance toward Outpost 05 stemmed from the overwhelming number of zombies at its gates. No one would willingly risk entering such a city. It was preferable to journey a bit farther and opt for another base. But having arrived, and since it was en route, he decided to venture in for a look. If nothing else, he could cadge a lavish feast, far superior to the revolting and nauseating individual rations. With a gesture of his chin towards the zombies outside the aircraft, 12 soldiers leaped out. Instantly, a vacuum of zombie-free space materialized. The surrounding undead, no matter how fervently they charged, how desperately they sought to devour them, were incinerated into ashes before they could draw near. The patrol team standing atop the city walls, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly dumbfounded and promptly contacted the city lord. The soldiers effortlessly cleared a path, advancing into Outpost 05. Upon seeing the brigadier general's insignia, the city lord was utterly dismayed. Questioning the unexpected arrival of such a high-ranking officer from the capital's civilized sector in his desolate region. Only a fraction of the base's inhabitants emerged to observe the spectacle, while the majority remained engrossed in their work, fearing eviction the following month. The brigadier general remained silent, his soldiers exhibiting the same haughty demeanor as before at Outpost 01. Even Outpost 01, with its 6-month head start in development, had failed to procure pre-apocalyptic cuisine, let alone Outpost 05, barely 3 months old. The city lord, gritting his teeth, forcibly requisitioned another round of supplies to prepare a feast. Through coercion, he was tasked with locating Du Xiaofeng, as depicted in a photograph. He promptly complied. Several spies from Outpost 01, embedded within Outpost 05 to lay the groundwork for future base conflicts, unexpectedly found their purpose served sooner than anticipated. On the first day, patrol teams relentlessly searched for Du Xiaofeng around the clock, yet to no avail. A sense of unease permeated the city. Du Xiaofeng and Wang Machin, carrying Chen Miao Miao on their backs, were constantly evading the patrol teams, fearing exposure. Although the reason for the search remained unclear, they surmised that the brigadier general and his entourage were responsible, having ordered their capture. The duo resolved to seek refuge in a basement, hoping to remain hidden for a day or two until the search subsided. They could hide for a few more days. But Chen Miao Miao could not endure such an extended period. She would starve to death. As they stealthily prepared to leave with Chen Miao Miao on his back, they were discovered by the patrol team at the corner of the street. "Hey, you two, halt. I command you to stand still. Did you hear me?" The patrol team pursued them relentlessly. The two stood frozen, exchanging glances, hesitating over whether to take action. Striking first would reveal their position, yet remaining passive would equally expose them when the patrol investigated. As the patrol team drew closer, the clown suddenly extended his sharp black claws, signaling to Wang Machin to hastily flee with Chen Miao Miao while he confronted the patrol team. Just as the clown prepared to make his move, a hand emerged from the alley, pulling him inside and simultaneously removing his mask, which was then donned by the newcomer. "Don't run." The patrol team hurriedly chased after them, only to find the clown emerging from the alley once more. Upon seeing him, the patrol team swiftly removed the mask from his face, and when they recognized him, panic ensued. "Dr. Yi, why are you wearing the clown mask? What is the meaning of this? Can't I wear a mask? From now on, if any of you experience a headache or any ailment, don't expect my assistance." Dr. Yi, visibly irritated, had his mustache askew. The patrol team, aware of his eccentric nature, quickly offered their apologies. Upon observing Wang Machin carrying Chen Miao Miao and realizing he was not the individual they sought, they promptly departed the scene. Lingering any longer and incurring the wrath of Yi Gudu would have dire consequences for them. As they retreated, Wang Machin inquired with a measured tone, "Why did you intervene on our behalf?" "I did not assist you," came the reply, "but rather him. As for my reasons for aiding him, they shall soon be revealed." A sinister smile crept across Yi Gudu's face, causing Wang Machin to shudder involuntarily, and to fret over whether the clown would be able to maintain his virtue. Scarcely had the two turned into the alley when the clown mask was snatched from Yi Bosher's face, the perpetrator vanishing before their features could be discerned. "Begone. Let no one seek me out these next few days." The thief fled without a moment's hesitation. "Old man," Yi Gudu growled, "you eluded me last time, thwarting my attempt to end your life. Do you presume that by aiding me once, I shall grant you clemency? I have made it clear." The clown retorted, "Refrain from addressing me as old man. Damn it. If you desire a fight, I shall oblige." Yi Gudu remained unfazed by the nails on the clown's left hand, his eyes gleaming with a faint verdant light. The two seemed poised to resume their altercation. Just then, Chen Miao Miao began to wail with hunger. "Hey, old man. Do you have anything to eat? The child is famished." I said, "Do not call me old man." "Very well, old man. I shall slay you." Yi Gudu was so infuriated by Wang Machin that he threatened to engage him in mortal combat. "Hurry and fetch something for Miao Miao to eat, or else I shall depart." "Oh, I shall retrieve it at once." The clown likely surmised the reason why Yi Gudu had rescued him, and tested the waters by using it as leverage. Indeed, the Night of Solitude is precisely as I had envisioned. I shall retrieve the items forthwith. He genuinely yearns for me. Chen Miao Miao, indulging in her meal, has ceased her weeping and wailing. Yet, Night Solitude stands beside the clown, resembling a bashful bride, particularly awkward. Clown, I have an idea. No way. Oh dear, I haven't even articulated my thought yet. Absolutely not. I harbor no affection for men. Moreover, I am already wed. Upon uttering these words, the clown displayed the grass ring on his left hand, now withered, uncertain of when it would turn to ash and be scattered by the wind. Night Solitude, taken aback by his statement, pondered the absurdity of it all. When did I ever express fondness for him? Away with you. I have no interest in you. Foul man, my intrigue lies solely in your physique. Do you presume I am uneducated? Uninterested in you, yet intrigued by my body? My body does not belong to me. The clown felt a tightening sensation, leaning against the wall, finally finding a modicum of security. Wang Maching stifled his laughter with great difficulty, his shoulders quaking. As he patted the clown's shoulder, "Hey, why not just yield to him? This way, we can remain here, and Meow Meow 1T have to scurry about with us." Uft. I apologize, I simply could not contain myself. Get lost. Why isn't at you who yields to him? Just look at you, delicate and fair. Handsome beyond compare. How do you not match up to me? Night Solitude realized they had misconstrued his nature. Did they truly believe he was that effeminate? The protagonist possesses the strength to confront men head-on, yet is perplexed by the chaotic thoughts swirling around him. His curiosity lies in the reactions and mutations of the body and the genetic core. An exclamation of frustration escapes him, as he wishes he had been informed sooner, sparing him from a whirlwind of anxious speculation. The clown, feeling a pang of fear, thumps his chest in relief. He offers an assurance that should the other agree to partake in his research as a test subject, he will ensure that the patrols will not pose any threats. However, a flicker of doubt arises within him upon witnessing Yi Gudu's obsequious demeanor. How could I ever bring harm to you? I cherish you too dearly for that. He exclaims, his voice laden with affection. Come now, lie down. Yi Gudu's smile stretches wide, his gaze radiating a most unseemly eagerness as he gestures towards the operating table. I refuse. The clown attempts to escape, but is restrained by Wang Maching, who plays the emotional card. I understand your reluctance, but consider the plight of Meow Meow. Can you truly bear to see her suffer alongside us? Wang Maching appeals to his sensibilities, denying the clown an opportunity to retort. You cannot bear to see her endure hardship. Just this once, endure a little discomfort. I promise it will remain a secret. Ultimately, Wang Maching coerces Yi Gudu into securing them a place to stay and provisions, which leads the clown to reluctantly agree to become the experimental subject. In a moment of humiliation, he acquiesces, while Yi Gudu, desperate to gain the clown's favor, grits his teeth in determination. Previously, the two had regarded this warehouse as rather ordinary. It was only when Night Solitude led them inside, revealing the intricate instruments in operation, that they realized it was anything but mundane. Their ignorance rendered them oblivious to the marvels within. The clown, stripped of his garments, lay upon the operating table, his body adorned with various cables, resembling a hedgehog. I inquired about the purpose of his mask, jesting that perhaps he was too hideous. Fear not. I possess exceptional skills in cosmetic surgery. Should you satisfy my whims, I assure you, I shall transform you into a paragon of handsomeness. Night Solitude grinned malevolently, preparing to remove the clown's mask, but was simultaneously halted by both the clown and Wang Maching. Better not to proceed. Observing his appearance, we cannot allow you to survive. Suppressing his insatiable curiosity that clawed at him like a cat's paw, Night Solitude first conducted a thorough examination of the clown. He discovered that the clown's physique was astonishingly superior to that of others who had undergone genetic enhancements. Not only was the hardness of his skin remarkable, but his overall strength and the robustness of his organs surpassed all expectations. He focused particularly on the nails of his left hand and the bony wings upon his back. Yet they proved elusive no matter his efforts. As he witnessed the clown's nails gradually extend, emanating an aura of frigid energy, Night Solitude's eyes gleamed with an unusual excitement. He endeavored through various means to excise a small fragment for analysis, but to no avail. When the clown prepared to unfurl his bony wings, Wang Maching intervened. He had discerned the mechanism by which the clown's wings emerged. As long as he remained calm and unprovoked, the wings would not manifest. Should they appear, none among the three would survive. With Wang Maching's warning echoing in his ears, Night Solitude reluctantly relinquished his fervent desire. Extracting blood from the clown with a syringe to decipher the enigma of his physiology necessitated an examination of his blood and genetic makeup. After a series of futile attempts to puncture his skin with approximately a dozen needles, Knight Solitude, in a fit of pique, resorted to making an incision with a scalpel. The blunted surgical instrument only heightened his exhilaration. Utilizing the clown's fingernail as leverage, he breached the epidermis, and as the syringe was inserted to draw blood, the minor laceration healed instantaneously. This caused Knight Solitude considerable difficulty when withdrawing the syringe. The blood was promptly dispatched for analysis. However, Knight Solitude had never witnessed such prodigious regenerative capabilities. As a level 4 genetic himself, with a constitution superior to that derived from the civilization zone, he lacked such resilience. This piqued his curiosity. He secured the clown to the operating table, seized his left hand, and, with a sinister grin, proceeded with the extraction, much to the clown's dismay. Although the clown's skin possessed an extraordinary degree of toughness, his fingernails readily pierced it. The lacerations healed with astonishing rapidity. This phenomenon captivated not only Knight Solitude but also Wang Machin, who expressed his amusement. Disregarding the clown's anguished cries, they relentlessly lacerated his skin from head to toe, meticulously observing its regeneration. A look of bestial satisfaction spread across their faces. The Commodore had not anticipated discovering Du Xiaofeng within the confines of Base 05. He merely requires an excuse, a pretext to unleash his fury. Yet, there exists no wall that does not allow the passage of whispers. Despite the Lord of Base 01's attempts to conceal matters, those stationed within the southern city civilization zone still uncovered the truth. Alas, the Brigadier departed too hastily to be confronted. However, emboldened by the machinations of the Lord of Base 01, the personnel stationed at Base 05 swiftly located the Brigadier the very next day. It is quite scandalous that the Brigadier from the Imperial Capital Civilization Zone brazenly arrived in the Southern City Civilization Zone, seeking sustenance under false pretenses, thus tarnishing the dignity of the Imperial Capital. A colonel, adorned with the insignia of 013, fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the Brigadier, displaying no trepidation despite the latter's esteemed origins. After all, the mountains may be high, yet the Emperor is far removed. Furthermore, on his own territory, could he truly harbor fear of the other? Upon encountering a superior officer, is it not customary to extend at least the most basic courtesy? Should I, on behalf of the southern city, impart a lesson? A flicker of azure light danced in the Brigadier's eyes. Although the colonel was merely at the 5th level of proficiency, he met the Brigadier's gaze with resolve. A battalion of soldiers, each bearing the insignia of 013, surged through the entrance, encircling those within. Though they were only at the initial 5th level, their sheer numbers provided them with a formidable advantage. Even in the event of a confrontation, a dire defeat was not a foregone conclusion. Moreover, Base 05 lay but a short distance from the southern city civilization zone. Reinforcements could arrive within half an hour. Once they did, even the Brigadier would find himself bereft of any opportunity. With a disdainful snort, the Brigadier surveyed the soldiers encircling him, his aura intensifying to a terrifying degree, instilling within those soldiers a profound urge to bow their heads in submission. Did you truly believe you could turn the tables? What brings me here requires no explanation to you. A brigadier general ought not to divulge the purpose of his visit. If you wish to remain silent, then I kindly ask you to depart from this place. Base 05 does not welcome you. The colonel has issued an eviction order. How audacious for one whose strength is evidently inferior to mine to attempt to expel me. The brigadier general dared not reveal his mission. Thus, he was compelled to acquiesce to the colonel's authority. Subsequently, he left Base 05, having failed to procure any supplies from the city lord. Once he was gone, the city lord, nearing 40 and balding, hurriedly entered the room, standing before the colonel with utmost reverence, scarcely daring to breathe. Remember this, Lord Ma, henceforth. You are to diligently oversee the development of Base 05, serving the southern city civilized district. Should a similar situation arise again, inform me at once, understood? Despite his rank as a brigadier general, he knew that a strong dragon does not suppress a local serpent. He would not dare confront us directly. The colonel spoke with a calm demeanor. Yes, esteemed colonel, Lord Ma replied respectfully. Do not entertain any treacherous thoughts. Should I discover any deceit, you shall bear the consequences. The colonel issued a few stern warnings before departing with his soldiers. Lord Ma respectfully saw the colonel off. There was no need for further admonitions. He would not dare to play any tricks. Though the city lord was merely a puppet of the civilized district, it was far preferable to being an ordinary citizen subjected to exploitation. Moreover, he could acquire corpse core genes. Having been nearly bald, he found that after utilizing the corpse core genes, his hair slowly began to regrow, and he felt his body growing increasingly robust. How could he possibly entertain any nefarious intentions? He surmised that the Commodore's presence here was for a purpose far from straightforward. As the imperial capital had maintained profound secrecy regarding the pursuit of Du Xiaofeng, the Southern City Civilization Zone was unable to deduce the Commodore's motive for being here. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant, ordering their men to closely observe the Commodore's actions. Should there be any action detrimental to the base or the Southern City Civilization Zone, they were to be executed on the spot, without need for report. They would take care of the aftermath. Returning to the imperial capital would mean losing everything for him. Leaving the 05 base, he immediately proceeded to several other bases. Before the Southern City Civilization Zone could react, he intended to inspect all the bases, seeking Du Xiaofeng. If he could find him, all the better. If not, he would select the most suspicious bases to station himself in for an extended period. He was determined to discover Du Xiaofeng's whereabouts and immediately take him away, ensuring the Southern City Civilization Zone would not find out. For a time, the surrounding bases were in a state of unease. Everyone knew someone was being sought, but who and what type of person remained a mystery. Not everyone residing within the bases had an unblemished background, especially the enigmatic bounty hunters. However, no relevant regulations had been enacted yet, allowing bounty hunters to exploit loopholes, frequently intercepting and robbing others of the corpses or almost killed targets they were about to obtain. Therefore, they were the most fearful of being discovered. Having visited all the bases without finding a trace of Du Xiaofeng, and with constant urging from the Imperial Capital Civilization Zone, the Commodore gritted his teeth and selected 5 bases. He dispatched 3 soldiers as a group to infiltrate and stay within each base, while he remained alone in one of the bases, even if it meant death. There are a total of 6 bases surrounding the southern city. Yet the Brigadier has deliberately set aside Base 05 due to the overwhelming number of zombies encircling it. The Clown and Wang Machin have found refuge in Base 05, aided by the solitary Knight. With Knight's presence, the two need not venture out for anything. Each day, the Clown merely serves as a test subject, exchanging his role for various supplies. The results of the blood tests are to be revealed the following day, and Knight cannot help but feel a sense of disbelief. He pulls at the Clown's left fingernail, extracting a bit more blood to create 10 samples. These are not only compared with other animal blood, but also merged with the blood of humanoid and animal-like zombies. Ultimately, a conclusion is drawn. His blood can seamlessly blend with all other types. No. It is more accurate to say that his blood possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the genetic material from other blood types, facilitating a process of genetic self-recombination aimed at evolution. This implies that if the Clown's blood were to be fused with that of a cow to create a clone, it is highly likely that the resulting individual would inherit all the beneficial traits of the bovine, while still retaining fundamental human characteristics. Were it not for the fear of the Clown's demise and the difficulty in finding another such unique specimen, Knight would have been inclined to dissect him for a thorough investigation. Simultaneously, he has uncovered a secret. Is it possible that he can consume the cores of the undead to induce mutations while maintaining his own identity? Knight's words leave the Clown, lying in bed, utterly astonished. Does he truly possess the ability to unearth his own secret? He glances sideways at Wang Machin, who shakes his head in denial, indicating that he has never spoken of such matters. The jester paused, lost in thought for a moment, then said softly, "Can you keep a secret? You mean, you can genuinely consume zombified nuclei for mutations?" I knew it. Knight's Solitude, ecstatic, embraced the jester and planted a kiss on his mask. Otherwise, he would have been disgusted. It was at this moment that the jester realized he had been tricked. A verdant glint flashed in his eyes, and his skin began to envelop him as he seized Knight's Solitude by the throat. "If you cannot keep this secret, I would not be adverse to transforming you into a cadaver, so you can be studied in the netherworld." Observing the verdant radiance emanating from the jester's skin, Knight's Solitude's eyes gleamed with even more excitement. After Knight's Solitude repeatedly pledged his absolute silence, the jester permitted him to continue his research. On the 3rd day, the warehouse, previously deserted, was now encircled by onlookers, each craning their necks to peer inside, as if to witness the ongoing activities. The jester, about to enter, was perplexed by the multitude gathered there. Did they not know of Knight's Solitude's eccentric disposition? They had been warned to stay away, so why were they here? "Hey, what are you all looking at?" "Hush, keep your voice down. Don't disturb Dr. Knight. We are here to observe the deviant who dares to be Dr. Knight's test subject. Such fearlessness is truly an exemplar for us all. Upon hearing this, the jester's lips twitched uncontrollably. Had it not been stipulated that this matter should not be divulged? It's almost become common knowledge, universally known. Furthermore, did the solitary test subject transform into a pervert that very night? Is it truly that terrifying? I myself have undergone it 2 or 3 times, and it was quite manageable. What consequences arise from being a test subject? How does one become depraved? You must be new here, right? It must be acknowledged that Dr. Knight possesses genuine talent. He can extract cadaveric core genes, heal the sick, and dabble in high-tech endeavors. Many seek his assistance, but his temperament is rather eccentric. Innumerable individuals initially desired to be his test subjects, but after a single attempt, no one dared to return. Regardless of how generous the compensation, all were rendered inhuman by Dr. Knight's machinations. Some were directly transformed into machines. Indeed, some were even transmuted into human beasts, alas. After uttering those words, the individual pulled the clown closer, not even glancing at him, anticipating a spectacle together. I hear that individual dons a clown mask. I surmise that Dr. Knight has already altered his gender, and his face is so disfigured that he wears the clown mask. Wouldn't you agree, friend? After driving all those people away, the clown stormed into the warehouse, interrogating Knight Solitude. Did you disseminate the information that I am a test subject? It wasn't me. Seeing that he didn't appear to be lying, the clown pointed at Wang Machin. It must be him. Damn it. I should have suspected it was you. Return Meow Meow to me, and you shall never carry her on your back again. Who spread it? I have no knowledge of it. Don't falsely accuse an innocent person. As the two clamored to settle the matter with a duel, Knight Solitude intervened. As time passes, Knight Solitude has made remarkable progress in unraveling the secrets of the Joker's body. The findings are comparable to those developed in the capital's civilized zone 6 months earlier, especially considering he has his original form here, allowing for daily research that cannot be matched by those studying a severed arm. The two have established a stable partnership and are contemplating ways to enhance their own abilities. Eager to seek high-level zombies, they soon realize they have no idea where to begin their search, leading to Knight Solitude's scornful mockery. Who are you calling an idiot? One retorts. You mustn't point out Wang Machin's shortcomings in front of him, or I might not be able to contain my laughter. Wang Machin, initially taken aback, only realizes he is the subject of the Joker's jest when he hears the laughter. Just as he prepares to retort, Knight Solitude, with a cold smirk, delivers a scathing critique. You are even more of a fool. How could you, having developed 40% of your brain capacity through the corpse nucleus, not grasp this concept? Among all the intelligent minds on Earth, your level of brain capacity development is unparalleled. There is nothing you cannot learn. You are a superhuman. Yet you choose to live like a fool. Without needing to be told, the Joker understands that his quick learning is indeed a gift from the corpse nucleus. But he is astonished to learn he has developed 40% of his brain capacity. However, being repeatedly labeled an idiot is pushing him to the brink of fury. Wang Machin swiftly interceded, halting the clown and addressing Yi Gudu with a chiding tone. Must you always speak with such brutal honesty? Couldn't you show a bit of leniency towards those less fortunate? Ultimately, Yi Gudu invited them to visit the base's solitary bar that evening, hinting that it held what they sought. In the aftermath of the commotion, Base 05 regained its stability and continued its gradual development. Although its progress paled in comparison to the other 5 bases, its ability to develop peacefully was a rare and precious feat since the Major's reprimand. City Lord Ma had been unusually diligent in his duties. Only those who have experienced the pinnacle of power can truly comprehend the joy it brings. The allure of corpse core genes further captivated him, evoking a sense of rejuvenation. To propel Base 05's development to catch up with the other bases, City Lord Ma, whose hair had only recently begun to grow back, found himself losing it once more. Currently, the development speed of each base was relatively similar, with population constraints being the primary limiting factor. However, the true impediments to base development were the Demon Hunter Guild and the Corpse Fighting Arena. These two venues were crucial for a base's prosperity, and the city lords had racked their brains in an attempt to develop them. Yet they had been unable to devise effective methods. Base 05, plagued by the zombie siege at its entrance, faced even greater restrictions on the development of these two venues. Occasionally, City Lord Ma would unwind at the base's only bar, where a single bottle of beer cost an exorbitant amount, a level 2 novice corpse core. This establishment was neither owned by him nor by the Southern Civilization District. However, as the existence of bars is tacitly accepted throughout the civilized zones. He would naturally avoid provoking unnecessary complications. Each base harbors such an establishment, a melting pot of diverse and dubious characters, a haven for vice. Devoid of explicit codes of conduct, the common denizens of these bases are merely spared from the clutches of the undead, yet remain vulnerable to robbery or murder at the hands of their fellow humans. Thus, bars are perceived by the ordinary populace as the most perilous of locales. Despite their intricate nature, an unwritten law prevails within these bars. Disturbances are strictly forbidden. Violators face the collective wrath of the bar's denizens, their heads displayed as a grim warning to any who dare defy the establishment. Upon the arrival of City Lord Ma, some patrons offered nods of acknowledgement, while others directed jeers his way. Well, if it isn't our esteemed City Lord Ma. Fancy seeing you venture into such a place alone? Enough of your drivel, a burly, bearded man retorted to a flamboyant youth. Best stick to your drink, lest his patrol comes and disciplines you. I won't be interceding on your behalf. A group, moments before convivial, erupted into a quarrel, poised to strike. Recollecting the bar's inviolable rule, the two antagonists, each clutching the other's collar and brandishing weapons, stormed out, engaging in a fierce skirmish that wrought havoc on the surroundings. Yet, not a single item belonging to the bar was touched. Ignoring the taunts, City Lord Ma summoned a bottle of craft beer, indulging in its flavors with solitary contentment. As the clock inched closer to midnight, a ragged little figure, thin and worn, stepped inside, his eyes glimmering with an emerald hue. He appeared weary from the journey, and his keen gaze flitted about, assessing the patrons within. After a brief survey, he approached the bartender to purchase a bottle of beer, retreating to a secluded corner to drink in solitude. Individuals of his ilk frequented the bar daily, such that his presence went unnoticed. Ding! It was midnight. The bartender struck a bell, and the patrons, their eyes alight with anticipation, turned towards him. The main event was about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, as per tradition, we shall begin the auction of information at the stroke of 12. Today, we have 4 pieces of information up for bidding, each sold separately to the highest bidder. The mere mention of the auction ignited a spark in the eyes of the bar's clientele, some even glowing with a faint purple hue. The presence of such an individual instilled a sense of caution among the others. This auction was the highlight of the bar's nightly proceedings. The reason patrons willingly indulged in such expensive libations was not merely for the drinks, but rather to procure valuable information. Here, one could acquire all manner of news from the world beyond, provided they could afford the requisite price. In return, they would accept offerings such as corpse cores as compensation to gather the desired intelligence for their clients. There were no secrets too obscure for them to uncover. Even the lord of the city, Ma, found himself intrigued. Having visited the bar several times before, I found it rather unremarkable, merely a gathering of individuals adorned with masks. I had intended to leave before midnight, yet I unexpectedly remained until the clock struck 12. The first announcement was astonishing, news of a level 4 humanoid zombie. The starting bid was a single level 4 novice zombie core. This was indeed significant news. A fully leveled humanoid zombie core could sustain one comfortably for 2 to 3 months. Although it was a Lord-level zombie with formidable defenses and bone spurs that posed a challenge, it was still far more manageable than a level 4 intermediate animal zombie. I placed my bid for 1 core. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the initial speaker, a man with a cigar, a thick beard, and a solitary tuft of hair trailing back from his scalp. Clad in sunglasses in the late hours of the night and devoid of a shirt, he displayed a robust physique, with muscles reminiscent of a powerful beast, adorned with a tattoo of a black-headed tiger on his chest. The weapons laid upon the table and the armor beside him compelled others who might consider contesting for the information to weigh the consequences of provoking him. It was evident he was no ordinary individual. He belonged to the Black Tiger Legion. Recently, their notoriety has surged, with many falling victim to their schemes, losing not just their cores, but their very lives. Indeed, I have heard tales from those who encountered members of their legion. They comprise 13 formidable individuals, each possessing intermediate level 4 strength, and their weaponry and armor elicit envy from us mere bounty hunters. You are correct. I have also learned that if one happens to encounter them during a skirmish with zombies, it is prudent to retreat swiftly. Otherwise, they won't even leave a trace behind. If anyone dares to tangle with them, they won't hesitate to kill. Seeing that everyone in the bar knew about the Black Tiger Legion and were discussing it animatedly, the burly man wore an arrogant expression, not taking any of them seriously. Only then did City Lord Ma realize, carefully scrutinizing everyone present, that these were the bounty hunters he had been desperately seeking. They come to this bar to purchase intelligence regarding the undead and subsequently eliminate them. No further bids? Once, twice, thrice. Sold. Please proceed to the rear to submit the zombie cores and receive the information. The burly man, disarmed of his weapons and equipment, directly entered the back of the bar, submitted the zombie cores, and obtained the location of the level 4, maxed out zombie. Excellent. The second piece of information. Cutting off someone's source of income is akin to murdering their parents. A small fraction of individuals aspire to amass wealth through this intelligence, yet can only suppress their resentment, refraining from raising the stakes. Within these confines, one can procure information, and altercations are prohibited. However, beyond these walls, who can assure one's continued existence? Nevertheless, their trepidation does not extend to all. Many masked individuals, having conceded the previous intelligence to the Black Tiger Legion as a gesture of goodwill, are now determined to secure this particular piece of information, initiating a flurry of bids. None present are below level 3, maxed out, and they could readily employ level 3, maxed out zombie cores to ensure a comfortable existence. However, they have chosen a different path. Subsequently, they would procure those cadaverous nuclei, bartering them for superior armaments and cadaverous gene enhancements, thereby augmenting their own prowess to secure even greater advantages. The auction persisted for approximately an hour. During this interval, several more cohorts entered the tavern, each concealing their visages behind masks, much like the majority of the occupants, seemingly reluctant to divulge their true identities and thereby expose their strategic assets. After summoning a flagon of ale, they initiated the bidding process. Not everyone harbored trepidation towards the corpulent gentleman and his affiliated Black Tiger Legion. Among those who had persevered in the post-apocalyptic milieu and embraced the mantle of bounty hunters, how many were truly docile? Having discerned the prevailing circumstances, Magistrate Ma had already formulated a preliminary scheme. Just as he contemplated departure, additional individuals materialized within the tavern. One donned a harlequin's mask, while the other sported the visage of Batman. The duo advanced in unison, judging solely from their attire. The tavern's denizens surmised that they were merely ordinary individuals, bereft of weaponry or armor. What combat capabilities could they possibly possess? In truth, the pair could have arrived sooner. But Chun Miao Miao had steadfastly refused to slumber. After alternating attempts to lull her into repose, they finally ventured forth. Upon their inaugural entry into this particular tavern, they experienced a certain degree of unease. Securing a vacant spot, they vociferously summoned, "Server." Alas, their entreaties went unheeded. The bounty hunters, for their part, dismissed them as a pair of buffoons seeking to witness the world. One by one, they derided them. The bartender, stationed behind the counter, could no longer endure the cacophony. He addressed the duo, stating, "There are no servers here. If you desire any libations, you must procure them yourself from the bar. A price list is available." Upon discovering that a single bottle of ale commanded the exorbitant price of one secondary-level novice cadaverous nucleus, the Harlequin exclaimed, "Heavens, this is highway robbery. I don't drink. Is it all right if I just stay here?" A hearty laughter erupted from the crowd. This is the minimum consumption for everyone entering the establishment. If you do not intend to spend, please leave. The bartender restrained his fury. "Oh, what a trivial matter, just 2 bottles of beer." The clown bellowed. One might think he was making an extravagant purchase. As the bartender retrieved the beer, the clown snatched it away and turned to Batman beside him, exclaiming, "Hurry up and pay." "Why should I?" Batman retorted, visibly irritated. "What is Batman's superpower?" "Wealth, of course. Make it quick." The clown, dawdling like a petulant child, left only his back. Reluctantly, Batman handed over the cash, fuming as he took his drink to a table. Tap, tap, tap. It's almost been a year since the zombie outbreak. The sound of high heels had been nearly absent. This revelation sent the male patrons into a frenzy of excitement. In unison, they turned to the entrance of the bar, where a pair of black, thigh-high stiletto heels graced the floor, accentuating a pair of alluringly long legs. Moments later, a stunningly beautiful young woman stepped into the bar. Her raven-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a seductive black mask obscured her exquisite features, tantalizingly hinting at the beauty hidden beneath. Although clad in armor, her enchanting figure was perfectly highlighted, radiating an irresistible goddess-like aura. The armor seemed deliberately tailored, akin to a plunging neckline sweater. The air was imbued with a captivating, subtle fragrance. Instantly, the patrons, drink in hand, found themselves spellbound, their eyes glued to her. Shortly thereafter, 6 stunning women entered, each a paragon of beauty, adorned in alluring armor that captivated the eye. Yet, none dared to approach them, for the weapons they wielded were not the sort to be trifled with. A group of enchanting ladies ordered beers and took their seats, though only the lead figure, exuding grace and charm, partook in the drink, and even then, merely sampling it. When someone attempted to strike up a conversation, they were met with her frigid demeanor, which decisively deterred any further advances. No one else dared to enter. As the crowd settled, it became evident that they were nearing the climax of the evening's revelations. This was the final announcement for the night, and indeed, the highlight of the month. The patrons held their breath in anticipation, awaiting the bartender's words. Regulars were well aware that each month, the bar would unveil a significant piece of information, teased from the beginning of the month and only disclosed on the last day, designed to attract bounty hunters eager to compete for the prize. This was why, on an otherwise quiet night, the bar was teeming with people, none having departed prematurely. The announcement pertained to a level 5 humanoid zombie. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What did a level 5 status imply? Such a being possessed the potential to obliterate a small base. Level 5 humanoid zombie hunters could establish their own tribes of ordinary undead. This was the initial understanding of its capabilities. However, details beyond that remained shrouded in mystery. Additionally, the announcement included information about the hunter's abilities and methods for defeating it. 66. Undercurrents. Simultaneously, this news was accompanied by information regarding the capabilities of the hunter and the methods to eliminate it. Upon utterance, it struck the bar patrons like a formidable bombshell, leaving them in a state of disarray. It is imperative to recognize that while the intelligence of a fully evolved level 5 zombie is exceedingly rare, without knowledge of its abilities, no one would dare act recklessly. Investing heavily to acquire such information without the means to capture it would likely lead to certain demise. Even in a team, the risk of total annihilation loomed large. Moreover, the prospect of becoming targets due to this tantalizing tidbit of information was not lost on anyone. Such a perilous piece of news would deter any prudent individual from taking it on. However, with the accompanying insights into the hunter's abilities and strategies for its eradication, the narrative shifted dramatically. With all preparations in place, even the most daunting hunter could potentially be vanquished. A level 5 core, an object of desire for many, remained merely a dream for most, who did not believe themselves capable of seizing such an opportunity. The last woman to enter the establishment produced a slender cigarette, and in the next instant, a multitude of masked men encircled her, lighting her smoke. A beguiling smile danced on her lips as she inhaled. The Joker and Batman sat poised, ready for the bidding to commence, starting at the price of a level 3 core. In stark contrast to the staggering news of the level 5 core, this initial bid seemed almost absurdly low, prompting skepticism among the onlookers. Yet, the allure of this information was so potent that they scarcely had time to ponder its implications. 2 level 3 cores. The striking woman was the first to raise her bid, seemingly eager to secure this intelligence. 3. The burly, bearded brute from the Black Tiger Legion leered at the captivating woman, yet she remained indifferent. Others attempted to bid, escalating the price. 3 fully charged, level 4 zombie cores, she declared. A collective gasp filled the room at her extravagant offer. She was undeniably affluent, while others possessed a modest stash of zombie cores. They were primarily reserved for acquiring weaponry and gear. It was astonishing that she could produce 3 fully charged, level 4 cores. The bar strictly prohibited frivolous bidding. Failure to honor a winning bid would result in the defaulter's head adorning the bar's entrance. The current price had reached the crowd's limit. No one had ever witnessed information fetching 3 fully charged, level 4 zombie cores. In a dimly lit corner, a gaunt, solitary figure subtly trembled. For lone wolf bounty hunters, a fully charged, level 5 core might be a rare occurrence, but not an absolute necessity. However, for the bearded brute, it could elevate the Black Tiger Legion's strength significantly. He was determined to seize this invaluable opportunity. 4. He bellowed, his eyes bulging like bells. This price represented his entire fortune, and any further increase would force him to concede. The other bidders had ceased their attempts, their gazes fixed on the woman, wondering if she would persist. But she relented. Sold. The information was ultimately secured by the bearded brute from the Black Tiger Legion. He arrogantly surveyed the crowd before following the bartender to receive the coveted intelligence. From beginning to end, the Joker and Batman did not engage in bidding. They appeared as if they were merely here to enjoy a drink. It was not that they lacked the desire to bid, but rather that their pockets were rather empty. Moreover, it was not only they who refrained from bidding. A figure in the corner, with eyes glimmering faintly in purple, also remained silent. However, his presence did not escape the notice of those around him. It seemed he held little interest in the momentous news of the evening, as he departed immediately after the auction concluded. The group of beautiful women rose to leave as well, showing no disappointment at having missed out on the news. The bar grew desolate, and the lean man who lingered in the corner made his way towards the back. The bartender bestowed upon him 3 fully leveled 4th-grade corpse cores. The news just mentioned was indeed supplied by him. The bar also took responsibility for protecting those who came to sell information, ensuring that its business flourished. The night air was cool, and the streetlights cast a dim glow. The lean man gazed into the dark alley, sensing an air of danger within, and made an effort to avoid it. As he passed by, a shadow seemed to materialize at the exit. "My friend, I have a matter to inquire about, if I may be so bold as to ask." The voice was ethereal, echoing as if it resonated in his ear, yet also sounded from the street corner. Alarmed, the lean man quickly sprinted along the street. He had not run far when the figure from the alleyway blocked his path. Under the dim light, the person's features were obscured, but their eyes shone with a faint purple hue. This individual had utilized a 5th-grade gene serum. Their forms surged forth, weaving through the street, while the shadow followed closely, relentless in pursuit, regardless of how fast he ran. This exemplifies the disparity in strength. One is at the pinnacle of level 3, while the other is merely a novice at level 5. The gap is insurmountable, rendering any comparison futile. Ultimately, the slender figure, utterly exhausted, surrendered and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. "Can you divulge your inquiries now? What do you wish to know?" Although the thin man appeared to acquiesce, his eyes darted restlessly, surveying his surroundings and contemplating his escape from the relentless pursuit. The shadowy figure seemed to perceive his thoughts instantly and remarked, "No need to look around. You cannot evade me. If you disclose the whereabouts of that level 5, fully evolved humanoid zombie, I shall spare your life." I am unaware." "Ah, my friend, I have approached you with kindness and have never caused you harm from beginning to end. I have demonstrated my sincerity. Yet if you continue to show such a lack of goodwill, it is akin to disregarding my regard. I truly do not know. Sir, perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else. It was that bearded man from the Black Tiger Legion who procured the information." The figure gradually emerged from the shadows. The sound echoing was not that of shoes striking the ground, nor the clanking of armored boots. Yet, upon hearing that sound, the slender man trembled uncontrollably, sensing that the formidable aura of the figure threatened to rend him asunder. Emerging from the shadows, the figure's eyes shimmered with a faint purple glow, entirely encased in black armor. However, he could hardly be considered human any longer. His lower legs and feet had vanished, replaced by a pair of bladed appendages, their sharp edges glinting ominously. His preternatural celerity remained inscrutable, his hands supplanted by exquisitely crafted robotic appendages. With a single hand, he throttled the scrawny man, constricting his respiration. "Do you presume me to be one of the imbeciles frequenting this tavern? Divulge the intelligence, and I shall spare your existence." I shall." The emaciated man stammered, perplexed as to how his interlocutor had ascertained his complicity in the dissemination of the information. In a desperate bid for survival, he proffered the intelligence gratis. The quintuple-grade humanoid cadaver is situated in the urban nucleus of a city 30 kilometers southeast of Outpost 05. Having established its dominion, it is attended by nearly 1,000 animated corpses, among which are 2nd and 3rd-tier mutated ghouls. The hunter has undergone aberrant transformation, poised to evolve into a 6th-grade humanoid cadaver. Its anatomy comprises the torso of a human and the hindquarters of an equine, further endowed with osseous wings facilitating aerial locomotion. Upon receiving this intelligence, an unbridled fervor ignited within the scissor-legged individual's gaze. As for its demise, that shall necessitate considerable exertion. It appears to hold its ghoul retinue in high regard, invariably intervening upon any aggression directed towards them. Thus, one need only exploit these ghouls to impede its movements, employing a multitude to gradually erode its vitality. Do you avow the veracity of your statements? Are you withholding any information? Verily, in truth, this constitutes the entirety of my knowledge. I possess no further intelligence. Excellent. Should your words prove veracious, we shall cultivate a mutually beneficial alliance in the future, from which you shall undoubtedly derive advantages. However, should I discover any duplicity, I shall not hesitate to unleash my ruthlessness upon you." Having delivered a severe admonition, Scissorfoot surprisingly released the gaunt man. While he might recklessly slay bounty hunters for the sake of a zombie core, he refrained from eliminating those who specialized in peddling information. Access to such intelligence enabled him to swiftly augment his own capabilities. As he watched Scissorfoot's departing figure, a ruthless glint gradually materialized in the gaunt man's eyes. The reason this intelligence was initially offered at a mere level 3 zombie core within the tavern stemmed from a specific circumstance. The woman who had captivated the attention of every man present emerged from the establishment. "Rose, should we relinquish this intelligence? The Black Tiger Legion is notoriously formidable," one individual remarked to the woman leading them. "The Black Tiger Legion is of little consequence. Are there few men who have succumbed to her charm? Rose will undoubtedly lead us to dominate all men, to become overlords." Another flattered. "Women must leverage their inherent advantages, particularly in this post-apocalyptic world. Women as beautiful as we are must understand how to exploit men. As per the usual arrangement, the bearded man is entrusted to you. Procure the information promptly." Ahead of the others. "Understood, Rose," the fifth woman responded with a coquettish tone, stepping forward. She removed her mask, revealing exquisite features and a voluptuous figure, accentuated by a voice that would evoke a protective instinct in any man. The woman known as Sister Rose, renowned in the bar for her smoking demeanor, bears the moniker of the Fiery Rose. Despite the fact that a group of individuals has been following her for over 3 months, they remain oblivious to her true name, her origins, or the source of her formidable prowess. They have yet to glimpse the true visage concealed beneath her mask. These individuals were rescued by the Fiery Rose amidst chaos and subsequently gathered together, forming a collective known only to the deceased, the Legion of Angels. The leading figure, the Fiery Rose, is acutely aware that her strength pales in comparison to that of men, particularly those who have survived, each one more formidable than the last. Thus, she exploits the inherent advantages of these individuals to entice their innermost desires. Once they divulge the information they covet, she seizes the moment to extinguish their lives with a swift strike, engaging in body snatching, assassination, and any venture that promises profit. They pursue these endeavors solely to bolster the might of the Legion of Angels. As the bearded man exited the bar, elated, he noticed a figure dressed plainly making slow progress beneath the dim glow of the streetlights. Initially, he had no intention of following her, but suddenly, he discerned that the figure appeared to be a woman. Reflecting on the considerable time that had elapsed since he last encountered a woman, he found himself unable to suppress his burgeoning desire and stealthily trailed her. He gave little thought to why this woman would appear in this place at such an hour. Despite possessing a commendable level of strength, the man regarded the woman before him with indifference, even though she was no ordinary individual. As he approached her, he noticed the tattered and patched clothing she wore, causing the last vestiges of his hesitation to evaporate. Suddenly, she collapsed onto the ground, her face ashen and ghastly. He stepped forward to inspect her condition, only to be grasped by the sleeve of his garment. "Water. Give me something to eat, quickly." Observing her frail state, he felt no further doubt and retrieved a bottle of water and a piece of bread, which he offered to her. She devoured it ravenously, nearly choking in the process. "Give it to me. I want more." The woman wiped the crumbs from her lips, her head bowed as her small hands roamed over him in search of additional sustenance. The man's heart raced at her touch, igniting a desire within him. In her frantic quest for food, she grasped his hand, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears as she pleaded softly, "Please, I'm so hungry." Beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, he beheld her exquisite features. Her delicate visage and voluptuous figure were captivating. The sweetness of her voice, reminiscent of a youthful charm, stirred something deep within him, surpassing even the masked women he had encountered at the bar. With a mischievous smile, he gently lifted her chin, teasingly asking, "Do you truly wish for more to eat?" Upon hearing his words, her eyes widened in excitement as she fervently clutched his hand, exclaiming, "Yes, please hurry." Yet he knew well that nothing in this world comes free. Every desire carries its own price. His gaze darkened with mischief. "As long as I can be well fed, I am amenable to anything." The enchanting woman comprehended the essence of his words. In truth, the bearded man had initially intended to employ force. However, he was taken aback by how obedient this woman was for the sake of food. He had underestimated the power of sustenance and forgotten that he had once been in a position far inferior to hers for the same reason. "Huh. Those were your own words," the bearded man remarked, grasping her fair chin and planting a kiss upon her alluring crimson lips. The woman made no attempt to decline. What is your name? He inquired. I am called Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. I find that name appealing. From now on, you shall obediently accompany me and ensure my comfort, and I promise you will enjoy the finest delicacies. Two figures loomed in the distance behind them, causing Xiao Wu to burrow deeper into the bearded man's embrace, clinging to him tightly. The fullness of her form pressed against his chest sent shivers coursing through his very soul. To prevent Xiao Wu from being devoured by this pack of wolves, the bearded man instructed her to take a bath and await his pleasurable company in a state of cleanliness. A group of burly men stared intently at Xiao Wu's graceful silhouette, utterly transfixed. They swallowed hard, one after another. Enough. Cease your gazing. This is your sister-in-law. None of you are permitted to harbor any ill intentions towards her, understood? If I discover any nefarious thoughts among you, do not blame me for being ruthless. The bearded man admonished his subordinates. The Black Tiger Legion, which he had founded, comprised entirely of retired Special Forces soldiers, yet his prowess surpassed theirs, earning him their unwavering loyalty. Having observed Xiao Wu's departure, the burly man convened a discussion with the others, strategizing on how to subdue the formidable level 5 zombie. The burly man, now content, had drifted into slumber. Xiao Wu, cloaked in garments, eluded the Black Tiger Legion and ascended to the rooftop, where she divulged the acquired intelligence to Fire Rose, who was awaiting her arrival. Very well, your efforts are appreciated, Xiao Wu. Let us depart. Nay, Rose. Our strength is insufficient to overcome this challenge alone. We must exploit their resources. I shall remain and orchestrate a coordinated assault from within. It is imperative to acknowledge the immense difficulty in finding a replacement for them during such a juncture, as well as the substantial investment of resources required. Very well. Ensure you prioritize your safety and retreat if the situation becomes untenable. Concurrently, outside the rooftop, two figures suspended from the building silently vanished. Subsequent to his encounter with the enigmatic bounty hunters, City Lord Ma deliberated on the optimal course of action to entice them to migrate from other bases to his own. The bartender commenced tidying up, preparing to close for the night. City Lord Ma ambled toward him. Might I have a word with you? City Lord Ma, pray tell, what is it you wish to discuss? The bartender displayed no deference, which City Lord Ma did not mind, for he was acutely aware of his inability to seize control of the bar, especially with so many bounty hunters within. Is this establishment solely dedicated to the exchange of information? As you can perceive, though it encompasses more than that, including other ventures. Other ventures? The bartender, without deigning to look up, offered no elaboration. This tavern, ostensibly a place for bartering information, is in reality much more. Its existence is akin to a clandestine network, harboring all things dark and illicit. Not only can one disseminate information here, but one can also engage in any activity imaginable. For instance, should someone encounter an advanced zombie and find themselves outmatched, they could post a request for assistance. Others, upon discovering this, could band together to seize the opportunity from the original poster. Any conceivable action is permissible, even those that might lead individuals to forfeit their lives for the sake of zombie cores, provided one is willing to pay the requisite price. Observing his silence, Magistrate Ma harbored a tinge of resentment. After all, he was the lord of a city, yet he was being treated with such disregard. However, he was cognizant of his own lack of power. Consequently, he spoke once more. I wish for you to disseminate a message on my behalf. What price would that entail? Oh, tell me more. I am aware that many bounty hunters possess dubious backgrounds. Therefore, I wish to leverage your services to inform them of the new regulations of the Demon Hunter Guild in Base 05. Magistrate Ma's intention was straightforward: to bring these enigmatic bounty hunters under his control and to amass as many zombie cores as possible from them. This would elevate the status of Base 05 above that of the other cities, and his own position would rise accordingly. Bounty hunters fear the exposure of their identities, which could lead to pursuit by their enemies. Therefore, it would be best to allow them to maintain their anonymity, as only their zombie cores are needed. Every bounty hunter has the prerogative to register with the Demon Hunter Guild, ensuring their anonymity is preserved, known only to the guild itself. Within the city's confines, registered bounty hunters are strictly prohibited from forcibly seizing the corpses of their rivals, under penalty of incurring the collective opposition of the entire base and civilized sectors. This measure safeguards both their enigmatic status and the vested interests of those entering the base. Furthermore, Outpost 05 does not mandate any civic contributions from them, not even in the face of existential threats. The bartender found this novel regulation rather intriguing, as it fostered mutual benefit. An increase in bounty hunters would augment the bar's profits from intelligence sales, and the Demon Hunter Guild would, in turn, amass more corpses. Without soliciting any compensation from City Lord Ma for disseminating this information, the new regulations of the Demon Hunter Guild were common knowledge throughout the city by the following day. Concurrently, the bounty hunters received another communique regarding the corpse combat arena. Participation in the arena is open to all, with combatants facing zombies of comparable rank. Victory allows them to claim the corpses and exchange them at the Demon Hunter Guild, while defeat consigns them to becoming sustenance for the undead. This proposition has piqued the interest of many bounty hunters confident in their abilities, as the high-level zombies in the wild pose significant dangers and are subject to intense competition, whereas the arena offers a more secure environment. Moreover, the arena features team competitions, individual contests, and even private duels between individuals. Once registered with the Corpse Combat Arena, individuals are obligated to accept challenges, though they may opt to forfeit or yield. Prior to the contest, both challengers must stake a predetermined amount, with the victor claiming the entire sum. The advent of the new regulations at Outpost 05 ignited a frenzy among the bounty hunters throughout the South City Civilization Zone. Outside Outpost 05, in the southeastern quadrant, a dilapidated city served as the backdrop for a group of 13 robust men and a delicate woman who materialized in the city's heart. The men were clad in zombie-resistant armor, brandishing sophisticated weaponry, while the woman appeared unarmed. Intel suggested that a level 5, fully evolved humanoid zombie was nested in the edifice directly opposite them, having claimed the entire building as its domain. The burly, bearded leader, uneasy about leaving Xiao Wu alone at Outpost 05, considered the Black Tiger Legion's penchant for treachery and nomadic lifestyle, not to mention the vulnerability of Xiao Wu, whose beauty would surely attract unwanted attention. The bearded man surveyed the scene through binoculars, spotting the hunter on the 9th floor. It matched the description, a human torso atop an equine lower body, though its osseous wings remained unseen. The leader, furrowing his brow in contemplation, instructed the sniper to attempt a shot at the hunter's head, merely as a test. Even level 4 Lord zombies possess defenses capable of repelling bullets, let alone a fully evolved level 5. As expected, the bullet pierced the glass and struck the hunter's head, leaving only a minor mark without causing significant harm. The hunter's eyes glowed with an intense violet hue as it glared at the assembly below, unleashing a deafening roar. The sonic blast shattered every window on the 9th floor into fragments. As the bearded man gazed through the telescope, he audibly swallowed. Even from the opposing edifice, the Black Tiger Legion could distinctly perceive the dreadful aura emanating from the hunter. The bearded man, inwardly alarmed, gulped audibly, finally comprehending why the starting bid for this intelligence was so meager. Suppressing the urge to flee, he realized that all of his assets had been invested in acquiring this information. To retreat now would cripple the Black Tiger Legion. Tiger, we. The sniper hesitated, not completing his sentence, but the bearded man understood his meaning. Having come this far, retreat was impossible. With gritted teeth, he resolved to persevere for the sake of the level 5 zombie core, regardless of the cost. The sniper will provide cover here. The rest of you, follow me. Yes. Fortune favors the bold. No one demurred, each aspiring for a better existence. Save for the sniper remaining in place, the remaining 12 descended to the opposite rooftop via ropes, cautiously clearing their way downward. The further they progressed, the more uneasy the bearded man became. Atop another building across from the hunter's location, 2 masked figures stood at the precipice, their hair whipped by the gale. So how shall we seize it? Have you formulated a plan? It's rather chilly with this wind. The individual adorned with a Batman mask trembled slightly, feeling the chill, and noticed that the Joker beside him remained silent for an extended period, feigning a profound demeanor. He mistakenly believed the Joker was still contemplating their strategy. 5 minutes elapsed, yet the Joker still did not utter a word. Have you devised a plan or not? What shall we do? What did you say? What plan? The Joker's inquiry prompted Batman to spit a mouthful of blood in frustration. With exasperation, he exclaimed, "Do not tell me you have yet to formulate a plan. Did you wear that oversized head to appear taller?" The Joker remained mute. He had already meticulously crafted a scheme to seize the members of the Black Tiger Legion, but an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Among the known zombies, this particular hunter possessed the highest level. How could it be that only the bar at Base 05 had information? Moreover, why was it solely the Black Tiger Legion that showed interest in the hunter? What of the others? Why had they not made an appearance yet? Were they biding their time? Furthermore, if this hunter could establish its own tribe, Why did it not follow the evolutionary pattern of consuming its kin, like other high-level zombies? Instead, it sought to protect them? This contradicted the rules of evolution. Batman, growing weary of waiting, decided to ignore the Joker entirely, shifting his focus to the members of the Black Tiger Legion. Just as the Black Tiger Legion was clearing zombies from the rooftop to proceed to the 9th floor, numerous masked figures emerged from the 6 bases surrounding the Southern City Civilization District. All of them had a singular direction in mind, the heart of the city. Snipers, report on the situation on the 9th floor. We have reached the 10th floor. Report. Brother Who, the hunter has displayed no unusual behavior. However, the 9th floor is teeming with countless undead, and I have observed the presence of frenzied corpses and predators among them. Frenzied corpses, predators. This time, our Black Tiger Legion has truly struck gold. Henceforth, we shall be the foremost legion in the world. The bearded man did not ponder why the information failed to mention the existence of frenzied corpses and predators within the hunter's territory. To him, acquiring the hunter's core while also reaping the benefits of other cores was an exceedingly profitable venture. Snipers, remain vigilant. We are preparing to descend. Let us first eliminate the frenzied corpses and predators to divert the hunter's attention, thereby creating an opportunity for our entry. Understood, Brother Who. Although the message suggested luring the hunters slowly using the undead, the bearded man lacked sufficient weaponry and ammunition to sustain this strategy, and he was further blinded by the allure of the hunter's core. Moreover, prolonging the engagement could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, he opted for a forceful assault. With 12 retired Special Forces soldiers of intermediate level and ample equipment and weaponry at their disposal, surely they could vanquish it. The sniper's focus was entirely on the 9th floor. With each shot fired from his sniper rifle, a frenzied corpse or predator would inevitably fall. This also captured the full attention of the hunter. Yet, he and all the members of the Black Tiger Legion overlooked the most crucial detail in the information. Surrounding the hunter were thousands, if not tens of thousands, of zombies. Coordinating with the sniper's fire, the burly man led his team down from the 9th floor, hurling grenades into the fray with reckless abandon before charging in himself. Through the lens of the telescope, one might not fully comprehend the sheer number of zombies present, but being amidst them brought forth an oppressive sensation that made even breathing a challenge. The 9th floor was teeming with the undead, rendering it impossible to ascertain their exact count. The members of the Black Tiger Legion, let alone employing their genetically enhanced physiques for guerrilla warfare, struggled even to shift their feet. Their firearms unleashed a relentless barrage, and grenades were thrown without restraint. In that moment, all their resources were laid bare. A group of masked individuals, newly arrived, stood aghast at the sight of the countless zombies surging from the streets towards the building. They collectively gasped in shock. Despite their armored suits capable of withstanding the attacks of ordinary zombies, they were no match for such overwhelming numbers. Furthermore, among them lurked the more formidable frenzied and predator zombies. Yet, this sight ignited an exhilarating thrill within them, disregarding the hunter-esque corpses. Even the secondary and tertiary cores promised ample reward. Each individual unleashed their full potential, charging at the ravenous hordes, transforming the scene into a veritable river of blood. The 9th floor resembled a hellish battleground, strewn with the flesh and blood of the undead. The Black Tiger Legion found movement arduous. As they were ensconced in a deluge of green blood, their weapons beginning to heat under the relentless assault, the sheer volume of zombies rendered them nearly immobile. Their arms were not equipped with the advanced laser weaponry of the civilized zones, capable of instantaneously annihilating the undead. They wielded only conventional firearms. Damn it, how inexhaustible. Snipers, maintain vigilance and observe the movements of the hunter, providing support at all times. Intel suggests it possesses the capability of flight. Tiger, exercise caution. It is advancing towards your position aerially. Ere the sniper could complete his warning, the hunter, visible through the scope, dematerialized from its location with extreme alacrity, leaving naught but a fleeting afterimage, and lunged ferociously towards the Black Tiger Legion. The sonic boom generated by its roar caused acute pain to the eardrums of the Black Tiger Legion. Before they could even discern the hunter's form, one of their comrades had his armor lacerated by a single claw strike, leaving 3 bloody, profound gashes across his chest, exposing even the pulsating heart within. A single assault incapacitated a level 4 intermediate, rendering him hors de combat. Only then did the burly man comprehend the sheer potency of this hunter. Gripping his weapon, A verdant glint ignited in his eyes as he locked onto the hunter soaring through the air. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets were expended with reckless abandon, yet even with their velocity, they only managed to strike the hunter's ephemeral afterimages. This hunter not only demonstrated an aptitude for scaling walls, but also possessed fangs and claws, exhibiting bestial traits despite its humanoid form. Crucially, its diminutive stature, akin to that of a dwarf, contributed to its extraordinary speed, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Furthermore, it exhibited sentience, skillfully evading harm and displaying a cunning akin to that of a fox, evading the onslaught from the bearded man and his cohorts. The hunter seized the opportunity to rend another's head into 3 parts. Scalding blood splattered forth, drenching its grotesquely mutated visage, licking the ichor from the corners of its mouth. Its eyes, gleaming with an intense violet luminescence, burned with even greater frenzy. None of this had been mentioned in the intelligence reports. The bearded man was consumed with regret, realizing that had he known the hunter possessed such formidable capabilities, he would never have placed the Black Tiger Legion in harm's way. But now it was too late. 2 generals had already fallen in the initial exchange. If they failed to retrieve the hunter's corpse core today, the Black Tiger Legion would plummet in the ranks of the bounty hunters, perhaps even vanish altogether. Snipers, quickly, engage the other ghouls, creating an opening for us. A gunshot reverberated through the air, felling a ghoul with a single, precise shot to the head. The hunter roared, hurtling toward the fallen ghoul, its terrifying gaze suddenly locking onto the opposing building. A terrifying pressure emanated from its very being, experiencing its oppressive aura at close range. The members of the Black Tiger Legion could not muster the courage to resist. They wished they could abandon their weapons and flee. Heavy losses were preferable to total annihilation. Fight it. Form an attack formation. The bearded man bellowed, drawing his sword. The others obeyed, unsheathing their blades. Since firearms were ineffective, they would engage in close-quarters combat. A battle to the death. The soldiers of the Black Tiger Legion coalesced into a purely offensive formation, with groups of 3 assailing the enemy's high, mid, and low flanks simultaneously. This coordinated assault had been instrumental in the Legion's successful elimination of several advanced zombies, proving virtually unstoppable. It was their ultimate recourse. However, they severely underestimated the hunter's velocity. Despite their seamless coordination, each strike missed its mark, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Eliminate the walkers, lure it over. Following the command, a small team was dispatched to dispatch the walkers nearby. Witnessing the harm inflicted upon its subjects, the hunter roared and charged towards them. A sniper lent support, landing a shot on the hunter's head. Though it failed to cause significant damage, it did impede its movement. The Black Tiger Legion seized the opportunity to strike. But just as they managed to slash the hunter's neck, it instantaneously vanished. "Yua, I shall devour you all." An enraged bellow erupted. The Black Tiger Legion, unable to withstand the intense shockwave, clutched their ears and collapsed to their knees. The wound on the hunter's neck healed at an astonishing rate. Only the profuse purple blood served as evidence of the considerable injury it had sustained. The battle on the 9th floor was observed by masked figures in the vicinity. Each of them silently noted the hunter's capabilities, while simultaneously awaiting an opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Indeed, the purveyor of information had concealed the hunter's full extent of power, causing the Black Tiger Legion to endure immense hardship. Damn it, that person is far too insidious. Fortunately, I was astute enough to remain here and not venture inside. Otherwise, it might have been you who faced demise. Batman patted the Joker on the shoulder. The Joker's lips twitched incessantly, yet he disregarded the gesture and suddenly leaped from the edge of the rooftop. Hurry. If we linger any longer, we shall gain nothing. Batman thought to himself, isn't this akin to the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole lies in wait? We are not the only ones here. Although he wished to wait until the very end, he ultimately followed the Joker's lead. Those with cognitive capacities exceeding 40% typically chose to embark at such moments. Thus, he resolved to obediently heed the Joker's commands. The Joker could have waited until the hunter lay lifeless before making his move, but upon careful consideration, he realized that such a delay was unwise. He had already noted several parties around them commencing their attacks, and should they arrive too late, their lack of numbers and strength would render them incapable of seizing any opportunity. 2 figures plummeted swiftly from the rooftop, landing on the ground before darting toward the building. Along their path lay countless corpses of the undead, alongside many armored and masked bounty hunters. Men perish for wealth, and birds for sustenance. They dispatched a few of the obstructing zombies and encountered a trio of bounty hunters who were struggling against a predator. The two figures exchanged a glance, then, treading upon the green blood that coated the street, they charged toward the skirmish. Upon noticing their approach, the trio, preoccupied with the predator, issued a warning. Friends, we were the first to discover this. Leave at once. Otherwise, do not hold us accountable. You may have discovered it, but you must possess the capability to claim it. Whoever slays it first shall possess its core. The principle of survival of the fittest remains an immutable truth in this world. The figure without a right hand abruptly vanished, only to reappear behind the predator in the subsequent instant, his entire being enveloped in verdant radiance. The nails on his left hand emitted a terrifying, frigid gleam. With a single strike, he lacerated nearly half of the predator's occiput, leaving behind 5 deep, bone-revealing claw marks on its back, from which blood gushed forth. As the predator was about to launch into a frenzy, another figure acted. From his sleeve, he released a series of invisible threads that tightly bound the predator, impervious even to the bone spurs and claws on its hands. The predator, against whom the three had struggled for half an hour, was subdued by the two in the blink of an eye. They exchanged a glance, and one of them seized the opportunity to aim at the predator's head, ending its life with a single shot. The other two warily observed the two figures. "Thank you for your assistance," one of the figures said, preparing to collect the corpse nucleus, only to be stopped. "What do you mean?" one of the three asked. "We discovered the predator first, and we fought it for half an hour. It was near death when you emerged, and now it's dead at our hands. The corpse nucleus should rightfully be ours." The man, pressing on Batman's hand, glared at him with eyes filled with intense crimson light. The Joker, disregarding the warnings of the three, continued to reach for the corpse nucleus. "Don't touch the corpse nucleus, or don't blame us for being impolite," one of the men, who had been vigilantly watching the two, shouted. The weapons in their hands were pointed at the two's heads, ready to kill them without hesitation if they made any move. Self-preservation is the first law of nature. They exchanged glances, poised to eliminate the trio, when suddenly, amidst the cacophony of zombie moans that pervaded the street, the distinct sound of high heels echoed. Tap, tap, tap. "You are the Angelic Legion?" Incredulously, there are still survivors who recognize our appellation. The leader, Fire Rose, responded, a bewitching smile playing upon her lips. Capable of intoxicating the senses, the legends are indeed factual. A veritable cohort of beauties constituting a band of bounty hunters. Fair ladies, I must express my regrets, but these prowlers were initially discovered and subsequently neutralized by our party. Notwithstanding the rumors of your formidable prowess, the principle of finders keepers must be upheld. The leader of the trio asserted himself, his eyes gleaming with a subtle, verdant luminescence. He harbored skepticism regarding the correlation between hearsay and reality, and furthermore, he doubted the capacity of a group of women to incite significant tumult. The Jester and the Batman, however, posed a more palpable threat. "What manner of discourse is this? I harbor no intention of pilfering your cadaverous cores. Rather, I extend an invitation for a collaborative alliance." "An alliance? Are you alluding to the hunter?" The man could scarcely conceal his elation. His reluctance to ascend and partake in the acquisition of the hunter was not born of disinclination, but rather of incapacity. Within his squadron, he stood as the most formidable, yet he was merely a nascent level 4. The other two barely attained level 3. Such a contingent would merely serve as fodder for the hunter. However, the women of the Angelic Legion were each seasoned level 4 combatants, with their leader having attained the zenith of level 4. Their armaments and accoutrements surpassed those of the man's squadron by several orders of magnitude. Even if the Black Tiger Legion is formidable, it should have suffered grievous casualties by now. Joining forces with the Angel Legion presents a propitious opportunity to wrest the hunter's corpse core from their grasp. The individual acquiesced with alacrity. However, he would not relinquish his claim to the predator's corpse core at hand. "I have no objections to your alliance," the Jester articulated icily. "But this particular core is rightfully ours. Dare to lay a hand on one of us." The man retorted. "We were on the cusp of slaying the predator when you emerged, seeking to reap where you have not sown." The man emanated a terrifying aura, undaunted by the emerald luminescence enveloping the Jester. Moreover, the Batman at the Jester's side was merely an ordinary man, who had not even availed himself of gene-enhancing elixirs. "If you seek demise, I shall gladly oblige." The Jester had no sooner uttered these words than he launched an offensive, with the Batman following closely behind. The man presumed that they had reached a tacit understanding with the Angel Legion, and that they would intervene on their behalf should a conflict with the Jester ensue. However, they remained aloof observers, showing no inclination to assist either faction. As far as they were concerned, the identity of their allies was inconsequential, for in the end, only they themselves could survive and procure the hunter's corpse core. The fate of others was of no concern to them. The two sides clashed in the arena. The Jester's fingernails were unerringly lethal, and each strike elicited a cacophony of agonizing cries. The Batman perpetually patrolled the periphery of the battlefield, providing support for the Jester and launching surreptitious attacks on those within, thereby diverting their attention. The battle was decidedly one-sided. Within a mere minute, the three men had become fodder for the ravenous corpses. The Jester retrieved the Predator's corpse core, not even glancing at the Angel Legion, and proceeded toward the edifice. Was there not supposed to be a joint ascent? Would further delay result in futility? Observing his retreating form, Fire Rose possessed the intuition that his capabilities far exceeded his outward presentation. A profound smile graced her lips as she followed suit. The Jester and the Batman, in the presence of the Angel Legion, had slain the three individuals, completely disregarding their collaborative pact. This was because he was acutely aware that the Angel Legion had no need for the feeble. Regardless of who lived or perished, they would suffer no loss. Theirs was merely a superficial alliance for mutual benefit. Furthermore, who could possibly decline a more formidable comrade? Both parties expeditiously advanced into the building. With the elevators inoperable, they were compelled to utilize the stairwell, only to be rendered speechless by the sight that confronted them. Despite the dim, ominous ambience of the stairwell, the individuals, having undergone corpse core gene augmentation, could discern the situation with clarity. Enormous spheres obstructed the entirety of the stairwell, encompassing the ceiling and the portals to other levels. These orbs, comparable in size to yoga balls, were enveloped in layers of ashen spiderwebs, emitting a faint violet luminescence, giving the impression that their contents were on the cusp of emergence. A collective gasp resonated as the assembled drew a sharp intake of breath. Seasoned bounty hunters though they were, this was an unprecedented encounter. What manner of entity had spawned these ova? To what echelon did its progenitor belong? The group, hesitant to court peril, proceeded with circumspection through the stairwell, assiduously avoiding contact with the spheres. However, they believed that by merely avoiding those spheres, they could reach the 9th floor. It was only upon witnessing the corridor completely sealed off by the spheres that they grasped the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a droplet of liquid fell from the ceiling, landing on the chest of a beautiful member of the Angelic Legion. Ah! The beauty gasped in pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching her chest in agony. Even though she was clad in high-grade armor, the liquid had corroded a small hole in the chest area, emitting faint wisps of black smoke. The moment she caught a whiff of that smoke, her lips turned a dark, ominous purple. Alarmed, the yoga balls began to writhe. The Fiery Rose immediately recognized the toxicity of the droplet. Looking up at the ceiling, she was horrified to see a colossal venomous wolf spider hanging above. Its massive body spanned over 3 square meters, with the longest leg measuring 7 meters in length. The spider's head bore a terrifying human visage, featuring 5 eyes glowing with a faint purple luminescence. Its mouth opened, and purple liquid dripped slowly from its serrated edges. Each of its legs was adorned with 10-centimeter-long barbs, exuding an aura of deadly sharpness. A mere scratch would be enough to ensure a fate worse than death. It became evident that the yoga balls throughout the corridor were, in fact, the offspring of this venomous wolf spider, level 5 primitive animal zombies. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. In comparison to the level 5 humanoid zombie above, they were far more fearful of encountering this type of animal zombie. In terms of equal levels, animal zombies possessed greater strength than their humanoid counterparts. Be cautious, a diminutive, yet formidable tarantula, its abdomen radiating a violet luminescence, emerged from within the confines of an exercise ball, surpassing a small pig in size. As it lunged towards the fallen woman, Fire Rose cleaved it asunder with a single stroke. Hissing sounds echoed through the stairwell as the myriad of tarantula eggs began to quiver, poised to hatch, witnessing the demise of its offspring. The gargantuan tarantula above unleashed a ferocious roar, its jaws agape, intent on devouring Fire Rose. Its forelegs, sharp as blades, extended forward, effectively cutting off her retreat. A wave of trepidation washed over Joker and Batman. This venomous arachnid not only possessed corrosive abilities and toxic fluids, and the capacity to procreate, but also demonstrated a discernible combat intelligence. Neither of them wished to linger a moment longer. and they promptly turned and fled down the stairs. But their escape was in vain. The lower levels were now teeming with countless violet tarantulas, their numbers pressing upwards. The Angel Corps swiftly raised their weapons, shielding fire rows and repelling the initial wave of arachnid assault. Moreover, this first engagement revealed that the tarantula possessed an uncanny ability to evade potentially harmful attacks, further dissuading direct confrontation. Quickly rose. Fire Rose assisted the injured woman to her feet. The 6 members of the Angel Corps strategically positioned themselves, their formation allowing for mutual support and intersecting attacks, a testament to their practiced coordination. However, they were 1 member short of their full complement. With all 7 united, their power would be significantly amplified. As they fended off the relentless swarm of smaller tarantulas, their attention remained fixed on the colossal arachnid looming above. It is indeed the most lethal threat. The Joker and Batman find themselves bereft of adequate weapons and armor, soon succumbing to the overwhelming onslaught. An incessant tide of venomous wolf spiders pours forth. Those that dangle from the ceiling lie in wait, intermittently unleashing jets of venom that corrode the very walls themselves. The ensuing toxic gas compels everyone to hastily vacate the premises, lest they meet their demise in this place. The Angel Legion faces not only the relentless swarm of small spiders, but also the immense pressure exerted by the venomous wolf spiders. Seizing the opportunity, the Joker casts a glance toward Batman, and the two swiftly maneuver through the Angel Legion, racing toward the upper floors. Even as the Angel Legion witnesses their comrades' betrayal, they are powerless to act, their wrath redirected solely toward the small spiders. Yet, the ground level is not solely besieged by the tide of small spiders. A throng of zombies joins the fray. After dispatching a spider with a swift swipe, a piercing roar erupts from behind. The overwhelming force nearly causes the Joker to falter. With a resounding crash, the staircase behind him is brutally severed by the venomous wolf spider's razor-sharp forelegs. The furious roar reverberates, sending shivers through the crowd. In the midst of this crisis, the Joker, observing the wolf spider's behavior, suddenly conceives a means of survival. Having been witnessed by the wolf spider while vanquishing the small spiders, it has now turned its wrath upon him. Why not turn this to his advantage? Just as he contemplates this, the wolf spider unexpectedly expels a gigantic web from its maw, attempting to ensnare the Joker within its silken grasp. The spider web was laden with corrosive venom, a deadly trap for anyone ensnared. Witnessing this, the caped crusader launched a projectile at the Joker, entangling his legs. Striving to extricate him from the web's grasp, the Joker retaliated, slashing at the web with his razor-sharp fingernails. Yet, his usually reliable claws failed to sever the seemingly delicate strands, such was their resilience. The venom on the web corroded his nails, eliciting a piercing scream. His left hand became ensnared in the web, instantly emitting plumes of black smoke, the noxious fumes permeating the air. At this rate, his demise was imminent. Suddenly, a verdant luminescence enveloped the Joker's left hand, within which danced tendrils of black flame, soon spreading throughout his entire being. The nails, on the verge of dissolution from the venom, were now engulfed in the same ebony fire, causing the spiderweb to ignite. Abruptly, a pair of ghastly osseous wings erupted from the Joker's back, and in a flash, he broke free from the burning web, advancing towards the 9th floor, slaughtering the smaller spiders in his wake. The venomous wolf spider, with astonishing speed, pursued him, roaring and spewing venom and webbing in a desperate attempt to impede his progress. With the venomous wolf spider occupied with the Joker, the Angelic Legion experienced a momentary reprieve. However, they were unwilling to squander such an opportune moment. After administering an antidote to the injured member, mitigating the effects of the venom, the group ascended towards the 9th floor. Securing both a Grade 5 max-level humanoid corpse core and a Grade 5 initial-level animal corpse core would significantly augment the Angelic Legion's strength. They would no longer need to exploit their inherent advantages and could instead rely on their raw power to navigate the world. Batman, witnessing the Joker's descent into further savagery, hastened in pursuit, apprehensive of potential mishaps. "I'll be damned if I don't fight you to the death. Brothers, let's obliterate it," bellowed the burly man, consumed by unbridled fury. The Black Tiger Legion was the cornerstone of his survival in this apocalyptic world. To think that an opportunity to elevate the Legion's standing had almost resulted in its annihilation was simply unacceptable. Of the initial 12 members, only 7 remained, and nearly all were wounded. Of course, the Hunter had also sustained injuries. Although its regenerative capabilities were formidable, mending each wound in the blink of an eye, Its recovery rate waned with the passage of time and the accumulation of injuries. Blood even seeped from wounds that had ostensibly healed. Its velocity, stamina, and power were all diminished compared to before, and its attacks lacked their initial ferocity. The hunter's grave injuries had come at a staggering cost to the Black Tiger Legion. In yet another clash, the Legion suffered another casualty, its head devoured in a single bite. The sniper situated across the building had exhausted his ammunition, failing to inflict any significant harm on the hunter. He could only helplessly watch as his comrades, with whom he had shared countless days and nights, were slaughtered one by one. Unable to bear the prospect of the Black Tiger Legion's demise, he resolved to cross over and rescue his brethren. However, just as he was about to rise, a frigid dagger was pressed against his throat. The sniper perished, his eyes wide with unfulfilled purpose. A graceful figure relieved him of all his weaponry and equipment, then swiftly descended from the rooftop to the opposite building. Ultimately, after the sacrifice of 2 team members, the hunter suffered the loss of a hand and was recovering at an excruciatingly slow pace. The piercing sound reverberated from the depths of the 9th floor, as a shadowy figure emerged gradually. The Black Tiger Legion is nothing remarkable. Such heavy casualties just to reduce this waste to such a state. I could have perished from sheer waiting. The voice, even in yawning, was chillingly mechanical. The hunter comprehended the words spoken, halting his advance towards the man with the bushy beard, glaring furiously at him. Noticing the faint purple gleam in the man's eyes, and that his legs were blades while his hands were mechanical, the bearded man could hardly fathom why this individual had appeared at such a moment. They had encountered such scenarios countless times with the Black Tiger Legion. Yet, he never anticipated he would one day become the target of another's opportunism. Who are you? State your name. Do you dare to claim the spoils of the Black Tiger Legion? You must be exceedingly bold. Have you forgotten me so soon? Black Tiger, the Scissorlegs said, advancing slowly. The bearded man finally recognized the figure, yet he felt a disconcerting unfamiliarity. You truly have forgotten me. It is understandable. Back then, I was but an insignificant insect. How could the Black Tiger remember my existence? But since you have forgotten, allow me to jog your memory. 3 months ago, did you not lead the Black Tiger Legion to seize a level 3 fully developed corpse nucleus? You even rendered him crippled, both legs and hands. A fire engulfed the scene, nearly claiming his life. The hatred within him sustained his will to survive. It was evident that the individual referred to by the Scissorfoot was none other than himself. However, his tone, as he recounted the tale, was detached and impassive, as if recounting the misfortunes of another, completely unrelated to him. Suddenly, the bearded man recalled his past self. He had not looked like this at all back then. Remember, my name is He Tiansheng. From this moment forth, your Black Tiger Legion will be utterly eradicated from this earth. Upon declaring this, He Tiansheng's form erupted with ferocity. Compared to the hunter, he yearned to eliminate the Black Tiger even more fervently. Everything he had now was bestowed upon him by the Black Tiger, rendering him neither human nor ghostly. Yet, through adversity, he had gained a formidable physique and combat prowess. No one paid heed to the hunter. They had slaughtered countless mutated zombies, and in their current state, acquiring its core was a mere formality. The Black Tiger was hastily evading He Tiansheng's onslaught, as his speed was astonishingly swift, eluding any attempt to track his strikes. A deep, bone-revealing wound was inflicted on his arm by the blade on He Tiansheng's leg, with crimson blood gushing forth. The other members of the Black Tiger Legion rushed forward to assist. The 2 parties were entangled in a deadly vendetta that had spanned over 3 months, each yearning for the other's demise, all the while witnessing the hunter's core being taken away. Bang! The door to the 9th floor was violently thrust open. The tremendous noise failed to disrupt the fierce battle unfolding between the 2 sides. A spectral figure burst through the doorway, accompanied by a whirlwind, closely pursued by a terrifying wolf spider. Impatient with the obstruction, the wolf spider's massive forelegs slashed at the figure in its path. A member of the Black Tiger Legion was bisected at the waist, life extinguished in an instant. Only then did both sides take notice of the wolf spider, collectively drawing a sharp breath. A tier 5 zombified beast. The intelligence suggested only a tier 5 humanoid zombie resided here. From whence did this creature emerge? It dawned upon those who had come based on the information that they had been deceived. The individual who sold the intelligence had undoubtedly withheld critical details. Otherwise, it would not have been auctioned off with a starting bid of a single tier 3 max-level zombie core. Indeed, the gaunt man had spent 3 months skirting the precipice of death countless times, meticulously discerning every detail about the hunter, including the wolf spider. However, he knew that divulging the complete picture would deter potential buyers. No individual or team possessed the capability to overcome both the hunter and the wolf spider. Furthermore, he deliberately obscured the information he possessed to sell it multiple times, amassing a fortune in zombie cores. By the time the surrounding bases taverns became aware of the situation, he would have sufficient strength to seize the hunter and the wolf spider for himself, just as both factions were at a standstill, contemplating whether to set aside their personal vendettas to confront the two zombies together. The door was once again forced open. Good heavens, my wits are failing me. Who dares to pilfer from the Black Tiger Legion? Enraged, Black Tiger trembled with fury. 6 stunning women clad in armor, their fiery figures barely concealed, burst into the scene. One of them had her skin transformed into a violet hue. Little Chi. Fire Rose helplessly watched Little Chi succumb to the venom of the poisonous tarantula. The remaining 5, filled with righteous indignation, glared menacingly at the poisonous tarantula, determined to make it pay for Little Chi's life. Like the praying mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole lurking behind, all the hidden predators had now revealed themselves. Any others who might have been present had either perished along the way or would never arrive. Unnoticed, a solitary figure lurked on the 9th floor, observing the clown being pursued by the poisonous tarantula. Let's join forces to eliminate the poisonous tarantula and the hunter, and then we can divide the spoils. Otherwise, none of us will survive. Fire Rose exclaimed, leading the remaining 4 in engaging the poisonous tarantula. To demonstrate her sincerity, she divulged the abilities of the poisonous tarantula to everyone. The Black Tiger Legion and He Tianxing instantly understood why she proposed a 3-way alliance. Without cooperation, none of them would make it out alive. Agreed. He Tianxing, we'll settle our score later. Let's eliminate them first. I concur. Subsequently, the 3 factions acted as if they had rehearsed the maneuver. The Angel Legion took charge of diverting the attention of the poisonous tarantula and the hunter, while simultaneously guarding against the relentless swarm of small spiders and zombies pouring onto the 9th floor. The pressure was immense. The Black Tiger Legion and He Tianxing joined forces to launch the main assault. Unbeknownst to anyone, the purple glow in the hunter's eyes intensified, its aura becoming increasingly frigid as it roared incessantly. It was entering a state of berserk rage. Only grade 6 zombies at maximum level are capable of evolving into a state of frenzy. This hunter, at the cost of its own life, entered a pseudo-frenzied state, solely to eliminate the venomous tarantula. Grade 5 zombies possess an acute sense of territoriality. They will not permit the presence of other zombies of equal rank within their domain. Should one appear, it becomes a battle to the death. Those involved in the assault on the venomous tarantula were all grievously wounded. Just as everyone believed they were about to perish in this reckless endeavor, the hunter and the venomous tarantula engaged in a fierce battle. The frenzied jester could not bear the sight of any living creature, but he was severely injured. As he was about to join the fray, he exited the frenzied state and retreated to rest. Seeing his bone wings retract, the Batman cautiously approached him, quietly awaiting the outcome of the 2 mutated zombies' struggle. Poised to seize the opportune moment, the Batman remained vigilant, awaiting his chance, but the jester beside him began to tremble uncontrollably. The green glow that had been clinging to his skin faded, and the skin on his left hand gradually turned purple, while his lips became a purplish black. He had been poisoned by the venomous tarantula. Although they had made extensive preparations for this raid on the zombie core, they had not anticipated the existence of a venomous tarantula. They had not even brought basic antidotes. The jester knew that if he delayed, he would succumb to the poison and die. With unwavering intensity, the gaze was fixed upon the venomous wolf spider engaged in a fierce battle with the hunter. Its evolution hinged upon whether it could absorb the core of the slain foe to alleviate the toxins coursing through its veins. For groups of individuals, all grievously injured, sought refuge as they observed the brutal clash of 2 formidable 5th-level zombies. It must be noted that prior to this confrontation, everyone had grossly underestimated the combat prowess and destructive capabilities of the 5th-level zombies. They had naively believed that with their armor and weapons in hand, defeating a 5th-level zombie would merely require effort, posing no significant challenge. The ferocity of the hunter and the venomous wolf spider was astounding. Both adversaries perceived the other as an encroachment upon their territory, unleashing their full strength in a fight to the death. Even the mindless zombies engaged in combat with the diminutive spider. In a frenzied state, the hunter, possessing superior speed, strength, and destructive power compared to the venomous wolf spider. Nonetheless, suffered greatly from the spider's venom, webs, and the barbed spines on its legs. The battle escalated to an intense climax, with onlookers desperately avoiding the spider's venom, as even a mere touch could spell certain doom. As time progressed, despite the spider enduring little prior damage, the hunter, a fully evolved 5th-level entity, had entered a state of frenzy. Gradually, the venomous wolf spider found itself at a disadvantage. The hunter deftly severed its razor-sharp forelegs, and its abdomen was brutally pierced, marking its demise as merely a matter of time. The hunter eventually exited its frenzied state, and with its injuries manifesting, it struggled to deliver a fatal blow to the venomous wolf spider. Both titanic 5th-level zombies, now gravely wounded, could no longer retaliate, resigned to their fate as they awaited the inevitable slaughter. The skirmish, lasting less than 3 minutes, redefined everyone's perception of a level 5 zombie's capabilities. Had the venomous tarantula not been lured into the fray, vanquishing the hunter would have likely cost the assembled group at least half their number, perhaps even resulting in total annihilation. With their incapacitation confirmed, the 3 factions emerged. The Angel Legion, grievously wounded, with only Fire Rose in marginally better condition, assisted one another as they cautiously approached the hunter, eager to seize its cadaverous core. Hold! Black Tiger, supporting his last 2 comrades, stepped forward. The Black Tiger Legion had suffered devastating losses, necessitating the acquisition of both cadaverous cores to offset their casualties. We agreed on a tripartite alliance with shared spoils. However, this outcome wasn't a result of our combined efforts. We procured the hunter's location, and the venomous tarantula intruded of its own accord. Both cadaverous cores are forfeit to the Black Tiger Legion. Black Tiger declared imperiously. He covertly signaled the snipers on the adjacent rooftop to monitor the situation. An ominous premonition washed over him as he scanned the opposite rooftop, finding nothing. Spare your summons. Your snipers are already deceased. Fire Rose stated confidently, assured that both cadaverous cores would fall to the Angel Legion. You dare disregard my presence? Interjected, his gaze fixed upon them, his eyes glowing with a faint violet luminescence. Despite his grievous injuries and their numerical advantage, his formidable status as a level 5 adept commanded respect. An impasse ensued, the 3 factions forming a precarious triumvirate. No one dared to take the initiative to eliminate the 2 zombies, nor did anyone wish to strike the opposing faction first. If the other 2 parties were to join forces, it would spell doom for the one that acted first. The Black Tiger Legion and He Tiansheng had momentarily set aside their past grievances, entangled instead by a shared interest. The atmosphere grew heavy as all 3 factions silently remained vigilant of one another, each plotting how to seize the 2 zombie cores and depart unscathed. With no point of imbalance to disrupt the stalemate, none were willing to relinquish the coveted cores. The standoff persisted until suddenly, gunfire erupted in the corridor. All 3 factions instinctively turned their attention toward the source of the noise, as a pivotal moment of disruption had arrived. They exchanged knowing nods. Should the intruders be aiming to claim the cores, they would unite to eliminate that threat first. Just then, a voice echoed through the corridor, "Sister Rose, where are you?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Angel Legion were filled with excitement. It turned out that the one who had broken the equilibrium was none other than Xiao Wu, who had appeared at this critical juncture. The scales of victory began to tip. Sensing the exhilaration among the Angel Legion, both the Black Tiger and He Tiansheng factions began to deliberate whether to set aside their previous animosities and temporarily ally for mutual gain to eliminate her. They exchanged glances, simultaneously directing their attacks toward the members of the Angel Legion. Meanwhile, Batman, who had been lurking in the shadows, awaited his moment to strike. Acutely aware that he could not confront all 3 factions at once while also contending with the hunter and the venomous spider, his patience was not to be mistaken as weakness, for the Joker beside him was far less restrained. The Joker's eyes began to roll upwards, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Gradually, the once vanished green glow re-emerged, enveloping his skin, while the undulating black flames below threatened to consume the green radiance, eager to replace it. Batman hastily discarded him. Should those black flames sear him, there was no ice chamber from Night Doctor's warehouse in the vicinity. The Joker knelt on the ground in excruciating agony, his fingers, ravaged by venom, plunged deeply into the earth. The skin engulfed by the black flames was instantly seared away, revealing the bloody flesh beneath. The black flames pulsating in his left eye seemed poised to leap forth, incinerating all it beheld. With a grotesque roar, the Joker's right eye, aglow with green light, flickered ominously with the signs of black flames. His mask had been devoured, exposing a gaping maw, its serrated edges reminiscent of the venomous wolf spider, yet instead of venom, it dripped with the encroaching black flames. His skeletal wings unfurled behind him, his entire form enveloped in black flames, resembling a malevolent specter clawing its way from the depths of hell. Batman, forewarned, utilized a grappling hook to ascend to the ceiling, thus evading the Joker's sight. Upon hearing the menacing roar from the corner, the three parties simultaneously turned their wary gazes towards that direction, having previously overlooked the presence of two individuals there, mistakenly believing they had fled, only to find they were biding their time for an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, the Joker vanished from sight, leaving behind only a lingering afterimage. In the next moment, the venomous wolf spider emitted a chilling scream, as all beheld a bizarre figure perched atop it, the serrated edges engulfed in black flames sinking into its skull. With a sudden pop, the head burst like a balloon filled with water, blood splattering around and corroding the floor beneath, which began to sizzle and smoke. The onlookers, gripped by terror, hastily recoiled from the gushing liquid, instinctively covering their noses and retreating from the scene. A faint, ominous smoke veiled the interior, obscuring the chaos that had unfolded. From within the haze, anguish growls echoed, reminiscent of a wild beast. It soon dawned on the crowd that the coveted core of the venomous wolf spider had been seized by an individual among them. They were left anxiously waiting for the smoke to dissipate. At that moment, Xiao Wu, fully equipped, ascended the stairs to the 9th floor, joining forces with the Angel Legion. Upon seeing Xiao Wu stand beside the Fire Rose and her companions, Black Tiger couldn't help but slap himself in regret, lamenting his infatuation with beauty that had led him to this dire situation, a vivid reminder that desire often carries dire consequences. The three factions refrained from immediate conflict, opting instead to bide their time, determined not to let the thief of the core slip away easily. As the toxic smoke gradually cleared, the presence of the venomous wolf spider was nowhere to be found, save for the floor, now marred by blood, a testament to its former existence, and a lone figure kneeling in the midst. Upon recognizing the silhouette on the ground, Fire Rose urgently inquired, "Where is the venomous wolf spider?" The desire for the spider's core surged amongst the crowd, for it held the promise of elevating their legion to new heights. A palpable sense of murderous intent filled the air, as if the jester aimed to consume them all. The Harlequin, bellowing maniacally, lunged directly at the fiery Rose who had spoken, his form erupting in a flurry of afterimages. Before she could react, he seized her by the throat, constricting her breath. The sable flames that clung to his hand relentlessly scorched her armor. The Black Tiger Legion and He Tianxing hastily retreated from the Harlequin's reach, maintaining a vigilant watch. As the angelic legionaries rallied, they raised their arms and assailed the Harlequin relentlessly. Though maddened by his berserk state, he retained enough reason to evade mortal blows, and was forced back by the angelic legion. "Rose, are you unharmed?" her comrades anxiously inquired, observing the ebony flames ceaselessly devouring her armor, the metal around her neck on the verge of disintegration. The fiery Rose's armor had been procured at the exorbitant price of a level 4, nascent-grade corpse nucleus. To preserve her life, she was compelled to shed her armor. Her voluptuous form elicited a gulp from Black Tiger. The sight of the armor melting into molten slag sent tremors of dread through the assembly. Had those flames touched flesh, survival would have been impossible. The fiery Rose regarded the Harlequin with a peculiar exhilaration. He was as potent as she had sensed. Yet, alas, he had consumed the venomous tarantula whole. No one in this world had ever survived ingesting a corpse nucleus. Otherwise, she would have inducted him into the angelic legion, thereby elevating their strength. All three factions were acutely aware that the Harlequin before them posed the gravest threat. The crowd brandished their weapons, preparing to unite against him. The Joker sensed the impending threat. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, taking the initiative to strike. The sound of gunfire erupted as three factions simultaneously unleashed a barrage of ranged firearms upon him. The intensity of the onslaught was overwhelming. Present were only intermediate-level 4th-tier combatants, along with He Tianxing, a novice 5th tier. There was no way he could withstand such a formidable force alone. Each of the Joker's assaults was suppressed by their relentless firepower, effectively stalling his advance. Suddenly, a low growl escaped the Joker, and an aura of chilling ferocity enveloped him. instilling a fear that compelled all to bow their heads in reverence. In an instant, his figure, soaring through the air, vanished, only to reappear a moment later, sending the members of the Black Tiger Legion hurtling backward with anguished cries. By the time the onlookers managed to catch a glimpse of that elusive silhouette, it had already disappeared once more. With each fleeting appearance, someone would inevitably suffer grievous injuries. Those who had already been wounded were now in even more dire straits. Except for Fire Rose, who remained standing, the others lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and terrified, their eyes wide with horror as they gazed at the Joker. He was merely a fourth-tier individual. Though they had all sustained injuries, they were of the same rank, and two of them had even managed to suppress his level. Yet, before him, they found themselves utterly powerless to retaliate. In Fire Rose's captivating eyes, the Joker's rapidly approaching figure was reflected, his claws poised to pierce her chest. Should he succeed, even if she were to survive, she would be consumed by the black flames he wielded. Fire Rose had long since lost the strength to flee, let alone muster the courage to fight back. How ironic that she had once harbored thoughts of slaying them all and seizing two core bodies. Her beautiful eyes gently closed, a crystalline tear tracing a path down her cheek, leaving a bitter, salty residue. An overwhelming sense of resignation washed over her. Indeed, they were correct. She was, in fact, nothing more than a worthless being. After an extended wait, the soul-shattering pain she anticipated never materialized. Fire Rose cautiously opened her eyes, wondering if she had already passed on. Was it possible to be beyond pain? Thump, thump. The air was deathly still, save for the sound of Fire Rose's heart pounding fiercely. None could comprehend the sensation of having narrowly escaped the clutches of death as acutely as she did. With lingering trepidation, she retreated several steps, distancing herself from the clown lying unconscious on the ground, a sense of security washing over her. The severely wounded factions exchanged wary glances, uncertain whether a ruse was in play. If even fifth-level zombies possessed a sense of combat awareness, might this creature, neither fully human nor zombie, be attempting to deceive them? Cautiously, the group advanced, step by measured step. Batman, who had been observing from the shadows, anticipated this turn of events. He launched a sleeve arrow, the thread-thin line ensnaring the clown. With a sharp tug, he pulled the clown toward him, embracing him before leaping from the 9th-story window. He has already consumed the zombie core and is on the verge of death. Cease your pursuit and instead contemplate the allocation of the hunter's zombie core. The group watched from above as the figure cradling the clown rapidly vanished from sight. His words held profound significance. The jester had consumed the corpse core, sealing his fate, rendering any pursuit futile. Furthermore, they lacked the strength to chase him down, all being gravely injured. Should the jester awaken, their lives would be at stake. It was merely a pity for the corpse core of the venomous wolf spider. The Fiery Rose, with her enchanting gaze, remained fixated on the jester, who had been spirited away by that shadow. The terrifying power he had unleashed left an indelible mark in her heart, one she would never forget. As the two figures vanished, the equilibrium on the 9th floor was irrevocably altered. All authority now resided with the Angel Legion. The Fiery Rose glanced at the Black Tiger Legion and He Tiansheng, stating, "You have forfeited your ability to compete with me for the Hunter's Corpse Core. You may now resolve your personal grievances. I assure you, I shall not intervene." Both parties trusted her words, for interference would yield her no benefit. In this apocalyptic world, everyone sought their own advantage. Although all had suffered grave injuries at the hands of the jester, the Black Tiger Legion had borne the brunt of the assault, lacking the reserves of strength that He Tiansheng possessed. Furthermore, the Black Tiger Legion was left with only Black Tiger as their sole combatant, while the other two lay unconscious. With no suitable weapons at hand, he found himself vulnerable, akin to fish on a chopping block, awaiting slaughter. The Angel Legion had secured the Hunter's Corpse Core, carrying the lifeless body of Shao-Chi, preparing to depart from this place. Black Tiger refused to accept a death so ignoble. He obstructed the path of the Fiery Rose, pleading for her assistance. "Save me. I have already stated that I will not meddle in your personal disputes. Please, I beg you, save me." "Huh, is this the attitude you have when seeking assistance?" The Fire Rose coldly regarded the Black Tiger. "Is there anyone who begs in such a manner?" Standing rigidly, offering no favors and refusing to bow down, clinging to a so-called dignity even in the face of death, what use is that? He Tiansheng glared at the Fire Rose with eyes full of fury, his tone chillingly cold as he remarked, "Did you not claim you would not interfere? Then let it be. The Angel Legion never engages in unprofitable transactions." The Fire Rose replied calmly, "Considering I leaked the information to Xiao Wu, I implore you, save my Black Tiger Legion." The Black Tiger lowered his once proud head. "I have exhausted all my resources. If you are willing to save me, I, Black Tiger, shall be your loyal servant, and the Black Tiger Legion will submit to you." With that, the Black Tiger knelt before the Fire Rose. A figure that once aspired to be the mightiest legion, now humbling himself before a woman in a moment of life and death. Once, he held women in contempt, especially in this apocalypse where they were seen as burdens to men. Yet now, he not only knelt, but was also willing to pledge the Black Tiger Legion to the Angel Legion, becoming their hound. The Apocalypse Survival Master is highly recommended for those who enjoy such tales. The Survival Master updates at an unparalleled speed. Some members of the Angel Legion cautioned the Fire Rose against accepting the Black Tiger, warning that he could become a future threat. They argued that a group of women could thrive without men and could still become the leading legion. The Fire Rose pondered for a moment, then slowly raised her beautiful eyes to gaze at He Tiansheng. Upon glancing once more at the Black Tiger kneeling before her, she felt his sincerity. Ultimately, despite the potential offense to He Tiansheng, she accepted the Black Tiger. The Angel Legion was indeed formidable, yet it remained a far cry from the aspirations of the Fire Rose. She recognized the necessity of seizing every opportunity to grow stronger. Otherwise, the prospect of vengeance would be but a distant dream. Angel Legion, this grudge, I, He Tiansheng, shall remember. He Tiansheng left the 9th floor with a resolute declaration, reflecting that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. At present, he lacked the power to confront two legions united. "Thank you, Sister Rose." The Black Tiger expressed his gratitude to the younger Fire Rose, his demeanor submissive. However, in his heart, he plotted to sever ties the moment he departed from this place. Though he appeared somewhat simple and honest, his capability to lead a legion to a point where it instilled fear in others revealed his cunning and strength. How could the Fire Rose be unaware of this? She had adeptly exploited the vulnerabilities of men to advance the Angel Legion to its current stature. With a sudden grip on the Black Tiger's chin, she tossed a pill into his mouth. "This is a slow-acting poison. You must come to me weekly for the antidote. Should you disobey, prepare for a slow demise. Of course, you may choose not to believe me." With a captivating and seductive sway, the Fire Rose departed. Having employed this tactic to control many men, ruthlessly eliminating them once their utility was exhausted, the Black Tiger, though reluctant, had no choice but to submit. Old Night, come quickly and see him." Night Gudu, engrossed in experiments within the warehouse, could still hear the calls from the street corner. As he was about to erupt in anger, suddenly, a figure rushed in, carrying someone on their back. Upon seeing that individual wearing a Batman mask, Yi Gudu's frustration flared up, prompting him to launch an immediate attack. "Hey, old Yi, it's me." Batman dodged, removing the mask from his face. Upon recognizing Wang Machin, Yi Gudu halted his assault. What had happened to him? Why had his skin turned purple again? Damn it! Had he indulged in some corpse nucleus once more? Yi Gudu's beard bristled with rage, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. To witness a mutation firsthand was a rare opportunity indeed. The story was quite lengthy. He had consumed the corpse nucleus of a level 5 poisonous wolf spider, devouring it entirely. Previously, he had also been poisoned by the wolf spider's venom. As Wang Machin spoke, he rolled up the Joker's sleeve, revealing his left hand, which had been injured by the spider's web. The skin bore a grid-like pattern, and the flesh had begun to rot. Yi Gudu felt a surge of alarm. He possessed the ability to detoxify the Joker, yet he hesitated to intervene. The Joker had the capacity to digest and absorb corpse nuclei. He feared that his well-intentioned efforts might lead to an unfortunate outcome. After all, hadn't the Joker previously consumed a lord's corpse and evolved? It should be manageable, Yi Gudu reasoned. Not quite the same. I was present last time, after he consumed it. He evolved wings of bone. But look at the condition of his skin this time. I fear he may not survive. Wang Machin explained. There existed no other case in the world of someone evolving by consuming corpse nuclei. No one could ascertain whether he would come to harm. In the depths of the night, Yi Gudu hastily led him to the rear of the warehouse, where he was tethered to an array of instruments, meticulously monitoring the fluctuations in data. Should any anomaly arise, he would intervene without hesitation, even if it meant sacrificing his ability to consume corpses for evolution. For rescuing him was imperative to unraveling the enigma of surviving the consumption of corpses. As the clown stabilized, Wang Machin searched frantically, only to find no trace of Chun Miao Miao, plunging him into a state of panic. grasping Yigudu by the collar. He declared that if anything were to befall Chen Miao Miao, even if the clown refrained from acting, he would not spare Yigudu. Yigudu, preoccupied with the unfolding situation, fixated his gaze upon the clown-esque form, eager to witness and document the impending mutation and evolution. In an instant, Wang Machin, who had been in the warehouse, vanished, leaving behind but a fleeting shadow. Chen Miao Miao, startled, transitioned from joyous laughter to tears in a heartbeat. Realizing she had been whisked away by Wang Machin, the beggar lamented. "Be gentle. Take care not to harm her. She has just eaten." Wang Machin cast a wary glance at him, soothing Chen Miao Miao, yet her cries persisted unabated. "Allow me," the beggar implored. "After all, I am the one who accompanied the clown to this place, and Dr. Yi has rescued me. I would never harm Miao Miao." With outstretched hands, he awaited her. Unable to console Chen Miao Miao, Wang Machin reluctantly handed her over. The moment she was in the beggar's embrace, her tears ceased, incensing Wang Machin even further. That was the home prepared by Yigudu for him and the clown, nestled within 2 adjacent bungalows beside the warehouse, each with its own entrance, facing one another. The beggar approached the threshold but did not enter. "I shall refrain from entering. I will wait until Miao Miao behaves before I escort her inside." Wang Machin also remained outside, steadfastly accompanying at the door. The silhouette of a gaunt figure observed the bounty hunters from beginning to end, witnessing their desperate struggle to seize the corpses of their prey without engaging himself in the fray. As he beheld the countless bounty hunters meeting their grim fates, a cruel smile crept across his face. His objectives had been achieved, yet he chose not to depart. Ultimately, as the bounty hunters laid claim to the corpses of the hunter and the venomous wolf spider, he clenched his fists and shattered the glass beside him, indifferent to the wounds inflicted by the shards. In silence, he turned away towards the horizon, in search of more formidable mutated zombies. While disseminating information through the bar, Lord Ma reported to the representative of the civilized district regarding the demon hunting guild in the arena of the dead. Though the colonel acquiesced to all his requests, he delivered a stern reprimand. "Remember, you are merely our puppet, not the master here. In future, any significant decisions must be communicated to me first, understood?" Lord Ma bowed deeply, nearly at a 90-degree angle, which elicited a modicum of satisfaction from the colonel. The intention of the civilized district was not to hinder competition among the various bases, but rather the colonel's personal displeasure at Lord Ma overstepping his bounds. He harbored ambitions to suppress other bases while elevating Base 05 to prominence, ensuring his military achievements would be indelible, thereby enhancing his rank and granting access to superior genetic serums. With the colonel's endorsement, Lord Ma undertook his endeavors with renewed vigor, and within a mere week, the population of Base 05 surged significantly. Masked individuals are ubiquitous on the streets. The number of bounty hunters registered with the Demon Hunter Guild is escalating exponentially, and the collection of corpse cores is similarly surging. Currently, the quantity of corpse cores received by the guild in a single day surpasses the total accumulated over the previous week. If this trend continues, within less than a year, Base 05 will emerge as the preeminent base among all others. Consequently, even the other city lords and senior officers within the base will regard Lord Ma with the utmost reverence. On every street corner, there exists a sophisticated device akin to the former bank ATMs, albeit more advanced. It boasts a full-screen display, towering above an individual. Any registered bounty hunter can simply verify their fingerprint on the apparatus, deposit their corpse cores, and subsequently accrue core points. Everything can be purchased using these points. Furthermore, the city's patrol teams are experiencing a significant expansion. Not only that, the prowess of these patrols is also on the rise, with members classified as intermediate level 2, and the captains at beginner level 3. Their weaponry and equipment have also seen considerable advancements. All these enhancements were sanctioned by the senior officers upon witnessing the transformations within the base. Moreover, each patrol team at Base 05 is equipped with an advanced robot, designated as the Enforcer, specifically designed to thwart any substantial coalition of bounty hunters from openly defying the regulations of the Demon Hunter Guild. Its massive form, reminiscent of an octopus, enables the robot to engage in combat under any geographical conditions. Furthermore, they are outfitted with laser weaponry unique to the civilized sectors. All advanced technologies are exclusive to those within. Prior to the deployment of the Enforcers, a bounty hunter brazenly snatched corpse cores from others in broad daylight. Though no one was killed, the prestige of the Demon Hunter Guild suffered a significant blow. Even the enhanced patrol teams, in their pursuit, were severely wounded. Yet, the bounty hunter had shown restraint, reluctant to become an enemy of Base 05. At the stroke of midnight, an individual donning a canine mask stood before the Demon Hunter Guild's corpse core receptacle, verified their fingerprint, and produced 3 cores from their pocket, poised to deposit them. Suddenly, a tempestuous gust swept through. The cores vanished from the person's grasp, seized by another masked figure wearing a pristine white mask. Fortunately, the enhancement from the gene serum prevented a potentially fatal blow. The patrol team arrived promptly, brandishing their weapons and unleashing a barrage upon the assailant. Those who pilfer corpse cores are to be executed without mercy. Yet, they failed to inflict any substantial harm, as the figure evaded their attacks with remarkable celerity. It was the Enforcer's laser cannons that proved more formidable, nearly claiming the assailant's life on several occasions. Having initially eluded the patrol team's pursuit, the individual audaciously returned, brazenly severing one of the Enforcer's 8 legs before the patrol team, and then departed with nonchalant flair. The patrol team was utterly helpless against them. Though no lives were taken, the individual was flagrantly defying the rules of Base 05. Despite deliberate concealment, word spread, causing lower echelon bounty hunters and those with similar experiences to shy away from Outpost 05. Their faith in the Hunters Guild's ability to safeguard them had eroded. Rather than risk robbery, they preferred other guilds. The rapid exodus of bounty hunters incensed both the city lord and the colonel. Maintaining order was entrusted to them due to Outpost 05's progress. The city lord's investigation of the Hunters Guild yielded no information on the bounty hunter. He imposed a citywide curfew and ordered an all-out manhunt. Patrols increased, but the culprit remained elusive. Moreover, more bounty hunters were robbed in quick succession. The city lord, infuriated and suspecting rival city lords, felt powerless to stem the tide. On the verge of despair, he contemplated the essence of a bounty hunter. The Hunters Guild released a proclamation, offering 3 fully optimized Tier 4 zombie cores to anyone who apprehended the thief. News of this substantial reward reverberated even to other outposts, making Outpost 05 a topic of widespread discussion. Many aspired to live and prosper there. Even the Brigadier General's soldiers from the capital requested permission to investigate Outpost 05. The remaining troops were to continue searching for Du Xiaofeng in their original outpost. The Joker had been in a state of unconsciousness for an entire week. Not only had he been unable to consume food, but he couldn't even manage to drink water. Were it not for Yi Gudwa administering glucose to him, he would have perished long ago. Each day, Wang Maching would embrace Chun Miao Miao as they checked on the Joker's condition, yet there was no sign of improvement. Yi Gudwa could only monitor his vital signs, refraining from administering any medication, pacing anxiously in frustration. The wounds on the Joker's hands had shown no signs of healing over the course of a week, a stark contrast to his previously exhibited remarkable recuperative abilities. Were it not for his labored breathing and the presence of vital signs, Yi Gudwa would have doubted the Joker's survival. At midnight, just as Yi Gudwa and Wang Maching had settled into slumber, a series of agonizing screams jolted them awake. They hastily rose to investigate. The Joker lay in bed, his eyes tightly shut, an expression of utter torment etched across his face, his body drenched in sweat, every pore exuding moisture. His skin alternated between crimson and purple, obscuring his natural complexion. The monitoring equipment indicated that his temperature had soared to a staggering 45 degrees Celsius, and it continued to rise. Just as Yi Gudwa prepared to administer medication to reduce his fever, Wang Maching intervened. Recalling that a similar situation had occurred the last time the Joker ingested the Lord's corpse, they should wait and observe. The fever persisted relentlessly. The Joker's skin had reddened to a purplish hue, 90 degrees, that exceeded the natural temperature of the human body. Ignoring Wang Maching's caution, Yi Gudwa proceeded to administer medication to the Joker. Remarkably, the high temperature plummeted in an instant. The descent was astonishingly swift, dropping to 25 degrees Celsius in the blink of an eye. The perspiration engendered by the recent heat dissipated into the atmosphere, observing the seemingly ethereal plumes of dark smoke. Wang Emochin swiftly covered Chun Miao Miao's mouth and nose, retreating with haste. Yi Gudu, caught unawares, suffered the consequences, having already succumbed to the venom, the toxin of the venomous wolf spider. Elder, quickly procure an antidote. Witnessing Chun Miao Miao's partial inhalation of the fumes, Wang Emochin grew exceptionally anxious. As Yi Gudu sought the remedy, the clown's body began to crystallize, his eyelashes encrusted with frost. That night, Yi Gudu gained genuine insight into the physiological transformations the clown underwent upon consuming the corpse nucleus, a revelation that filled him with uncontainable elation. Another sleepless night ensued, dedicated to the relentless scrutiny of data, only to realize its futility. The instruments had malfunctioned upon the onset of the clown's bodily alterations, rendering the acquired data spurious. Having experienced the virulence emanating from his form the previous day, none dared approach him with impunity. Wang Mo Chun, in particular, distanced himself and Chun Miao Miao, preferring the company of the innocuous beggar to that of such a deviant. This condition persisted for a week. Water, the clown murmured in his sleep, desperately seeking the source. He imbibed copious amounts, to the point of near abdominal rupture, before finally opening his eyes, attempting to discern his whereabouts, only to find himself bereft of the strength even to lift his eyelids. His entire being throbbed with agony, as if every inch of his skin were being torn asunder, his very soul quivering in torment. He broke out in a cold sweat, gasping for breath. Once he had acclimated, he reopened his eyes, finally recognizing his surroundings. A warehouse, it seems. The night before me is steeped in solitude, adorned with a gas mask, resembling an exuberant old man, his face a tapestry of wrinkles. How splendid! You've finally awakened. Come, rise quickly. Let us change the bed. Upon hearing the jubilant cries of solitary night, Wang Maching, accompanied by Chun Miao Miao, hurried over. Relieved to see him safe, they exhaled a sigh of relief. Wait, I am famished. The clown declined solitary night's offer to switch beds, expressing a desire for food. Solitary night, yearning for new data on his body, could only suppress his frustrations and procure sustenance for him. As he watched the clown consume one dish after another, his face turned a shade of green. The clown's stomach resembled a bottomless pit, ultimately devouring an amount sufficient for 10 adults, contentedly patting his belly. Ah, what bliss! It has been ages since I have eaten so heartily. While he relished the feast, solitary night's expression soured. The meager supplies he had hoarded were entirely consumed in one sitting. As he scrutinized the new data, his beard bristled with irritation. There was little change from the previous data, merely a slight increase in strength, weight, and speed, with no signs of mutation whatsoever. This was not the outcome previously anticipated. Pay careful attention. Do you perceive any changes within your body? Solitary Night inquired, undeterred. The clown could not discern any significant differences, only sensing something additional within him, as if he could wield it at will. His left fingernail elongated. Unlike before, when it had been eroded by venom, it had returned to its former state. No, it feels more resilient and sharper than before, and on the surface of the nails, there is a shimmering purple glow.